the beat. The beat. be to the top. He's going on to the Nexus here as well.
Will they be able to get it? A few more hits. Will this really happen? They save the Nexus.
It's an 8 for OMG, and that's going to be the game. One auto attack away from winning the game. They have to win here against LMQ, otherwise they're out.
Oh my gosh! The triple kill coming in from Reckless. They just clean up the fight completely.
Shapley Shap goes over the wall. Reckless comes in. He gets the pentakill.
From tears to cheers, Reckless comes up with a pentakill.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the Singapore group stage of the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. Today's matches are massively important as we find out who will advance to next week's quarterfinals. You see the players on stage just moments ago, LMQ and Cloud9 both arriving together. Looking to be in fairly high spirits, serious look on Elimination's face. Kaboom as well, play 2 games today against LCS squads, and they have the opportunity to play Heartbreaker in the West. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and joining me on the analyst desk for our pre- and post-game reports are Peter Double F Peng, Eddie Carey for Counterlogic Gaming. Next up, Neil Prolly Hamad from Complexity. Alberto Crumbs Renhifo Jungler for Team Dignitas. And rounding out the table, Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, OG and caster and analyst. Thank you guys for joining us. Before we get to the games, we do have to discuss the multitude of tiebreaker scenarios that we face as we are entering the final group stage day in Singapore. Group C and D are still very much up for grabs, as not a single team has secured their quarterfinal spots yet. In Group D, Kaboom is very much in a position to play spoiler, and the EUNA rivalry may still have a lot to say about which team will advance. Let's talk a little bit about the tiebreaker scenarios. We do have all possibilities locked down and written out. First and foremost, if Samsung Blue win a game, they guarantee themselves a spot in the quarters. If Fnatic want any shot at making it to playoffs, they have to win. Group D on the other side, you've got a multitude of tiebreaker scenarios, but Naj and White Shield with the highest number of possibilities of making it to playoffs. I've ranted enough. Double Lift, talk to me about some of the scenarios that you're looking forward to and potential outcomes.
I think the most epic scenario would be a Fnatic LMQ tiebreaker, and there's only one very specific situation in which that would happen, but like how ridiculous would that be? Fnatic would have such a great story, like kind of coming back from these disappointing losses, and then LMQ, they're like the pride of NA right now, so...
There are so many tiebreakers, I'm just completely terrified of what's going to happen. And I'm literally holding all my predictions right now on purpose because I'm going to jinx whatever I want. So I'm going to keep it in my head and not say it out loud and just pray that I get what I want.
Crumbs?
Now, the one that I really want to see is going to be on Group D. If Cloud9 is to beat Naj and White Shield and both Alliance and Cloud9 win their matches against Kaboom, we go into a 3-way tie for first place. Round robin, anything goes. That's exciting.
I agree. That's the one I really want to see as well. I think it would be super, super fun to see all of these teams going head-to-head in that, because we've seen such a mixed bag in Group D. I would really, really enjoy that.
I look forward to that pregame because I think we're going to have a little bit of a debate in terms of that matchup. Let's roll on and take a quick look back at some of yesterday's amazing #World's big plays. We've got a couple lined up, and our first one comes from Alliance's perfect win over Najin White Shield. And at Adrian's ST50, Adrian Saint 15 tweets, Shook goes in, kicks Sepha onto the Frog and Charm, and the game is over. He shook them all game long. This was your number 3 World's big play.
Save uses the ultimate, wipes out the wave, catches on towards one, Tabs takes a hit, but that turret is falling fast. Wicked in there. Are they going to go deep? They get Sepha in. The Charm is in there. Now he goes down. Frogger gets himself the kill. Save comes around. Chrono shift on Wicked keeps him safe. And Alliance push on through against Najin Whiteshield's face.
You got a fantastic engage on a sieging turret with Lee Sin. Now, the impressive part to me there is the coordination between Shook and Froggen, that he lands the charm right at the very end of the kick. Kick is a stun, so right as the end, he does not throw the charm before. He doesn't panic. He knows exactly where Triss is going, throws the charm out, chains the CC beautifully, and it's game over.
Yeah, very well played indeed. The next one is also with Shook. He continued his impressive day with a fantastic Dragon Steal. This one comes to us from @AndyM Says. Kick, steal, kill, Shook! This is your number 2 World big play.
Yeah, Safe is running from base here, but so is Froggen. And again, there's Teleport on Wicked. It's going to be focused for.
There it is.
Coming in. Watch the
right in. Watch, it's going to be focused. Shook gets the spike down. They turn it off towards him. Gorilla's trying to run away. Shook comes in, gets him down. It's another kill for Shook. He's 4-0-1, and they get the Dragon. Everything is once again going Alliance's way.
Yeah, really impressive play right there on actually several different levels. It's rare to see a Lee Sin ult that good. And what happened was when he came in, his kick of Kha'Zix damaged the dragon enough so he could win the smite steal because he was anticipating that damage. He then kicked and knocked up Janna, which delayed Janna's ult, which also prevented the disengage by a few seconds and then allowed Alliance to take even more from that situation. Really, really good ult.
Unbelievable play from Shook. Finally, it was Reckless with the pentakill. And this one comes to us from @JakeJ Walker. He tweets, "Hi, my name is Reckless, and I'm not ready to be knocked out of Worlds just yet. This was your play of the day."
Who's going to be the first target? Ackerman actually diving to the backside, but he's going to be going down quickly. Yellow Star actually focused by Vasily, trying to get the resets. There's the equalizer. They've got to walk back over it. Double kill for Reckless. Can he get any more here? He will get more. And now they're on towards No Name. Are they trying to give a pentakill over to Reckless? They are. There's the Quadra. Can he get himself the pentakill? Cyanide and Picky both closing in. There's the slow. Shaolin Shao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in. He gets the pentakill.
What an impressive game by Reckless. And just even after that, what's even more impressive, after that game, they interviewed Reckless and he said, Fnatic's like family to me. And you can kind of tell after he got that triple kill, they really want to boost his spirits up and give him that pentakill and set it up for him. So just a really great explosive game by Fnatic.
Yeah, really well played indeed. You guys at home can let us know your top moments from each day of Worlds action by tweeting to us at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag Worlds Big Plays. Let's take a look at today's action where we can hopefully get more of those big plays. Right out the gate, we have Brazil's Kaboom Esports taking on North America's Cloud9. Then later, Cloud9 will be out for revenge against Korea's Najin White Shield. Final game of the group stages will be China's OMG going up against North America's LMQ, and in the event of tiebreakers, we will play those matches immediately after our 6th game. So for an in-depth look at the star players and rising teams from the World Championship, you can head over to lolesports.com. While there, you can vote on the outcome of every match through the World Finals, as well as find stats, spoiler-free VODs, and much more. We'd then like you guys to go on Twitter and answer a question for us. As we close out the group stages, we want to ask you, which hype train have you boarded for the quarterfinals and why? Whether it's a team, a player, a region, we want to know what train you're on and which one you bought a ticket for. we're all well aware of which train Monte Cristo's on.
No. I'm not on that train anymore, Trevor. There is no hype train. Hype implies that there is something that's overblown about it. No, Korean dominance is just a thing now. It's just a thing.
Oh, it's the fanboy train.
Oh.
There you go.
Probably which train are you boarding for quarterfinals?
I started off early in this group hyping up with NA because they came out of the gates like killing everything, and I'm staying on it. I think LMQ and C9 do have a chance in the group stages right now to make it out.
Crumbs?
I have been on the train in the other part of town long ago. I am on the Samsung White train. You could argue that they had an easy group, but the wins that they had were by far more impressive than all the other ones we've seen here.
Well, we'll see which trains you guys are on. So for your pick of individual or group or player, whoever you think has the biggest momentum heading into quarterfinals, send your answers to us at LOL Esports. We will read some of our favorites later on in the show. We're going to move on to a new section. We've seen 54 unique champions played at the World Championship. So we're going to put a question to the desk. Who would make up your MVP team composition from the Singapore group stage, much like we did for Taipei and Y Crumbs? We're going to start in the top lane and work our way down. Who's your top lane champion?
It has to be Aurelia. She's in fact the most picked top laner in these group stages, and she's having quite a bit of a success. Obviously, Wicked has been playing her exceptionally, and he has a majority of the wins on her, but she just kind of fits this pseudo-tank meta that we're seeing with Maokai and Alistar being banned. Either you pick Lulu and feed, or you pick Aurelia and you carry.
Monte Cristo in the jungle.
Well, I'm going to take Kha'Zix just because he has been like the most picked jungler so far of this tournament. And what's interesting is that every team has picked Kha'Zix at least once. So that says a lot about the champion. His high damage is great, of course. And also, he fills so many roles. He can clean up fights with his wings, his evolved E. He can poke very well with his W. He fits into so many different kinds of strategies.
Definitely a versatile jungler. In the mid lane, I think I'm going to ask Prolly. What champion would you pick?
I'm going to go with a champion that I've forsaken in the past, but I'm going to go with Ahri. I think a lot of the mids in these groups have shown Ahri's like kind of playstyle. She's a safe mid. You can blind pick her, and then she works really well in these kind of pick comps, as well as kind of just the run at 'em comps. So I think she's really versatile and really important.
Double lift for our duo lane. Who's your AD carry and support?
For AD carry, Lucian, probably my favorite AD carry at the moment, and only rivaled in power level probably by Tristana. He has no dip in power like Tristana mid-game, where he's a lane bully. Mid-game, he has insane burst, and then late-game, he actually doesn't fall off and get outscaled that badly. And you can tell the difference between a good Lucian and a really great Lucian like Reckless and Deft just by watching. And then Thresh is probably my pick for support. He's the most picked champion this week. At 13 picks, and he's also the support with the highest kill participation of any support. So that's just really impressive, and he has amazing playmaking ability, which is exactly what you're seeing from all these Thresh players here at Worlds.
Yeah, I completely agree. All right, this team composition or champion bundle, you can grab the Singapore group stage MVP team comp in the stores right now. The comp includes the skins that have been used by your favorite Worlds pros, so bundle up and start practicing your own #Worlds Big Plays with this awesome team composition. This is going to bring us quite naturally to our first match of the day as Brazil's Kaboom Esports goes up against Cloud9. Kaboom has made the most of their Worlds experience, I think. They seem to be in good spirits. They've put up a good show through most of their games. Minerva especially stands out, and he actually said he was happy to be mentioned by the analyst desk and the casters, naming Double Lift for some praise in particular. They are the team that has the chance to play spoiler in this group, because if they take a win off Alliance or Cloud9, it's going to be difficult. Double Lift, what's your take on Kaboom and their shots?
And I mean, now that Kaboom has lost their chance of making it out of groups, it's kind of sad, but it's also really scary because now they have nothing to lose. They've been playing really standard in their previous games, but now they can play with kind of no regard and just kind of ignore risks, make these really aggressive plays.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they do. They are up against Cloud9. They're sitting at 2-2. They had 2 good games. They had 2 poor games. Double Lift, just want to shoot to you really quickly. The Talon and Tristana picks from the last game against Shield for Cloud9, very questionable. What's your take?
Oh, God. Yeah, I really hated that. Talon Tristana to me has absolutely zero synergy. Talon is a champion that wants to fight mid-game, and Triss is a champion that has a dip in mid-game power. So there's really no coordination between those two champions. I really hope Cloud9 picks up their pick-and-ban phase.
I think the Cloud9 pick-and-ban phase looked kind of weak, but I don't think that's going to be a case anymore. Lemon does have that nice notebook, and I think he's going to fix everything. And then the game against Kaboom is going to be a showcase of what they're going to do later today.
We'll have to see how they handle themselves. We're going to throw things over to the trio of casters to take us into game number 1.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot, and hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and of course I'm joined by Rivington Bislin III and Martin DeFicio Lunga for the first 3 games of the day.
Exactly, and kaboom! First game of the day. They have Alliance later on as well. If they manage to win one of those games here, they can completely destroy it for either Cloud9 or Alliance.
It's going to be exciting. Showing some love to the crowd with the flag as well. Really paying back respect because the crowd, they've been cheering the whole time, and a lot for Kaboom as well.
Yeah, Kaboom absolutely enjoyed their time here in Singapore. Had the support of the crowd, of course. Let's get straight in towards those starting lineups. Starting out on the blue side for the Brazilian international wildcard team, Kaboom Esports. In the top lane, of course, is Lep. In the jungle is Danagon. Tinones in the mid lane. Minerva has AD carry and Dan's on support.
And that takes us to the red side, and representing there is the North American LCS, Cloud9. In the top lane, it's Balls. Meteos in the jungle, high in the mid lane, Sneaky at AD carry, and Lemonation just taking a sip on support.
Of course, as this game is about to get underway, this is the final day of groups here in Singapore. Literally anything can happen, and judging by yesterday, it absolutely may well do. There's all sorts of different possibilities for tiebreakers, scenarios. It's going to be a great day of League of Legends.
And again, for me, in this group at least, all the focus is on Kaboom. Because we expect Alliance to win, we expect Cloud9 to win, but again, if they manage to take the win here, surprise one of these teams, suddenly, tiebreaker again, more and more likely to pop up, and we can be here for a long time.
I mean, the thing is, even looking at this scenario, obviously you'd presume that Cloud9 Alliance would go and beat Kaboom, but you know, we've been talking about the Korean dominance. Monty just talked about how Korea are dominating now. They're not taking it lightly. They were here till 2 a.m. practicing last night. These guys are taking these groups deadly serious because they are feeling the pressure, because the European teams have pushed them all away. North America are biting at the heels. There's a possibility that one of them, you know, if some crazy scenarios happen, could actually go out here in groups.
And the way that comes out now, it's pretty much everybody wanting another team to do work for them. They're trying to win their games and then hope the situation happens in their favor on the other end. We'll just get right into picks and bans now. Kaboom's going to be on the blue, as we said. Cloud9 on the red. We'll see that Zed and Alistar right quick on the ban list.
So Zed being banned against High, who of course spammed it in Korean solo queue. I believe everyone has seen it. And also a pretty good ban because Tinone's in the mid lane normally prefers these like AoE team fighting champs like Xerath or Yana. And obviously they won't do too well against something like a Zed.
So the last time these guys met, it was Kaboom that actually felt they could have taken this game against Cloud9. So Cloud9 have to be super focused coming into this matchup. Of course, the Rumble being taken away from Balls, no surprises there. But it does mean Rise has snuck through. We'll see whether Lep decides to take it in that top lane, of course, because Aurelia was open, or whether it's Tinone's in the mid.
Yeah, and the funny part is, obviously, if it is a flex pick for them, I haven't seen any of their players actually play Rise. And if you look at the picks for Lep and Danagon so far, they both played, Lep and Tinones, they both played 4 different champions. So obviously the champion pool here for Kaboom, I mean, they have a lot of options, seeing as they also first pick Rise, take it away from Bolts, you ban the Rumble as well. I wonder if it's going to be top lane. I expect it to be top lane for Lep, and then he needs to be careful because he can get camped.
I like the pick here as well. They take away the Rumble and Balls' Rise. He's played Lulu here on the International World stage as his 3rd champion, so it'll be very interesting to see what they lock in for him in the top lane to feel comfortable. Meteos as well has his choice to go for Kha'Zix here if he wants it.
Yeah, I think we will see a Kha'Zix, obviously with that Lee Sin banned out. Danagon, you know, he stepped up yesterday in terms of pressure. He was actually starting to support Lep very well. He was around the map, got that smite steal, of course, as well. So there's a lot of big plays by him. But as we just heard double lift, Lucian, probably one of the strongest AD carries out there right now, has been locked in for Sneaky, and of course Meteos will take that Kha'Zix.
Yeah, and as Doublelift also said, Lucian right now, he doesn't fall off in the mid game like Tristana, who will be probably the 2nd strongest AD carry from what we have seen so far. And it's all about this mid game power spike in Singapore. Every single team, when you have the mid game power spike, it's one of the reasons Rumble has been so strong. You can win the first few Dragon fights, so you can get the goal lead and just snowball the game completely. For Kaboom here, the fact Lucian is gone and it's been Minerva's most played champion could be a big issue because he needs it actually to dominate the bottom lane.
Oh man. Speaking with Kaboom yesterday, they did say mid-game is kind of where they fall off, so a spike would be fantastic for them to be able to have in that situation. Syndra and Thresh getting locked in.
Good picks right here. Dancers look very good on Thresh, a Brazilian crowd. They want to see him make the big plays, of course. He's known for his great skill shots as well on these supports. We saw it on Morgana as well. and Syndra for Tinones. He looked good on Syndra when he played it earlier in this tournament, and it is one of his favorite champions.
Well, Syndra, as you mentioned, been very strong. Hasn't been as prolific as we thought we would be, especially after obviously we saw a lot of it in Taipei. Hasn't been a big choice. It's all been about that Zillion. He's been the focus throughout, whether it's picked or banned so far. Alistair very rarely sneaks through, which is why he's sitting on that ban screen once again. Cloud9 though, support. I think we're going to be possibly leaving that mid lane till last here. I don't think he wants to show his hand just yet.
But this is some very explosive picks already from Kaboom. I mean, there's a lot of pick potential here. If Cloud9 starts falling behind or is slacking a little bit in the game, easily Kaboom can catch him off guard, and Jinx wasn't banned.
Jinx was not banned. Really excited to see what Minerva can put on that. Or if he switches it up. Anyway, just to give credit to Minerva's laning phase, it has been really good. He's come out on top on some of the really top tier caliber, even Imagine White Shield games.
And this is just his, what, 13th game on AD carry?
It's pretty scary, yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy.
I mean, the guy was a mid laner, then he was a support, and now he's an AD carry, and he's performing so well. Same goes for the qualifier in Brazil. He surprised everyone where he just got in there and started dominating.
And he still doesn't have that many games in that position, and he is just attuned to it so quickly. So the Elise gets locked in for Danagorn. We'll see if that pays off for him. A lot of potential to get ganks off in these lanes with the crowd control they provide. So maybe they can take those laning phases to Cloud9 like they like to.
Interesting pick for Balls. Went for that KO. KO's not been very successful here in Singapore. And if you look at his history, he's only played it once throughout the entire summer.
Right.
And he lost.
Yeah.
So this is a risky pick, but Xerath locked in the mid lane for high.
Yeah, so that explains it. We were talking about how Kaboom had some very explosive picks here with the Syndra, with the Rise and Thresh, of course. Instantly, Morgana with the Black Shield and Kayle with her ultis to simply deny the pick potential from Kaboom. Now you have a Xerath and a Kha'Zix as well for the long-range poke here.
Yeah.
Cloud9 is really setting up to just start poking down Kaboom. You have so much disengage already, and you have, of course, the Kayle ulti to save whoever gets called out.
Siege the turret and burn it down as fast as possible. It's a definite possibility for Cloud9. I'm absolutely certain they won't want a repeat performance of the struggles they had in Game 1.
No, because it was actually a strange game. Also talking with Cloud9, they were not happy even though they won the game because they knew it was a bad start. Minerva especially was looking great down this bottom lane again, of course, because all Cloud9's focus was on Lep in the top lane, which we have seen a few times. Actually, only the last game he played was the one where he didn't get focused and he didn't even die.
Absolutely. So now, of course, that the champions are locked in, they're going to be heading on to the Rift in just a moment. Who do you guys at home think will take this matchup? Tweet us your hashtags, KBM win or C9 win to @LO Esports, and of course, we'll see which comp you think will come out ahead. This is going to be an interesting one. Will Kaboom win the vote? They have done a couple of times, but they're up against Cloud9 now. Cloud9 fans, of course, America will still be awake on the West Coast.
It's going to be an interesting matchup to start it off. Looking at what Kaboom kind of does to themselves in the mid game, hopefully they don't just get pulled out. We've seen a lot of times that Minerva will do good, as we say, in the laning phase, and then you'll see him in the mid lane because the team wants to group according to what their opposing team is doing. So hopefully they don't get dictated into a game they don't want to play too early. We are on to the Rift. Kaboom on the blue side, Cloud9 on the red as these teams get a little bit of a rematch.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Day 4 of Singapore, all up in the air. The group stages have been very entertaining over the last 2 weeks. Who will reach the quarterfinals? It is all going to be decided today. Will Kaboom cause an upset and force Cloud9 out? If Cloud9 lose this game, they are effectively out in the group stage. It is not something they want for sure. It is absolutely a must-win game for them.
Yeah, we see it in the picks as well for Cloud9. Very safe picks here, going for the Siege combo as well, and looking at the picks from Kaboom and saying, okay, a lot of pick potential. Let's get the Morgana, let's get the Kayle here, even though Balls normally doesn't play it, but obviously they had a few weeks in Korea to practice, and we've seen a lot of new champions from these teams because that's such a long time to boot camp.
Seeing if he picks up any more potions. Kind of just heads out of lane on that one, doesn't decide to. And everybody beginning to move in for the deep ward. So Dan's going to see that. The pings go out. You still get the safe early game here. This is really going to pay off for Minerva, especially in the bottom lane. Like I said, excited to see that Jinx coming out.
And I want to see if Sneaky actually wants to build a BT as his first item. We have seen it a few times on Lucian when you have like these siege comms where you complete your BT and then you instantly go mid lane and you just start sieging up on towers. And the reason it's so good is simply because you're going to get the shield and the lifesteal, so you can walk into the tower, hit it a few times, take some damage or survive if someone like Syndra is there and stuns you. And then you can always lifesteal on the minions once again, and you obviously don't need any crit when you're hitting a tower.
Kaboom starting out on the red buff, as is Meteor, so we'll see whether they both meet down in that bottom lane. You can see in terms of ward coverage, it's all Cloud9 early on. Zero evidence of wards from Kaboom down in the lower part, but of course that is the wards from the trinket timing out, and it looks like, as expected, Minerva and Dance will be forced back. Lucian is very tricky in lane, and Lemonation's going to be looking to land those bindings.
Yeah, and it's very good for Cloud9 here. They actually get the standard lanes, because you want to have the Kayle as well up in his top lane to just start pushing down Ryze from the start. Ryze can trade with you, but he cannot push back the minions as fast as you can. So it's going to be all about the jungle press on top.
There's that level 2, a Lightbringer straight through Minerva. The 2 passive shots to him as well, and Lemonation doing it again, grabs brush control as soon as possible. In that bottom lane, hit still going down. Dance's Ignite is down, but Dance takes an Ignite over from Lemonation, and Sneaky is actually getting the assist on that one. His first blood goes to Lemon.
Yeah, Dance could have flashed right here, but Lemonation was so close to him. He barely even got to see the binding before it hit him, and then he just ends up dying. But Cloud9, early level 2, it's what you can always do here, and just rush it and start fighting.
Yeah, the aggression back and forth did not pay off. They went with that Ignite early. Double warrant, both going down. Kaboom and Cloud9 getting their coverage, making sure there's no crossovers. And you know, we talked about these jungle paths. We do see, of course, that Danagorn is nearby. Minerva may well need that assistance down here because he is incredibly low. Dance comes down. And Meteors, he can continue farming now because he wasn't needed down the bottom. They got the kill all on their own.
One of the things he loves to do lately, play a little bit more passive and get himself pretty beefy before he shows himself. One thing we always know is Meteors uses his time very efficiently.
And if every single lane is doing just fine, you don't really have to do anything. Minerva eating another binding down here. Elimination, he's been on point so far.
He is falling heavily behind in CS, and again, that Lightbringer catching on him. And Minerva, he absolutely has to go back now. He can't stick around any longer.
And notice how Danagorn has been sitting down his bottom lane for like the last minute actually, but he couldn't really gank because Minerva was so low. Also slapping Lep a few times in the face. But Danagorn is a jungler who loves to just sit and wait in the lane and like either look for the counter gank or be very patient at least before he goes in. And it often means he falls very far behind on farm, and he's already falling behind the Meteors right here because he was sitting in bottom lane.
Oh, it's going to make it a difficult one if the lanes can't hold themselves up on their own legs just in the beginning here. Only going to get harder and harder. Tinone's looking to be one that's sticking pretty well to high here. 33 to 22 in CS. Still has a bunch of potions to chug on both sides here. So we'll see if Tinone's can get high, down, and back. Already level up, doing quite well.
Yeah, it's right that you mentioned that because, I mean, that's what's really been one of the winning things for Kaboom. What's kept them so close early stages. It's a 3-man push up here. Tinone's is rightfully backing away. They have the coverage on the side, so they know they're safe above. He'll continue his CS farming, but I was back to your point. Tell a lie, because Danagorn looks like he's going to try to go top. That's going to be an easy back off from Balls. Just speeds himself up. But back to your point. We'll get there in the end. Kaboom actually have done well in lanes. They've managed to hold steady with Najee and Whiteshield, with Alliance, with Cloud9 in the previous matches. So to start falling behind this heavily, looking towards the AD carries, of course, even the fact that Balls is starting to get ahead of Lep is a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, in this game I actually would have loved if Kaboom decided to lane swap like they did yesterday against Whiteshield, and it actually meant they could keep the laning phase going for a long, long time. They could just be farming. Let's see what happens here.
They're going to go in. Dance is there. They weren't ready, but he managed to jump straight on towards some choppers. Gets hooked in. There's no follow-on, though. Minerva can't go through. And Cloud9 denied a kill there. I think they absolutely would have got it without those chompers.
They managed to force a flash from Dance, and then some return damage onto Meteors here. And we actually just saw the voting beforehand.
Yeah.
Kaboom lost. Probably the first time I've actually seen them lose the voting.
I did say the West Coast is still awake, and North American fans.
Come on, Kaboom fam.
Get in behind them because they absolutely know that Cloud9 need to win this one. Don't worry, everyone here, I think, the crowd is very much behind Kaboom.
Well, right now,
for them.
pressure is difficult, D-Man. Wards so deep in the side of Kaboom's jungle. That's where we see Meteos and crew so happy and eager to get inside and cause trouble for Danagorn. Now the wave freeze here coming in as much as they can to make it that much harder here for Minerva in the laning phase.
Danagorn once again looking towards this top lane, so the bottom lane being ignored by him, even though they are falling very far behind. Let's see if they can get onto Bolt here. Rune Prism from left, and it's good to go.
It's going to be very hard. He's got Flash up. He's got himself intervention available.
Here we go.
He's going to have to burn anything. It's just going to walk on through. Now he may need to burn intervention. No, Flash comes out. There's the intervention. Gets home free.
But the idea was actually really good from Danagorn right here, because he was delaying his cocoon. He wanted balls to flash first, and then he could try and land the cocoon. But just missed it. It was, of course, nerfed a little bit. It's a bit smaller.
That's smaller range, indeed.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Sneaky taking 2 tower hits there. Dan's almost catching him with that death sentence as well.
Feeling quite sure of himself, diving past the turret with a bit of safety of Lemon Nation's shield, hopefully defying those hooks to come out. And Minerva doing what he can in the bottom lane. Everybody does what they can right now. Tinones could really strike up something in the mid game. That part where we have seen Kaboom fall off, bring that out with Syndra.
Yeah, I mean, finally playing his favorite champion again. We've seen it on it once, and he actually looked really good in this game as well. Winning the lane in terms of farm early on, and we have seen the jungle pressure from Danagorn. It was top lane, it was bottom lane, so it wasn't because of Danagorn he's doing well. It's just purely one-on-one in here.
This is the problem, though, that the fact that when your top and bottom lane are falling behind, Danagorn's being pulled for either direction, both screaming for his help, because you can see it's almost a double CS differential between Minerva and Sneaky now. Sneaky really dominating that lane with the help of Lemonation.
Yeah, he needs to put his focus on his bottom lane, because you cannot have a Jinx falling so far behind. Cloud9 can take this Lucian into the mid game, and Minerva will have to wait like 20-25 minutes before he can even join the fights. So Danagorn, he needs to come down here, try and set up a kill. The Black Shield from Lemonation is going to be pretty annoying though, when you have Cocoon and Hook.
You see the little things that Dan's is doing here from Minerva, grabbing the minion wave and taking it away from the turret, defying Sneaky, that easy aggro under the turret right here. Make sure you ward that brush before you walk any farther though. Setting up camp and a nice dark passage to get him to safety on that one. It was looking real dark there, but they get out.
Managed to get out. No lane ward actually from Dante or Minerva. He's the guy sitting with the trinket ward.
It's because they've had to switch. They've switched to sweeping lenses so quickly that, like you say, there's no trinket from Minerva. He could have put it down there, but I think he wanted to get it in the river. They're so worried about Meteos' movements across the map.
Yeah, it is very normal when you go back and get your side stone, you then swap to sweeping lens as a support. And look here on Minerva. He has a special little build on Jinx where he actually rushes Ghost Blade. And it seems like he's going towards it. I mean, that's going to be a brutalizer probably with the longswords as the first item.
See how it works out for him. Top lane, of course, we do see Balls going early Berserker Greaves with those double rings. So making sure he gets a bit of that movement, a little bit careful, of course, did use that flash early on. There's the culling going down on Minerva. The entire chunk going down, forced out the summoner heal just towards the end to make sure there was no proc of damage.
Nice
he's caught out by a stun.
Oh, no ulti to follow through though. Blue buff is just going to allow him to keep that pressure on, and then he'll throw it out. Meteos letting down the pinks, or using the pinks that have already been laid down to start, clearing out. 95 to 83 in that lane still.
And you can start seeing the difference. This is where the pressure, Danagorn is being pulled from every direction. He's falling behind Meteos right now in terms of farm. Meteos is quite happy. He can just keep on clearing that jungle as quick as he needs to, because the lanes, simply put, don't need him. He's just supplying the vision coverage that's required from him, but that is it.
It's just the worst situation as a jungler. You're like, okay, top lane is calling for help, bottom lane is calling for help, and you know it's so hard for you to even set up the ganks. We saw Balls up in the top lane. He had ulti, he had flash the first time. Danagorn could have returned to top lane after he forced the flash, but decided then to look bottom lane, and obviously that's just been a losing battle for Kaboom so far.
It's interesting we see the CS differential between Tinones and High, because this is obviously the exact reversal of what High had against Froggen, and obviously everyone was talking about how Froggen was falling behind in lane. Well, it's kind of the matchup. Syndra is out farming Xerath, it's simply put.
And we always knew High in the North American LCS to kind of be somebody that didn't prioritize farm in lane. He'd be okay with doing super safe and then come out big for the team later. So maybe he's kind of playing that role once again.
Well, Xerath is a pretty safe laner. You have very long range to sit and farm, and you can simply avoid Tinones to ever get onto you, ever land a stun onto you, and be able to burst you down. Top lane though, Balls once again, trading with Lep.
Great damage coming in from Lep here. Really using that catalyst to stay up in health, keep himself healthy per level. It's really helping to keep him up against Balls, and now pushing him into his own turret.
Yeah, he's been getting a lot of farm up here, going towards the Rod of Ages early on, as we always see on Rise, simply to get it stacking, get past your mid-game point where you're stacking up your tier and your Rod of Ages.
Oh, Cloud9 starting out the Dragon. Meanwhile, the top laners are being kept busy. Balls has to use that intervention early, but it is going to be Cloud9 and look to be securing their first Dragon of the game.
So this Dragon by Cloud9 was actually set up simply because Tinones went back to base, and Hai was still standing in the lane, and he saw him back, and they're like, okay, he's back in base, we can be 4 people starting Dragon, let's do it.
Teamwork OP, clearing wards together. Looks like they'll make it out safely. A nice ward in the Death Brush lets Tinones know he can't venture too far in. You see his first buy after that Chalice being a needlessly large rod. He really wants to make an impact here.
So you were talking about the Ghostblade obviously being built up by Minerva, but it's one thing to get to that first item and maybe it works out well, but if your lane partner against Sneaky and he's going to have that Infinity Edge completed first, it's kind of defeating the purpose.
Yeah, I feel like the Ghostblade, for him at least, is simply going to be because they have the single target burst of Ryze and Syndra. We can talk about it later. No, Danagon, such actually not. Go for the game because of the Black Shield. But I feel like so the Ghostblade is simply going to be because Kaboom wants to have like these 5-6 seconds to start of the fight, but they just want to have as much burst as possible. So you pop the Ghostblade, try and kill the first target, get your reset, and then keep chasing. I'm still not sure it's the best idea. Infinity Edge definitely seems to be the preferred option for most of the Jinx players.
So an answer from Hai with that needlessly large rod. Tinones, well thought out. Gets the rotation up top as Hai goes back to clear out the pink wards and start moving some of their wards forward as well. Dandagorn has had this Sight Stone for a while and it's only getting placed in their jungle. Now we see them start to venture their way into Cloud9's side. Now knowing where Meteos is, he hasn't been able to create too much. Like we said, his lanes were doing good, but maybe they can start to cut him down a bit before he does get going as well.
Well, Lep's been unaffected by any pressure. Oh, Elimination got out. Good Black Shield comes out. Dark Binding lands and he just strolls on out of there. 3v1, no problem.
Yeah, you need to hit those. I'm not even sure the Black Shield was up in time there. They just actually missed the stun and the hook, and you have to land them if you want to get the picks with this comp Kaboom is using. Cloud9 though, because they killed this bottom lane tower, they can instantly just swap top. Kaboom is not ready. Or they are actually. Danagon and Dance are here.
They're completely ready. They're going in top. Gonna catch on, Soul Shackles, is it gonna land? It's not, Dance is in trouble though. Meteos is in, flash through, almost missed out, took tower hits. They're trying to gift it across instead, Meteos will finish it off. But in comes Tinones, the delay, and the flash already used by Meteos there, cost him his life. Hai, the Chomper's gonna stop him catching on towards Minerva. Sneaky returns back to that top lane. Lep has to be backing away from this one. He's got the support of Tinones, but he's taken so low, they still may be able to dive him.
Very, very close. The artillery coming in from Hai.
Nope.
Fire a cork back just on the tail end of the damage there. Getting aggressive here in the top lane. It's still 2-1 to kills, but they're not going to stop. Scout of the Week trying to come out from Tinones as he grabs a double buff off of that. And they are able to push back Cloud9 a bit. Save that top turret, but they're down still from that first Dragon in the laning phase so far.
So as Kaboom actually saw Elimination move towards the top lane, they started sending Danagon and Dance up there, and Tinones was ready to move from the mid lane. As soon as the dive happened, Meteos with the flash, seemed a bit weird, flashing actually behind Dance, and then suddenly Tinones is there. He has a lot of farm, he now picked up a kill. He's going to be very strong on this Syndra here.
Absolutely going to be a problem, and we were talking about obviously rises throughout this tournament. Lep has been unaffected in that top lane, got that Rod of Ages completed, Tier's been stacking out nicely, just building up towards that power spike.
He was farming well yesterday on Aurelia as well. As long as he doesn't get camped by the enemy jungler, he's actually doing fine on getting all the farm he needs, getting towards the late game points of something like a Rise.
Powerful, very slow. If Cloud9 figures that something's getting too strong too fast, they will definitely clamp down on that. So you got to stay in the shadows to get bigger here. So far, Lep's doing that. Tinones showing himself somewhat. Dance trying to clear out a little too much in the ward. Elimination get caught here. Can Lep put down the Room Prison, get a flash out of him. Great fade away Dark Binding coming in on Danagon. They decide not to engage any further.
Balls was so close to finishing that one off. Just lost the vision of Dance when he went in towards that bush. Tinones takes a blast from Hai. Starting to take control of this lane, but as you mentioned, Tinones is starting to get stronger. Got that first kill in there. Picked up that needlessly large rod a while back, so he's going to be sitting on a chunk of gold, but this is a problem. Sneaky is starting to run a little bit wild on Minerva in this bottom lane.
He's got his own army here in the bot lane. Meteos is just kind of watching from the side. Lep getting hit up. Danagorn again in the pocket of Lep. Every time they force off, Cloud9 is taking little bits. They know not to go too far because Kaboom will engage. Choppers go down, not going to lock that one. Still, I don't know if they know Meteos is here, and Hai's actually edging down as well.
Yeah, all the wards in this jungle is from Cloud9,
right.
So they can see Kaboom. At least there was actually one ward here, so they probably did spot him before and
good zap.
Zapped him in the bot as well. Spot him and force him away. It's still about this bottom lane. I mean, every time Sneaky decides to just push up, he's so much stronger than Minerva at this point, and he can just always get some tower damage.
Elimination clearing the way, the vision that Kaboom had in the river, which will open things up for potential movements on the mid tower, but yet they're happy to just keep sticking this one out, farming it through. Lep untouched once again. Balls is taking away the wolves, the golem, sorry, in the top lane, and will protect his tower. Tinones finds elimination. That will get cleared. That pink ward has been in that bush in the mid lane for a very long time, untouched.
And speaking of that, about that mid lane still, Tinones' first buy comes in with that Deathfire grasp.
Yeah, actually had the... He was building towards the Athenes first, but because he got so much gold, when he could actually go back, he could get the last shot, and then he picked up a kill as well. Dance, you might be in trouble. Nope.
Good time to stay safe. Dragon is now alive right here. Good item spikes at least. Coming in for Tinones. The Rod of Ages is still stacking up. They're going to be backing on this one though. There's a bit of a rocket. Not going to do too much. They'll know though what's going down. Dragon goes down once again for Cloud9.
Still, we have to look at Tinones with this early DFG for him. Simply because he got the kill and got so much farm in lane, and he knows he needs to get kills early on here, otherwise Cloud9 can just keep pushing every single lane.
There's the power.
This top lane. It's looking stronger and stronger. He's going to get the tower.
Yeah, that's a trade that Balls didn't even get close to winning this time around. And you can see he's starting to actually have problems up against Lep now. Lep becoming stronger and stronger. That tower will go down. First one of the game for Kaboom. And that's going to free up Lep. We'll see where he goes from here. The biggest problem is that Sneaky has kind of gone unchecked for the majority of this game.
Yeah, but Kaboom still, they have so much damage on their team already. If they do decide to group up, they can instant kill the members of Cloud9. Every single one. As long as Balls isn't there with the ulti, someone from Cloud9 will die. And that can be the trick for Kaboom if they want to stop this laning phase where they are going to lose this bottom lane tower and just start looking for defies, looking for picks.
And that's where Kaboom said they have been a bit weak, you know, as they said themselves. This is where they need to take some chances. See Lep already getting himself in. Great deep wards. Nothing Balls can do about it. So they're really using their time efficiently here to get what they need.
It's a 3v2 push in the bottom lane. Tinones is coming around, but he will be spotted out by wards, which is why we see Cloud9 immediately step away a little bit. Got to be careful.
Yeah.
Try and catch him out around the side, but Tinones really can't leave that mid lane. They may try and set up something on high though. You can see Danagorn is ready and waiting to go. Can he land that cocoon? No. Nothing thrown out whatsoever.
Oh, finding.
Nope, not going to go through that black shield.
Meteos again, just sitting down this bottom lane because Cloud9 is constantly pushing it up and because they have the wards in the jungle of Kaboom. Meteos is just sitting ready, waiting for Kaboom to make a move there and then instantly counter gank it, pick up the kills, take the tower as well and just push it in. Because they know it's all about sneaky and elimination down here.
I'd love if we had a counter on top of wards these days because that pink ward in that mid lane has been there for so long. They've cleared so many wards.
Yeah.
Kaboom keep putting a standard ward on top and then it's cleared away again because it's being defended by High every single time. Top lane brawl is continuing. Lep is continuing to push Balls back. They're trying to get towards that tower, but I think he may well be better served getting involved with his team because they are slowly losing this battle down the bottom to Cloud9.
Yeah, they need to have some wards actually behind Cloud9 when they are pushing down this bottom lane so Lep can teleport in, flank around them, and then start the fight. Get an easy kill. If Elimination puts the black shield onto Sneaky, well, kill Elimination then. Simple as it is.
Well, they definitely have the double sight stone to keep warding as much as Cloud9 is. Replicating those wards isn't going to hurt. They're keeping the same vision. They're keeping themselves at least in a bit of defense. Still long-range poke, we said, is going to come from Cloud9, and that's what they're utilizing right now.
Oh,
A
nice.
quick repel, that's going to be the teleport coming in from Lep. Will they decide to initiate? The box is really disengaging Cloud9, but like we said, they're able to stay on the outside. Balls goes down immediately on that one. The intervention is down as well. Do they have a chance to follow up on this? Looks like they'll take it, and they'll leave it.
And look at that burst here from Tinones on Syndra. As soon as the ulti from Balls was gone, blowing him up instantly. Yeah, Lep sadly couldn't actually teleport in behind. He had to join the team in the middle of the fight, so no flank from him.
Didn't get around, but it does mean Cloud9 take themselves the second turret of the game, but a little bit of a warning sign for Cloud9 there. If you get out of position, don't have full coverage, you will get burst down.
Yeah, it's a bit of a messy fight at first here. I mean, Cloud9, they want to obviously poke from range, get Danagon really low. It was a good binding from elimination at first, but then the real fight starts. Balls teleporting in the middle of Kaboom, and as soon as his ulti is gone, well, you're dead.
Overall, a great box from Dan's there. The team was like, sorry, Balls, you're on your own, buddy. 2 minutes coming up onto Dragon. We'll see if we can get Kaboom to get those forward wards out. Most of them are going down to their own jungle now, except for what Lep has done on the top side. Again, that pink ward able to clear out another one.
No flash.
Pretty sticky position here. He's going to try to walk around the choppers. He says heal. Thank you very much. He's still taking good damage from Minerva. He's going to get out with half health on this one, just due to that level difference. He wasn't taking that much damage.
Finally got the pink ward down. But High nearly lost his life defending it there. That was a very close. And good chompers that forced him to run around. It has put Cloud9 in a sticky situation off the side here. The stun goes down. Meteor's caught out in it. Lemonation in trouble. The rocket's coming through. Repels away. Danagon trying to give chase. Lemonation getting away. This has given up the top tower to Balls. They do finally get the kill on the support, but to lose a tower and potentially the mid as well, because Sneaky is still pushing. They could lose everything here.
Yeah, so the plan for Kaboom was to start grouping, look for these picks here. They got Elimination really, really low, and then ended up chasing him. Will give up this mid tower as well. Oh, you died as well.
Danagorn indeed. It crumbled up on that one. Cloud9 starting to gain a little bit too strong of a foothold.
Yeah, as soon as Lep left the top lane here, Balls like, okay, I'm just gonna go take the tower, my team can handle himself. You don't really mind sacrificing your support if you get 2 towers for it.
Absolutely not. Danagorn though himself wasn't quite expecting the burst that came out there. We haven't really seen Meteors getting too involved, but let's not forget, he's built up a fair chunk of damage as he's been farming away quite happily. Dragon's up in 20 seconds time. Cloud9 once again in perfect position for it. Check in, no wards. There's not really been any wards in that entire river area from Kaboom for the majority of this game.
It's been a problem for Kaboom in pretty much all the games. Like, they are falling very far behind in terms of warding. We don't see as many pink wards because they don't get the same amount of gold as the other teams because they lose a lot of the objectives, they will lose the dragon. So it becomes really hard to keep the wards up.
And it might be an in their own head thing, knowing that they're weaker at this part of the game and they don't want a dragon, but it only starts to hurt them more when they believe they're staying safe. 3 of 3 dragons now going over to Cloud9 with an 8,000 gold lead. Those items are being finished up on the side of Kaboom, but they're not getting in the fray to use them.
It's strange that it is something we see, and we have seen throughout the year, that step up in skill level tends to be hitting the vision control. Yeah. It's like the lower teams don't generally think of it or don't pursue it so heavily. They focus on the lanes, the kills, maybe getting an objective after you're lucky, rather than setting up 2, 3, 4 levels, maybe 3 minutes in advance, which you do see sometimes, obviously, these Korean teams and obviously the Western world teams we've seen a couple of times throughout the world starting to think way ahead of the situation that's currently being played out.
It is just so important that you can pre-plan your own moves, because it's how you catch the other team out of position. It's how you surprise them, and suddenly, even though you're behind, you get the one pick you need because you had the wards placed around the Baron already, and that's how you get back in the game. I mean, just look at Nigel White Shield against Alliance, game 1. Alliance 7-0 in kills, and yet White Shield dominated the map in terms of wards, got all the picks they needed, got back in the game. For Kaboom, they need to really learn where to ward and when to buy the wards. Even if you are behind, you need them to get back in the game.
Tinones now with that Void Staff, he could definitely zero somebody out, but now Ball's bringing in the Zanyas, so he can easily focus intervention onto somebody else. It's got to be the right pick at the right time here for Tinones.
Well, we do see, of course, Tinones has the power to pick someone off. We'll see if he can land it. The stun on high is not followed through. because he was dodging the stun.
Oh, look at Lep here.
I threw out Cocoon, blocked out, they're gonna go in. Lep can get in there, he's got the power, there's the stun! Elimination blown apart, the rocket doesn't quite down Sneaky, but Cloud9, they have to back away from this tower, they have to respect the power Kaboom have.
And this is where Minerva can start going off. Gonna get these resets now, they're gonna be able to start taking down turrets pretty quick. They have an efficient team to do so. Good wave clear and good ability to stay up.
Whoa! Sneaky going down. He got caught out. High gets locked up by Dance making the plays. Kaboom comes up with 3, and they're going to be taking the mid turret as well, possibly. Meteo's doing what he can on the side. They're going to say, we don't need minions. This one's going down too.
They've got another wave coming through. They could just keep going if they want it. There's a long death time. It's still 13, 20 seconds on the 2 carries. No, we're going to see Lep teleport away because Balls was trying to sneak in that back. He was trying to push that wave down the bottom, but now he's being clapped upon. He's going to get caught out. The Cocoon not quite landed. Doesn't fancy Balls taking one-on-one there. Danagorn repels away. Nope, don't want none of that.
This is the Cocoon here, but wow, Kaboom, once they group up here, they have so much damage and insane pick potential. And Cloud9 not respecting it here, just get caught out of position. Kaboom instantly responds, kill them, get to 2 towers. Suddenly, goal lead is only 5k.
5k. And
I say only 5k, it's still a bit.
They're creeping back on that. We've seen many games sway from 5k and just go the other way instantly.
But that is something that's going to now be in the back of Cloud9's mind. It's like, whoa, hang on a minute. Couple of flashes, couple of catches, 2 carries go down, 2 turrets mid gone. Yeah, if that happens again, they're in the base on the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, and that's a problem for Cloud9 when they're using Balls as a split pusher, because he's the guy with the ulti to save them, especially from Tinones. But if he's down split pushing, he won't be there to help them. Kaboom at the moment can have Lep just stand against Balls one-on-one once he gets his teleport ready again, and he should be able to hold the waves. And then it's a 4 versus 4 where Tinones is really, really looking scary.
We talked about Dan's trying to make those plays as well, caught out with the Dark Binding this time, and then another stun. He's going to get focused, the stun on Sneaky, not going to get backed up. What I was about to say is Dan's was the man that hooked high. He was the man that led that all the way going through. Of course, Tinones' flash stun was pretty impressive as well.
A lot of aggression. Saying Kaboom, they need to get themselves into the fight, and they did not hesitate to do so. Oh, Danagorn on the outside, stun one after the other. Ball's getting himself in for a few hits. Not enough to cancel him out though, but enough to gain pressure, enough to continue moving forward. Dragon's coming up in another 30. They're actually setting and focusing towards this top side here to make sure they get everything they want.
Well, basically Cloud9 has just full control of this Baron area here. They have all the pink work in there, so they can just wait for Kaboom to come in and face check and use the Poke. Even the rocket to check the Baron from Minerva right here. And unless Kaboom can get in and actually clear these pink wards and take control of the Baron themselves, then Cloud9 can stay, because at some point they can always start the Baron, and then Kaboom has to go in and check.
Now with that rocket down, lacking and need to keep their eye on it. We keep seeing Dance. He keeps tossing that lantern around that corner to try and sneak in. He's going to be able to. He's going to get in that pick. Cloud9 have left him off the side. Got to get in and get out. He's got the ward. Now they're going to turn focus on him. He's going to run away. Balls is going to catch and slow. He just gets out of vision. Nice ulti usage. Will it be enough to get him away? I don't think it is. Dance has no flash available. He's going to get locked down. The rest of Kaboom, though, are closing the gap on him here. I'm not sure if they can make a pick in time.
Oh, Dance right here. He just had to place a ward. When there's a ping ward on Baron, if it's inside the Baron pit, you place your green ward just outside it, and a ping ward can actually spot it. You just place the ward and then back the way here. Force Cloud9 to go back, use a sweeper, and then maybe try and do it again. Don't be greedy and kill the ward, because then they will chase you.
Cloud9 being a bunch of bullies now, forcing Kaboom into these fights, one after the other, saying, we'll just sit here until you wander into where we have more power.
They've not punished them for it, though. Dance is going to be back up. All they've done is gone in.
That's true.
Killed a ward, missed the actual ward on Baron, which you can see Kaboom have just pinged and said, we can see it now. That's our job done. Dan's work here was complete. Danagorn gets a cheeky spot. I don't think they're going to be able to get the steal on this one. Rocket's not going to be fired this time from Minerva. They're going to hold on to that one. And that bottom turret's also pressured by minions, so that may be close to falling. I haven't seen the hit points on it. I think it's going to get cleared. Sneaky will wipe the wave out. Yeah, it's very close. No. 12 hit points left. Damn it, Sneaky.
Oh, so close. So Sneaky on items. Infinity Edge, Ghost Blade for himself, matched up with what Minerva has right now. 264 to 215 in that laning phase, but they come out. Items across the board and pink wards as well for Kaboom.
Lots of pink wards. You have a side stone as well on Danagon here, so Kaboom actually want to set up around maybe the Baron pit and wait for Cloud9 to come and face check them. When you have Syndra, when you have also a champion like Ari, you need to have the vision control and use it to get picks because you force the enemy team to come in and face check you to try and clear the walls.
Kaboom itemizing so much better as well. The Aegis is out there. Do they use the Mikhail here to get Dan's for himself? But he doesn't.
Well, he's down for 30 seconds. One of those pink wards has been cleared. That was Dan's that's gone down.
Yep.
Again, he was the man that was caught out eating them bindings. We'll see whether Cloud9 make it count. Gone solo as well. He was caught in the crossfire a moment ago. They're going to have to turn away from this one. Cloud9 are going to push them off this one. The jumpers go down, but the Black Shield prevents them going on towards high. Cloud9 disengage, but they have full control over that river area now.
That was a great flash actually by High because he forced 2 members of the Kaboom to flash away. Otherwise, one of them would have been hit and would have died here. Rocket going in by elimination, and the rest of Kaboom joining.
Good hands catching the rocket. Zaps missed as well. Just about 33 minutes on the clock. Baron gonna go over to Cloud9 right now. Lep, he throws down the ulti, but he gets slowed as well. Not gonna be able to return any damage on this. It's all in defense. The Rune Prison will be up. Pops that down. They do get the ultimate intervention out of all. They turn back onto him. That's a miss. Hook coming in from Dan. Zanya's as well. So they have time to refocus. Minerva getting a reset. Are they able to come up big on this fight? The Zap actually hitting the backside of Sneaky, so they have vision on the far backside of Cloud9 right now, but Cloud9 is pushing forward. Ultimate coming in from High. A good dodge from Tinones. The cleanup coming from Sneaky as he takes the ult from Tinones as well. And it starts to fall in Cloud9's favor.
So Cloud9, not only do they get the Baron here, they chase up, get a few kills. The ulti from Balls was used very, very early, so he actually ended up dying because he used it on Meteors. The rest of Cloud9, however, can just join in. And High at the moment, racking up the kills.
Will they keep pushing? They've got 30 seconds on the death timers. They've got a minion wave with them with the cannon, so they may well do. Lep's going to have to disengage from this one. This could be the first inhibitor turret going down for Cloud9. They worked it well. They're going to keep on pushing for that inhibitor. People are starting to respawn though, so they've got to get this and get out. Bottom wave will be cleared away. Lep's going to blow that one with his ultimate. And Kaboom are now down 1 inhibitor in their base.
Let's just see it
one more time.
So Lep actually runs in, but he's too late. The Baron is already dead, and Kaboom don't really want to fight, so he's supposed to just try and run away. Rejoins here, his team comes in. Actually, very nice flash cocoon from Danagon onto Balls. And Ulti's already gone. Our last one as well. Picked up an easy kill for him.
That Zonya's basically delayed a lot of the damage, though. Meteos would have almost certainly popped straight afterwards if they had not delayed that kill. So it worked well, good itemization, but another great ulti from High picking off Sneaky. Look how low he went though, just a quick bit of burst. That was a Baron up Cloud9. There's still a lot of burst potential on that Kaboom side today. Even the next play, despite the super minions pushing in the top lane, has to be well thought out.
Yeah, you really have to respect Tinones in this game here if you're Cloud9, but I love the way High used his ulti. The best way to always use the Zero Fold is if you basically force the enemy team to keep running in a straight line. If they ever stop, your team will catch up and kill them. So they have one choice, keep running and hope they don't actually die.
Give them spots where they can't run. Make them go backwards. I like it. 8-7, 35 minutes on the clock. Now it's getting over 10,000 gold leads. It's 59,000 to 47. Cloud9 doesn't have to worry about the big worm on the top side of the map, so we can hover here on the bottom for quite a while. They're going to try to push into the inhibitor turrets once more. They already have the top side cleared, so that's going to cause Kaboom to focus that as well.
They're delayed, but Tinones is not with them. He's busy getting blue buff, which has given Cloud9 a massive opening, taking his tower down. Without that massive range stun, they were easily walking in. They fancy defending this turret though. High taking a bit of chunk there. Lep trying to get that burst down, but Sneaky and Balls continuing. The rocket lands on them. They may well chase this one. They're going to push out. Oh, the hook so close to landing.
Going in.
Dan goes in, lands the play, but will pay the price with his life. And now Cloud9 can turn and push back onto Kaboom.
Just flashing in, throws back the lance, and nobody is actually going to click. They're like, nope, you're on your own, mate. and ends up dying next to turrets as well. Cloud9, they want to finish.
This really coming off of Tinone's being on blue. They had a ward to see he was up there, and that's why Cloud9 being so fearless as they enter the base. So coming up on 36 minutes, they are getting pushed off a bit here. Kaboom looking to go for broke, but they get locked up. Lek gets hit by a dark binding. A few more shots coming in. Focus onto the Nexus, and it is going to be Cloud9 coming up with the victory over Kaboom.
So it was far from a clean victory for Cloud9.
Very true.
But to win nonetheless. Najim Whiteshield now is in their focus. They've got the slippery game out the way in terms of banana skins. Now it's time to really do your homework and prepare for that match, which will be happening later on today. It was a risky game though. They showed once again Kaboom. They had the burst, they caught them out in that mid lane, and they pushed and took them 2 towers.
They had the burst.
And once again, we saw the tactic against Kaboom was actually for these teams to play extremely safe, stick to a laning phase as long as possible, keep split pushing, spread Kaboom out, don't let them group as a team, because what they did in Brazil, when they qualified for Worlds as well, was their teamwork together. Like the 5 versus 5 team fights were extremely scary. The comms they build around it. When you have a Jinx from Minerva in these team fights and you have so much burst damage, get the first kill, you get your reset, and you just keep chasing up here. So Cloud9 basically said, we're gonna spread out the map, and once we feel like we can set up a Baron, loads of pink wards, we're just gonna look for this one pick. Once we get it, we take the Baron, and we go for the game.
Working on being dictated in the mid game is just all Kaboom has to get out of their system. Understanding what to do then, and literally they will be a team to be reckoned with across the board. We see the laning phase, even when they're having trouble in it, they come out very strong, and it's just the coordination of the teams that really can get under their skin.
Yeah, Cloud9's position, they are 3-2 in the table now, tied with Alliance, who, of course, Alliance will be playing Kaboom in just 2 games' time. It's a lot of pressure in this group on really all the teams. You know, obviously the first game we were looking at it, Alliance losing to Cloud9. Oh, everything was blown open, but it is all back on the cards. And now with Alliance taking down Najim Whiteshield yesterday, there's a lot of pressure on those guys. That game's going to feel good to get out the way. While it was a little bit tricky, it is a win nonetheless. And they're going to be very confident in the fact that they can go into the next game and know that their fate is very much in their own hands rather than having to rely on others like Fnatic will, of course. Fantastic stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Great game to start the day off. Now, though, let's go over towards the analyst desk to take us through Cloud9's win.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And not exactly the most convincing of wins from Cloud9. A few missteps, a few misplays. We saw the Kayle coming out as well. Interesting pick. Monte Cristo, what was your take on balls and the picks and bans?
Okay, well, coming into this game, we talked a little bit about Cloud9's picks and bans, which are normally quite good, which is, I don't remember the last time I was actually questioning Cloud9's pick and ban phase, but at Worlds, it's been a little bit rocky. And just the draft in general, they had an opportunity to take Syndra in their first round, and then it kind of fell off. And the Kayle pick was really quite bad in this team composition, because if you're trying to set up for some sort of like poke composition, Kayle just doesn't do anything at all. There's no one really that should be protected by Kayle. If they're already on your back line, you're going to lose the fight regardless. So if you're going to take the Kayle in the top lane, I would have said take Talon in mid lane. If you're going to take the Xerath in the mid lane, I would have said take Lulu or Mundo up in the top lane. Just build some more synergy with the poke, be able to have a tank or another long-range poke champion in there. And Mundo does really well against Ryze and lane. Just bizarre picks.
Yeah, definitely. If they wanted to go with the Kayle, I agree with the Assassin mid or something that goes in mid. Because the Kayle works very well against Syndra. It basically stops either Syndra ult or it stalls Syndra from ulting. She can't just do it when she wants. So picking a Talon or like, they didn't have anything to set up Yasuo, but something where it's like an assassin, you know, high engaged champ, that sounds like a champ they should have picked.
Right, and Kayle, if you just watch that game, Kayle didn't do anything. Balls went in, teleported in, ulted himself, and then died, like every time.
I would have liked to see a Mundo, honestly.
Yeah, the Mundo would have been great.
Seen Mundo in this stage, And I don't know why. The previous stage in Taiwan was all over this champion.
Freddy's Mundo in particular was incredible.
He was doing excellently on it, and especially against a triple AP comp. We know Ballas plays as champion. Like, this is a really strong pick. And in the poke comp, cleavers are pretty deadly.
Maybe they're just having a little bit of fun with their team comp, experimenting, showing some cards. Just very quickly, Sneaky looked pretty solid in the laning phase with that Lucian. Care to comment on his play?
Yeah, that was a really rough matchup for Kaboom. When you're playing Jinx, who has actually no ability at level 1, rockets don't really count. Rockets are an auto attack. You don't want to get pushed in. If you get pushed in, then you're essentially just down an ability in the level 1 or level 2 all-in, which is exactly what Sneaky and Lemon did. And he just didn't really seem to understand how to lose lane gracefully. He took too much damage before he ended up getting those nukes like Zap and Traps. So just misplay by Minerva and Dance.
Well, a lot of pressure on Cloud9's shoulders. They're going to be looking at the other teams in their group and watching the results of Alliance. We're actually going to throw over to Shox right now, and she's standing by with one of the winners from the game.
Thank you very much, guys. Amity joined by Cloud9's High after that win over Kaboom. High, in theory, this should have been maybe a faster game for you guys, but Kaboom put up a good fight, so what kind of went wrong for you?
Well, I think our team played a little bit greedily. We had a huge advantage, but everyone just wanted to keep doing their own thing instead of grouping or working as a unit. And that caught us off one time really bad where we lost 2 turrets, got like 3 kills and all of that. So we just weren't playing collectively as a team, and that kind of hurt us for a bit.
Well, in theory also, this should have been a good warm-up game for the game that is coming later versus Najin Shield. It's so important. So how does that change your attitude going into that?
Well, our next game is going to be much harder, and if we play the same way, we'll probably lose. So we have to pick up our game really bad and get our butts into shape, basically. We have to play our hardest next game and our best for us to be able to win.
Yeah, well, looking forward to that. Thank you very much and good luck. Right, we're going to step away for just a moment, but when we come back, North America's LMQ takes the stage for a second chance against Korea's Samsung Blue. Don't go anywhere.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't really want to go home, so let's not lose to these guys.
Have an efficient team to do so. Good wave clear and good ability to stay. Oh, Sneaky going down. He got caught out. High gets locked up by Dance making the plays. So they have vision on the far back side of Cloud9 right now, but Cloud9 is pushing forward. Ultimate coming in from High. A good dodge from Tinone.
They may well chase this one. They're going to push out. Oh, the hook so close to the landing. Going in. Dance goes in. Lands the flame and will pay the price with his life.
Singapore has been absolutely amazing. This trip has literally gone beyond what I thought it could.
We've had some amazing games throughout the tournament so far, and the fans are really delivering as well.
All the groups are just so exciting, and we're so close as well when it comes to team standards.
I'm here to see Fnatic. Notice me senpais.
We come Singapore for C9.
Samsung Blue or Cloud9? Apple Pie.
OMG.
Xiao is the best one, yeah. They just love these big teams and they love watching world-class League of Legends on stage.
Basically, everyone just comes here because they want to watch League of Legends. And, you know, we don't care. We just love this game. That's why we come together.
I just got into League because I was playing with my friends and I started loving it so much.
The fans have been amazing, the food has been amazing, and just the hospitality all around is so inviting. I can't wait to come back.
I don't think I will ever get a chance to feel like this, ever, because this is just once in a lifetime.
Welcome back to the 2014 World Championship. We're about to get into game number 2 as LMQ will be taking on Samsung Blue. LMQ feels like they've tunneled in on one play style. When we look at all their group stage games, it worked out on day 1, has not done so days 2 and 3, and they're sort of struggling a little bit. If they pick up a loss here, it's not the end of the world. There are scenarios that we can talk about, but they're coming up against Samsung Blue. Monte Cristo, do you think there's any chance that LMQ can rise to the occasion?
Nope.
Right. Prolly.
I'm glad you expanded on that.
Let's talk about LMQ a little bit, Prolly, in your opinion. What do they need to do? Who stands out?
So for me, Xiao was always a gigantic threat on these like zone control mid laners like Orianna, and even Syndra kind of falls into that. But recently he's been playing kind of like assassins or like just all in mids. He's been playing Fizz and stuff like that. And his strengths when he was in A was, oh my god, he has Ori, he's gonna farm like crazy and then AoE their team. Oh, he's on Syndra, he's gonna farm like crazy and one-hit someone.
Yeah, and it may not even just be the fact that Xiaoxiao's not as good on these melee mids other than Yasuo. It might also be the fact that their team is so used to playing with such a heavy zone-oriented mid lane. Vasily really wants to get in there, and the only way he can do that is if Xiaoxiao creates this zone of opportunity for him to do it. So it just kind of goes away from LMQ's style.
The Fizz has really confused me. Partially just because he hasn't been that great on it, but also you don't really see a lot of people blind picking Fizz, and he has done that as well, which is confusing.
Got punished. They looked like LMQ struggled against Lissandra yesterday as well. Didn't really adapt to the play. Let's talk about LMQ's opponents for this matchup, Samsung Blue. They've looked incredibly dominant since they lost that game to Fnatic, and they lost that game in dramatic style. I think somebody who has lived up to the hype when he needed to was Deft, despite being pushed around a little bit by Reckless, I think.
To me, the real hype here is Acorn and his TPs. Like, wow, this guy really knows how to make use of that summoner. The second somebody oversteps, TP, first blood, left, right, nobody else is TPing this well. Like, I've never seen a bad TP that's just like, oh, that's really bad. This costs you something. Like, no, this TP won you the game.
Yeah, and it's not really a surprise that as the TP meta came up in top lane, was also part of Samsung Blue's rise, because that is something that Acorn has always been quite good at. And so is Looper as well on Samsung White.
Talk to me a little bit about Deft, Monte Cristo.
Yeah, Deft, I don't think you can say enough great things about this guy. He did have that one hiccup early on against Fnatic, but he's dealt, as you can see on your screen right now, over 50% of Samsung Blue, the team's total damage to champions. I would say average, you're looking at about 30 to 35% for an AD carry typically. Over 50% is a huge number. Not only that, but he has had 2 games where he has dealt more damage to champions than the entire enemy team combined. That is crazy. So this guy, his positioning team fights really maximizes his damage. We did talk about him as that positional AD carry, but he is having a hell of a tournament so far.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the predictions. Let's keep these brief as we kick this off down the line. Double lift. Who's going to pick up a win between LMQ or Samsung Blue?
Well, I'm just going to go with the clear favorites here. Samsung Blue, they're just looking better and better as the tournament has been going on. After that loss to Fnatic, they've just seemed to step up. But I do want to see Deft on an escape AD carry because I feel like LMQ might just throw every skill shot they have at him if he's playing Kog'Maw or Twitch.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the favorites Blue here. I think LMQ is going to just bide their time and conserve their energy and unleash it on OMG later today.
Yeah, I want to expand on that, of course, because if LMQ do lose to Samsung Blue and beat OMG, with the assumption Samsung Blue win their match later today, LMQ does manage to advance. Right, next prediction, Crumbs.
I'm going with Samsung Blue. This win for LMQ looks like a fairy tale, and I don't believe in that kind of stuff.
I'm also just going to take Samsung Blue here. I think that their loss against Fnatic was a wake-up call. They've been ramping up since then. They should be the favorites here.
I really think this is an important matchup. Let's see how you guys at home have been voting. According to the masses on lolesports.com, 72% of the fans think it will be Samsung Blue leaving this stage with the win. Analysts think so. The fans at home think so. We're about to find out if it happens. Players are getting ready, so let's send it over to D-Man to get us into our second game of the day.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. Interesting to see that Crumbs doesn't believe in fairy tales because he believed in dreams the other day, so I don't know what's going on in his head right now. So let's get to this game. As Quick Shot just alluded to, it is a very big game for LMQ. If they could take victory here, they could potentially upset things in this table once again, and Group C is wide open. So let's check out on the blue side from North American LCS. It is LMQ. That means Ackerman is in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Zhao in that mid lane, Vasily the AD carry, and more on support.
And on the red side are Samsung Blue from the champions. That means it's Acorn in the top lane, Spirit coming out in the jungle, Dade in mid, very focused as usual, Deft at AD carry, and Hart at support.
And we just heard the analysts talk about how LMQ in this game here, they don't really give them any chance at all. I feel like LMQ and OMG as teams, like the tactic and playstyle, kind of look the same, but there's a small difference. LMQ has shown in the past they can actually split push with Xiao. And I feel like that's the way you have to beat Samsung Blue, because they're going to pick a full 5 versus 5, extremely strong team fight comp. And if you play like these fight comps with Yasuo and such, you won't really be able to win like we saw OMG yesterday.
Probably the best team fight team here at Worlds. Like, yeah, kind of bar none.
Yeah.
Possibly. See, Samsung White may have something to say about that one, of course. But of course, the big difference in the game, the last time these guys faced, was Samsung Blue started very fast, very hard, and just basically took Ackerman out of the game from level 1.
Yeah, completely. I mean, the way they managed to do with the lane swap, shot him out completely in the game, and then suddenly every single lane as well from Samsung Blue just started doing well. We had the big team fight in the mid lane very early on where Dade was dancing around on like 50 HP on the Yasuo. And everything just went in the way of Samsung Blue. And as soon as they win the early game, it becomes extremely hard to take the game because they're also good in these team fights.
And I also agree with the analyst desk here. Xiao bringing out this Fizz pick. He thinks it's very strong, but it may not be the style that LMQ has come through with all season. They need to go with what's been working, get Xiao to that farm, see if they can kind of do what they need to do in the side lanes as it was in the NALCS.
So 5 games by Samsung Blue, 5 zillion bans so far. Every single time they were banned. Alistar as well has been banned by Samsung Blue every time they were on the blue side. OMG decided to ban it last time. I wonder if it's going to be the last ban here and they're going to leave. A Maokai open for Ackerman up in the top lane. Maybe. We have seen Akon play Rumble against it already, and I'm not sure LMQ can actually punish a Rumble the way Samsung Blue did.
Zed, Yasuo and Lee Sin banned away by LMQ. Zillion Thresh, Alistair by Samsung Blue. First pick, Nami. That left a lot open. Maokai was in there, which Acorn picked it last time around. Ribbon being considered was, of course, played by Najim Whitechill before, I believe. Don't think we're going to see a Master Yi in the top lane.
Probably not, but Kha'Zix is open for Spirit.
I forgot his name.
Kha'Zix is open for Spirit here. He's been looking very, very good on it. And it's his kind of champion because he can farm up in the jungle here. focus on counter ganking and focus on team fighting, where of course he wants to be the janitor, he wants to be the guy cleaning up all the kills in the very end. They can do Maokai, they can do the Kha'Zix, and then later they can take the Janna and pretty much do the same kind of comp they did yesterday against OMG.
That's something we considered. We said, will they do the Maokai again? Acorn actually played this quite well. 509 in their last matchup. They've banned it twice, so there was that little, do they want to play it? Do they feel like it's a very comfortable pick? And it seems to be.
And of course, remember, Samsung Blue LMQ last time was the Maokai from Acorn, baited out the Rumble from Ackerman, and then lane swapped on him and just completely shut him down. Same setup so far for Samsung Blue with the Twitch. I honestly believe an immobile AD carry is just fine for Deft because the team is so good at protecting him and building comps around him, and force the enemy team to basically say, if we don't one-shot this Twitch, we can't win the team fight. And if there's a Kayle, or sorry, if there's a Janna to disengage, suddenly it becomes very, very hard.
509 last time for Acorn in the top lane on Maokai. 0-7-0 for Ackerman on Rumble last time around. This is not good news. But as you mentioned, protecting Def, why not? As Monty just pointed out, 51% of all damage done by Samsung Blue, double the enemy damage in 2 of those games as well. Deft is really playing incredible, apart from that one game against Fnatic. So it's a possibility. He's not unbeatable.
Of course not.
But Vasily really will need to be on top of his game. And LMQ, if they're going into this Rumble again, have to be really aware of those lane swaps again.
Yeah, we might see LMQ at level 1 go really aggressive, get some deep wards placed to spot where Samsung Blue is sending their dual lane and try themselves and force standard lanes. It is a lot easier, however, to force a lane swap because you can just always recall with your dual lane and send them up to the top side and start pushing it with 4 members and just zone the Rumble away here. So LMQ need to be very, very careful that they don't simply just get zoned out again on this Rumble pick.
Well, it's going to be a Rengar looking to do that in the early game. Second most played for Spirit coming out of Champions.
Is that the first one in Singapore?
It is.
It might be. There were bans against it towards
We had a couple of them in Taipei.
Right.
Oh yeah,
That was
Insect,
massive there,
we saw Dandy. Did we see Dandy actually play it here? No, he's very known for his Rengar at least, but Spirit as well is a fantastic Rengar player.
This is what they just talked about. Zhao Weizhao and Orianna finally going to come in. We just heard him talking about how scary he is. He's going to sit there farming up. He's going to be coming. There's big shockwaves, that big burst damage. We'll see how it works out for him because it seems that Dade is like, fine, I'll take a farming champion as well and sit with Ryze in that mid lane. We'll see whether he gets locked in.
Yeah, he's Ghost and Flash Ryze in the mid lane. Has been a trademark champion for Dade a long, long time, and he's extremely strong on it. He loves to set up picks with Spirit, especially when Spirit hits level 6 and you have a Ryze. It is very, very easy to room prison, jump in with the Rengar, and suddenly Orianna is dead. But LMQ here, they're not looking to split push. They're gonna say, we're gonna pick the strongest possible 5 versus 5 we can get. Good mid game as well. You have a Trinity Force AD carry, you have Orianna, you have the Rumble, of course, who's really spiking in the mid game. And they're looking just to take the fights to Samsung Blue.
Kassadin lock-in does happen. Hart picks up Janna as we see. That'll be switched around. The fight teams indeed. A lot of synergy coming out from LMQ, but will Samsung Blue be able to work around that synergy and pick them off one by one?
Yeah, so a lot more pick potential here from Samsung Blue.
Right.
They won't really be able to team fight early on. This Kassadin needs a lot of time to scale up, and I'm actually not a big fan of Kassadin mid lane anymore. I feel like it's a bit too weak. Kassadin top lane, we have seen a few times against Rumble.
There's just better choices these days.
There is, but I mean, okay, so Kassadin is actually fine against Rumble itself in terms of team fights because you jump in, you silence him, and then he overheats himself anyway, and then he's double silenced, and he won't actually get to do anything, and you're very mobile to dodge around his ulti. But this, I mean, early to mid-game team fights for Samsung Blue, they have to be very careful here and focus more on getting the picks before they get strong enough to really team fight LMQ.
It's a very confident choice from Dade, absolutely.
Oh, very.
Obviously the pressure was on him in the early stages. We saw him obviously have that loss. He's been a little kind of separate. I mean, even if you just look back at the LMQ game previously, he was off on his own with Yasuo the majority of the time while the rest of the team were doing the work. So we'll see how the casting works out for him. It's a big, big test.
A little bit of a mind game there. The Hover the Lissandra saying, remember what happened with this? You're okay. Just get in your head a little bit.
Well, of course, the 2 games about to get underway. Game 2, about to begin. We want to know who you guys at home will think will dominate in the lanes. Of course, this matchup is between #LMQwin or #Samsung Blue win. That's SSB win. Don't forget to tweet at LOL Esports, and of course, we'll see Who you guys expect to leave the stage with a victory? If LMQ take it, it will blow this group open once again. It's pretty wide open as it is.
Yeah.
Samsung Blue take it, they are guaranteed the place, I believe.
They are guaranteed a place.
In the quarterfinals. Just thinking, I'm thinking that'll take them to 4-1, and I'm pretty sure that sorts things out for them. But who knows? Anything can happen in the next half an hour. I'm going to guess.
Well, half an hour.
I'm putting a time limit down.
I'm going to say 45 minutes here, because Samsung Blue, they're going to need some time to scale up with their comp. LMQ has some very, very strong lanes here. Down this bottom lane, that's going to be scary if Samsung Blue wants to 2v2 it. You have the Orianna in the mid lane. While she can't really kill the Kassadin, she has a lot of pressure against him, and she should be able to shove him into the tower a lot. And then obviously Rumble, give him a few levels, then he can start bullying around the Maokai. He needs his Haunting guys first, he needs to get to level 6. And then you have some extremely good lanes from LMQ and a Jarvan who can set up the early ganks, where Rengar needs to farm to 6.
We'll see if they can get there safely. LMQ not really known to go super aggro in the early game either, but they have the team. At least No Name to get into faces and maybe put enough pressure on each one of the lanes if he decides to, blowing some flashes early and making it that much harder for SSB to farm safely.
Yeah, very early sweeper coming out of No Name there, and of course Heart. So some ward clearing being done at the start. I wonder if that opens up, and that's give Samsung Blue pause for thought. They're thinking, hang on a minute, we've got no vision across towards our red buff. Are they planning something? But it's a cheeky move, which will unfortunately get spotted. They're going to leash instead, so they're just going to play it safe. Remember, I think it was Samsung Blue that took all 3 buffs last time against LMQ.
And Samsung Blue, they do get the lane swap here simply because they waited. They were just waiting in the mid lane for such a long time. Spirit, you need to send your support from LMQ instantly to this blue buff. As you expect the lane swap, you cannot just sit back and wait. You have to be there to stop the enemy jungler. Poorly played by LMQ. They should expect the lane swap from Samsung Blue here. Look just at the lane matchups. More should have been at this blue buff to stop Spirit.
Well, it is going to deny his level 2, but it's not going to hurt him too bad. Still getting his buff. Ackerman forced now to hover around with No Name in the jungle. See how this pans out for the lanes. Vasily farming as well as Deft in the top lane, so the AD carries are going to be farming it up safely for now.
Okay, so the big thing is here, it's going to be a 3-buff start for Samsung Blue. Samsung Blue, will they interrupt the dragon? Oh, it's a very early dragon, okay.
They don't have to interrupt it, but they can still try and teleport down if they want. There's a ward right here.
Great little aggro dance by Moore. Oh! The teleport could come in here.
It's a bait again.
Absolutely, trying to stop him off it, and this is going to take so much more time just because he said, oh, teleport, I'm gonna get in your head. Oh, wow.
Resets as well, that's not good. That's not good. They needed the help from Vasily. Samsung Blue, they're moving in on this one. Spirit's going to get spotted. They see them in the ward, but this is such risky play now. LMQ, they have to run so hard. That Saplin's going to slow down Ackerman. He gets caught out. The Zeppelin is going to be enough. No, they have to flash away. Very tricky play. Samsung Blue very much on the game, but LMQ get the goal.
All right, so Samsung Blue right here with Akon. They did the same trick yesterday against OMG, where it was just Akon faking a teleport in top lane to make going cancel his teleport. He tried to do the same here, simply to force LMQ off the dragon. You can see he stopped the teleport. And as Samsung Blue noticed the dragon was resetting and it took LMQ such a long time, then they decided to run down and try and stop it. Otherwise, they could have just said, you know what, we try and force your way with this one. If it doesn't work, fair enough, you get the dragon. We still get more experience on our top laner.
I was gonna say it did cause a lot of chaos, but Samsung Blue always finds a way to get an advantage out of something. Down a little bit in gold, and they look like they could be going for Xiao. Very low in mono right now. Doesn't have to blow anything coming out of that. Safety for him in the mid lane, stays back and farms as usual.
And because Samsung Blue decided to walk down to try and stop the dragon here from LMQ, it actually meant the 4 members from Samsung Blue weren't on the top side of the map. So Ackerman could teleport top lane, pick up all the farm because the lane from Deft wasn't frozen. He started in the mid lane, remember, then he went blue buff. Ackerman been able to pick up some farms. Samsung Blue weren't there to stone him away.
So the early advantage that Samsung Blue gained before is not there. They tried the same trickery, but LMQ not quite falling for it this time.
Scumbags left the small
left that little minion. No Name not taking it though. He's gonna look towards just giving himself a little bit of coverage, getting that ward down, and Ackerman continuing to get helped out here. They need to get him going, of course. As I mentioned, he was pinned down. Look at more in Acorn's face. Vasily's going to help him out as well. Bully him out of the lane, so they're keeping this one frozen down the bottom.
You're just feeding the tree. He likes water. He's only going to get bigger. 5 minutes on the clock here. A little stall by Deft in the top lane. Can't really get Ackerman off the turret. So he's waiting for this one. He's going to be waiting for a while.
Yeah, but nice move by LMQ down this bottom lane, sitting with more already, knowing Akon could otherwise walk down and push it into the tower to stop the freeze. Now he's actually going to need help from either Heart or Spirit if he wants to push it out. So he was forced to go back to base. Top lane will be frozen by Deft now. Still, some good farm being picked up by Ackerman because Samsung Blue was on the bottom side.
How confident Heart is to just roam through this jungle, ward it out. Going to spot a pink ward as well. He's got to be careful. No Name is coming around. If he sticks around too long, No Name's going to find him. We may see Ackerman collapse towards him as well. No, it's just going to force him away. Keep him off that ward.
And we saw LMQ before place the pink ward before they even looked at the blue buff because they wanted to make sure there wasn't a ward from Samsung Blue to spot them, clear the blue buff and give them the timer. So they placed the pink, waited even longer, made sure nobody was there, then they killed it. Shower in here, needs to be careful.
This is going to be big. Didn't have full stacks as well for Spirit either, so that was going to be the slow and hopefully the twisted advance from Acorn. They're trying to get anything out they can right now. Very nice wards. No Name's been having a bit of trouble in the jungle. He is down CS a bit, and he's been trying to being worried about Heart. Everybody else throwing down wards. See if he can get himself back up to strength.
And now Samsung Blue is sending the 4 members to the top side of the map because Vasily is freezing down this bottom lane and they want to try and shut down Ackerman. Even though he got some early farm, you can still deny him the remaining farm from this top lane. So suddenly, all 4 members on the top side, LMQ just have to back away because your AD carry is sitting in bottom lane.
Yeah, it gives all the AD carries free time to keep that farm going. Samsung Blue very much moving. Full-on buddy system. Clear the wards, clear the jungle, clear everything out of there. Xiao stood on top of a ward right now, not being as sneaky as I think he'd wish. We'll continue the farm though in this mid lane. But Dadi doing a very good job at keeping that farm up with an Orianna.
Yeah, again, so people still seem to believe Kassadin is extremely weak in lane, but he's not. Ever since he got the changes, he got the magic shield from his Q as well. He actually became pretty good at just sitting back and farming. Just don't play too aggressive, because then you do get punished.
This is a very good counter from LMQ. Doing exactly what Samsung Blue just did in the top lane. They go around, they get themselves 4, they take away everything from their jungle.
Mirror.
But more importantly, with a minute 40 before Dragon, to take over the bottom lane, it's a big advantage.
And they learned from the last time they played against Samsung Blue, where Ackerman kept walking to top lane and kept being denied all the farm. Even end up dying for it. Instead, keep farming the bottom lane. Xiao, no flash.
Well, Xiao is going to get the Ignite running. 4 members chasing towards him. He's got the support. They don't know he's there. They go in. The shockwave pulls in Dade. Dade taken low. One more hit will do it. They get the kill. And first blood goes to LMQ.
And Samsung Blue here just chasing into the river, even though there was a pink ward from LMQ. And they knew they were going to be down on this bottom side of the map. Great response by LMQ.
You can almost hear them yelling, surprise, as he walked into the brush. A minute on Dragon, great time to take Dade down. He's going to be coming back up. He'll be back with a Catalyst, so not too much more pressure to be brought from him, except for Rift walking and trying to take out this guy right here in the bottom lane. Vasily going to look to do what damage he can, hopefully to prep this turret. If Dragon goes well, they may be grabbing that as well.
He's bounced the wave back, so that's going to come back away. Akon's not going to get anything down that bottom, while, of course, we do see Death still holding that wave. So Ackerman's going to be looking for something when he goes back. He's not going to be able to get near that wave right now. We'll slowly get reset. Dade back in the mid lane. First blood on him, and more importantly, it went to Xiao. Spirit taking very well by the race there.
And Akon in this fight, for some reason, actually he tried to teleport away, I believe, or maybe down to this bottom lane. Oh yeah, sorry. Akon, he tried to teleport down the bottom lane to pick up all the farm.
No Name slid through.
And No Name just jumped in, stopped his TP, so it's on cooldown now. He didn't get the farm in the bottom lane. They have swapped now, so Deft actually is going down towards this bottom lane because the Dragon is spawning, and Samsung Blue had the timer due to their ward before. But Ackerman can get free farm in his top lane. He has teleport, Akon has not.
LMQ adapting very well to the pressure that Samsung Blue is bringing to the table right now. See if Xiao can continue to keep his farm up. It's helping that LMQ is able to grab Samsung Blue's jungle farm because Xiao loves to take wraiths. He loves to be taking all the camps. Leaves No Name pretty much nothing. Blue's going to take what they can here as they go for Dragon. Even with Dade going down right there, they still feel like they're strong enough in vision control.
Slow reactions from LMQ here. Teleport is going to come in, but it will be spotted out. Dade will have seen that one. The Dragon's taken low already. They may be able to take this before LMQ get close enough. Equalizer completely missing out. No Name comes in. They don't get the smite down. Spirit's going to get caught out around the back. He will go down. More will drop as well. Spirit's still alive. He's got around the side. That's a double kill for Dade. And now they're turning on Ackerman. They're going to keep chasing.
Ackerman's trying to scrap shield out of this one. Dade looking for a recharge on the Rift. It might cost a little too much to continue the fight going.
Got away.
Cannot believe Spirit ran out with that one. Just about 100 HP.
So LMQ, they wanted to have Ackerman hit level 6 in the top lane before they wanted to TP down and join the fight. But Xiao, he ran from mid lane to his wolf camp while he knew the dragon was about to spawn, so he wasn't there at all to join. If he had been there with the rest of LMQ and then the TP coming in from Ackerman, there would have been a solid 5 versus 5. Instead, split up completely. Samson Blue managed to pick up the kills. Dade, 2 kills on Kassadin.
The Lava Farm biting him in the rear a little bit, and they catch him off guard and map
You had
position.
the timer.
That was an appalling equalizer, and whether we get to see the replay, but that equalizer from Ackerman was completely misplaced. We're going to get to see it here. It goes across here.
Yeah, that was must have been a misclick from him. I'm not sure what happened there. Terrible equalizer. Xiao is running behind him because he had to do Wolf Camp first with the dragon spawning. Oh, stealth and jumped. And then Vasily and more down from this bottom lane because LMQ were not ready for the setup. Either they should just say, we are in a terrible position right now, we're completely split up, it's too late, give up the dragon, or they need to commit 30 seconds before, group up the 4 members they do have, wait for Ackerman to hit level 6, and then start the fight.
They're going in, Spirit pounces, he's got the stun, missed it! Caught it on a minion,
Yeah,
not even
right
close.
in the face of a minion.
Fully charged. Good stun on the minion though.
That just shows the pressure that they're under though, I mean, to make those mistakes, and that was a straight up simple mistake. Didn't quite run past the minion in time. Amazed he got away last time around. He managed to use the stealth flash away, which is why he was unseen, because I guess they expected him to come back out. Instead, flashed in towards the jungle. LMQ still close in goal. Deft pressured by Ackerman this time around. Will turn that damage back around though. And that's going to keep the pressure on. The AD carries, they may well be a big part of this game. They are firing ahead in terms of farm. They are the leaders on both teams so far.
The real possibility for this gank to happen in the top lane. Vasily's mana bar is completely full. Cataclysm is up. He could even flash to get in range of this one. So the next reset on the wave may be it. And you can see that Spirit sees it as well, reading everything like a book.
Is up there. We also see Hard actually recall from the bottom lane, expecting a gank in his top side, and just instantly moving there. So now 3 members from Samson Blue. It's going to go horribly wrong for LMQ if they go for the dive.
See whether it works out
Dade as
for
well.
him. Spirit comes in, Heart comes in,
Oh,
Dade
they saw
comes in.
Dade.
It's a 4v2. They're going to run. No Name is unsure on this one. Vasily's got nowhere to hide on this one. He's got no flash available. Good slow. The stun doesn't land. And they're safe.
Once again.
Dade in this mid lane here. You see the pink ward from Samson Blue in the river. He actually expected the river to be unwarded by LMQ, but they had a sneaky little ward just behind it.
Yep.
They saw Dade in the top lane. Now
He said, what? Saw him.
Oh, wow, that was terrible. Showers the flash away. Completely whiffed Shockwave.
It's been happening a bit.
He did defend the ward.
That's true.
It's that false sense of security. See what he was doing.
Anyway, man, Dade, he showed Samson Blue wanted to go top lane. Vasily could manage to escape. End of story.
We are seeing a heck of a lot of missed skill shots in this matchup.
Yeah.
The real pressure is on. Top lane tower may well go down this time around. No Name and Vasily should work that one down. Bottom lane turret still safe, not being pushed by Deft. Spirit will take himself the red buff while this is all happening, keeping that secured. Ackerman's making his way down. He should be able to protect this turret. Equalizer's probably about to go across that wave of minions, and I'll just drop that down there. Nope, just gonna keep it safe for now. Keep on farming it.
You were saying, Deficio, if Dade could get going early, it's going to be a lot better for them. All this swapping benefited him in kills. Xiao still has his farm.
Doesn't trust it. He's going to lose the tower.
Yeah, I can't really set him defend.
They've got no wards at all. There's literally no wards in the bottom half of this jungle, which is why Deft is quite happily safely pushing it. He's going to get the last shot. And Ackerman could have done more there.
He wanted every single minion to die first, actually, so he could start pushing back towards Samson Blue here. But because Ackerman is there, he's going to push the wave anyway. It doesn't really matter for Deft. Rest of LMQ moving down towards his bottom lane. So they keep swapping Vasily around. He got the top tower. Now he wants a piece of the bottom lane.
Well, 4 members of LMQ are down here. We'll see whether they manage to get in unseen. So far they have. This could be the second turret of the game for LMQ. We are seeing Dade moving down. Spirits off the side. It's going to be a 4v4 if anyone gets involved. Dade's backed away. They're not going for it. They're just instead going to let the turret go, it seems. Deft is going to back. Is that going to be a fake? No, off he goes. They're leaving the turret.
So Dragon is spawning now in 40 seconds. LMQ should have the stronger comp for these fights here, and they need to be ready for it. Not like last time where they sloppy didn't even time it properly. I don't know what it was, but they were not in position to fight for it. They gave a free Dragon to Samsung Blue with a Kassadin, by the way, and a Twitch who didn't even get played yet, and you have a Rumble on your team. LMQ finally seem to at least look towards this Dragon here, but they don't really have enough wards to completely clear the area.
You also have a level 5 Nami still, so that makes it a little more difficult to get into these objectives.
Waves. Monsoon is available for Heart. We do see wall placement for both teams, but it is Samsung Blue that are moving in again. Now Pink unprotected, being taken away. This is just a support stood there. Nobody putting pressure on him, nobody forced him
They
away.
all recalled. They wanted to take the bottom lane tower first, and then there was 40 seconds to Dragon spawn. They all had to go back to base to buy the wards they didn't have beforehand. And Samsung Blue would just take another Dragon for free.
They're charging up.
They're going
Nothing
for the
is stopping them right now. Rod of Age is already finished. They're trying to defend mid lane now. LMQ putting their foot down, saying we've lost a little too much without gaining anything. They are not going to do this with a wave here. Very, very risky as they are just tanking shots. Moore wants 6 so bad right now, but sharing this experience is only going to hinder that. This turret could really be what they need for it, and maybe they'll go fast after it. From the side comes Dade. In comes Acorn from the front side, actually.
Spirit is here.
From the back. Spirit dives in. The disengage coming in from Hart. Sets it up. A shockwave to lock everything down. One last turn. Spirit falls as well. There's the Acathian surprise to come out. A little bit of damage done there. The double kill again coming in. 2 of them. One for Dade, one for Deft, and that is going to be a rough go for LMQ.
There's so much to pick apart from that fight. We'll get a look at that in a moment. It's a brilliant equalizer, but they all forgot about the rat-a-tat-tat from the side, it seemed, and then Dade and Deft on cleanup duty. Works out well. 4 for 3 fight, though. Big fight, but it's going to be the turret for Samsung Blue.
And this is one of the reasons Deft is so good on Twitch. He knows exactly when to pop out a stealth here, and Samsung Blue as a team know how to start the fights with a Twitch. It was actually first Akon going in, Spirit joins in, so nobody's even thinking about the rat at this point, because it's all about all these bruisers here from Samsung Blue. Dade as well taking a lot of damage, and then we just see Deft on your minimap coming in, completely untouched, pops out, Ackerman goes down easily for him, and the rest of Samsung Blue can now just chase and get the kill. So all the focus from LMQ was on these 4 members engaging, and suddenly the rat is there.
Yeah, but good future maybe look of the combo that can work there. The Cataclysm and Equalizer piled on top of each other. 3 members of Samsung Blue trapped inside there, all taken down because of that. There's the blue buff going across, waiting. They're hoping that they can get near it. I think this may have to be taken away. They're hanging on. Zhao is not anywhere to be seen, which is why No Name's hanging on. Zhao was waiting in base to buy an item there.
So Samsung Blue might actually think the blue buff is gone right now and just time it because the Sword of War died. Let's just see what happens right here. They're sneaking in Zhao. I mean,
that's why Zhao is not there. He got slaughtered in the replay.
And this is the big potential Samsung Blue can do when you have a Twitch, when you have a Kassadin, and even the Rengar who wasn't even part of it.
They're falling like flies right now. That was a straight up 2-on-1 kill. Deft taking him down on the tower. We'll maybe get another look at that. We can see that they're hanging off just at the side as well, hoping that Ball will come to try and defend it. But Samsung Blue starting to slowly turn the screws on LMQ here.
Yeah.
Oh, Vasily
gonna get caught.
It absolutely wants to fight. Why would you not? It's going to be a Cogmore caught out. Don't think he's got the damage to finish him off. Acathian surprise, not going to be enough to take down Dade.
Fancy feet.
Fancy feet. And LMQ right now completely splitting up. And it's what Samsung Blue wants them to do, so they can just start picking them off in every single lane. You have the Twitch. Blade was completed, of course, and suddenly he can just start picking off people. And Vasily at this point, he can never go to a lane alone, because Twitch can kill him one-on-one. And the Kassadin can kill him one-on-one. Even probably the Rengar, so he has to stay with his team. Top lane, well, same deal. Twitch sneaks up there, Akon just engage, and pretty textbook when you do have a Twitch.
LMQ will always be a team to fight, but individually, sometimes when they're behind, they do tend to tilt. Ackerman in the top lane, a little bit of that tilt in the playoffs, and once again getting too close. I'm sure Deft just got the assassination out of being invisible on that one, but you have to consider he's always still there.
Yeah, and while LMQ lost the last big team fight, and that's why again they're going into the lanes and actually sitting and farming.
Right.
They should have been able to win it. If they have to been there from the start, they could maybe try to focus him and take him down. But it's a very spread out fight. There's a lot of small skirmishes in the fight, which is what Samsung want. They need to keep trying the team fights. They cannot do like this.
That's the poison.
When there is a Twitch called Death on the opposition, and he has a Blade of the Runekin and he almost goes Blade, you don't do sloppy backs like that. You don't do
have to
crazy plays. There's so many times. I mean, LMQ are literally just strolling up the lane single-handedly here and getting caught out one by one. While this is all happening, Acorn, he's having a free old time in the bottom lane, just beating down that turret. Nobody can deal with him because LMQ, they have to move as a unit now. They have to move as a group because, simply put, Deft is just on a rampage right now.
And maybe it's what will give them the upper hand if they can get a good fight in here, but that's what we said Samsung Blue is even better at, is getting into these fights. Rabadon's finished up now for Xiaowei Zhao. Some items across the board. Would love to have that Leandri's Ackerman would at least, but as of right now, they are still trying to charge up and I should say catch up to Samsung Blue right now.
And LMQ is going to have to actually ward in the lanes right now. Like in the mid of the mid lane here, in the top lane you have to ward where your tower had died before, so you can start seeing the Twitch when he's stealthed up and he's going towards you if they want to keep splitting up in these lanes, but it looks like LMQ wants to actually try and fight. You do still have the Rumble, you have your Death Cap completed and Trinity Force as well and your AD carry. They have to try and go for a fight, and if they lose this one, the game is pretty much over then.
Not even going to let them get that last hit. Now Xiaowei Zhao wants it, takes it, but they may well cost them because Samsung Blue are all coming around the side. A Force Ball slows the entire LMQ team down. Acorn just baiting out all of the damage while Def sneaks around the side. Ratatatan is activated, but he's caught out. The exhaust is down. They shockwave him down. He gets dropped, but the rest of LMQ are getting cleaned up by Dade. He's going to collapse around them. Vasily got the miss. The shockwave's held. Acorn in trouble. He goes down. Vasily gets the kill. Surely one more shot. Ackerman's going to take and they come out ahead in a 3v1. This is the tricky play. The AD carry getting caught out can cost problems for Samsung teams, it seems.
That was all about Death right here. He was on the opposite side of Heart, so once we get the replay, we can just see how there was no synergy between the two dual lane partners. Heart couldn't even try and save him. He just died instantly.
Oh, Daddy wants to clean up.
Coming in on Xiaowei Zhao. I don't think he has too much to get out. Flash is down.
Oh dear.
He's just going to let this one happen, and that makes Dade even bigger. 7-1-2, teleport from Acorn to the bottom lane, trying to go for Vasily. Ackerman, he just wants the back. Really doesn't want to show himself in this one.
Please.
Great little speed up there for Moore. Still a flash required from Vasily to get out safely. So we can see how fast these fights change if Deft gets caught out. That was a problem in their earlier games when he was playing Kog'Maw, and a reason that they did not win that one.
And this was the difference in team fights between the first one and this one, where the AD carry actually pops out first and LMQ can now focus him. Look at Death's positioning here, and then notice where Jenna is on your minimap, just on the top of your screen. Heart has no chance of actually saving Death, so as soon as he pops out, LMQ just turn around and smack him in the face, kill him instantly. And now suddenly they're stronger, the Twitch is not there. Shockwave was great.
Spirit literally pounced on Vasily when the shockwave went off. That was just unlucky.
5 versus 5 here from LMQ. If they manage to see Death in the opening and Heart is not there, you can kill him and win the fight.
And that was a good read by Xiaowei Zhao. They just moved the ball straight away. It's like, Death is coming around this side. No Name went sliding in a quick exhaust the second he showed himself. So a little bit too early, a little bit overconfident. I think that's probably the only chance we're going to see Samsung Blue making that mistake.
Yeah, even Moby Boots actually in Death tier, because Samsung Blue managed to get all these picks, you could just keep roaming around. You have Moby Boots and your Rengar as well. So there was a lot of pick potential for Samsung Blue, but LMQ still looking good in these fights.
Playing very reactively, as they should, against the invisible squad here. Spirit and Deft are going to be popping out of everywhere, so if you're throwing your shockwave out willy-nilly, you're probably going to be missing those guys. Ult, see if they can keep it up. Pressure in the mid lane as Samsung Blue's cleaning up their jungle. So back to fighting.
This is a good chase team. Samsung Blue want to catch on towards them, but LMQ want to rumble. They want to chase. They want to fight. They go in. Deft is the focus. Equalizer catches him. He goes down again. They're going to crash in. Can they get the shockwave off? The bubble catches Spirit. They're not doing the damage in time though. Daddy manages to rip walk out. Acorn's keeping them busy in the mid side. They're getting him down. It's a 2-for-1 so far, and they're going to keep on chasing. Daddy's got no health. Spirit's got no health. They can take the tower.
And again, there's no coordination for Samsung Blue in these fights. Hard, he was running out to ward, and then Def showed himself in the middle of the lane. Instant LMQ just jump him. He had no flash. The Jarman pick really paying off. Easy kill once again.
More great reactive fighting. Now more to push here. LMQ not just taking that little bit. They want the mile after get the inch, but they're only going to get a little bit more. It's a half mile. They get a bit of damage down on the turret. 25 minutes on. They know when they've overstayed their welcome, and well done on those fights to start stopping Samsung Blue.
The thing is, the way that LMQ are playing, this is how they've worked all season, right? They trust in the power of Vasily and Xiao Zhao, and they know how to do these team fights.
So this is just terrible play by Samsung Blue. Spirit pops his ult, and Def doesn't even have his own stealth because he used it just before, so he can't pop out with the attack speed bonus. And two members, Hard mainly being the important guy, wasn't there to help Def, so he just dies instantly. Once again, LMQ can kill Def, win the team fight, and they're sticking together as a unit. As we talked about before, they can't keep splitting up because then they will die one by one. Stick together, kill the red.
There's just too much synergy in LMQ's ultimates to not be together. Like you were saying, D-Man, the Cataclysm with the Shockwave, and you're just sitting on the equalizer the entire time. One missed equalizer, but he's been hitting the rest, and it's definitely been paying off. Now able to farm this top lane up. He has to catch up. 139 to 93 in that lane, so he could definitely use with a few more items.
Absolutely. You just wonder if that equalizer, that one that he did miss, if it was in the right position, right across that dragon pit, that early on, it could have been another lead for LMQ. Right now, though, looking to push in, and they're keeping pressure. They're not afraid to fight right now, LMQ. This is the right time for them to keep that pressure on. This is the power that's coming in for them with that Rumble. Orianna has the right items, got that Rabadon, Deathcap, and Void Staff in there, so has the power. They're just trying to make use of it because we all know Kassadin's going to get stronger and stronger. The item's going to build. He's at 7-1-3 data.
Yeah.
He's kind of going in, sneaking in and out these fights, but he is getting the kills.
He did kind of skip his weak mid-game on the Kassadin because he picked up so many kills and he got his stacks going so fast as well.
Incoming rat.
Oh, definitely. Pick a fight here.
Trying to be sneaky. They have
We've been learning because Hart was on the other side as well of the lane, so he wouldn't have been able to save him again. There is flash ready for Def this time around.
Clearing those waves, but they are sitting right on that pink ward, and if they probably go in the jungle, they're ready to lay one more down. Moore has that in his inventory. They have to make sure they have all the vision on Spirit and Def as they are trying to get these flanks in. 55 seconds onto Dragon. LMQ needs to keep themselves safe here, but Samsung definitely looking for that overextension at this moment. Not going to get anything. Good wards coming out from both teams to really keep them on their heels.
And if LMQ wants to siege up on a tower here, always when you play like this siege game, you have to push your side lanes first. You have to start slow pushing them. Samsung Blue managed to slow push both the lanes, which means LMQ could only pressure mid lane, and as soon as 5 members from Samsung Blue were waiting, they just had to back away here. So you have to prepare your side lanes first if you want to start pushing up as a unit against the tower.
Are they going to try and rush it? Are they going to try and pull?
Set up a trap.
That's, I mean, that's not a move that they're going to...
There's no scrying up for LMQ here.
Yeah, but, I mean, even Samsung Blue, the power they have to try and start out against an Orianna Rumble in a Baron Pit is so risky. Deft has stealthed up, got himself at the side here, ready to flank on LMQ. They're out of position right now. They're being forced back. The sapling chasing them away. And I think it's just going to be positional prowess. One out by Samsung Blue. Forces LMQ away, but look at this. They've got a wave. They're going to try and push the tower. Can they come in around the side? Will they wipe out the wave? They've got the tower, but behind him, he's on the flank.
He will be able to get some shots down. Rat-a-tat-tat through the entire team. No Name locks him down. They must be shouting. Go for the rat. Ackerman gets hit up, and Samsung Blue takes them by surprise instead of trying to. No Name drops. There's not enough sustain from Moore, and we're going to see a 29-minute ace coming in for Samsung Blue. Triple kill for Dade.
LMQ here wanted to push up the mid lane to force Samsung Blue away from this Baron here, and then simply open up for Def to just sneak in behind them. He had flash ready, and the rat-a-tat-tat on so many members. Let's see it again here. 5 members from LMQ all together behind them. Spirit
their pink ward's gone.
This rat-a-tat-tat is just hitting everyone. And while LMQ can pick up a few kills and kill Deft in the end, it's just too late here. Once the Rat gets his 7 seconds of burst, then everyone will drop so low that Kassadin can just finish everything.
Lined up like ducks there, and only the support jungler doing the damage on him. They needed somebody to turn around, somebody to hit him with the power, maybe a Vasily, but the fact is, they were taken out, they were just destroyed, demolished. And of course, Deft coming into that fight, you saw him flash out of that Cataclysm with the heal, kept himself alive long enough to get that entire burst of damage. And it's the flanking maneuver we've been looking for. It's the one where he got caught out last time, but this time you can see the devastation it creates when it works out. Now 6-3-7, but a 10-1 for Dade. Questions on him picking a Kassadin? I don't think so.
Bruh, not anymore. Going very strong right now. We'll see if they can keep it up. They know the flashes are down on the side of LMQ, so they're probably more than ready to keep this going.
Yeah, and all these early dragons, which Samsung will manage to get because LMQ weren't in position, really helped this Kassadin pick get going. And the 2 kills he got, they are pushing very split up team fight. They want to push again. Acorn engaging.
Acorn goes LMQ.
Defty's around the side once again. He's caught by the wave. The damage is down. Dade pulled in. Tries to get out there. Acorn's taken low. They do manage to get himself a double kill. Deft has to run away from this one. They have to respect it. And wow, a 2 for 0. Engage, answered, and LMQ, they push it again.
And the ulti from Ackerman here was so good. It completely zoned off Deft here. He couldn't join the fight, and it was only Dade chasing with Acorn.
Textbook LMQ. Lose a fight, come back and fight. Now they're going to try to go for Baron. 31 minutes. They were aced 3 minutes ago, and they are trying for this right now. Will definitely give them a nice edge. Spirit on the other side. Vision on his Spirit. They're not focusing Baron damage. They're focusing him. Might give him a chance to get back in. But they are going to be able to lock this down. A little bit of shock and awe coming out.
And LMQ, they know, even though they lose a fight, when Deft has no flash ready in these fights here, they can keep going and keep forcing the 5 versus 5. It's what their comp is built for. They can't just stop doing it, because then they will instantly lose the game. Keep forcing it. Beautiful equalizer from Ackerman here. We have to pay attention to it once we see the replay.
Impressive stuff from both of these teams so far. Mid lane left a little bit exposed. Deft's not going to hang himself out there to be caught by LMQ, but this is the initial fight.
Yeah, so Dade actually jumping in, taking a lot of damage. Terrible engage from him. But then Ackerman, look at this equalizer here. Deft, he can't even join the fight after it. And suddenly, Acorn and Dade alone. Easy kills by LMQ, win the fight. Deft will have his flash ready for next one. Let's see what happens. It's really been night and day. It really depends on where Deft is and if LMQ can just zone away or kill him instantly.
That was a big go for broke fight for LMQ. I mean, you have the Cataclysm going on to Kassadin, the guy that can jump out the easiest, and LMQ still made it work. Let's see if they can keep it up. Samsung Blue definitely on alert now for any of that risky engage that LMQ is not afraid to put out there. Their mid lanes, wards are out. It looks like we're going to see Blue starting to focus that bottom lane. Deft's going to get himself some nice farm out of this as he's getting all the safety for parts, putting in some forward wards.
But look at LMQ, they're pushing, they're straight up that mid lane. They've got a Baron buff, why not? Go for it. Deft and Hart trying to recall as quick as possible, but LMQ don't look to be slowing down. They've anti-tanking this one, they've got the regen. Vasily, not the one that should be taking the burst hits when there is somebody that can flank around the side. They've got no vision on either side, so they're so careful that they don't get caught out by Deft. Look at Deft's position. He's looking to go around the side. He wants to flank in there. Pink ward just went down. Nice move from LMQ.
Yeah, very good pink ward on both sides now from them. You always have to pink ward your flanks against something like a Twitch. It's a good setup here by LMQ.
He goes up the top. Pink ward goes top.
Nice cover. That's one reason that Deft was not able to get in last time. They saw that pink ward in mid. As soon as it was cleared, Samsung Blue came up with that ace. Still pink wards in the hands of Moore to lay down if these fights start going awry so they can figure out where the rat is instantly. Holding these waves, they don't have one for too long here, so are they just going to kind of stand and wait? Top lane very much open to be pushed in, but they're trying to put this pressure on the inhibitor turret.
And Vasily can always move in here, just activate his W, hit the tower a few times, you have the Trinity Force, you get the Sheen proc, and slowly take it down. But LMQ, they don't want to overextend because they need to know where Deft is, where Spirit is, so they can't flank around him. But look at this top lane here pushing in. Looking good for LMQ, just keep Samsung Blue in this mid lane and you're fine.
Got a minion wave, it's doing work for them. The Baron buff has still got a while left on it right now. They're going to keep getting some shots on there. Vasily getting some free hits. Every time though, You do see Hart keep popping that shield on the tower, just keeping it alive that little bit longer. LMQ, they're trying to work this siege down. Samsung Blue, without the ability to flank them, seem a little bit lackluster in their defense. It's working though, they're keeping them off the tower for now.
Well, the pressure has been relieved a bit in the top lane, so they know if they fight this, they may only lose a little bit or may even come out on top. Great pressure still coming in. The shields onto Vasily, so he can get those shots off with his Bio Arcane Barrage activated.
And we might see Ackerman just put down his ulti here now. The tower's getting lower and lower to force Samsung Blue away from it and just let Vasily finish it, because they're still staying around and you can simply zone people away from a tower with the Rumble.
LMQ just tried to draw them out there, and that's exactly what's happened. Dade's gone off on the side now. He's just to the right-hand side of LMQ at the bottom of your screen. So you've got to keep your eye on that, see whether he decides to come around. Keeps going in. They're making the move for it. The wave comes out. That's got to be LMQ disengaging because it caught no one. Spirit's looking to try and lock up someone. LMQ will back off.
Such a good wave here by Moore. Just instantly he knows, okay, Samsung Blue, they're going to come in with 2 stealth champions. I just have to pop the wave in the middle of the choke point here, up towards the base of Samsung Blue, and suddenly Spirit couldn't use his ulti.
And it may be soon that they initiate. We see Acorn coming in with captains as well. So if he's in the front, everybody's going to be able to chase, but they're being pushed back right now.
Shield.
One more hit. Another one more hit now. That's a pop-up on No Name. They decide to go right for the fight. Where's the equalizer going to happen? Hart gets himself in the middle. Tries to throw them in. Vasily is almost dead, but he stays up. Now he goes down. After the Academy gets the prize, they will try to exit this fight, but they're going to have to do it right quick because on their heels is Death. On their heels is Spirit. Jumping into Dade. Not where you want to go. Xiao Xiao's being sniffed out by Dade right now. The pull back for the protect actually takes Dade down.
I'm not sure he's got the mana to kill him, so another one. Spirit will take him down. That's saved the ace at least. It was a 4-for-1. Acorn immediately makes the move down the dragon. That's the objective they're going to gain from it. You can see the bottom wave. We asked to see Moore's going to defend it, but it was all about Vasily. He got caught.
Yeah, Vasily got caught here. Let's see the fight. Spirit comes in together with the rest of Samsung Blue. It's actually Hart flashing in on Jenna, shooting him back here, and suddenly they can clean it up. There's no focus on Death. Shockwave misses as well. These ultis from LMQ, they need to be timed correctly with each other. Then they win the fights. Once they miss them, suddenly Samsung Blue can just completely clean up. Well, Dade will actually die.
A tense
and
game.
pull the ball back. Beautiful.
Dang.
So, Dragon was picked up by Samsung Blue. It keeps them in that gold advantage. 4 out of 6 now for that one, but LMQ did get that mid turret. That inhibitor is exposed. A minute now on the Baron, and Samsung Blue are going to move hell on earth to get in there and get their wards down quicker than LMQ, because they are not exactly in a rush to get there.
It's going to be all about the wards around this Baron here. If Samsung Blue manages to take control of it, suddenly LMQ is going to be in a really bad situation where they have no idea where Death is, they don't know where Spirit is, because they always need to have the pink wards on the flanks so they can see the engage coming. Otherwise, they're going to be caught in a very, very bad situation.
One pocket pink ward as well to make sure if the fight moves, they still have that vision. Keeping their minds in the game. They're not putting too many wards down on Baron right now, and they're still trying to go pretty hard for this mid lane. Maybe just clearing the wave before they get that vision they need. And it looks like they're going to do just that.
Vasily and Xiao at the moment has no flash, which means Samsung Blue can just hard engage onto them. You have flash on Acorn here, flash on Dada. He has the Hourglass, which is really important for him, so he can jump in there, pop the Hourglass, stay alive, and get out again. These two carries from LMQ need to be very, very careful. There's only the Mikhails to try and help them.
Samsung Blue are going to do what LMQ have been doing on them, and that's just push straight at the mid. But LMQ are not having anything. They want to brawl. They want to go. Dade goes in. Oh, that's a fantastic force pulse to get on towards him. Deft is going to get focused. He's gone out the side. In goes Dade carrying on. Xiao with next to no help. He gets dropped. Samsung Blue are in cleanup duty, and that will surely be the ace for Samsung Blue, and maybe even the game.
And instantly as LMQ are moving in towards Samsung Blue, they don't have the wards to spot out the engage. Samsung Blue just hit the bottom and aced them. Destroyed in this team fight here. Such a nice setup, and we're getting to late game now with this extremely strong late game pick comp Samsung Blue does have, where they can just get the right engage every single time and nuke down people.
And look at that, they're pinging saying 3 of us can take Baron. We're still going to go for this turret. The shield onto Dade so we can get a little bit extra damage. They drop an inhibitor on this as well. 2 straight down, probably gonna get all of it for themselves. They're gonna have so much time to run around the map right now. That was a huge swing in the game.
Charlie going down the bottom wave as well. He's not done here. Ackerman's gonna have to come in and protect.
Yeah.
Force them away, but they see the Baron was taken, so they have the timers on it because they would have seen that buff coming up. But this is a rough fight for LMQ. They're so grouped to that force pulse.
Again, grouped up here, they have no idea where the engage is coming from. Dadi just jumps in with the slow, and now Def can clean it up with his Rat-a-tat-tat, and Akon can jump in the middle of everything. Dadi just doing work. Spirit is joining the fight now. He's like, hey guys, I'm here, I'm gonna help, and they've already won it. And I just realized in Champ Select, I said Kassadin could silence a Rumble. Can I just remove that line and say that's been a while?
Forget that ever happened. Yeah.
Nobody heard it.
Nobody heard it. Well, if they didn't, they definitely did now, because you just... So, 28 to 14, high kill count, and in goes Def once again. Vasily just dropped, no! Turns it back around! Take down Def! Spirit gets taken down! And what the hell has just happened?
2 people from Samsung Blue engaging onto 5 people from LMQ, and Def just dies instantly.
Why would you do that?
What on earth are you doing?
Oh my god.
Sure, they don't know, but will LMQ be able to take more? 2 of the best Baroned up guys on your team right now are down. They are not going to have super minions pushing in their favor, so they're going to have to take these down first as they get inside the base. A lot of ultimates, actually every ultimate up across the board for this fight to happen with 30 seconds on Spirit and Def.
LMQ pushing through. Can they get themselves an inhibitor? This would be 1 down apiece. Minion wave is coming with them though. I'm not sure they want to stick around too long. This is going to be an in and out job. But Dade, will he commit too heavily? He's got a heck of a lot of damage and he will force them away. Remember, Samsung Blue still have Baron, so that's just mitigated everything they had with that Baron timer. Everything was delayed. There's no Dragon to pick up for LMQ. They have no idea on the timer on that one. Simply going to pass on by. It's a minute 30 on that. And they will back off and defend their turret. Super minions, both sides now pushing up that mid lane. Your call, Samsung Blue.
Not only do you delay the Baron buff, you get an inhibitor as well. Like, let's just see it again. So Def jumping in. Look at the minimap right here. Nobody else is there. So shield is obviously from Xiao.
Instant summoner
the McHales as well.
And this is just 4 members from LMQ saying, okay, we're just gonna kill you.
Well, said it was a big swing in the game, gentlemen, but a swing goes both ways. Looks
swing and a miss with Def.
Just went the other way. Yeah, absolutely. Great play coming from LMQ. Samsung Blue always able to answer though, and that's what LMQ has to watch for. It's still 28 to 16. There's still an 11,000 gold lead in favor of Samsung Blue, but we know LMQ is an amazing team fighting from behind. Xiao able to pull off pentakills from behind. Granted, they lost that one, but still, the plays are there to be made.
Look how much damage Dade is doing on this tower. Takes that out, force pushed away. He's caught. Equalizer on towards him. He's going to riff walk away. Is he going to get clean enough? Yes, he will. And he is gone.
He is long gone here. And we keep talking about how Samsung Blue has this great late game scaling. It's not like LMQ has a bad team at all in this late game. Here, Vasily on the hyper carry, probably one of the best in the game. You have, of course, the Orianna and the Rumble ult for late game. LMQ can still take these fights as long as they know where Samsung Blue is engaging from, and they can take down Def instantly.
See this Dragon going over to Blue, bolstering their gold lead a little bit more, but it hasn't been what's winning them these fights. Positioning and really being able to figure out your opponent better right before the fight is what's been winning them. 7-5 in turrets, the inhibitor down on both sides now, as we were saying. So we're going to see what other lanes can be the focus here.
No doubt about it. In terms of objectives, Samsung Blue have controlled this game with the Baron, of course, and the 5 out of 7 Dragons. It's given them that gigantic 14,000 gold lead, but as we start approaching these late big numbers in terms of gold, it starts to create less and less of an advantage. But a 14,000 gold is nothing to be sniffed at. And when the majority of it is stacked on the carries, you can see 19,500 on Dade. 17,500. I mean, that's the big difference, the 80 carries. That's like 4,500 gap between Deft and Vasily. That's a big problem.
We were saying it before. Deft bringing out over 50% of his team's damage, and the team actually looking pretty good right now. Their waves pushing in their favor, at least in the bottom lane. We're going to get Spirit to push that top one as well, so LMQ could be spread thin across the front of their base, and we've been saying, guys, they need to stick together, and that's not going to be the case if it comes to their front door.
And right now, they just need to buy time, because Vasily is so far behind in terms of item.
Yeah.
I mean, he only has 1 kill to 10 on the side of Deft here, so they're gonna have to just try and sit back, buy some time. They still have 2 towers up here defending the inhibitors in the top side and the bottom side.
On a ward here. I think he thinks he's being sneaky! Flashed out of the shockwave.
That's the shockwave gone now, though. From LMQ. They're gonna need that one in team fights.
Baron's a while away, so it will be off cooldown before then. It's a pretty quick cooldown as well.
He got a flash for it. So
with the inhibitor just respawning, Samsung Blue know they can freely move in and take the pressure on this.
That shockwave being down is one of the biggest ults to complement the LMQ team fight, and you see how much more sure Samsung Blue is about entering the base. Pink ward's down from both sides. No name, a little bit forward on that one. Knows he cannot engage with the rest of the team so far behind. His gap close could really put him in a dangerous position. Looks like they staved this off for now, but we're going to see pings towards the top lane here from Samsung Blue.
Yeah, this is a very hard place for Samsung Blue to actually engage the fight, because you can't really flank around due to going to this choke point into the base. And you already saw the ping wards being placed by LMQ to spot either Spirit or Deft moving in towards them. So Samsung Blue realizing they can't just go straight 5 versus 5 onto them. They need to get their surprise element. They need to get the pick with Deft popping up.
Well, everybody from Blue back away. 40 seconds on Baron. Everybody top off your health, buy potions, buy wards, buy whatever you need for this next big fight. Of course, it does mean that I think the Infinity Edge was just completed. Just have a quick look at that. I can see what was just completed. Deft, oh, Batches Veil, sorry, was picked up. So he did finally get his big defensive item on there. That could pay.
Can be huge for him.
I thought he was going to go for it again. I was just like, no, no, no. What are you doing, Deft? This is insane. But instead, he will protect himself. They're going to jump on hard. They're going to keep him off the side. Looks like they're going to move in.
They go into Xiao Wei Xiao. That was the flash. Twisted advance. Zanya's is down for him. There goes the equalizer trying to spread the fight. You're going to see Deft on the backside. He is getting hit up, but he's able to take down more, even with no name on him. A double kill for Spirit as the fight on the left side was just being torn apart by Rengar. Deft getting the kills he wants, and he was fighting all by himself.
LMQ just trying to get the pick on hard here. They didn't even realize the rest of Samsung Blue was nearby. And once the fight starts, well, if you can't get to Deft, if you can't even kill Dade, that is it. Samsung Blue, though, had to fight for this one.
Not putting the right damage on Deft there, and he was easy to pick apart. But the problem is, when there's so much damage on Samsung Blue, you can't just focus on the one target. They will take victory here, but it was hard pressed against LMQ. But Samsung Blue now continue at the top of the table and look a shoe-in for the quarterfinals.
A very strong game across the board. Dade showing his Kassadin. But he kind of said, yeah, maybe? Yeah, absolutely. Looking at 13, 3, and 14, and Deft rather, still getting his kills, 12, 4, and 9. Those two stepped up huge throughout the game.
Yeah, Dade really got their perfect start, to be honest, on this Kassadin.
Yeah.
He managed to get 2 early dragons on it. He got 2 kills as well in the dragon fight. And that's really what gave Samsung Blue the lead, because LMQ was actually looking good before, and they got a lot of farm on Ackerman. They won the fight in the mid lane where they killed Dade as well. They should have been able to control the dragons, keep the goal lead, and don't let this Kassadin and Twitch get completely out of hand.
And that was the problem. Like, Kassadin picked up so many kills so early on with the missed equalizer, with the cleanup that Samsung Blue did.
Missed timing
on that
dragon.
very early dragon. Yeah, the missed timing. That's what got him going. That's what managed to pull him out. While Deft was indeed the focus, and rightly so. We saw, of course, Dade answering a lot of the critics, ourselves included. They've been calling him a 13, 3, 14.
Yeah.
That is a performance when you need it for your team.
Answering a lot of the critics, but a lot of teams said Samsung Blue would come in here and do the same thing White did. They have definitely had a little bit more trouble in their games.
I mean, they're both 4-1 in the groups now, I believe, but Samsung Blue have looked shaky at times. They've been caught out. This is not the massive, scary Korean team that everybody was bigging up, Monte Cristo included, giving this massive praise to these Korean teams. Najin Whiteshield and Samsung Blue have been far from infallible in these group stages. They are clearly beatable. In a best of 5, you gotta fancy it whoever goes against them is going to be looking at these games for Samsung Blue and thinking, we may take them. Fnatic did in a really one-sided game. LMQ almost did there. The problem is, if you look towards the OMG games that Samsung Blue had, they destroyed them.
Completely destroyed them. I mean, when you're playing against Samsung Blue, you have to go back, obviously, watch these VODs here and look at Deft and the way he positioned himself when teamfights actually start, because that's where you can get some picks. LMQ managed to do it, won some teamfights because of it. So there's definitely room for improvement for Samsung Blue, but they are still looking extremely solid.
Absolutely.
Overall.
One thing's clear. Samsung White look worlds apart from these other two Korean teams. They seem to be. I'm starting to understand why everybody has said they are very, very good. So, ladies and gentlemen, with Samsung Blue having destroyed their 4th Nexus so far at Worlds, let's go over towards the analyst desk to take us through their win.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And just to kick things off, that victory for Samsung Blue guarantees themselves the top spot in the group. They do lock in that quarterfinal position. Interesting tidbit. Up until this point, the game at Worlds that had the highest number of kills was between Fnatic and OMG in 71 minutes. They got 41. In 25 minutes less, this game had 49 kills. And I don't think anybody can deny Samsung Blue were not mentally in this game. They did a lot of mistakes and they had a lot of misplays. I mean, all over the place for the whole time. Monty?
Really strong early game from Blue, and then I'm not sure what the hell happened, but Deft went from his usual amazing positioning to flashing into 5 people. I think this was overconfidence, but it's dangerous. They can't do that kind of stuff because it very nearly lost them this game.
I think it went from overconfidence to just flat out arrogance this game. It was atrocious the way that they were trying to 1v5 flashing, then 2v5ing in the base. Come on.
Let's talk a little bit about LMQ. Their early game was better than last time. They picked Rumble into Samsung Blue for the 2nd time. They didn't mess up the lane swap quite as badly, and despite Ackerman having some terrible ultimates early, he had a bigger impact. What do you take away from this game as well as Vasily, etc.?
Well, I think Ackerman is normally a player that likes to kind of sit top and farm a lot and then show up later in teamfights. But Rumble, obviously, like you saw his farm that game. He was almost 100 down from Acorn mid-game, and one of the reasons is Rumble straight up just isn't a very good top lane farmer. So I want to see him less on that champion despite Rumble being really powerful. And Vasily, he and Kog'Maw are probably the polar opposite in terms of playstyle. Kog'Maw sits back and just pokes, where Vasily is a very aggressive forward AD carry. Some of those team fights, he was actually in front of his entire team. He was the reason why they lost.
Just to add some statistics there for you, at the end of that game, Acorn was 5,000 gold up on Ackerman. So big difference.
Let's pull up the first replay that we've got of one of the mid lane team fights. Prolly, talk me through what's happening here and what caught your eye.
So this is protect the COD comp. So right now, LMQ just wants to stay grouped. So Acorn does a really good flash engage, but LMQ does really well grouping right now. So this fight is how LMQ wants to fight. They have all 5 together, and Samsung Blue's kind of just trickling in a bit. But right now, pay attention to the Janna, because Janna just ruins everything for LMQ. Just roll the clip right now. Janna starts queuing up her tornado, flashes in, and then ults. Boom. Now it's no longer an oriented team fight. No one can protect Vasily except for Zhao, who's busy trying to CC the other team. And now this is what Samsung Blue wants. The enemy team split up, and now Dottie just gets to run around, rift walk, chase and kill people. Deft is doing his nice little flash, twitch, kill, shoot thing.
Yeah, at this point, Samsung Blue also hit some item breakpoints. It was just after Dragon had been secured and absolutely decimated. From there on out, let's get the second replay up. I want to throw this one to Crumbs because it kind of went downhill, and I'm putting that as mildly as I can.
Yeah, this is the one where we see Deft decide to 1v5. So roll the clip, and after this point, Samsung has a massive gold lead. Deft is enormous, decides to, with barely any vision, throws a cask in, and then it's like, you know what, I'm going to wipe the team solo. That's not how it happens. You get instantly Jarvan combos, bubbles, Rumble ulti on top, and this is the first fight that Samsung Blue loses, and from this point on, it starts looking better and better for LMQ, but in the end, the lead was just too large for them.
Just hands down one of the worst plays we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah.
Now, I do want to just theorize a little bit about Samsung Blue's mindset. The team fight ends up being a win for LMQ, and they trade back and forth. We did say bloodiest game of the World Championship so far. I feel this is either disrespect or lack of focus from Samsung Blue. What do you think? What would you theorize?
Well, Deft's positioning was the catalyst for a lot of Samsung Blue's troubles that game, and honestly, he had similar problems in their loss against Fnatic. So for me, it's hard to say that it's overconfidence. Yeah, it might be overconfidence, but at the same time, his positioning wasn't great in 2 games out of the group stage. So it's not just like this kind of fluke game. And I think, like I said before the game, he needs to play AD carries with escapes because his positioning this tournament has not impressed me at all.
Well, we'll have to see how he performs later in the day. So with that win, Samsung do have 4 wins in the group. They have clinched the #1 seed in Group C. Let's take a look at the standings and just remind everybody how things are falling into place. Now it is 4-1 in Group C. LMQ, OMG, and Fnatic are still doing battle for that 2nd seed into the quarterfinals. Group D, of course, we will be seeing Ashen White Shield Alliance and Cloud9 looking to see how the cookie crumbles. Let's also take a look at the playoff bracket, because we do know that Samsung White is the #1 seed. They have been slotted in to the top half of the bracket where there is a potential sister team kill in the semi-final waiting, as Samsung White will do battle Team Solo mid. We also know Starhorn Royal Club will be playing against Edward Gaming. So we'll keep updating you guys on the standings and the playoff bracket as the day rolls on. We are going to take a short break before Kaboom's final game as they go head-to-head with Europe's Alliance. Stay with us.
Day4, the disengage coming in from Hart, sets it up, a shockwave to lock everything down. A rat-a-tat-tat through the entire team. No Name locks them down. They must be shouting, go for the rat. They decide to go right for the fight. Where's the equalizer going to happen? Hart gets himself in the middle, tries to throw them in. Vasily is almost dead, but he stays up. Now he goes down.
Defty's going to get focused. He's gone out the side. In goes Dane can it on. Showing next to no help. He gets dropped. Sanctum Blue in clean-up duty. High kill count, and in goes Deft once again. Vasily just dropped. No! Turns it back around. Takes down Deft.
There goes the equalizer trying to spread the fight. You're going to see Deft on the backside. He is getting hit up, but he's able to take down more, even with No Name on him. A double kill for Spirit as the fight on the left side was just being torn apart.
welcome back to the 2014 World Championship. We're on to Game 3, as Europe's Alliance will be taking on Brazil's Kaboom Esports. Considering the perfect game yesterday for Alliance, I think there's a lot of expectations on their shoulders. This will be their last game of Worlds, and their opponents, Kaboom, actually looked pretty solid earlier today. Let's talk a little bit about Alliance. Is this just going to be a matter of living up to their expectations, and they should be able to beat Kaboom?
Well, honestly, Kaboom's first game that I thought was actually competitive was today. So they seem to be playing with little regard for losing, and they're just willing to take these risks that they weren't able to take before. So I'm kind of worried for Alliance.
I really like Tim Owens today, actually. I think that his item build with Syndra trying to carry with the DFG early, since his team was a little bit behind, was really good. And the fact that they really did a lot of work against Cloud9, to be honest. And I think if it was a little bit better decision-making as a team overall, Tim Owens would have been able to actually carry that game.
I also think that Kaboom had the better draft in the Cloud9 game as well. They definitely had a really strong plan going in, and if they hadn't lost bottom lane so hard, I think they would have had a real chance.
And one thing we never really got to see was Kaboom's mid game. You know, they normally kind of had a decent early game, and then it kind of got bad for them after that. Against Cloud9, they actually had really strong vision control. They had, like, you know, pinks up all the time, and they had, you know, Dragon wards up before Dragon was up. I thought that was actually pretty good to see.
I want to give some props to Lep as well in the top lane. That's probably his best game of the tournament thus far, finally finding some rhythm. Okay, guys, there are only 2 games left in this group, meaning that there are only 4 possible scenarios that can happen. We've generated a graphic to help explain. The way this works, in the Kaboom versus Alliance matchup on the left, either Kaboom can win or Alliance can win. Obviously, next up, Cloud9 versus Najin White Shield. Either team can respectively win. So, scenario number 1, let's say Kaboom wins, then Cloud9 wins, means we will have a tiebreaker between Cloud9 and Shield for first place, and obviously loser taking second. Option number 2, Kaboom wins, Shield wins. We then have a tiebreaker in second place between Alliance and Cloud9 to determine which team goes to playoffs. Obviously, third opportunity, Alliance winning and then Cloud9 winning later in the day. We have a 3-way tiebreaker, and that is going to be another lot of games. And finally, the fourth option, if Alliance takes down Kaboom and Najin White Shield takes down Cloud9, then Cloud9 is eliminated from the group stages here at the World Championship. So we'll keep, once again, being reminding you of those tiebreakers. We're going to head over to D-Man, Riv, and Deficio as they take us into Game 3.
Thank you very much. Quick shot indeed. Lots can happen here. So let's take a look at the lineups for the 2 teams, because this match indeed could be a slippery banana skin for Alliance. They watched the Cloud9 game earlier, and they said, we're going to have to be really cautious of this Kaboom squad because they can deliver. Let's check them out because they are over on the blue side representing Brazil. Of course, it is Kaboom Esports. In the top lane is Lep, Danagorn in the jungle, Tin Owens in the mid lane, Minerva as AD carry, and Dans on support.
And their opponent on the red side, looking to dodge slippery banana peels, as D-Man says, is Alliance from the European LCS. That's Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs at AD carry, and Nif behind him on support.
And if Alliance was looking at the last game between Cloud9 and Kaboom, I would expect a Syndra ban to come in, because Tin Owens was looking pretty strong, and you don't really want to risk being caught off guard and suddenly die like Cloud9 actually did.
Well, it was the burst they had as well, and it was the combo, and we saw actually on the top lane, if you can give them a rumble, they can do loads of things, but of course the Rise and the Syndra combo, boom, big burst.
It worked out for them, also because Lep actually didn't get camped. Now, Shook, last time they played, he lived in the top lane.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just once, it was maybe like 10 times.
Well, yesterday was Shook's day, that's for sure.
Man.
He was absolutely on fire.
As credit to Reddit, the Shook and Awe day. That's pretty much how they said it would go down, and it did indeed. They'll probably be getting that Lee Sin out of his hands for this game around, but doesn't matter. He's brought a few different things to the table on the stage.
Really good at predicting.
Oh, look at that.
Well, we got the first 2. Well,
all right.
I'm going to say there's probably a Maokai and Alistair in there, a Zillion possibly.
Oh, now you're just cheating.
Well, no, I'm targeting him just before they come in. Aurelia, well, that kind of makes sense.
It's going to be Alistair ban from Alliance.
And this,
boom.
This is an interesting ban here, the Aurelia ban against Wicked. This is one we were expecting to see today because, as we obviously heard Crumbs mentioning earlier today, this has kind of been his champion throughout this tournament. Obviously, throughout the last 2 years.
His entire life.
His entire life.
Even before League came out, he was
When
like Aurelia.
will he pick up another champion that he can play to the level of Aurelia?
Well, let's find out, because Alistar is gone, Aurelia is gone for him as well, and Ryze is being picked away. Another good reason to ban Aurelia, because Aurelia could easily set up ganks against Ryze here. So we're gonna have to see Wicked maybe on a new champion. He did play Kayle once, and he got 1 assist.
Well, if the Vi gets locked in here, we're going to have a very angry Kobe backstage because he's been dying for that pick to come through. Danagorn, of course, pulled it.
You should play it, man.
Back in. Oh, he played it in PAX, didn't he?
Yeah.
Pulled it in PAX. Nearly is something we really have not seen come through. We actually thought Alliance were going to have to ban it out the entire tournament.
Yeah.
But I don't recall. No, nobody's played it in Singapore.
It seems like teams have figured out there's a lot of counters to the Nidalee, a lot of champions who can actually do fine in a one-on-one against her and then just be way better in team fights than Nidalee actually is. But I want to see Vi as well from Danagorn because he's normally the main engage from Kaboom, and in the qualified to Worlds, he played Vi as the only jungler in Brazil, and he was looking extremely good.
Dude, ganks before 6, getting him off right, making sure he hit those fully charged up Qs. His Vault Breaker's going in, but it will be the Elise this time. Ari does come out, one of the champions. It's kind of on our MVP list throughout that you can pick up on the store, so check that out. And we'll see if it can be for Tinones. He'd love the Deathfire Grasp going in on a Syndra, so why not try to pop a few more people? If Tabs picks up Kog'Maw, he can be the target.
Pretty much the same setup for Kaboom. Okay, you don't have the Syndra, you get the Ari instead, you have the 100% to 0 potential as well, the pick potential from Kaboom, which is actually a pretty good tactic, because if Alliance is taking it a bit too easy, starting to play a little bit cocky, suddenly Kaboom can punish him like they did against Cloud9 here. It was just a little bit too late. It's actually going to be the kill. We're not going to see anything new.
I'm just looking at the difference in players. There's Wicked, the Big Dane, sat in his t-shirt on the stage, chilling. Meanwhile, Tabs is in about 4 different layers, I think, stacked up. Feeling the chill, maybe, of the air conditioning, who knows. But it's a differential. It's just different styles, different ways, to play. We'd obviously heard about it. Obviously, different players like to play different positions. Just got to get used to it. Whereas clearly the Brazilians are not too flustered by it. They're quite happy sitting there. So the KO picked for Wicked, not been massively successful for him. That's for sure. The last time he played it, was actually pretty terrible.
A lot of his positioning affected the use of trying to get the intervention down. He was so far away from the priority targets that he needed to save Tabs or Froggen if he needed it, and it was kind of just waltzing around doing his own thing. Well, flying around if
or maybe just forgetting he's got that ultimate that can actually save your AD carry entirely.
It was a little bit slow on the ultis, but Kaboom, they get the Jinx once again for Minerva. His main champion. Maybe we're going to see Ghostblade first item like he normally builds. And again, Kaboom is basically looking to do the exact same thing they did against Alliance here. Against Cloud9, because Thresh has already been picked, so you have to fall back. Okay, Morgana. Somewhat the same setup, land a binding, and suddenly Kaboom can just go in for the kill.
That's it. Land the charm, land the binding, land the cocoon, land anything. Basically, burst someone down, blow them up.
You have a lot of CC right there.
But with the intervention in there, you would assume that would prevent that target being killed.
Yeah, but Alliance is pretty much responding the same way Cloud9 did. Okay, we're gonna pick Kayle because we know we know you're gonna go for these picks here, and while Kayle might not fit into the siege comp we had earlier from Cloud9, judging from the analyst desk reaction at least, it still did the job pretty much. You have to have the ulti ready for the pick potential from Kaboom. Now you have to Twitch, so I like Kayle with Twitch. That is a perfect combination, because Twitch goes in, engage the fight, and then you have to kill ulti when people try to kill him. So that's a great combination.
Ooh.
And with an assassin mid lane as well.
Yeah, seen a lot of that fizz coming out lately. It's been mostly the practice during the boot camps and the solo queue that a lot of these mid laners brought out. Froggen taking that once again, 4-1-4 in his last play. Not too shabby.
Yeah, that was against Kaboom as well. So they are well aware of what can happen on that one. Doesn't particularly fit the rest of this, but well, if you were to compare it, I mean, basically it's 2 scary points of damage coming at you from Froggen and Tabs. So we just saw how that can work with obviously Deft on the Twitch as well, and the Kassadin.
Fizz fits in really well because you already have so much pick potential from Alliance. Again, you can actually do what Kaboom hates. You can split up the teams, and you can just start going for these 1-on-1 2v2 kills, small fights all around the map, and you can instant burst down targets with the Twitch, with the Fizz, and because you already have Kayle for the ulti, whoever goes in first and takes all the damage, Kayle ults him, and suddenly the assassins can stay alive. So it actually is a very pick-focused comp from Alliance, and I actually like it against Kaboom because they have shown they can get picked off a lot.
Well, this is Alliance's last game in the group as well as Kaboom, of course. This could take them to 4-2 if they were to take victory. Of course, Kaboom, if they could cause a big upset. But if they do go 4-2, that puts them joint at the top. Well, second in the table, sorry. And then it's all on Cloud9. They will have to beat Najin Whiteshield to try and create a tie. Of course, now that the champions have been selected, who do you guys at home think is going to become victorious here? Tweet us hashtag KBMWin or hashtag AllWin to @LOL Esports. And of course, we'll see which squad you guys have the most faith in. Have the Alliance fans woken up in Europe? It's around about 11 a.m. now, I feel. I think we're getting the morning going, so you'd hope a couple of them are woke up by now.
Hopefully. I mean,
it's a Sunday morning. You never know. You never know.
That's true.
A lot of partying could have happened after yesterday's games.
And we will see Kaboom in their final as well. This is going to be a strong matchup. We say the laning phase is strong for them, but can they bring it out of the laning phase? We saw them take it to Cloud9 a few times in those mid lane fights when the team started to get together. A lot more coordination coming out of them from game to game. Lep, don't get yourself into trouble too early. Looks like they're going to trade tit for tat here in the top lane. And that's going to be a hurting unit for Lep.
Ooh, but Shook's walking blindly. Dance is going to come around. Can he have the dark binding? No, he's not going to throw it out. Danagon instead and draws him away.
Yeah, Danagon didn't actually want to hit him right here. They would prefer to land the binding from Dance and then actually try and force the summoner. But Alliance,
they're
setting up here around this blue buff.
They want that ward in place. They get it. And now they're all going to back away. That's, of course, going to get countered. We see Dan's going in. He places a ward over at the red buff. They're all still on top of a ward. And they're all seen.
Come on, Kaboom. Time to shine.
Can they pick one off at the end? Zap.
Oh, he's baiting it. He's baiting it.
I know he is. It stopped them recalling.
It did, actually. It was enough. Still have time. Now, it opens up for Kaboom. If Alliance is recalling in this bush here, they did actually spot them move away.
They've moved to the tri-bush. It's only Froggen that went back. 4 members around
there
the
was
side
wards
there.
from Alliance, so they actually saw them move into the jungle here. Just a few. There's still the ward from Kaboom spotting Alliance moving down to blue buff.
Tricky level 1 skills between these two. Buffs are spawning. Both junglers may well be late to this spawn. Yes, they will be. They're both going to be late to the start, so this is going to delay both teams.
Yeah, and Kaboom, they won this 2v2 lane against the Twitch because you saw Lep just ran all the way down to this bottom lane here. So he doesn't have to use the teleport, gives him a small advantage in the early game because he can now farm up until he can afford his tier, go back to base, buy some potions, buy the tier, and go back to the lane. Wicked won't have the same option now to use the teleport. He even used it on a minion, so longer cooldown.
And that's what Lep was matching up against before, so he knows this matchup quite well. That was the Rise versus Kale, and he came out pretty well after the first few levels. Dan's trying to get into the face here, getting brush control. Playing this Morgana after Lemon Nation was able to put a lot of bindings onto them, and his Morgana quite well coming out at the PAX games of the International Wildcard. 2-0 there, so he knows what he's doing as well.
Yeah, and Alliance with this Twitch pick won't be able to put the same pressure on Kaboom's bottom lane as we saw Sneaky do with the Lucian here, so very smart play by Kaboom, forcing the 2v2 lanes and the 1-on-1 down bottom lane, and hope Lep can do a good job farming on this Rise like he did last game.
Good job pinning tabs there. Chompers stabs on the
Dan
as well.
In
good play, good hook into tower range. The ignite goes down. It's not enough damage though. Dance is going to be safe.
Still, that is a wasted flash by Dance because he stayed. The minions died. Nif hit level 2 and instantly just played him in and hooked him. Dance, you need to be careful.
A little aggressive. They liked what they were doing too much. Got themselves into trouble. They have to play safe now if we are going to get anything from Shook towards the top lane. Keeping himself safe in the jungle as Danagorn looks to be getting some early wards out into the river. He may have something in the bottom lane.
Wicked won't spot him. There was no wards from Alliance in this river here. Danagorn should be able to set it up.
Oh, that's a good setup as well. The Rune Prison will slow him down. Flash is available. He may need to use it. Oh, has to sidestep the Cocoon. The Repel will come on towards him. Lep's going to get one more hit. Look goes down. And Wicked, not playing Aurelia, gets caught out again.
And there was no ward from Froggen in the mid lane here. Once Danagorn actually moved down the river, Froggen decides to place it now. Nice setup, and once again, he goes in for the gank. He saves his Cocoon. He wants Wicked to flash first, fires it, forces him to juke down towards him, and then they can pick up the kill.
A little bit of momentum now put behind Kaboom. We'll see if they can use this in every lane as usual. Where will Danagorn go next? Pressure from Froggen here in the mid, 25 to 25. A charm, Orb of Deception on the out and the in, putting down the damage. We'll see Froggen just using that flash to keep himself nice and safe in lane. Waiting for his item spikes to come out. He's no stranger to trying to go in very hard, even if he does not have those items. And we can see also catching him off guard a little bit. Nice job by Tinones.
Notice the way Froggen wants to trade here. He will only jump in with his E if he knows there's a minion behind him which he can Q back to. But because Tinones timed the charm so well, he actually caught him during the Q where Froggen was trying to go back to his own minions and got a lot of damage on him.
No flash available in the top lane for Dance if he were to get caught out. Look at that, they checked the bush. Shook, given good communication by his team, stepped away and went in towards the blue buff area. Now moves back towards that top lane. We're not going to get to see it. Finally, is going to come around. We will see the setup of it. That's good. Chompers going down. Shook's going to come around. Minerva going to get caught out. The void spike's not hitting him. A great disengage from Kaboom.
Yeah, but 2 flashes down this bottom lane now for Kaboom. Didn't have a ward in the river. We'll have to go back now and get it, which opens up for Taps to actually pick up some more farm. Decides himself when he wants to go back to base. He can even push out the lane and then recall.
Maybe a repeat gank to that top lane. Both flashes are down in that instance. Low mana on Lep and Wicked. Even level 4 to 5 here. Knows he can take advantage of that. Only taking a bit of trade damage back. Got that lane 36 to 25. Wicked definitely lost out on a bit of CS here, but he may be able to gain it back. As Lep is going to be forced to back if he does have teleport. Seems happy to stay. Even off the turret, he'll be good for now.
And normally you want to go back pretty early and get your tier so you can start stacking it up as fast as possible. Wicked should have his teleport ready soon as well, so didn't get to use his TP advantage in his lane. Did, however, pick up at least an assist from the gang. And Danagon, he's not done.
Oh, Nif's in trouble. He's going to get caught out. In goes Tinones, ultimate available and used to great success. And that's the second kill going to Kaboom. Precious, tense times for Alliance fans.
This is great. Turnajan and White Shield is very happy about this right now. Kaboom takes down Alliance, and they're a number 3 seed team that goes on to the quarterfinals. That was very close. Great moves coming in from Danagorn. Definitely a lot less patience from him, which is working out. He's going to the ganks and he's making things happen right away.
He's been able to find the right ganks as well. The one down on Wicked in the bottom lane where he was pushing up the wave on Kale like we know he wants to do early on. And just sneak behind him. Nif has no flash.
There goes a dart behind him. There's the cocoon. In comes Minerva. Is he going to get him on the turret? Hasn't hit level 6. He hasn't got the ultimate. Now Dance gets flayed in, but he hasn't done the damage. They're going to try and turn up towards him. Taps is going to put the damage down. One more hit. Taps turns it around and gets the kill for Alliance.
And just as we praised Danagorn, he goes top lane and a very, very risky dive here. End up actually giving a kill over to Taps. But still, Kaboom, they want to play, man. They want to force stuff.
But a gold lead here for Kaboom as they start off the game. Yeah, Tinones backing already. Man, he loves just straight up power to get in this lane. Already the needlessly large rod. Doesn't care about his own life. He wants the damage for the team to come in here, but he's been getting the kills so far, so it is going to pay off. Pink wards and vision wards coming out from him as he's able to set things up, and he'll probably be replacing this one as Froggen exits stage right.
And there it is.
Instantly replaced. Didn't suspect a thing.
Not at all.
I'm not even sure if Froggen actually saw Tinones coming back from base, so he didn't actually see him buy the pink ward.
Right.
So right now, Alliance won't actually expect it to be a pink ward unless Froggen, of course, is going to run straight up there and clear it. And then maybe he did actually see it. Nope. See?
No.
Yes.
There's the part in there where I said didn't suspect a thing. Kind of gave it away, but there we go. Danagorn, he's going to get focused on. Flash is not available. Void spikes in. Shook wants the reset. Can he get out? Yes, he can. Hit and run.
Trading 1 for 1. Nif took a big rocket to his face. Down his bottom lane, Lep, he wants to keep trading with Wicked.
History repeats itself for Lep. Once he gets a bit of those levels in his favor, he pushes that Cal back. Playing the Rise very well as it should be in the aggression here. Looks like he's keeping the wave up. Whoa! Lep goes in hard, tries to get the kill. The heal comes out from Wicked. Flash for flash on that one, and Kaboom is showing some outright aggression in the early game.
Yeah, and he's forcing Wicked away from the tower here, making him lose some more CS. Taps also on this top lane here, falling behind against Minerva. So every single lane is actually winning for Kaboom right here.
Which is scary stuff for Alliance, who have it in their hands to take this game. They are good in the late game, we know that though. but Kaboom, and that is their weakest point, it seems. But we haven't seen them coming out with a big lead. And look at this. Wicked, no flash, teleport available, no intervention. This is problems. Tinones can wait. As soon as that minion wave comes around, I think he may try and point. He's going to come around. The charm is there. Doesn't land it, but it doesn't matter. Lep lands it too. And that will be another kill for Kaboo.
It is not over yet here. Froggen and Shook. One apiece for Kaboo.
The answer squad coming in here, Shook and Froggen trying to make things work. They have split the fight now. Oh, they want both. That dash through, it's going to be a few hits. The Ignite, oh, Chum the Waters is going to eat that one up. Very nice. It looks like Shook able to pick up a kill on the other side. I guess we got a nerf over here.
Yeah, that was a pretty good nerf.
One of my favorites.
Let's see. You want to find Shook?
No, he's gone. Whew. Hit and a miss.
He did actually go full AD as well. The early BF sword, so no Ghost Blade for Minerva. Could probably kill Shook. Let's see. Froggen, they simply just split up because they know Lep is pretty dead on his own, and sadly Tinones goes down as well. And everything is silent.
And we're back. 4-4 on the scoreboard right now, 10.5 minutes in here. A little bit of a response coming in from Alliance on these kills. They aren't liking being pushed back consistently. We see Shook and Froggen taking things into their own hand. We're going to have 3 members versus 2 here in the top lane. Tabs already uses rat-a-tat-tat. That's going to be the hook down as well. Is that the security that they wanted to continue to die the turret? Tabs is going to get up here. Do they want any more, though? The Flay just misses, and Wicked comes in a tad too late. But are they able to stick on this fight? No, they are not.
Nif looks completely lost in this game. Let's see what Froggen can do bot lane.
He's going to go on towards Lep. Has he got the damage? Lep's going to try and turn it around, but he's only got that catalyst completed. No Rod of Ages just yet. While Froggen has the sheet. Proc it off. He should have enough. One more hit will do it. And Froggen gets a revenge kill. But the first tower of the game goes to Kaboom.
Yeah, up in his top lane here. There was actually a teleport from Wicked, but Nip weren't able to respond in time and keep them under the tower here. Actually was already used from Dance if I remember correctly, but still, Tabs went down, he got the binding to his face, got the cocoon after, and Kaboom right now, looking really good.
Is this the same Alliance that got the perfect game against Najim Whiteshield yesterday? I'm not too sure. You take away Aurelia, and again, put Wicked into a sticky position, 0-2-0, started to get flustered, and the rest of the lanes. This is Wicked. Wicked makes a lot of the calls in this team. And if he gets put on tilt, it could cause problems.
Wants to win.
Tinones, though, you can't forget Froggen. Not going to get the kill, though.
Oh, just a wave and a goodbye on that one. The drive-by not working. Kaboom could really answer off of this. The Spirit Rush is down.
Ooh.
Rocket coming out once again. We know Minerva will use that right when he has it. Froggen's going to get a good back here.
They're going to give up Dragon?
Absolutely. They're going to have to give up Dragon unless something just happens crazy in the favor of Alliance. Great movement by Kaboom.
Yeah, Wicked had the teleport top lane where he tried to save Taps and it was just too late. Taps already died, so he wasn't able to join here. And Froggen already dropped low, gone back to base. Kaboom with a very good strategical call right here. Also, wow, already just instant up there. Kaboom, looking good.
Everything answered by Kaboom. They have themselves a 4,000 gold lead built up over Alliance. Can they cause the big upset we've been looking for in this group? Minerva will step away, doesn't fancy tangling with Froggen. Shook was nearby. Don't think he just messed up his jump. I saw him off the side. I don't think he went for it. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Still safe. Won't need it for any time soon. So they're all right on that one. But like you said, that 3,000 gold lead closed up a little bit, but still something Kaboom has to work into the mid game. That's where they flaw. We've seen early game happen for them a lot. They got to keep strong.
And Tinones actually decided to go for the Hourglass here because he's against the Fizz, against the Twitch as well. He wants to try and assassinate him. It's one of the defensive items first, so it will cost him a little bit damage-wise. But if it's going to save his life and mean the rest of the team can join in, it's well worth it.
Pressure very much on and showing. It was Shook's actual failed jump. We did catch an eye on the side there. I thought I saw that. Just get confirmation. But this is the third outer turret is about to go down right now. This is a 3-0 unanswered. Wicked caught out once again. Left blowing everything on him. And another turret goes to Kaboom.
Where's the pressure from the Alliance? Like you said, where we saw it yesterday. Gets hit up. He does so. Chum the Waters. That's going to be a nice spell immune coming off from the Black Shield. Left, not in a good situation here at Wicked. They are using everything to get into this one as well. They are able to take him down, but like we said, they've been trading turrets all over. They're only getting kills back.
Yeah, Tino's moving to this top lane here. Alliance, because they sent taps top lane, lost the bottom lane. Will get a kill for it. Froggen wasn't actually able to get anything. There's a nice Chumbus. Good Black Shield as well from Dance. But still, you can just see Alliance here falling behind against Kaboom, who's been solid in the early game and pretty much all the games they've played, but they've just never really managed to get the lead. They never really managed to get the Dragons because they didn't know exactly when to do it. The timing on the Dragon before here was perfect. No teleport top lane for Wicked. Already forced Froggen back. That was just a good setup.
That's a good point. We do usually see them play solid in the early game, and it's the first time they come out with a lead. Usually they're playing solid from behind, so this may be the kick they need to really turn it around. 15 minutes on, more, not roaming, but ward placement deep in the jungle here as Tinones makes sure he's getting himself to safety and clearing out a lot of the wards. They have pinks all over, so they're doing a great job of keeping that stacked up.
4,000 gold lead held by Kaboom here. Unanswered in turret so far by Alliance, and the thing is their team comp doesn't even stack up to shoving down the turrets quickly. They can't pressure, they can't siege on Kaboom. They can wave clear for days right now with the Jinx and with the Ahri and Ryze in there, so they really need to try and play that pick game. But Kaboom, they're honing their inner LMQ right now and gathering in the mid.
Well, they are stronger 5 versus 5. As long as Taps can flank around and get the jump of them like you saw Def do in the last game, then they should be fine here and just kill the first target who comes in or bait out the ulti from Wicked, and then you can start going for the kills here, because Alliance, as you just said, don't have a lot of wave play here. It's all about picking off targets.
Well, once they can get Minerva going, they can definitely start speeding around the map here. He likes to put himself out front, as he does here, to get a zap, make sure they see everything on the back line. No secrets to come flying through here. No Shook to be kind of getting himself into a sticky situation where it would cause Kaboom trouble. They stay safe, they keep wards going down all the time. It's really paying off.
Yeah, they want these deep wards in the lane, so when they actually go back to their own base, they can suddenly start spotting out if Taps is gonna pop his stealth around his own tower, sneaking up on someone farming in the mid lane. So you need these deep lane wards, and of course you need wards on the flank.
That tower's going.
They got it. Again, look at the wards. Oh, all around them.
That's the lockdown onto Nif. Can they get any more out of this? The turret already went down. It does not look like Alliance wants to keep the fight going here, and they are really. Wait a minute. Froggen's about to go in. Minerva's a little too far forward. Shook's about to get hit up. They take down Shook. They're looking at Tabs now. Froggen to come back around without Chum the Waters. A very nice repel. He goes down from the dot damage. Froggen's able to answer, and a 2 for 3 as they're still backing up. A nice skill shot binding coming in from Dan's, and that's going to stop Tabs as well. He's not going to be the only one to keep going.
So Kaboom managed to get the tower here, get the first pick onto Nif, but Ahri had to use the ulti for it, and suddenly Alliance could re-engage, even though Wicked was actually running from the top lane, so he wasn't there to save Shook. Let's just see it again. They have the one pick, but there's no ulti on Ahri now, and Minerva gets hit by the fish. Can't happen for him. And suddenly, Alliance can open up. Taps left untouched in the start. Wicked joins in a bit late. Was no ulti for Shook, and then just start plating up. And Froggen, again, he doesn't want to lose, because his business is starting to look pretty scary. 4 kills already.
I hate to put a guy on the position once again, but where was Wicked with that intervention? Was not anywhere near that fight.
Well, that could have been any champion though, because he was in the top lane and then he had to run down as the engage actually started.
Okay, so what you're saying is communication was lacking with Froggen not telling them they're engaging. So there's problems nonetheless in Alliance right now because they are 4,000 gold behind. They are caught out of position, and Lep is really yet to get charged up, and they're already causing major problems with this Ryze and Ahri combo. And again, Kaboom in position, dragging up, 20 seconds, Alliance nowhere near. This is going to become a 6,000 gold differential.
Yeah, and as soon as Kaboom actually has a gold lead, everyone spams wards here. Look how many wards they've put up around this dragon to make sure if Alliance want to come and try and fight. I mean, land a binding, land a charm, and suddenly Kaboom gets the first pick and they can win the fight here. We have to see if Wicked can be ready with his ulti in case Alliance wants to fight. They seem like... Moving in. Whoa, Froggen.
Seem like they want to fight indeed. Froggen gets it up here. It could be Nif next, actually. They're looking for more kills on this one. Tino's over the wall. Zap just misses. Nif could be the next one to go down in this fight if Lep gets over the wall, and Kaboom goes to Dynamite.
What the hell was that, Froggen?
That was the worst engage I've ever seen. Wicked was still at the boob. I don't know if Froggen was expecting Wicked to be there with him with the ulti, He doesn't have an hourglass yet. You can't just jump in on this. Kaboom is controlling this game.
And they're going to take another tower here, I feel. There's nothing that Alliance could surely do. Wicked has to step away. 5 members of Kaboom come around. The minion wave will follow through. And this could well be the 5th tower unanswered in this game by Kaboom. Alliance, they have to step away or they're going to get caught.
Such control right now. Could be another engage. Shook trying to get back into this fight with the rest of the team. They do take down Danagorn, and they are going to be chasing on, but might be a disengage left with a great flash over the wall, and now they're only looking to grab Dan's just a little bit more. Will be some Shook's Manabar, but Froggy gets in range to slow it. The rest of the team gets out, but they did just grab another turret.
Yeah, Kaboom, they have the right calls, they have the right ideas. They're setting up for this dragon with all the wards here to spot Alliance coming in. But then in these straight-up team fights, there are just some very big individual mistakes. Notice again here how Minerva on this Jinx is in the front line being caught out of position. And I was talking with some of the Kaboom fans on Twitter, and they actually said one of the reasons Minerva was kicked from Pain Gaming when he was the support was because his positioning was often bad. He got caught out of position. And whenever Dan is not there with the Black Shield, twice now. First the fish in mid lane onto Minerva, and now down here the hook from him. He needs to be so careful because they have the lead.
Well, you got to remember his ability to change that because he then went on to beat those teams.
Oh yeah.
With the mechanics that he then revised.
That is a fantastic story about Kaboom, how Minerva, after Pain Gaming released him to pick up a Korean support actually. He then joined Kaboom, switched over to AD carry, Dance went over to being support and the shot call at the same time. And suddenly Minerva in the qualifier was just looking so good. He was destroying everyone. He destroyed Pain Gaming's and Keatstar's dual lane as well, where it was actually his old AD carry partner, BRTT from Keatstars. And he beat him. That was a good story. At least I like the story.
Well, currently, Kaboom have the 5-1 tower lead. Because Alliance did sneak a tower in there while that was all happening, while this beautiful story was being laid out by the wonderful Dane here. It does mean Kaboom are setting up, and again, they're looking to pressure this top turret. Only Tabs is there because lack of vision from Alliance is going to catch them out, and that is a turret being taken.
Another turret being taken. It'll be 6-1 right now. Losing turrets means you lose that map pressure, a little bit of that vision on the map. Ulti absolutely used on the rat-a-tat-tat, but a nice binding to his face stops that from even being engaged on by the rest of the team. 5,000 gold lead still in favor of Kaboom, and they are pushing fantastically all around the map. Their wards still coming out, and they're pushing the pink wards even farther forward. Right now they have 4 out on the map, maybe a 5th that they're actually sitting on. So they're the only ones taking their pink wards away. And that's because they're being placed farther towards Alliance.
So one thing to take a look at for Alliance is the fact that their carries have got the kills, have got the assists. It's all on the right people, the money, but I'm pretty sure when they were looking at this game, watching Cloud9 play earlier, they were not envisaging coming out 5,000 gold behind, 4 towers behind, reaching the 23-minute mark. Kaboom really have played well. Nif, he's one that has been caught out, but the rest of the team this time do claps in. Chop the water's thrown out, the Dance are going in.
Yeah, that was the black shield that he knew wouldn't be able to go on Dan's after he threw it onto Tinones. They turn this one around and say, yeah, we'll take this fight and we'll take down Nif.
Alliance just keep engaging in when the rest of the team isn't even ready. I mean, Tabs, he wasn't part of the fight. He tried to run in there. Shook was barely part of it. Wicked just came in and popped the ult on Froggen. And there's no point in using Kale ult if the target is already so low, because he's going to, like, he's gone. He's out of the fight anyway.
They're going to try and push up mid as quick as possible. Alliance have to swing around and sweep and try and cause this one. The charm catches on Wicked. Tinones goes in. He's got him. He takes him down. And that's going to cause real problems. The inhibitor turret is being bashed off. Froggen moves in. Can he slide across? Tinones, Sonya's hourglass catches him out. The rat-a-tat-tat comes around the side, but Froggen's turned around. He goes down. Kaboom are destroying Alliance.
I cannot believe this right now. They are pushing into the base at 23 minutes. They are totally shutting down Alliance, the super team from the European LCS. And as you said, Deficio, the team that went undefeated against Naja and White Shield yesterday.
This is just insane. Alliance, they keep fighting. They're completely split up all the time. There's no hourglass for Froggen yet. He keeps jumping in. I have no idea what they're doing. But if they don't stop right now, this game is over, because Kaboom is controlling it. They're getting all the picks they want. They've been setting up for the objectives, and they're looking extremely strong.
The safety net is gone. The inhibitor is down. And if Alliance lose another risky fight like that and pile in completely uncoordinated, they will lose their Nexus turrets and open up a gigantic chasm for Cloud9 to creak in the back door and maybe, just maybe, take that position. Of course, also if Alliance lose, it does give Najim Whiteshield a gigantic safety net for qualification.
Number 3 seed. Crazy, absolutely amazing coming into the world stage, and Kaboom definitely putting up a beautiful final show.
This is such a problem for Alliance. They can't even get a McHale's on this right here. I mean, he's been building towards the bucket instead, and the McHale's will do wonders against Ari, against the Morgana. No, this is Baron for Kaboom.
Wow.
This is all about Kaboom now.
Big
Once they go in for the next team fight, Minerva cannot be caught out of position, and then Kaboom will win the game.
Anything can happen in group stage. We said it at the start of the day. We saw it yesterday. We've seen it throughout Singapore. There's been so many back and forth matches, upsets left and right, and Kaboom would top the lot here if they were to topple the #1 European seed, taken down by a Brazilian wildcard team. It really is showing why these wildcard teams should be here represented, because they can take it to the top LCS teams.
Yeah, and Kaboom just really showing once they get out of the laning phase and they have the goal lead, they know exactly what to do and how to finish the game here. We're only 26 minutes in.
They have so much flow right now. The mistakes only being made because Minerva's a little too close, but he's already fixed that. Caught twice, don't see it happening anymore. Even if he is, Mikhail finished up on Dance here, the safety to come in a little bit if they don't get too aggressive on these fights, but they have been perfectly taking as much as they can and not getting into too dangerous of a position.
Yeah, Alliance, they don't have the key items yet. They shouldn't be able to win a fight here again. Froggen, he doesn't have Hourglass yet. He goes in, he's forced to go out again instantly, or he's going to die.
So such a risky move right now. They're going to go for Danagorn. They're pulling the trigger. Tabs has used Ratatat. He's going to drop down. I'm not sure they've got enough. Froggen carefully goes in. Earth gets caught out. Minerva, Tinones pulls the trigger. Is he going to get taken down? He gets out alive. And everybody is safe.
And that was a lot of ultis born by Alliance. Yeah, Kaboom, they stay alive. Come back away now. Go back to base. Go back up here and be ready for the next one. As soon as Kaboom moved away from this top side and only Danagorn was left, Alliance engaged onto him. Stay together, guys. Stay together.
Still 2 minutes on that Baron to be worked for them. That means it'll be up in quite some time, so Alliance is still going to have to stave off that pressure. The sustain that Kaboom will be getting out of that strength and the stats of Froggen finally finishing up his Zanyas. A bit more playmaking to come from him now. We've seen him go very headstrong into these fights. It causes a few problems sometimes.
Clearly, a lot of pressure on Alliance now. I don't think they were expecting to be so far behind coming out of lanes, let alone have their inhibitor taken down by a Brazilian team called Kaboom, who have just pressured them with the Baron. Dragon, not even thought of by Alliance. They can't get close. There is no ward coverage. It's not up just yet until light is up. It's down the side.
Oh, this is risky by Alliance.
Very risky. They're not going to go for it.
No, they can't. Go back to your base. I mean, look at the minions pushing in already.
Waves right now. They definitely need to start controlling that a bit.
And Kaboom has just outplayed Alliance in this game here. They had the standard lanes. They forced them themselves to send their dual lane top. Once they saw Alliance be top lane with Tabs and Nif, and just been winning every single lane. Danagorn with the ganks as well.
Still 1 minute on the Baron. The inhibitor, it's exposed, it's being taken. I don't think they're going to risk it. I think they're going to let Kaboom have it. No, just a little peek around the side. Tabs trying to flank around, as we saw Def doing so well in the previous matchup, but he's not able to get close. And Kaboom take down another inhibitor turret. They have an 11,000 gold lead before the 30-minute mark. That is huge over Alliance.
7-1 in turrets right now. That means the only turrets that stand are inside the base of Alliance here on their side of the map. The wards are going down a little bit, but it's not going to be helping. They can already see Kaboom And a huge static shift shot, well, the static shift damage along with a nice crit from Minerva.
And because Alliance is running this pick comp here and barely has any wave clear, Kaboom can always get damage on the tower here. As soon as Froggen tried to clear the wave, he took a lot of damage in return. As long as they don't make a mistake here, they are going to win the game.
Oh, that's the idea. That's the story. They back out a little bit.
Oh,
we did hear the Ghost Blade go off. That's the intervention down onto Tab, so that ultimate is down. They can get the rat if they need to.
Yeah, and this is Tabs blowing his ulti and his Ghost Blade here. Both are gone if Kaboom stays around here and looking for the next fight.
So much pressure on Alliance right now. Can they deliver? This would take them to 3-3 in the group if they were to lose, and then basically it is out of their hands. They've got to be looking towards either Nachi and White Shield beating Cloud9 so they can be in a draw for that situation, or if they lose, then well, that would be Alliance going out of the tournament. It is all going to happen. Froggen's going in. He's going to jump on. Lep's going to be the focus target. Can they lock towards him? This is Droplets. Alliance are in trouble. They're going to get away on that. They managed to get one down, but it's answered quickly by Minerva. He gets excited. He chases on Tabs. Oh, the death sentence from Nip is incredible. It keeps him alive, and maybe, just maybe, we'll keep Alliance's hopes alive.
Very explosive from Kaboom here. They're showing us how short the fuse really is, but Alliance able to snuff that one out. They have 2 kills to 1 right now, and they're going to try to continue chasing this down. He dashes in, but Froggen can't do much. Nice dodge on the binding. That's pretty much what can keep everybody out of the fight right now. A cocoon is really all they have. Lep's going to have to get real close for that rune prison. Now, well, they have a turret still. They have a turret that Alliance has to fight under. They're walking through it. They are going to be able to keep going.
Oh!
The base is getting torn apart, though. They may lose another inhibitor for chasing so far down the lane. Shook's going to get back. He's finally up from being dead. And what a fight in the top lane that Alliance trying to stop Kaboom from taking the game.
Oh, this is not over yet. Let's see it again. So Froggen, he actually engaged onto Dan. This is not the target he wants. There's Black Shield, there's a locket from Danagorn as well. But the whole fight breaks up. Taps is left untouched for now. They catch Tinones. Very nice catch by Alliance. He's going down. We'll just do a little bit of damage in the very end. And now it's all about Nip landing the hook onto Minerva. Otherwise, he would be able to just keep chasing Taps here. Got the crit as well. Nice hook. He goes down. Suddenly Alliance can chase.
Dan's used that Mikhails to heal. That was Danagorn on the way out. It would have been perfect for that hook from Nif to get him out of that sentence.
Whoa, wicked got out. Big burst on him. 20 seconds till Baron. This is problematic once again for Alliance. I'm not sure they can risk another Baron going to Kaboom because they've already been pressured. They've lost 2 Nexus inhibitor turrets. 1 inhibitor is down. Will be respawning shortly, but that has still got a long timer on it. And Alliance, they know it. They know they have to fight for this one. Put the 10,000 gold. That is a gigantic amount of items across the team. And they've got to be careful nobody walks blindly into a Dark Binding.
Slow plays, but good ward still coming out of Kaboom. They know this is the tense moment. Turning it on when they need and slowing it down when they really need to put Alliance in a sticky situation. Back to Baron, one of the stickiest.
Very nice timing. Tabs used the scrying over the Baron here, and they were just waiting around, didn't actually start it as soon as it ran out. Start the Baron here. From very low road. Go, Tab from Zul.
Rat-a-tat-tat used, he stood on top of Jumpers. He's going to have the intervention just in time. Dan's taken so low. They can chase on this one. Lep comes off the side, everybody disengages. Risky stuff for everyone involved.
Yeah, that was a very late ulti from Wicked as well. Just use it instantly as you see the rocket, as you see the burst coming in towards Tabs. Then you pop the ult here. Everyone's staying alive. Still, a lot of wards around this Baron for both teams. Alliance actually managed to get in. Plays a lot of wards of their own, so they should be fairly safe now and be able to still move in if Kaboom is starting it. Oh, this game is not over yet.
Not at all. A breather definitely needed to be taken for a second. Take stock of everything around the board. Core items really set up for every player. It comes down to pretty much how you play your champion at this point. Quite early in the game. A 10,000 gold lead. It's about 9 right now for Kaboom. Largest they've had here in the tournament.
Minerva's got to be so careful. He's absolutely going to be eyes on target for Froggen and Tabs. If they can get him down, they can start something rolling. Tinones was almost caught out in the last one. Hit that Sonya's out.
Right.
just in time.
Oh, Taps stealthing up
This
here.
is tricky. They're going to go for Tinones. They see Minerva.
Oh,
he wants
risky.
to go for it. This is very risky. Sidesteps the charm. Doesn't pull the trigger on the ultimate either.
Yeah, he had no flash here, so he couldn't really move in. There's no Mikhails either to save him in case a charm would have landed. So wise enough, he backs away. Alliance, though, want to take control of this Baron River. Clear some of the wards. They have a lot of pings down and a lot of pings in their backs as well.
The waves are in their advantage right now. That
Tap going in again.
Always going to go around the side. This time he will catch them. Tinones jumps away from it. Lep catches out. The ultimate already used. That's a misplay. And that is Froggen going down. Tap's now on the side there. The Wicked Alliance are completely split. Wicked is helpless in this chase. Kaboom are chasing.
Miscommunication from Alliance again. Froggen goes in. He pops his Hourglass at the same time as the ult from Wicked comes in.
Still moving in. It looks like they're trying to get back on this one. They don't have the waves in their favor, but they are going to pursue on into the base. Wards here you can see coming out of Alliance to make sure they know exactly what's going on. 29 seconds on Froggen to even get up back into the fight. The inhibitor will go down to give that added pressure that Kaboom needs. Teleport coming in from Lep as well. They're staying for the long haul.
The top turret is already down, remember. This could be the second inhibitor going down. Alliance have got no answer. It's still 13 seconds on the death timer for Froggen. And Kaboom absolutely leave Alliance's base in tatters.
They definitely have to be careful with that Baron up. They are to back now. Froggen in 3 seconds. This could be big for Alliance to take positioning.
Alliance have only killed one tower in this game here. They've lost every single lane. They've been losing the fights, except for the few times where they managed to catch out someone like Minerva.
They're rushing to Baron.
They're rushing Baron here. Oh.
Well, they go for it. They're going to go around the side, but Kaboom are chasing. They've got to take this down so quick. Taps is there. Minerva's just off at the side, as is Lep. Lep can do a hell of a lot of damage if he can catch them all in a pit. There we go. They check them out. Final goes in. Lep comes around. There's the rocket. Alliance are in trouble. They get the Baron, but can they get out? Shook's gone out. Leaps away. Lep chases on towards him. Gets away with it. And Alliance are away. They have to get to the fountain. They have to regen because Kaboom are coming.
Well, this means for Alliance, as long as they get back to base and heal up now, with the Baron buff, it might force Kaboom to just sit back and wait for another 3 minutes, so inhibitors will respawn. And Alliance buying some time here for 4 minutes.
Well, the old team that Alliance was definitely knows how to buy time. Setting up brick walls at every edge of the base was one of the best things that Froggen and the EU team could do when they played the long, long matches. And right now it looks like they're trying to go brick and mortar on this one. Kaboom's going to pick up Dragon. They're going to get a bit more gold. This isn't really what's going to put them inside the base anymore, but they're clearing out things to stay safe here, clear their waves, and they'll be back in the face of Alliance.
Those super minion waves being pushed in against Alliance will feed them the experience they need to try and catch and close this gap. It's still a 10,000 gold differential with that gigantic wave being swept out, and you can see Kaboom. They are having control of this map. They are pushed. They've got the wards all across. They are grouping up. They are pushing and looking for that final inhibitor turret, and they may well be able to get it.
Well, this is against a Baron up team here, so they have to be careful. Still, dances to Mikhails in case if lands a hook, so it's going to be all about Froggen just engaging in.
Even if they get caught out, what are they going to lose? There's not a lot Alliance can do. They've only got one tower in the entire game. Even if they push straight down the mid, they're only going to get to the inner.
Take a little too much time to gain a lot of ground for Alliance. Kaboom is trying to put the final touches on this.
And it's going to be very, very hard for Taps to find the engage. Again, it's going to be all about Froggen jumping in, pop the Hourglass, and then Wicked has the ult. But look at the super minions in top lane.
One of the best ways for the minions to come in. They're going to get rocked by the one turret first.
Froggen!
They got Froggen! He gets down on the intervention. Still has the Zanyas up. Communication on that one was right by Alliance, but the turret taken down below half. This has been the story. Kaboom has not been pushed off the turrets until they grab it. And the Nexus turret almost about to go down. Alliance has too much on their plate to consider. That's the fight. The control onto left. They are able to take him down. Danagorn very low. Shook. Gonna get hit up in the middle of the fight. They're gonna win. Nexus turret is almost about to go down. That's Alliance down. Kaboom. They flip the fuse. And they are gonna take the game here. It's just a bit more. Froggen's charmed up. And it's the kiss of death for him. A triple kill coming in for Tinones. And I can't believe it, D-Man. Kaboom takes the game over Alliance.
What the hell just happened? The team that absolutely got the Shield just got decimated by Kaboom Esports from Brazil, representing the wildcard tournament. And that, ladies and gentlemen, blows this group wide open once again.
I don't even know what to say.
Speechless. Those are the words.
They won every single lane against Alliance here. And then just destroyed them, picked them off.
That
is this the biggest upset?
It has to be. I mean, that's, I think, the first victory for an international wildcard team.
What amazing!
Certainly in this tournament. I'm trying to think of last. No, tell a lie. They got one last year. It was
Mineski.
No,
Gaming Gear
EU beat TSM, but
that was a team.
I'm not sure you can take that.
This is bigger. This is way bigger.
This is way bigger. And Lep, what a performance! What a game! Tinones 8-8 in the mid lane.
Absolutely amazing throughout. Impressing me the most is actually how definitive in closing out the game once they got out of the laning phase with the lead was for Kaboom. That was day and night from any of their play.
So many wards, they set up every single objective for them. Yes, okay, they lost a few fights, but that was also credit to Alliance finding the picks. But Kaboom, they kept going. They knew Alliance didn't have enough wave clear and just managed to get the win. They played so well.
You know, Double have said it. The ceiling in Europe is high. But my God, are they inconsistent, that's for sure. Let's just quickly break this down. Najim Whiteshield are 4-1 in the group. Cloud9 are 3-2 in the group. We'll be playing Najim Whiteshield later on. And could possibly, if they win that game, both go through and Alliance are out. Alliance, they're 3-3. They now need Najim Whiteshield to beat Cloud9 to get a tiebreaker game. It is no longer in their hands. And you've got to be looking at today's results after yesterday and thinking it's in the bag. But what the hell? They didn't even turn up to play. And all throughout the entire lane phase, we said it ourselves. What can Kaboom do? They win the lane phase. It's the first time they had won the lane phase. Can they take it? Can they push it? Can they take the dominance? By God, they could. They grouped. We said they love to group, and they did just that. And God, Alliance had no answer for them.
No, and Kaboom, they kept punishing Alliance every single time. Like Froggen, before he had an hourglass, would jump in and Wicked would be standing at the bull buff. No coordination between the two. Over and over. We saw it so many times. Alliance jumping in, end up just instantly dying. They're not ready to fight and just fell so far behind.
What a game, ladies and gentlemen. We said there were surprises, and damn did we have some. Let's go back over to the analyst desk for a breakdown of Kaboom's stunning win.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Now, with that win, Najim Shield has clinched a spot in the quarterfinals. Let's take a quick look at the standings before we talk about the game, because I want to highlight some of the things that have happened. First and foremost, Najim Whiteshield guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals. The seed is what matters. That will be determined later in the day. And regardless of the results against Cloud9, there will be a tiebreaker. Either against Cloud9 for first place, or Cloud9 against Alliance for the second seed into the quarterfinals. Let's go back to the game, talk about what happened. First and foremost, picks and bans. I feel like Kaboom had a very good strategy going in.
I think you really have to praise Kaboom for their planning in these games, because both of their games today, they had the better draft. And if we look at Alliance's team comp here, this is just, it's bad. They've got a pick comp going on, but they have no wave clear. And that was like a major problem in this game, because when you're playing against a Jinx who can just take down these towers so quickly, you have to have some way to stop her from just standing there in minigun form and taking all your turrets. And when you have no pressure, when you have no zone, it makes it all too easy for her to do that. So they played it out. They played out their win conditions really well. You know, even though Froggen had some nice roaming in the early game, every time he left, it seemed like Kaboom would just take another turret. And then when you have that kind of lead, you can snowball it pretty easily.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about the pick comp from Alliance, because it was Kaboom finding picks in the early game that snowballed each of their lanes, that allowed them to pick up towers unanswered. Double lift, care to chime in on what Kaboom did right?
If you told me that a Hex Drinker second item Jinx would beat the team that had a perfect game against Najim Whiteshield, I would have called you trash. But, I mean, I don't know what to say. These guys played really well. They made it work.
I want to quickly ask Crumbs something very quickly, because you called on day one of this stage that Kaboom would win a game.
That's right.
I'm still not sure if you're a prophet or a false prophet.
Told you Kaboom would win one game, and it came down to the wire last one. So,
and it's against Alliance. I mean, it just looked like they fell to pieces. Let's pull up the replay that we've got from the game on your screen. It really just encapsulates everything that Kaboom did right. Roll the clip out, probably. Talk to me about the god that is Tinones in this play.
Oh, Tinones is a beast. He sees Wicked through that ward, and he knows Wicked doesn't have ult, so he goes all in. But watch, he gets an auto every time he Spirit Rushes, and that's what seals the deal on Wicked. And now he's just, you know, groups back with his team, and he's still paying attention to all the skill shots that are about to come out, though. He hits the charm on Twitch, which is super strong for that follow-up, because that's what would have got Tinones out. Tinones was wait for Zhonya's to flash Froggen's E, and now Froggen's in the vulnerable spot. They basically just collapse on Froggen and, you know, they win the game, man.
Yeah, and this composition too, we saw a lot of really nice chaining of CC from Kaboom here over the course of the game. I mean, this is honestly like a nightmare team comp for Fizz to play against. You look at the Black Shield, so many binds, roots, jinx traps, they can just stack it up as soon as somebody goes in. And that was combined with some misplays from Alliance where during crucial moments, they would use both Zhonya's on Fizz and the Kayle ult on Fizz at exactly the same time, layering that on top of each other. And that means that Fizz was just blown up as soon as the Kayle ult ended.
I also feel Froggen felt pressure to carry. Some of the decisions that he made were very hard, very rash, very quick, and it felt to me, because I've watched this team a lot, like Froggen went, I have to win this game, I have to carry it.
Of course. I mean, sorry. Of course. With a team comp like that, no one's going to carry.
Yeah, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't siege. That was a terrible composition with Twitch for sieging. They had a melee mid laner and effectively, a pseudo melee top laner. And so you can't defend the siege, you can't siege yourself, you kind of just have to all in. But against the comp that Kaboom fielded, it made it very, very, very difficult.
Final thoughts, Prolly?
I just want to know if Kaboom mind gamed it, because they know Froggen is a ridiculously good Fizz. So they pick Ahri, really, really vulnerable against Fizz. But then they have Ryze and Morgana to back up the Ahri. And they're like, pick the Fizz. Pick the Fizz. And they got in, they're like,
I think so too. Right, guys, we're going to throw things over to Shox, who's standing by with a member of the victorious Kaboom Esports.
Thank you very much, guys, as I'm joined here by Tinones after Kaboom's incredible win over Alliance. First up, congratulations. That was one heck of a performance. Talk me through the first thoughts that went through your mind. First Brazilian team to win at Worlds. First wildcard team to win at Worlds. Crazy victory.
Parabéns pela participação, foi sensacional a sua Ahri. E comenta pouquinho sobre o jogo, porque foi o primeiro time brasileiro a participar do Worlds e a primeira vez que um time do International Wildcard ganha uma partida no Worlds. Como você está se sentindo agora?
Obrigado pelos parabéns. A gente estava muito experiente quando a gente veio jogar a primeira vez aqui. Faltava muita coisa, as rotações deles eram melhores, o estilo de jogo dele era diferente que a gente estava acostumado. Então, acho que esses primeiros dias foi bastante para acrescentar experiência para o nosso time e a gente conseguir surpreender um time.
So yeah, when he got here, he wasn't that experienced, but the last 2 days we could see that the teams had more map rotations, and we improved a lot in that matter. So all the experience that we got in these 2 other days made us do a difference right now.
You made it happen. Talk me through picking Ahri and then going up against Froggen's Fizz and doing so well.
Fala pouquinho sobre você ter escolhido a Ahri contra o Fizz do Froggen.
Eu escolhi a Ahri para tirar um pique dele também, que é um pique bem forte, um champion que ele está bastante acostumado a jogar. E nós tínhamos em mente que o pique dele ia ser Fizz ou Sheriff, então a gente estava bem confortável com isso.
So I picked Ahri because I wanted to take that away from him, because I know he's a very good Ahri player, and we knew that he would pick either Xerath or Fizz, so we were prepared for anything.
You guys sure were. Talk to me through what happened in the team communication at the end of the game when you were so close, but you know you can still lose a fight, possibly.
Então fala pouquinho de como é que foi a comunicação do time, porque vocês no final do jogo vocês estavam bem próximos, mas ainda poderiam perder o jogo se perdesse uma luta.
Eu acho que essa parte é a mais difícil para a gente, que é para acabar o jogo, que é o que a gente chama mais de dificuldade.
So this part was the hardest one for us to end the game. So our communication was regarding that was really hard.
Finally, what does this mean for you as a Brazilian team coming here to represent your region, and what do you want to say to the fans?
Então, o que isso significa para você, sendo o primeiro brasileiro a estar aqui jogando e ganhar uma partida no Worlds? O que você gostaria de dizer para os seus fãs?
Eu acho que estar aqui e ganhar o jogo de um time no Mundial é mostrar que o Brasil tem chance, que a gente vai crescer bastante ainda e vamos chegar no nível das outras regiões. E queria agradecer o pessoal daqui, que sempre apoia a gente, torceram bastante por nós, e agradecer os fãs do Brasil também.
So yes, that was really good to show that the Brazilians really have potential to grow. We're on the right path to become a problem to the other regions. And I want to say thanks to all the fans out here. They've been incredible, shouting our names in every objective. And also the fans in Brazil that's watching this right now.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations. What an amazing victory here for Kaboom.
Thank you.
All right, we have to take a short commercial break, but when we come back, it's a clash of Worlds veterans Fnatic as they take on Samsung Blue. Don't go anywhere.
Flash is not available. Void spikes in. Shook wants the reset. Shield. Can he get out? Yes, he can. Wait a minute. Rocket's about to go in. Minerva's a little too far forward. Shook's about to get hit up. They take down Shook. That was the black shield that he knew wouldn't be able to go on Dan's after he threw it onto Tino's. They turn this one around.
The Lions have to swing around and sweep and try and cause this one. The charm catches on Wicked.
No way.
Tino's goes in. He's got it. Froggen's going in. He's going to jump on. Lep's going to be the focus target. Can they lock towards him? This is Droplets. Alliance are in trouble. Alliance are in trouble. They get the bound, but can they get out? Shook's gone out. Chase leaps away. Lep chases on towards him. Gets away with it.
Dana going very low. Shook gonna get hit up to the middle of the fight. They're gonna win. Next turret is almost about to go down.
my
God! The Lions down. Kaboom! They flip the fuse, and they are gonna take the game here.
welcome back to the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. Before we get into our next game, there has been some controversy regarding the results of yesterday's Fnatic versus OMG game. Our league operations team will put an official update on lolesports.com shortly, so make sure you go there to check it out and read up on the details. For now, I'd like to welcome Mitch Crepo Forceballs and David Freak Turley to the desk, who've swapped in for the second half of the day. Guys, thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
It is time for Fnatic to take on Samsung Blue. With Samsung Blue's win earlier today, they are guaranteed that #1 seed going into the quarterfinals. And in order for Fnatic to take the second seed, they must win this game, and they need help from LMQ later today because they will need LMQ to beat OMG. All right, that's the important thing to note if you're rooting for Fnatic. Let's talk about Samsung Blue because I think they played extremely sloppy, and I was incredibly unimpressed with their match earlier today.
Well, they had a very clean early game. It was only in the mid game where Def started flashing into 5 that things got a little crazy. But yeah, their mid and late game was pretty bad.
I do have to, though, give some credit to their actual teamwork adaptations. I was watching that game upstairs, and I started thinking about the team compositions. And what I liked so much was that they actually put together this 3-man tanky dive squad, the Kassadin, the Maokai, the Rengar, who can't die against Orianna Rumble. Like, they're not going to blow up to that, and Kog'Maw's the guy getting jumped on. And so Deft was kind of on his own being like, okay, don't dive into them, but just don't die. And even if you do die, that's okay because we've killed their AD carry as well. And so they kind of had this game where they got to stall out for a while, get that front line too big to be killed, to burst, because that's how that works generally as a sort of class matchup, and then play the game out from there. I thought that was actually very stellar.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, but I really think it never should have even gotten to that
Sure,
point.
no. I'm just saying, for what it's worth, the good sides was they found that good winning condition at the end.
Crepo, Double have brought up a point regarding Def's positioning, not only in this game, but some of the other games. The last time Fnatic beat Samsung Blue was an incredibly clean win, and Reckless was a large part of that. So let's talk about the AD carries, what you think about Def, what you think about Reckless in this matchup, and just how important it is as well.
I think both are just really good at this game. And Deft, I think Deft at his highest skill, if you see like the best moments of Deft, they're just flat out amazing. That dude can like sidestep everything. But on the world stage, people have been picking a lot of CC in his direction. Yeah, I'm sure he'll dodge the cocoon and then the hook, but then El Charm will come out afterwards.
Yeah.
And then people are literally targeting him with everything. What impressed me the most though about Deft and just Blue in general is their stealth play. They have this ability to get these stealth gangs off that just make their opponents look dumb. Sometimes they'll show up with, why are you still there? Why are you getting caught right now? But it's so subtle, and you only realize it unless you've played on the highest level and you've played against the teams that do this. Their like ganks are just perfect, and I really want to look forward to see if Fnatic will actually let them do that, or even let them have those picks.
Well, those mind games that we saw in their last one in the early phase, where they kept thinking Deft had recalled out of top lane, but then he just showed up and just
Guess
killed.
who's back?
Yeah, just
back again. It's Deft.
All right, well, let's talk about some of the scenarios. There are 2 games left in Group C. Therefore, there are 4 potential scenarios to take a look at when we consider tiebreakers. So let's take a look at what the 4 options are. The way you read this graphic, you read from left to right, top to bottom. So in the Fnatic versus Samsung Blue game, either Fnatic or Blue can win, followed by OMG versus LMQ. Again, either LMQ or OMG can win. Depending on the results, depend on where the tiebreaker or potential tiebreaker will land. Option number 1, Fnatic against LMQ. If Fnatic wins and LMQ wins, Samsung Blue will obviously take first in all scenarios, but is a tiebreaker once again between LCS regions. For all remaining options, depending on the wins, either OMG or LMQ automatically get that second seed into the quarterfinals. So this is a battle between 3 teams chasing for second spot. Right, that does it for the tiebreakers. I want to talk to our analysts and get some predictions, see where you guys are standing. Are you with Fnatic or are you with Samsung Blue? Knowing where some of these possibilities are, knowing who's going to be more hungry for the win. Crepo, you're new to the desk for now. Who is your prediction and why?
Well, every time I've gone against the grain and tried to like not predict an upset, the upset happens. So this time I'm gonna beat the race. And I'm gonna say Fnatic's gonna win this game.
All right, so Fnatic. Let's go Crumbs.
I'm going to have to side with Samsung Blue for this one. So even though they look pretty sloppy in that game against LMQ, if they were to just have closed the game out the way it should have been, that would have been just a complete slaughter.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Samsung Blue as well, although I do think that it's very possible for Fnatic to win again, not only because they did have such an impressive victory last time, but because Samsung Blue is out of this group at number 1. They're going to be eager not to show anything else to their opponents going into the quarterfinals. So they don't really have much to play for right now. They'll probably just fall back on, some old champion picks, old strategies. And so it should be something that Fnatic has seen and can read. But even so, Blue still.
Yeah, I do agree with all those points. I do think Fnatic has a chance, but last time Fnatic, even though Fnatic beat these guys last time around, it was off some incredibly good, best I've ever seen them individual plays, and I don't think they're going to have that again. Samsung Blue probably 80% of the time is going to win this game.
There's a new prophet in town. Fnatic's going to take this.
Right, let's get an update from lolesports.com. Right now, it is sitting with Fnatic, leading the vote with 63%. Let's see if they can come out on top. We're going to hand things over to our second rotation of shoutcasters to get the games underway. But first, a closer look at a friendship that has blossomed from the rivalry between these top-tier AD carries.
I'm really looking forward to facing Blue again, because I feel like Deft played good, but not good enough for me to be like, wow, this is actually the idol I've had for the last year.
Deft trying to turn this one around. There is a tidal wave coming in. Cyanide down in the middle though. They managed to pick up the... And Fnatic take down Samsung Blue. Deft there is absolutely gutted. Mutual respect between him and Reckless, and honestly, out of the two, it's Reckless that's shown up today. You can see for Deft exactly what that means.
우리나라 한국에서 푸나틱의 레클스 선수와 많이 비교를 하기보다는 레클스 선수가 유럽의 데프트다 그런 소리를 듣고 실력들은 다 데프트 선수를 밀어쳐주니까 자기도 그걸 증명하고 싶었을 거고.
I saw Deft crying after the game, and I literally love the guy. He's my idol, so I really respect him, and I went to him after the game and I gave him a hug and I said, shit happens, in the end, life continues, you will do better next time, and I think he was really grateful for it.
일단은 이번 경기에 패한 게 저희 팀한테는 엄청난 약이 됐다고 해야 되나? 아마 제 생각일지 모르지만 다음 푸나틱과의 경기에서는 압살하지 않을까 싶네요. 그리고 혁규는 더 이상 우는 일 없도록 해줄 테니까 나 믿고 따라와라.
Wow, some big words coming out of Samsung Blue there.
Out of nowhere, right? It's this mutual respect for you. It's like, it will never happen.
Follow me,
crush them.
and it'll all be good. Hello, everyone. I'm Joe Miller, taking the desk with Joshua Jack Leesman and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Guys, I'm not sure how we're really supposed to follow on from what we've just seen. Boom taking down Alliance. Well, we've got 3 very important games coming up.
Yeah, and a guaranteed tiebreaker based on the results of some of the next 3 games. But this one, it's Fnatic's last chance to try and make it out of groups.
Well, we just saw, a team with Ari with a whole bunch of picks, make this big upset. Last time Fnatic beat Blue was an upset with Ari and a bunch of picks.
Well, let's get to it, because I'm sure everyone's excited to see this match and have a look at the starting lineups for each squad. Take it to the Rift on the blue side from the European LCS. It is, of course, Fnatic, with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in mid, Reckless the AD carry, and Yellow Star on support.
And on the red side is Samsung Blue. Acorn is up top. In the jungle, Spirit. Mid, Dade. AD carry, Deft, and support, Heart.
And I really can't wait for this rematch. It's actually Fnatic on the blue side this time. It's even harder to imagine that they were able to pick up the red side win when a lot of the pick and ban differences have shown a decent size advantage for the blue side teams, at least in this group. However, Blue didn't really use good use of their bans in that last game.
So yeah, Blue keeps banning Zillion, Alistar, and Maokai on really both sides, whether they're red or blue. So we'll see if they switch it up here, maybe target some of those pick champions, because that's been a deadly weapon so far today.
Where do we think the important areas to focus on? We were talking about Xpeke earlier on, the Ari that he played in that one, really stepping up his game. Do they look towards Peke and change some of those bans?
I feel like they're still going to go with the same ones that they've been using all tournament long.
I think for Fnatic, at least watching the games that Blue has won, which have been actually kind of close. Blue's game against LMQ was a bit of a nail-biter. Blue channels so much of their farm into Deft, and they sacrifice other people for it. Going into the day, as far as point in the game when people hit level 6, Acorn was last amongst top laners in the entire group. It's because he basically
is a martyr so Deft can get more farm. And that's one of the big reasons he had dealt 50% of his team's damage coming into today, and one of the reasons he had such a big impact in the last match.
And one of the reasons, once again, Fnatic banning out Twitch, just like they did last time against Blue.
And the bans for Blue so far, Kobe, you are not wrong at this stage. Zillion, Alistair, we'll see if Maokai will be that third and final choice to come out. Actually, no. Going for Lucian there. On the other side, Fnatic took away Kha'Zix, Yasuo, and the Twitch that we already mentioned.
And we'd mentioned that Cyanide had struggled a little bit during the regular season playoffs on Lee Sin, but he really showed up on Lee Sin in their win against LMQ, so he definitely has some more confidence coming in here. I think it was a really nice ban change to get rid of Lucian, since they know Soaz isn't really one to pick Maokai readily.
Also, again, it's Fnatic focusing sort of on Spirit. You know, they ban the Kha'Zix and they first pick away Lee Sin, two of the strongest of those early game duelist junglers. We've seen Spirit on the Jarvan and on the Rengar. Not quite the same performances that he was on these other top two junglers.
Well, let's see what Samsung Blue go for here. Thresh and Timo being offered over right now, but you know, Yellow Star did play Thresh in the last encounter between these two teams. Heart settling for Nami in the end after that, and they may look to take this Thresh away. Where is Spirit going to go? The hover between Jarvan and Elise coming in. I think Elise will fit in better.
You know what's really cute, actually? When Fnatic was on the red side of this exact same matchup, the first two picks by Fnatic were Thresh and Elise. So they're actually just kind of taking the things that were so successful against them the last time, specifically to pick champions. And when we mentioned how Blue has so much of their damage dealt from Deft and they put so much farm into him, it actually creates a bit of a vulnerability to single target focus and stuns, which is what Fnatic used last time to win. Blue is trying to control those champions this time.
Not gonna fall into the Cyanide trap here, hovering between Victor and Volibear. Down on that side, down by the V's in Champions League. Not going to go for that one just yet. So Fnatic, of course, have that Lee Sin, and completely agree with the fact that when we saw yesterday Lee Sin locked in, we were like, I'm not sure how successful that's going to be. He's not had a good season with Lee Sin. However, yesterday, he came up big, had 19 assists and 11 KDA overall in that match against LMQ. Looks like it will be the bottom lane locked in here for Fnatic, then Janna and Tristana for Reckless.
And talking about, you know, focusing on those AD carries for late game team fights, looks like Fnatic are sort of switching shoes here with Blue and going with that Tristana. They will have that mid-game dip. They'll have to get him past. Pairing Tristana with Janna does definitely bring about a pretty strong duo lane though. So we'll see how they fare, because Deft, he's been switching between not Corki and Jinx, but Corki and Kog'Maw.
Yeah, I really wonder which one he's going to go for, too. I feel like with things that he's had success on, Corki would be the logical choice, since Fnatic's already going a little bit more to the late game with Trist, and because after Deft lost the last game to Fnatic, he destroyed on Corki, something like 14-1. It would make sense that they try and just destroy the mid game the instant they see the Trist pick.
Well, it looks like it. Hovering over Rumble would not hurt that mid game either. Several teams have used that strategy so far, but the last minute switch to Maokai, a little bit later, but still very strong for team fights.
And being a good pick for them as well, 5-0-9 in the one game. And you mentioned Deft there on Corki, 16-1-6 in that kind of beatdown after they lost to Fnatic in their next encounter. We'll see if he can continue that trend here. And you've got to be fearful of a play like Deft when he's already shown that kind of performance on that champion.
Well, again, it's shaping up here for Blue to be a two-threat team. It's going to be about Deft and Dade dealing the damage in that late game. Lot of weight on Deft's shoulders. As you said, he has a really, really big portion of the team's damage dealt. The average is 31% for AD carries.
Yeah.
But you mentioned he's over half.
Yeah, and at least Blue has a ton of area of effect damage here, just with Corki Maokai, almost irregardless of their mid lane pick. Fnatic's going to have to come up with a strategy in these last two picks. If they pick Zed, it's going to be very split push focused actually, and they're going to need to completely focus on disengage. That's what they do.
It's interesting because Rumble and Zed want to do fairly different things, but Zed is strong as well once he gets his first item. Whoa!
One thing I will say is that Rumble is pretty good when the enemy team tries to dive on you, at least at trying to punish them for it. I just don't know if Fnatic has enough auxiliary damage outside of him with Janna, Lee Sin, and a mid-game power dip and Trist they're going to be in a very dangerous position the instant they try and start split pushing with Zed, especially if Dade picks Talon for an even more potent dive.
Could be interesting, this one as well. And building a similar composition to that win against LMQ that we were talking about before, where Def went 16-1-6. They had the Thresh support, Maokai top lane in that one as well. They had Yasuo in the mid lane, which of course is banned away this time by Fnatic. And the question is, where will Dade land? Talon seems to be the choice.
And this Fnatic team, okay, so it is going to be Talon to go into that Zed. We've had a lot of discussion about the Zed and Talon matchup. It hasn't shown to be quite as one-sided as we've heard. There are several things here. Talon, we've seen a lot of the successful Talons that are going against Zed use their ultimate very, very early in lane, shove it and get harassed at the same time. But if you do that, then you leave yourself vulnerable to Zed. But as far as the whole team here from Fnatic, the Rumble seems a bit out of place. They have a lot of knockbacks and protective spells they can use, but nothing really to hold anyone down on that Rumble ultimate. So it's going to be up to Soaz to fit that in a very small corridor or somehow use these knockbacks and kicks to kick people onto it, because that's going to be very difficult.
I would have to just say it might just be because Soaz hasn't found success on his other champions. He's not going to pick Lulu again. And Rumble has found success against Maokai, so it's kind of just a pick for the matchup here, and they're hoping it works out in the overall context of the game.
And I think there's no doubt that Soaz is a huge part of this team as well. When he's playing well, Fnatic are generally doing well, but I have to say I've seen Soaz hanging around this morning, and he looks very, very nervous. Of course, Fnatic have to win this game, and even then, it's not even in their own hands.
And what a situation to be in, where in order to even have a chance of making it out of the group, they have to beat Samsung Blue twice in a row. It's a ridiculous situation they put themselves in.
Yeah, everybody here at Worlds has been through just a roller coaster of emotions, but especially this Fnatic team.
Well, as both teams prepare to face off, we want to know who you guys think will come out ahead in this one. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag FNCWin or SSBWin, and we'll see who you think is the stronger team as we get into game. It's a big one, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic versus Samsung Blue. All on the line here for Fnatic. Can they pull it off? We're going to find out.
I was actually a little giddy last night thinking about the games that we were going to get to see. This matchup, could Fnatic upset Samsung Blue again? The next matchup between Cloud9 and Najin White Shield. I wasn't even considering the fact that Kaboom would win a game today. Everything has delivered thus far. I want to see if these games do as well.
Yeah, group stages at this World have been so exciting. We thought we had seen the big upset in the last couple groups.
They just keep
when
happening.
AHQ took down the #1 seed from China, Edward Gaming. But then Kaboom one-ups them. Let's see if Fnatic can actually repeat their upset against Blue.
And obviously, it's going to be very heavily about the 80 carries. Both of these guys have bounced back after some pretty devastating losses. Yellowstar's caught way out of position. Hart with a beautiful flank.
He's miles away from everything. There is a Flay coming in, but they're going to try and close him off before he gets to the tower. Exhaust used. He's going down. It's going to be Talon to get first blood. Meanwhile, Fnatic trying here on the top side to get into Acorn, but what a disastrous start, and it might not be over. Well, it will. Hart's all on his own there. He's not going to be able to take down Peke, but what a crazy start.
How in the world did Hart get into position there? I'm going to have to go back and check and give you guys an update, because it was a remarkable flank there. Yellowstar had no idea.
They did not cover every entrance here into their side of the jungle with the defensive warding. And Fnatic do give up that first blood. That is really going to swing
Watching it again,
Talon Zed matchup.
Watching it again, Hart walked right in through the front door where everyone normally invades, and then just walked around the red buff in order to get the kill. There just wasn't that one defensive river ward you normally see from a team, and it ends up costing Fnatic.
Yeah, first one there. Early Bird does get the worm. Yellowstar now under attack again. Looks like it will be the lane swap call here from Blue.
Could be so dangerous. They're going to fight over that Blue. A big damage coming in there from Def
shut
with
the
the
door.
phosphorus bomb. Cyanide actually going very deep from this one. Acorn in there. Cyanide having to flash away. Def has gone low. There's another phosphorus bomb coming in. Hart will get the summoner heal there from his AD carry, but he's going to go down, and it's Soaz that takes the kill. 2.5 minutes in, we're tied on kills at 1-1. Might not be over just yet. Def trying to recall there, but they're going to try and hold him down. Soaz, nice flash from Def, gets him away from the harpoon slow.
An inch away from being able to close that one in. And in a sense, Fnatic equalizes that early first blood by getting one back, but it really depends about the buff control and how they manage their experience at this point.
Yeah, you can see it was a very quick call for Fnatic to go invade this red buff because they knew that their bottom side was open to blue and Spirit would rush in to grab that red buff. Now he's coming around for the level 3 gank.
The biggest thing that I actually see in all this is for once, Deft wasn't farming his lane at level 1. He is at 0 CS, 3 minutes and 10 seconds into the game, and considering Blue completely relies upon him, the fact that Reckless was in the lane shoving and Deft was in the jungle invading will put Reckless in a potential edge.
Yeah, remember, this is a 2-threat team here for Blue. It's going to be a lot more on Dade's shoulders, and he got that first blood. So it's going to be a lot about how can Dade snowball Talon. This is a very snowbally assassin. Starting out with first blood and the extra flask for his laning phase should do wonders for him. Also, you mentioned the area of effect already when they only had Maokai and Corki on this team. Talon, not only is he good at roaming and assassinating people, but even in the team fights, for an assassin, he does much more area of effect damage than you usually get from an assassin.
Just about to say that heart pressure in there. You do see Deft onto the Fnatic tower. Will actually get a key deep ward in there, which will spot Cyanide coming earlier on. We are also
the dive.
Spirit moving down to that bottom lane, and they're gonna go here. Oh, with the flash cocoon doesn't land. It's Spirit that's tanking on the turret. They'll juggle that one off, but Spirit going crucially low from that one. Soaz just walking rings around them.
Soaz quite clever there, skilling up his shield second despite not having a point in Flame Splitter because he knew he might get dove there. The fact that he was also able to avoid the flash cocoon, which to be fair, Spirit should have landed, saves his skin.
Yeah, that was definitely a fumble there by Spirit. And again, back to the picks and bans where they ban Kha'Zix once again and they take away Lee Sin, forcing Spirit onto something else.
I'm back to the video where Spirit said, "Follow me, Deft, and we'll not have those problems
not into the turret
ever again."
Well,
didn't quite work out as intended there.
Don't make promises that you can't keep.
Well, but
he didn't die yet. He's not crying yet. Okay, we're getting a little ahead of here.
Let's have a look now while we're on the topic of definitely AD carries. 29, 30 CS to 15. There's Yellow Star yet.
Oh, patient Heart.
Get some wards down. Actually, we'll throw the Howling Gale. Heart just going to go through that. There is the hook coming down, but there's no one really there to give Heart the back over. There's the Lantern. They're going to try to pull in one man, but that won't be enough. Cyanide and Pekka had already reacted to that one and tried to come around as well.
Please, nobody there to back up Heart on his solo play. All right, let's check in on those side lanes. So because Soaz didn't go down, he's been able to keep up an experience. But again, Corki doing a pretty good job trying to keep him off the minion wave. Up top as well, we mentioned Reckless did get to start in that lane, so he got those early minions and then came down for part of that kill. He's doing very well right now. He has the experience lead over Acorn.
Yeah, and he's also saving his skill points, actually. He's got 1 point in Q and 1 point in W, and 3 unspent points because he doesn't want to unnecessarily shove the wave. He was trying to freeze it for quite some time. When he decides to go aggressive, he'll have that huge jump in power.
They're playing this very defensively, too, because they don't have an extra ward, and Yellow Star still feeling fairly vulnerable because he's been roaming so much, sitting at that level 2. It always helps when you do have a ranged support as well to go along with a melee top laner. They can CS much more effectively.
Yeah, you can see he just jumped all 3 points into explosive shot there since he was trying to get into the turret. This map is still really wide open. I think experience-wise, Fnatic will have a bit of an edge, but experience-wise, Fnatic has an edge, CS-wise, Blue has an edge.
I mean, I think the biggest point is that this Tristana is having a very good start here for Fnatic. Meanwhile, once again, for Blue, it's going to be Dade. Can he start roaming around with his talent and making some plays because of that first blood? So far, it didn't really swing the CS in the mid lane towards Dade's favor. So far, so good for Fnatic's point of view. Deft down bottom, though, level 6 Corki, that's really hard to lane against. Whoever goes down there. So I was going to head back and have a hard time.
Yeah, only 13 CS up until now. Going to that Haunting Guys first of all, but CS that Def brought that CS back to just a 10 difference and will continue to do well there as Reckless throwing everything at Acorn will knock him away from the tower. Fnatic might want to look to get a bit of damage on that.
On Dragon.
We can see, yeah, Dragon going. They've seen the recalls on that top side. There is a ward in Dragon. Seems to be enough to stop Blue from doing it.
Look at Hart still up top, though. Since he's babysitting Acorn, Blue don't actually have the numbers advantage, even though they've got the top laner with teleport. The duo lane up here for Blue, support and top laner, they cannot force that Dragon. Soaz almost to that level 6.2. That will be a huge, huge amount of control for Fnatic on the bottom side.
Yeah, the top lane having the teleport, though, versus Fnatic just having Reckless up there definitely opens up a big Dragon vulnerability. But now it's completely gone, actually. Blue really just not using Dragon as a priority right now. It looks like they're content here with the laning game.
Reckless has to be careful here. Now, we haven't seen as much roaming from Hart as I would have expected. Staying up there for a very long time. And, you know, now that they have used that teleports, it's 2 people committed up to that top side. See what Fnatic can do with this. Maybe at least regain control of vision coverage on the bottom side of the map. Now Hart recalls.
Not going to see a bit of a swap around in lanes as well. Look at Reckless and Yellowstar. They're headed to the mid lane, and Peke's gone up to the top lane. So just switching things around there a little bit.
I think they may have juked Fnatic here. Peke up top showing. Acorn actually goes back to defend. He doesn't have any armor yet, still with the fairly squishy Catalyst. Peke going to try and make use of that Zed split push really early on. This isn't even that first item we are talking about. This is just the first half of an item here. Cutlass completed.
Maybe Fnatic is thinking of a 1-3-1 split push as well if they want to try and get Trist going a little bit as well. However, they just don't seem to have the main team damage if that happens. I'm thinking they're kind of pushing Blue into a little bit of an uncomfortable situation here, specifically since Acorn was so under-farmed in a sense on a top laner. This game, it's more farmed than usual because he's at 50 CS, but with just the Catalyst, he can't do much.
Yeah, and because of the level discrepancy, you know, a level 8 Zed versus a 6 Maokai, that kill pressure is really, really threatening. 3 people committed up top, though. Blue decides to take that trade. They'll go for this Dragon. See how much Fnatic are going to get on that top side. Duo farming it now, and they don't shove it too quickly into the turret. Turret's pretty low, though. They should be able to answer.
Probably going to be a trade.
Yeah.
It depends, though, how quickly Blue decides to shove their own bottom lane and how much pressure they can put on Soaz. Otherwise, it will basically be a turret trade plus the Dragon for Samsung Blue. They do seem to have the superior amount of pressure because for some reason, Yellowstar is aiding Reckless when he doesn't really need to be.
And you said that Hearts almost surprised you in the way they...
Oh!
Soaz gonna find Spirit here. Gets that kill as well. And that was strange. Samsung
That
Blue,
was a lot of damage.
Yeah, I thought they got Soaz away from that area of the map just with Heart's presence. Cyanide was hanging around as well, and just in the 1 versus 1, is Daddy going to take the jump in? Going for Cyanide! That is a brilliant move from Blue.
Just striking directly back. 2-0 now for Dade. He had a pretty good game earlier on in the day on Cast, and it seems like he may be out of his group stage funk.
Now, they did catch Spirit in that red side jungle, but they still had vision, and so Dade makes the move, uses his ultimate, though. As we said, Talon without ultimate, very vulnerable to Zed.
Not a problem when Zed isn't around. Catching out Cyanide there in that jungle area. Peke got the edge here over Dade because of that free time he had in the top lane. Sat at 90 to 83 experience. Meanwhile, Deft will be able to finish off the first tower of the game here for Samsung Blue. Just making sure that those minions go down and the wave goes through. I believe he did group them, actually. Pulled them off and went into the brush, so see if that holds at that midway point. A Spirit here going to get knocked up. Cyanide actually hop into the ward, but the Q misses. Peke is going to be coming around the side, though. Well, look at the closing. Samsung Blue want to go at this. There is the death mark coming onto Spirit. Peke using that pretty much defensively, but it's knocked back. Howling Gale comes in. Dade will dive in. He will actually end up going down for the hook onto Yellowstar.
So I love to be coming up.
Can they actually pull this one off? Spirit going to try and
there it is.
There's the equalizer, and that will stop the chase.
Woo, that Rumble ulti just came off cooldown. Here comes Reckless and Deft joining at the same time, so nobody else should fight.
Yeah, you can definitely see Fnatic running away a little bit on that one. A pretty great escape attempt by Peke, and a nice kill going to Acorn as well. Him being tanky will be incredibly potent if Blue needs to turret dive later in the game.
Can they hold this tower though? Problem with Deft in there, who's already Phage and Sheen gonna be taking chunks out of Fnatic with those ultimate rockets. In the end though, Fnatic do send Reckless back and they're able to clear out those waves. But if you look at the overall story in this one, 1,000 gold is what separates the two teams. Tied up doing kills, tied up in turrets as well. Just the Dragon separating them.
All right, so you mentioned Acorn starting to get fairly strong. He does have a completed Rod of Ages now and a lane pushed up all the way in his territory to farm up. Yeah. Meanwhile, they've also got Dade with a split pushing Hydra completed now on Talon, so he can annihilate waves very quickly. Soaz here takes Deft down to half and they catch Heart.
In all kinds of trouble. There are 3 men on top of him. Should be enough control, and it's Reckless that gets it. There's the reset to jump back to that mid lane, but Deft had already run away. That's a catch for Fnatic.
These are the dangers of overextending when you have your top laner up on the top side by himself. We talked about that large wave for Acorn up there. Blue, the 4-man team, makes an aggressive move on the other side of the map where they're outnumbered. Heart gets picked inside the Fnatic jungle.
And I think another thing we have to talk about is just nerves. We saw in the Blue game versus LMQ, there were a few uncharacteristic mistakes by both sides. Ackerman had that weird rumble ult. Blue was making some strange decisions, and I think we're seeing that here as well. Heart trying to overward where he really didn't have the backup ward coverage or the backup as far as his teammates are concerned, and it opens a vulnerability in Blue's shell.
Fnatic here as well with the Zed Janna combo. Those shields add a lot to his burst potential. And it's very easy for him to dive very, very deep and come out back to Janna for protection. You can see that the ward coverage that they've set up as well, Fnatic do not want to give up the second dragon. They're trying to fight back here. Gets a preliminary ring of wards around that dragon pit to see where Blue's next layer are placed.
Well, they've done well on their side of that Dragon Pit. Managed to clear things out. Obviously, they'd seen that Heart was headed over there before. Wanted to make sure that they have full control.
Failed shadow doesn't matter.
and moving down surely now onto the outside. In fact, Cyanide may just prove it if they go towards the equalizer was a misclick. Surely that was a misclick.
What is it about equalizers against this Samsung Blue team? Another big whip. I think he was expecting the ultimate to knock him back in a different direction or something, but it was still a big miss there by Soaz.
Okay, so to be fair, Rumble Ultimate is one of the hardest skills to aim in the game, but really these are professional players who have played Rumble many, many times, and we have seen uncharacteristic Rumble Ultimates today. You talk about those nerves. Those cannot be overstated. The nerves up on the last day of group stages, all of these teams feeling tremendous pressure.
None more so than Fnatic. I mean, they have to win here against what everyone had pitted as the team from Group C. Fnatic already beat them though, so, you know, I'm sure that gave them that extra little boost of confidence that they needed coming into today's much-win match, but currently they are behind by 1,200, 300 gold.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams so emotionally invested in this. We've seen both of these teams have players tiers up there on the stage.
And then come back huge in the next game as well. I mean, this Dragon fight is going to be absolutely insane. They know that Soaz's equalizer is down for a short time, so if they rush it now, they can force Fnatic, I feel like, completely away.
Yeah, he has a teleport, but you don't want to use that unnecessarily. Right now, he's heading up top. Fnatic might just give this one away. Soaz has only 15 seconds left on this ulti,
Can make it pretty quick, but Samsung Blue does count ultimate cooldowns very well as a team. They're just going now, even without Heart there, since they know Heart backed on a pink ward, the threat of all of them being there is real. Plus, they can now counter the potential invade a little bit with some vision.
What's the move from Fnatic? They are pushing that top wave out. They've got Reckless and Cyanide on that top side of the map, but the flash into the hook onto Cyanide. There is a twisted advance. The box is down, and Cyanide picked off by a rocket there from Deft as he comes up to join the party. And now Samsung Blue with a man advantage might look to push this mid wave down. There's a TP actually coming into bottom to save it.
The overall map play by Samsung Blue right there was just extraordinary, using the pink ward to fake the recall of Heart, having Heart go to the collapse point, and then still having Acorn's teleport to guard the bottom lane split push. They did everything right there.
They not only got the Dragon and saved the huge wave bottom, but they also picked Cyanide for the red steal there. What a play from Samsung Blue. They controlled literally the whole map at the same time.
Bringing Dade there back behind the tower with the lantern. Will allow them to clear things out before Fnatic could actually get on top of it and do the damage. Just want to touch on the top laners at this point and where they're at, because 124 to just 67 CS in favor of Acorn. Those 3 kills, though, helping out Soaz, no doubt about that.
Even with the 3 kills, though, Joe, he's still down about 1,000 gold to Acorn. And we can use this to talk about what's gone right for Samsung Blue and what's gone right for Fnatic. At the moment, Acorn is way more farmed, way more leveled than he's pretty much been this entire group stage, and that's great in the sense that they need a strong tank to be able to dive when they have those pressure points. For Fnatic, though, Reckless is actually bypassing that mid-game power point relatively well. It's just the farm is not necessarily on the right people for Fnatic. They would rather have Zed be 3-0 because he's the guy who's going to have to split push. A farmed Rumble generally wants to team fight, which, as we said, Rumble not really fitting with Fnatic's team composition. Team fighting's not what they want to do against a fed Maokai.
Plus, if Peke does go and split push, the mobility boots have been completed on Talon, so if Zed is split pushing against one person already, if that's Acorn, Acorn can set up that gank really easily. One Twisted Advance and a Moby boots Talon coming in, that would be a dead split pusher. So he's got to be very, very careful with this. Fnatic have to ward extensively if they want to pull that off.
Well, they're going to try and do that, certainly with double Spirit Stones down. The same on the other side. Sight Stone, sorry. And Deft, ooh, you coming out from Cyanide as they're just fighting over that vision control in the side brush on River. But Deft using a quick Valkyrie just to get over the top of the wall, make sure that it doesn't take too much damage from it. And I have to say, so far, Heart being a real highlight for me in this Samsung Blue team. Always there, seemingly, to either bring people into fights or take them out.
And this would be the point in the game where Heart needs to bring people into fights. Deft just finishes Trinity Force. Dade's got his
Shadow used.
Brutalizer. It's all about finding fights.
Deathmark going down, but is it going to be enough? Dade is going to be... Whoa! Peke, the Ignite, not enough to finish off either. The burst, just enough to get Peke the kill and survive.
What a pure outplay from Peke. We have to see that one again in slow-mo. He already had used his Shadow, and Talon got the silence off on him, yet he still won the fight. Amazing.
Just because he was able to flash away at the last second and avoid Dade's auto attack. Still doesn't tick out, but let's see how Fnatic can hold off this dive if Acorn
does have teleports, so if they dove under the turret, he could join the team. But they're spread out very thin here.
Peke going to be taking that bottom turret after that 1-versus-1 victory over Dade. And just showing that Peke, you know, despite being around for so long, still has the moves when it really comes down to it. Samsung Blue, though, here looking to come in from behind.
They're flanking pretty well. Cyanide's in trouble once again. Should be enough.
Moby boots Talon!
There we go, Dade. Where's he going to go to? Cyanide actually will queue over onto the red buff, and that gets him out of range of danger. Soaz has come down as well. There's the knockup, but Acorn's not really the target that they're going to be able to take down quick enough, but they will be trying to steal this red buff away. That goes to Deft.
In the jungle, Soaz could actually get a good equalizer here too. Talked about how hard it's going to be for him to land those good equalizers against this team. In those small jungle corridors would be the best opportunity for him. But Blue are able to steal that red and get out. Man, was Cyanide lucky Blue was up. Or red was up.
Yeah, we'll get to see this 1v1 again. So the Shadow goes down, immediately Dade sees him.
I think he canceled his auto attack there too.
Using
great ulti from Peke.
While Dade was in his own ultimate to avoid the second part of the damage. And then this flash, plus he landed his spell right as his Deathmark procced. Could not have timed it any differently and still survived.
Amazing 1-versus-1 play there, out of expectation.
Dead now, though.
But he is dead now.
Yeah. In the context of the replay.
He survived. Oh, there's Acorn, but where's your damage? Lee Sin and Janet going to take down this Maokai with the Glacial Shroud, with the Rod of Ages, and look at the move from Deft here. He's coming in towards that top side. Reckless is actually there as well, so the 3-on-2 I think Fnatic will back away from.
That Janet move speed doing wonders for them to retreat here. But Blue are not giving up on this siege. They're keeping several members here, and they're looking to extend this vision coverage. They've got very deep coverage on Blue side.
You can just see with the mobility boots Talon, and the general ward coverage that Blue have acquired, their map control is just really great right now. Even when Fnatic tries to collapse on Acorn, they were still not able to, and Rumble Ult's being burdened just to try and save turrets. That opens up a free dragon for Blue.
Yeah, it just spawned now. There's no way that Fnatic can actually fight that. So they have to think now, we're giving up this dragon, we gotta trade something for it. They send 2 members top for a little bit of extra pressure, but Acorn is so tanky now. You can't dive him, and he does have a lot of AoE. He can clear at the tower. So another uncontested dragon for Blue that will really be unanswered by Fnatic, and they have to worry about the repercussions of 2 people top showing. It's just Heart again.
Oh, Reckless. Oh, will knock him actually against the wall and not away as he would have liked. Twister advance comes in. Phosphorus bomb comes down. He was focusing hard, but not enough damage there from Reckless. You can see on his camera, bottom left, not happy about being caught that far up the lane.
I mean, it was also just a spectacular flash by Heart. The only thing that saved Reckless there is if he's able to ult him away. But Heart saw the play coming, was able to bring in the backup, and it puts Deft in a pretty strong place of mid-game power. Reckless was just trying to farm just that little bit so he can get his Infinity Edge, but it ends up costing him his life.
And again, even though Blue commit 3 people top, there's no pressure from Fnatic. They can't get anything back off of this. Peke split push is stunted right here. Dade comes over in time, cleans it up. Another pretty big lead here for Blue.
The map control, just controlling each and every lane. Right now is the moment Fnatic can't safely farm their lanes, which is why the gold lead is ballooning so much for Blue.
Look at the wards as well on the top side of Blue's map. Have complete vision control there. Bottom side's a little bit of a different story. That's mostly because Yellow Star is down there right now getting that vision in place.
And think about it, they already took Dragon, so Blue don't really have to waste time and money warding on that side of the map anymore. They've got so much control on the top side. Really, they're going to get the last mid turret here is the point of contest.
I feel like I've seen this before. Rumble using his equalizer again to try and save that mid turret.
Whoa.
That's just making it so much that Fnatic can never even think about counter team fighting if they're using that Rumble ultimate to clear waves, but they're just trying to get that Tristana to turn on, and it's just taking forever.
And in that time, Def just going from tower to tower, picking up those objectives, getting this red buff now as well. It's a 5,000 gold lead for Samsung Blue. Still fairly close here in the kills, and if you look, Soaz, of course, the one that picked up most of those for Fnatic, got his Leandris now in there, got himself a needlessly large rod as well, so will be doing decent amounts of damage. The question from that is, what can Fnatic use that for? When the fact is, they probably don't want to go head-to-head with Samsung Blue.
Yeah, exactly. It's fairly easy for Dade to juke it. It's fairly easy for Def to juke the ultimate, and Acorn's going to be alive this entire team fight. So it looks very, very dire here for Fnatic.
And you can see Blue is just kind of turning it on. They only have lost that one game to Fnatic this entire group stage. They had a slightly shaky early game against LMQ, and they're just trying to bring it together. You know, they were not wanting to lose a single game in the group stage here, but this game, their map control, their itemization builds have been really on point, and they're definitely executing on this strong roaming mid game that they're going to have. Blade of the Ruin King now finished on 2, Deft, Acorn with the Frozen Heart. The pressure's not going to relent from Samsung Blue.
Megatron Cloak as well for Acorn, so going with a bit of magic resist, which means Soaz going to be a lot more, or a lot less effective. Okay, also added the pickaxe now on top of that Ghost Blade and the Blade of the Ruin King, but honestly, he's not been able to push too far up the map at any real time. Yeah, he managed to get that bottom outer turret after he won that 1 versus 1 against Dade, but it's behind at this point, and the pressure that Samsung Blue are putting on them means that Peke just can't get into a position to do anything on the split push.
Yeah, Blue are splitting here because the wave clear is still very limited for Fnatic. They've got Zed. Oh!
Going in towards Dade. Is he going to go down? Certainly looks that way. It will be the death mark from Peke to finish off. Took 2 of them. Will Samsung Blue try and push that pressure back in mid? Doesn't actually look like it.
I feel like that's how most of those split push battles are going to go between Dade and Peke. Only when someone brings backup are we going to see a real big fight, because they're too explosive for each other to really want to actually commit on. I think the person who commits can get counterplayed a little bit by the opponent, whether it's Dade going into stealth on the death mark or FLICKR using the death mark while Dade goes into stealth. They kind of need a friend to pull off the right 1v1. That was just a nice collapse by Fnatic.
Yeah, Prawley on desk was saying it's pretty much whoever of these two assassins uses their ult first is kind of going to be at a disadvantage in that. And we did see that in the first matchup between those two guys.
Yeah.
Dade used his ult first and ended up going down.
Battle of nerves almost.
Yeah.
To say, okay, who can hold out the longest? Take advantage of the opponent going a little bit too deep early on. Right now though, FLICKR has been joined by Reckless and Cyanide. Look at this, they're going for the inner tower, but Blue say, you take that, we're having a Baron.
And they'll be able to get back and defend this inhibitor. So, oh no, they won't. It's going down pretty
has
slow.
done this type of play before where they try and trade inhibitor turrets for the Baron. They did it in their game against OMG. Let's see how long Soaz can interrupt these recalls. He does have Equalizer, and he does not want to get caught.
Gotta worry about the hook, though. Fnatic pressing in.
Yeah, going on to Acorn here. That's not really going to do much damage to him, but it's all about the tower. They kill off Rumble. Can they get the in? If they do, Fnatic trade Baron for the inhibitor in that bottom lane.
Can they chase here, though? It looks like the three-man squad all need to heal up. So Fnatic do get away with the trade at the cost of Soaz's life. So that's really the best of a bad situation. There's no way they could have stopped that Baron, and it was a good exchange considering how far they were down.
And Fnatic can't teamfight Samsung Blue. They need Reckless to be ridiculously strong. If they can sneak this Dragon as well, the gold will be normal. And at this point, it's going to be all about what Samsung Blue can do while the Baron buff is on them. If it falls off without them taking a couple of turrets or a big-time one team fight, Fnatic made a great trade there.
Now they need to get really far back inside the base, though. Everybody has to get back and heal and defend the second line of turrets. If they can defend that second line, then they'll be okay. All right, so Soaz, as he said, he's trying to delay these backs. He does get very close, and he does a decent amount of damage to delay them long enough for that inhibitor to go down. He got everybody so low. You can see the effect of Rumble.
If he had one other person with him, they could have got a triple kill at that point. But obviously, Fnatic had sights on the inhibitor.
And that's why everyone talks about the team fighting of Rumble. The only reason everybody did stand on it there, though, is because they knew nobody else was going to be there. So like, okay, whatever, he'll get us all low, but nobody's going down.
Once again looking for FLICKR. Actually lands the hook straight through the wall. I'm not sure about following through, but Dade will join in, and FLICKR goes down the death mark. Not going to really dent Heart. And now they've got full pressure inside the red side of Fnatic's jungle with minion waves coming towards that inner bottom turret.
Heart is just a spectacular playmaker right here, and that's kind of exactly what Fnatic did not want to happen. Luckily, though, it happened in the lane where super minions were aiding Fnatic, so it will take probably the entire death timer of FLICKR to set up a proper push for Blue.
Definitely validating the first round pick here for Thresh. Once again, both teams really highly prioritizing that champion. And as we've heard so many times, all of these world level top support players have been changing games with this champion.
Especially in these last two groups. I mean,
look at that. It's even blind.
He saw him go around the corner. He's like, I guess he'll be there.
That's just great prediction.
With the lantern, too.
And FLICKR uses Shadow still as the ride from the death sentence was in motion from Heart, so he got to go with them, traveling the distance of the Shadow Dash as well.
That was like beyond max range of both the death sentence follow and the lantern, but because the timing was just right, the chains of both of the spells hadn't broken.
And because Dade had that extra out-of-combat speed, he was able to get to the lantern just in time. That was ridiculous.
Went perfectly right for Blue for the one kill, except they weren't able to even get objectives after the fact.
No, and you know, I even said the minions are coming their way, the way that Dade was actually so far stood up the lane there. And then, of course, you realize that Fnatic have already taken down that bottom inhibitor, and that the super minions had pushed quite far back in that lane as they continue to do, once again, reaching that halfway point. And Fnatic, I think, have said, look, guys, we can't afford to lose control of our jungle. And to get that back, we're going to have to go as a full 5-man team, clear everything out there. And in the meantime, Samsung Blue are just getting the top side all to themselves.
Yeah, Blue kind of still have to split up a bit here. It's very hard for them to dive against a Janna, especially since after the Janna can reset the fight, then Soaz can lay down his ultimate if there's any sort of re-engage. So it's really dangerous here for Blue to try and crack in through these second line of turrets.
If somehow Blue can find that organized team fight, though, with Acorn in the front line zoning out Reckless. Even though Reckless has his last Whisper, there is 272 armor plus the auto attack damage reduction of the Ninja Tabi on Acorn's Maokai. He is an absolute brick right now, and it will take so long to take him down.
Samsung Blue now moving in towards the inner turret in the top lane thanks to Deft, who had gone back to push that wave up completely. Dade waiting off to the side. So has it also decided to come in from the jungle angle to defend that tower, but it's already down to half with that single wave going through.
There's a lot of pressure on Yellow Star's shoulders right now to pull off this defense. The entire team of Fnatic have to watch out constantly for the Thresh Hook and the Elise Cocoons. If somebody's out of position, a lot of burst damage from Blue.
So hard to defend.
Oh, there's two!
Give it up.
Well, coming on to Soaz, Cyanide will have to back off somewhat. Deft not scared here of tanking up the turret, getting those shields his way. And, well, in the end, I think without that Janna shield, would have probably just stuck around to get the tower.
Mid-game double buff Corki is such a beast here. That blue buff, he can continue to spam rockets during the siege. He opens up windows for both the Cocoon and the Death Sentence to get through. And then he gets Sheen. Or no, yeah, Trinity Force empowered auto attacks off on the turret.
Yeah,
there goes.
Dade there throwing two men away.
There goes
There's Equalizer coming down. Who are they going to go for? Cyanide was trying to get in. Acorn actually dives pretty deep. Soaz here caught all on his own on the backside. He will be the focus for now. Monsoon comes in. There will be the Zonyas, but Soaz will go down. That's a 2-for-1 for now.
And Peke fell on the other side trying to take down Dade. Reckless had no flash from the previous hook that he had to dodge. Big fight for Blue there. It was pretty organized for them. Acorn did not take much damage.
Yep, that's going to be this Nexus turret, or inhibitor turret going down here. I think that Fnatic engaged that fight because they thought Peke was coming around for the flank, but Peke got cut off by Dade, forced into that 1v1.
And that inhibitor is going to fall here. Nothing that they can do to stop that one happening. Samsung Blue bursting through the base. Now have a 7,000 gold lead, 10-7 up. Look at the Baron timer as well, less than a minute until that comes into play. And Samsung Blue have been on the offensive for quite a while here and should have a good amount of cash to go home and actually spend to come back just in time for the Baron.
Yeah, I really want to see that interception of Dade. So Peke actually turns back around, and Peke is the one that goes for it. He ults first.
Wow. So that's the thing about Dade's build right now. He has an Infinity Edge with the Ghost Blade. So if he turns to fight, he gets a crit on one of his abilities, it just devastates Peke in that 1v1.
Waiting for his dragon.
Now he's got a QSS, so I think he wins that duel from here on out.
QSS. Oh, Dade here is a dragon, or at least the start of a dragon. Art and the rest of Samsung Blue, though, I feel are a little too slow to react and will take too long to get there. That will go over to Fnatic.
And I really
still holding on with a couple of dragon pickups.
Yeah, I think that Peke switching his targets there and going for Dade instead of joining the team is going to come back to haunt Fnatic. As you said, now Quicksilver Sash picked up. That is a huge game changer for the split push matchup. Baron control for Vision right now is in Fnatic's control, but it's so easy for Blue to take that over. They're the ones with the team fight.
Last time, Fnatic was in position to trade an inhibitor. This time, they don't have the wave management, and Blue can take the Baron, honestly, quite quickly. So Fnatic is in a really difficult situation. If they get caught out here, it is basically the game.
Getting hit by the Q off Cyanide. They pushed that middle wave, or just pushing that middle wave on through. Fnatic trying to hold it as far up the lane as they possibly can. And these saplings keeping Peke at bay, and
Baron's going down so fast.
Samsung Blue, they sent Acorn to the front to just be an annoyance, basically. Meanwhile, three of the other players just moving into the Baron pit will start it off. Scrying up views, but they're too far away. It's another Baron for Samsung Blue.
You know a team is pulled far ahead when they can just take Baron straight up without trading a single objective or even really much farm to the enemy team. If Fnatic loses this one as well, they are eliminated from the World Championship, so they have to win.
Oh.
Oh. Yes.
Didn't quite end as they expected, though, did it? We are going to see Blue pushing in. Just notice, by the way, that Acorn now has a Thorn Mail, so, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do against him? Not a lot.
Well, 337 armor to go with that Thornmail. And the interesting thing about Thornmail is it returns the pre-mitigation damage. So Reckless will be doing a whole bunch of damage in just trying to kill Acorn.
Trying and hitting a brick wall though, I think. Of course, Acorn then will be able to also go under these towers without any problems whatsoever, without amount of armor. Let's see though how they crack these last two lanes. Dade already pushing up bottom, will actually be helped by his teammate who just zoned Fnatic completely away from that. Not that I think that Fnatic would have come out of the base to try and defend that last inner turret, but now it's going to be Blue knocking on the door of Fnatic's base with that top lane pushing through with super minions.
Yep. Samsung Blue slowly closing the noose here. It's going to have to be Fnatic catching out Deft with some miraculous play here, bursting him down.
And this is what I liked so much about Blue's team comp, picking away Thresh and the Elise. Where are the spells to actually catch Deft? Cyanide would have to try and kick him backwards, but he could just get flashed in the process.
No chance there. Fnatic, in fact, decide we just have to leave this one. Second inhibitor is gonna go down for Samsung Blue. They can just go straight to the third one. As I mentioned before, Acorn can tank those turrets all day long. Actually, they're going to go to top because the inhibitor just respawning there, giving Fnatic a brief respite, but it looks like Samsung Blue could be picking up the victory here, which would put Fnatic out of the World Championship.
What a roller coaster it has been for Fnatic. So many close games for them. Ups and downs. Being the first to upset Blue, the only team to take a game off of them.
And honestly, even though Blue, if they win this game, ends up 5-1 in the group, quite a journey for them as well. They had that really close game against LMQ. Fnatic dealt them a shocking defeat. They're going to be much stronger going into the bracket stage, having this group stage experience behind them.
Look at the damage coming through. Samsung Blue not scared whatsoever. Taking a couple of turret hits with that Baron buff still on them. There is Acorn, a big tree, tanking up the turret all day long. No problem whatsoever. It's basically Yellowstar that's keeping that turret alive for so long. Getting those shields in. Reckless, let's be careful about stepping forward because I feel that Dade will jump him. But Acorn, well, he's not scared of anyone at this point.
Yep. Acorn able to tank turrets, the constant barrage of missiles with, again, Blue buff Corki here. One last inhibitor turret to go for Blue.
And if they just
there's the hook coming in. Cyanide gonna be an easy target. Surely, actually, he will go out trying to get the kickoff. And I tell you what, not doing bad there, but Dade will finish him off. Acorn at the back is tanking up 3 men. They kill him off, but also nearly dying all of them themselves. Couple of low men still here for Samsung Blue, but it's 4 versus 4.
Yeah, they have to take advantage of this window here. I mean, trading Cyanide for Acorn is a huge, good trade, but everybody got chunked in the process, and there are 2 lines of super
so
minions
hard.
into the
Reckless
base.
needs to be in 3 places at once right now, but he is in the mid lane right now. He's going to have to peel back almost immediately.
Base are going down at this point. We can see that inhibitor turret is still alive, but what's it going to cost them? The base is just falling from Fnatic. They're still trying to hold on to it. Peke and Soaz both got hardly any health remaining finally. Soaz does go back there to dive in from Dade. Are they going to finish up Reckless? They do. He's definitely gets that one. He's not done just yet. He wants to kill Yellowstar. Get the big one! The big bomb comes through. That will kill Yellowstar. And Def still alive. They even turn around for another fight. Deathmark comes down, but he's dead. That will pop. Will he get the kill? No. And the hook afterwards from Hart. But Peke gets him. And they kill each other.
There's just Cyanide alive though for Fnatic and 2 members of Samsung Blue.
Acorn teleports in.
Acorn with the TP back in. They've got Spirit. They've got loads of super minions with them as well to help things off. And that's going to be the Nexus turrets going down. The Nexus itself will be focused here by Samsung Blue. They will be, of course, going through to the quarterfinals. But for Fnatic, the world's dream is over.
It's a tough loss for Fnatic, but also a redemption win for Samsung Blue. Dade, having not making it out of the group stage in the 2013 World Championship, goes 5-1 in the groups with his new team. Deft as well goes 6-1 in the victory, and they end Fnatic's World Championship hopes.
And a heartbreaking, and what a way to go out for Fnatic as well. Having to beat Samsung Blue was one thing, but being knocked out in the group stages after beating the top seed out of Korea in the group. The only team to have done it so far is just a cruel way for Fnatic here.
And now we have this team right here, Samsung Blue, on a collision course with their sister team.
Yeah.
Poised to meet up.
With the way the brackets will fall in the quarterfinals, if Blue and White both win their quarterfinal matchups, they would meet in the semifinals. But that's not quite the story here today. It's about all the opportunity here and the end of certain teams' journeys.
Not for Samsung Blue though. They're going to be going through. Fnatic, Season 1 champions, still with 2 men from that original roster. Not going to have a chance to go that far this year. And as I said, Group of Death is always going to be hard. When we saw that group come out, everyone was like, wow, who's going to come out of this one? People looked at Samsung Blue and said they are the big favorites in it. Up until, I'd say yesterday, after Fnatic beat them, there was some question marks, and it's not been 100% smooth sailing for Samsung Blue in their other games either.
It hasn't been 100% smooth sailing for anybody except maybe Samsung White over in the other groups.
Yeah. Since we got to Singapore, it's been rough waters right here. Honestly, though, just this means that the Group of Death here will come down to the second seed being the winner of the OMG LMQ game, which we have at the end of the day. That's going to be pretty crazy. Blue, of course, moves on as the #1 seed.
Absolutely incredible stuff here. And of course, the teams from those other groups that played last week in Taiwan will have been watching, albeit for a little bit later on in the tournament, since the A and B groups do cross over, and C and D will do exactly the same once we do get to Busan. But I think job done for Samsung Blue. They wanted to come in for, you know, and have a perfect record, but in the Group of Death, I think they can actually be fairly happy with the fact that they only lost the 1 game.
There were some really close games today as well. That LMQ game, I'm still wondering what would have happened if Ackerman's Rumble Ultimate was, you know, a screen off in the other direction.
Yeah, so many what ifs.
There's so many what ifs because Blue made a bunch of mistakes in that game as well. They've really just been trying to clean up and make their play much crisper because they need to make it crisper for their eventual goal of winning the World Championship.
Well, I mean, for Blue, they weren't even secure coming into today either. So, you know, they had 2 games against LMQ, against Fnatic. The LMQ game had its rough moments. They'd already lost to Fnatic. So I'm sure that from Blue's standpoint, they were not feeling 100% coming into today. We heard that they'd done a lot of training last night, though, to actually come through and have a good day today. Works out for them. They go 2-0. Fnatic, as we said, will be going home. We do, however, have Shocks for a post-game chat with one of the victors.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm joined here by Spirit after that victory over Fnatic. You did say in the pregame video you were going to dominate them. They put up a good fight, but how did you end up beating them?
그 사전 인터뷰 때 프나틱 상대로 압도적으로 이길 거라고 이제 말하셨는데 좀 경기 어땠나요?
일단 경기 자체가 그렇게 사전 인터뷰처럼 압도적이진 않았고요. 근데 저희 팀원이 모두 잘해줘가지고 이렇게 이길 수 있었던 것 같네요.
The game was very hard. It wasn't as dominating as I thought, as I said in the pregame interview. But my teammates played very well, so I think we were able to win because of them.
You also said you swore to protect Deft. Do you think you did a good job here in this game?
그 데프트 선수를 무조건 지켜주겠다고 말씀하셨었는데 어떻게 그 목표를 달성하신 것 같나요?
일단 이 경기에서 제가 데프트를 지켜줬다기보다는 혁규가 데프트가 저를 지켜준 것 같아요. 그 약속을 제가 못 지켰는데 8강전부터 이제 제가 데프트를 지킬 수 있도록 그 약속 지키도록 하겠습니다.
I think for this game, Deft actually protected me more. So I wasn't able to keep my promise, but hopefully from quarterfinals, I'll be able to protect him more, yeah.
Tell me about those quarterfinals, knowing that you guys had some really hard games here in the group stage. How do you reflect on that?
이번 조별 예선 때 되게 힘든 경기가 많았었는데 조별 예선에 대해서 좀 다시 한번 되짚어 주세요.
일단 C조에서 정말 많은 게임들이 있었는데 저희 팀이 확정되기 전까지도 정말 확정되는 날까지도 그렇게 간절히는 이런 점이 없었는데 일단 모든 팀들이 정말 대단한 팀인 것 같아요. 저희 팀도 저희 팀 나름대로 엄청나게 잘하지만 다른 팀도 다른 팀 나름대로 진짜 대단한 팀들인 것 같아요. 긴장해서 말이 잘 안 되는데 제 생각에 아마 이번 롤드컵 C조가 가장 정신없었던 그리고 예측하기 힘들었던 조가 아닌가 싶어요.
Okay, I think Group C, our group, was the hardest group to predict which teams would get out. Each team, they performed very well. They were all really good teams, including our team. So, yeah, I think until the match, we decided that we were at first place. Each game was very hard, and it was a very hard group to get out of.
Absolutely was. You guys did amazing. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And as for us, we're going to break down that game further over at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And of course, just want to reiterate, with that loss, Fnatic's run at the 2014 World Championship is now over. Samsung Blue go 5-1 in the groups, and it looked a little close at the beginning. I feel like Samsung Blue is just one step ahead of Fnatic. Let's talk about some of the picks and bans and some of the strategy that they used to take down Fnatic. Despite Soa's getting some kills, he really struggled on that Rumble.
So the one thing I really like was the fact that Samsung Blue banned away the Lucian away from Reckless. The only weakness we've really ever seen from Samsung Blue is getting snowballed on early game. They removed the big snowball AD carry. We saw Peke make good moves. We saw Soaz start 3-0. We saw Cyanide make good ganks. But Reckless is stuck farming in the bottom lane. And he's still opted to pick Tristana second round. I would like to see him find more champions, like maybe bring out Caitlyn, even though she's not that common, because strategically you're going to beat this team by pushing things down in 25 minutes, and that's where I would have liked to see Fnatic go.
I'm glad you mentioned the Reckless point. Reckless did not win a game when he did not play Lucian. The only wins Fnatic have is when he's on that single champion. We saw him struggle on the Tristana in other matches. Samsung Blue did some good early game shenanigans. Let's pull up the first replay that I think Krepo was quite excited about. And Krepo, you can talk us through this.
Oh yeah, so first of all, Yellow Star gets caught here, so we could run the clip already, and I'll talk over everything else I want to do. So he tries to sweep that ward, and then eventually he'll get caught going back into the jungle, I believe. Hard double checks with his sweeper that is there, and then they kind of get surprised that Yellow Star finds himself all the way in the jungle. He completely loops around. And yeah, this is just not good play. You need to respect the entrances to your jungle. Yellow Star completely doesn't expect him to be here. I think if he went left and flashed over the wall anyways, he would have lived. So this is just, you're not used to that, you know, you play your scrims all the time and then you just get caught out.
Yeah, not only that, but this is what happens when you, let's pause this real quick. This is what happens when you have sometimes, when you take that early sweeper, you actually sometimes can't ward all your entrances. And so you leave yourself vulnerable to those kind of plays.
So yeah, we can roll the clip again. This is actually the main point I wanted to say is Fnatic, basically, they react really well, and on the top side, they catch out Acorn. So both teams actually don't play safe enough, you know, not enough respect for the possibilities of being caught. Reckless blows a jump early here and he's killing W, but that'll come in handy when Samsung actually decides to 3v1 invade and tries to 3-buff Fnatic, and they bite off a little more than you could chew. Just look at what Reckless does here. This is so unexpected for an AD carry to come down after freezing so quickly, and then he'll just go full man mode and jump on 3 people as an AD carry, and I really like that play because this basically gets Fnatic back into the game. If this invade works well for Blue, Fnatic gets 3-buffed and they completely lose out, and yeah, Cyanide makes it out by the skin of his teeth. Death goes real low. He has to like move out of that, and then Hard ends up dying in the pit. And I think I really like what both teams did in terms of catching people out, but I think Blue got a little bit too cocky there. But they did make the right reaction going for that play, because you know that Tristana and Janna are gonna swap away from that cocky Thresh lane, and they read it. They just predict the swap and they go for a counter invade. Just a little too greedy doing a 3-buff counter invade, in my opinion.
I found it really interesting, actually, as the fight was going on. One, you talked about the man mode, unexpected Tristana jump. You saw Hart didn't flay it out. He could have flayed the rocket jump, saved the slow from happening. This is 4:14, so I'm pretty sure rocket jump is still a 2.5 second slow back in this patch. And then also Fnatic's shot calling, their target calling. They had Deft at like 100 health, but they realized they couldn't catch him with harpoons anymore. They said, let's go for this Thresh instead. Like, again, great choices.
So Crumbs, we haven't heard from you yet. What happened to Fnatic in the following 15-20 minutes that started their eventual downfall?
To me, what stood out this game had to be, we have usually every game that Fnatic was doing really well, Pekka was not on a split push champion. He wasn't something that was able to group with the team and generate plays that way. He was landing charms, he's playing really effectively. But as Zed against Talon got pretty far ahead, especially with that first blood. So it was a really difficult 1v1 that we saw it traded 1-for-1 left and right. And just the 4-man squad from Fnatic just didn't have enough coordination to surpass. Even though Soaz was 3-0, they were just, there was no communication between them to actually be able to come out ahead.
Yeah, both teams played a similar style where they have their mid laner split push on the side lane and they have this 4-man squad try and like play the map. But because Tristana scales so slowly compared to Corki, Def was basically, he was winning that game for his team. He was influencing the map, going from one lane to the other, going around, pushing down towers, while Fnatic was playing catch-up. And they had these couple of moments where they could capitalize and just counter-engage, but they kept using their Rumble ulti on every wave, and they basically dug themselves a hole they could never go out of because they need that Rumble ulti.
Let's pull the next replay up real quickly as we move the conversation along. Monty, you were quite excited about this particular kill.
This is just a beautiful kill, and it shows how confident Samsung Blue are in each other's playmaking ability. So let's just go and roll this right now. And so Cyanide's going to come into this rush. Now Heart's going to see him right here and wait for it. So right here, there's the Lantern going to go out. Dade's going to flash to the Lantern. Heart is going to flash forward after that. And then the ult and Ignite coming in from Dade after the Cutthroat in order to get the kill. I mean, to be that confident against a highly mobile champion like Lee Sin, that you're going to use 2 flashes for that and then execute it perfectly, they got some balls.
Mind-boggling. We do need to move this one on. There's only 2 regularly scheduled games left in the group stage. So let's actually take a look at where the teams stand in Group C. So Group C, Samsung Blue rather, are 5-1. They've finished their group stages. The second place seed will be wrapped up in the final game between LMQ and OMG. The winner takes that last spot and they punch their ticket to Busan. Guys, we're going to step away for a moment, but when we come back, it's a fight between North America's Cloud9 and Korea's Najin White Shield. Don't go anywhere.
Just finished his Trinity Force. Got his Shadow use Brutalizer. It's all about finding fights.
Deathmark going down, but is he going to be enough? Dade is going to be. Once again, looking for Peke. Actually lands the hook straight through the wall. I'm not sure about following through, but Dade will join in, and Peke goes down. Soas here caught all on his own on the backside. He will be the focus for now. Monsoon comes in. There will be the Zonyas, but Soas will go down. Soas does go back there to dive in from Dade. Are they going to finish the Breakless? They do. He's definitely gets that one. He's not done just yet. He wants to kill Yellow Star. Gets the big one. The big bomb comes through.
Welcome back to the 2014 World Championship. Our next match is all important for the members of Group D, and it features Cloud9 versus Najin White Shield. No matter what happens in this game, Cloud9 will take part in a tiebreaker at the end of the day. If Cloud9 wins this game, they guarantee themselves a spot in the quarterfinals, and they will play White Shield again to determine who is the first seed. However, if they lose, they'll be playing against Alliance for the final spot and the second seed in playoffs. So not only is North America's hopes relying on Cloud9, so is Europe's for this particular matchup. I just want to start this off. I think Cloud9 looked a little shaky against Kaboom, but they beat them and Alliance did not. So what do we take away from that comparison?
There's not much you can take away. If there's anything we've learned in this tournament is teams arbitrarily decide to show up and not as games go on. Like this thing is like you can't just like pick results as the predictor of what's going to happen because we see teams bounce back all the time. Edward Gaming lost their second match against AHQ, but then beat them later in the day. Fnatic got crushed by OMG, but then beat LMQ the next time around, right? That like 71-minute game where they barely lost. Kaboom got eliminated and then beat Alliance like the very next game. So these teams are constantly bouncing back and sort of surprising us with their performances. Cloud9, I think, does need to play better than they did against Kaboom, but we have to see which Cloud9 shows up. On the same side, Najin White Shield, last time we saw them, got perfected. So which Najin White Shield shows up to this game, obviously also very relevant.
Yeah.
Crumbs?
Well, I think for this matchup, actually, I really have high hopes for Cloud9. Seeing as how they're on the blue side, that means that highest champion pool gets opened up quite a bit, seeing as how Najin has basically banned Maokai every single game, regardless of side, and they ban Alistar every time if the opponent does not ban it, which should open up the entire champion pool for high, and if he can get his hands on a Syndra or a Zed, I think that it's looking really good for them.
Yeah, and of course, Gorilla talking about, on the topic of Najin Shield, Gorilla on Thresh. Is this going to be a champion that's going to be banned away or given to them? That's something we're going to have to see. Let's talk a little bit more about this matchup, Monte Cristo. Najin Shield, you and I had a discussion earlier today. I feel Cloud9 can match up against Shield, and I want to know how you feel, if that's even a possibility.
I mean, it's a possibility, sure. I think that in these, like we're talking about, best of ones in this double round robin mean that there's a lot more possibilities. When you get into a best of 5 scenario, that's when typically, of course, the best team will win because you have that chance to adapt and kind of make alterations to your gameplay as time goes on. So sure, they can win. Do I think it's likely? No, not really. I think that Najin White Shield got a big wake-up call, and they're going to come out with a better pick and ban phase than they did last time. They're not going to pick like 3 scaling champions again, I don't think, and maybe Watch can get his act together.
So we're going to naturally transition to the prediction. On the spot, who is actually going to win, Najin White Shield or Cloud9?
Najin White Shield for me. They did very well against Cloud9 last time. I don't think the blue side's going to be enough to save them.
Freak.
I agree with Monte Cristo here. I think Cloud9 absolutely can win. Depends which C9 shows up, but odds are Najin White Shield wins, and either way we'll see C9 in a tiebreaker.
Crepper, you were incorrect last game.
I was.
False prophet trying to claim a title. Unjust.
Can't blame a man for
Who
trying,
is
right?
picking up a win here and why?
I do agree with Freak's point entirely about like these teams having like different versions of themselves. I feel like it's Schrodinger's Cloud9 here. We don't know what's going to happen with them. So I'm going to take the safe bet and go with White Shield here. I think if they get their act together, they should win. But both teams have looked shaky at various moments throughout this tournament. So honestly, I have no idea, so I'll just pick Shield.
Crumbs, the Prophet, predicted correctly last game. What is Crumbs, the temporary Prophet, going to predict for this game?
Now, for me, these games have really come down to the draft. And I've put a lot of faith in Najin White Shield, thinking that they're going to have, don't worry, they'll pick a good draft this game around. They'll do intelligent bans. And it has not happened any time. So I think that they're probably going to go with a not too good draft and end up paying for it. So I'm going with Cloud9.
Well, all done to pick some bans from the Prophet. It's Cloud9 who also takes the vote over on lolesports.com. Far from convincing, though. 59% of the fans think that they will come out ahead in this game. We'll see if that comes to pass. Our players are ready to get into the next match, so we're going over to the caster desk. But first, a video one would categorize as a must-watch.
So I'm Yellowstar from Team Fnatic, I've been attending World Finals since the season 1, so it's been 4 times in a row. And there is one guy called Darius that has made 4 times as well. But I heard that in Korea there was some guy that was called Watch that made it 3 times. Watch? Who is this guy?
나를 몰라? Watch? I don't really think I know who Watch is. 나를 몰라? What? 진짜 나를 몰라?
Zoom Beast! I got it! Oh, he got it so big! Darius going to be able to take them out, but they stopped that gold beat.
제가 월드 챔피언십 2번을 나가면서 해외 팬들이나 선수들에게 많이 알려진 건 없었던 것 같아요. 시즌2는 되게 아쉬움이 많이 남는 시즌이었어요. 저희가 8강 조추첨식을 하온이가 갔었어요. 스누페 선수랑 표를 뽑았는데 서로 바꾸자는 그런 돌발 상황에 하온이가 그때 바꿨었는데 상대방은 WE를 뽑고 제 TP를 딱 뽑았었는데 그때 되게 나이스했었죠. 4강까지는 무리 없이 올라가겠구나. 8강 막상 경기를 시작하니까 TPA 선수들이 라인전이면 라인전, 시야 싸움이면 시야 싸움. 그러니까 모든 게 저희한테 완벽했었어요. TPA한테 일격을 맞고 8강 탈락 이후 좀 살짝 패닉도 왔었고 약간 힘들기도 했었어요. 시즌3는 집중이 잘 됐었어요. SKK 전에. 기세상 저희가 2대1로 유리할 때 이길 것 같긴 했었어요. 이건 결승 가겠구나. 경기 집중도도 되게 높고 잘 돼서 근데 역전을 당하면서 좀 슬펐어요.
This is the victory. This is the final for SK Telecom T1. They will be
지금의 제가 그때 있었더라면 어땠을까 아쉬움이 지금 생각해보면 되게 크게 남아요. 네, 아시아 최초로 3연속 이렇게 롤드컵 가게 돼서 되게 영광스러운 일인 것 같고요. 3연속 진출하는 게 되게 욕심이 나서 그만큼 더 열심히 한 것 같아요. 경기장을 딱 들어서는 순간 가슴이 뛰면서 정말 경기하고 싶다는 욕망? 그런 게 정말 차올랐어요. 근데 아진 실드 팀의 그런 끈기와 노력을 한국인뿐만 아니라 세계적으로도 다 보여주고 싶어요. 사실 시즌2나 시즌3나 제가 뭐 주목받고 싶다는 그런 욕심이 전혀 없었어요. 그런 여유도 없었고 3번이나 진출했는데 아직 저를 기억 못하시는 사람도 많더라고요. 이번 롤드컵을 통해서 정글러 하면 와치가 떠오르게끔 보여드리겠습니다.
Three World Championships in a row, and I think Watcher's not too far off the mark when he says that still a lot of international fans aren't focused on, you know, who Watch is and maybe don't know who is, but I think third time lucky might change that.
Yeah, especially when you consider the fact they've already clinched a spot in the quarterfinals, so every single year he's made it to at least the quarterfinals of the World Championship. It's a pretty impressive resume.
Yeah, and Cloud9 know who he is, and they've been banning Lee Sin against him, so I think they'll continue to do that.
Certainly could do with a win here. We are going to get towards the game, so let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's the North American LCS's Cloud9, with Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in the mid lane, Sneaky the AD carry, and Lemon Nation on support.
And on the red side, it's Najin White Shield from the champions. We have up top is Save in the jungle, Watch, mid Goong, AD carry Zephyr, and support Gorilla.
So Jack and Kobe as well, you should join in on this one.
Yeah.
Picks and bans. We heard. Yeah, you're allowed.
We're gonna do picks and bans.
We heard from Crumbs that actually White Shield, he feels that their whole draft phase has been kind of ropey throughout this tournament. Do we agree with that?
Well, when they didn't ban Aurelia or Lee Sin, but instead banned Rammus against Alliance, that was one red flag. The last game against Cloud9, I thought they banned okay, even though they only banned 2 champions. It was Maokai and Syndra, I believe. I think they actually have a lot of ban flexibility against Cloud9 just based on the fact that they passed on one last time and we're still fine.
Yeah, I think that was because they're blue side and they will use all 3 this time. Last time they also first picked away Zed, so it was kind of 2 things at high there.
And for this game, we actually have a featured matchup which will be focusing on the battle in the top lane. Balls and Save are arguably the top 2 players in their respective positions from their regions, and both have shown that they can carry their teams to victory if they get going early.
And we could see last game, it was actually Save who got going early. His rise was way ahead of Balls, despite Balls getting multiple ganks there from Meteos. It really just has to be a return to past prime for Balls because he hasn't had the best World Championship. He's been missing out on a fair bit of experience, and if Cloud9 wants to win, I feel like they got to get him going.
Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed in the matchup last time, even though it was one of the rare games where Cloud9 actually did regular standard lanes and they didn't lane swap, so we got to see them match up, but Balls on that Lulu just didn't have the same impact that Save did for his team with Rise. Absolute beast of a guy in the top lane, and he's really performed, especially on Rise, over and over throughout the group
4
stages.
games on Rise that he's had throughout the group stage out of 5. He's been pretty impressive on it. 13 kills and just a lot of farm and pressure was the main thing.
And that's then, you'd feel, got to be a consideration when it comes to bans and picks. We know how good Save is going to be up on that top side of the map. But what about the rest of the map? We heard before, White Shield had a game where they only banned 2 champions because they couldn't decide on a third. Some questionable decisions, maybe not to ban Irelia, for example, in that perfect game yesterday from Alliance. Banning out Rammus instead. Where are the focuses got to be really from White Shield if you look at their draft here against Cloud9?
So I think one of the biggest strengths for White Shield has been their bottom lane, and that was a really big thing last time against Cloud9. They definitely beat the bottom lane really hard because Gorilla keeps getting this Thresh, and Zephyr with the Corki and comboed with Thresh keeps bullying the bottom lane, and then they allow Gorilla to roam around and extend his influence all over the map. But here we go, Cloud9, they do their research as well. Thresh already banned out.
Along with Lee Sin. On the other side, though, Najin White Shield going for Maokai, taking away Zillion, and we'll finish off with Alistair. I think that's the most common 3 bans that we're seeing throughout these World Championship as a group.
Yeah, and High's actually played a different champion in every single game, but honestly, by far and away, his most successful game, I feel like, was on Syndra. There's still a lot of things up right now. I would love it if Cloud9 picked Syndra here.
As the first choice, will they dare do that? We know Cloud9 is a team who are very snappy when it comes to picks and bans, and actually it won't be Syndra that's locked in. It's going to be a first pick Zed for High.
So that's sort of a takeaway from Goong, but Goong also does play Ahri too, which is, as we've seen, a skill matchup with Zed, and Peke, when he ran that matchup, he got the advantage in it. Interesting, again, they are focusing here at Gorilla. They snatch up that Nami as soon as they can. We don't get to see the Janna again.
No, I mean, it didn't exactly go very well when he played it against Alliance. That was one of the things that got perfect game done. I feel like he just really wanted to play it, even though it didn't fit their overall team composition. I do think Jan is actually pretty good against Zed, but Nami can do the job as well. That's just a good amount of CC from their first 2 picks. Go.
And again, the focus on Watch, this guy that a lot of people don't know from Cloud9. They banned out the Lee Sin, so Shield immediately, first round, they grab him a suitable jungler here, Elise once again. They have some good pick potential, some of that stacking CC that we've seen from these very successful skill shot combos between jungler and support so far.
Cloud9 picking away Corki is so smart at this point because they can't afford to just wait till the late game against White Shield. And White Shield has typically won when they go with the mid-game champion. Zephyr was actually unkilled on Corki in 3 games. Sneaky is a very good Corki, and based on the 80 carries on the board, it basically forces him to go into Lucian if they don't want to get mid-game.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk coming into these group stage games about the solo laners of Shield, and rightfully so. Save is a very strong carry, but in the game versus Cloud9, it was the bottom lane where they got so much pressure. We do see the Ahri coming through.
and along with Kale, which honestly, top lane Kales, have they impressed us so far this tournament? I'd go ahead and just guess that you're going to say no.
I'll say inconsistently unimpressive. Because there's been slight moments of impressiveness, especially when we saw it comboed with Twitch well. Actually, that was in one of the Samsung Blue games.
Yeah.
And theoretically, Najin White Shield could still go with that type of composition.
Yeah, and the thing about running with Kale, almost all Kale compositions are very delicate compositions, so you have to have that communication with your team. Your team definitely has to be in sync to make use of it. This ultimate is all about blocking damage, not putting it as an emergency ultimate on somebody who's already low. It's all about the right timing to block big spells.
Well, we'll see if they can combo that up for Cloud9 here. We are going to be seeing Janna for Lemon Nation, and Balls going to get his hands on Rumble. Already seen it come out for him once, and we know how good of a Rumble player Balls is.
Yeah, this is definitely going to give him much more of a chance to shine through than last time when he was on Lulu. It also gives him that massive mid-game spike, the Corki Trinity Force champion, plus the Rumble. We've said it so many times, but even Zed does funnel into that too, even with just a couple items.
So much discussion about the draft. Cloud9 got most of their favorite champions across the board. If you had to say which champion is X player best on, Cloud9 has at least 3, arguably 5. Right? Because Balls best on Rumble, High best on Zed, Lemon best on Janna. Sneaky and Meteos, there's a few champions up near the top.
Yeah, and I have to say, they're going to have to worry about all these picks from Shield, because even though this comp from Shield is delicate, if they do perform with that timing and with that precision, it's been so deadly. We've seen it so many times.
And the last thing is there's such a small amount of lockdown for the Twitch. If he opens up in the right spot with a Kale ult on, there's not much Cloud9 can do to stop it.
As you mentioned, we have seen glimmers of that combo actually working out for some teams. Of course, we should go over the main storyline of this game, because there are a couple of different outcomes. Of course, if Cloud9 are able to win, they secure their spot in the quarterfinals and knock Alliance out. Means that they'll actually play White Shield once again to decide who's first and second seed. However, if they lose to White Shield, Alliance still have a chance, and they'll play Cloud9 in a tiebreaker at the end for that second spot. But guys, while the players prepare to face off, we want to hear what you think about this game. Tweet hashtag C9win or NWS win to cast your vote, and we'll see throughout the game who you're picking as favorites. Talking is hard, apparently. Luckily for me, we're going to get into an awesome game, though. It is, of course, Cloud9 versus Najin White Shield. How is this one all going to go down? Big one for Cloud9. They could make their lives a lot easier by just winning this match straight up.
All right, let's see if Cloud9 can get some deep lane wards down to see if there's going to be any sort of lane swaps here with Twitch. Now, Nami does have a strong laning phase, so even though Twitch is a bit weak, Nami can help him out with that. Both AD carries do head down bottom to try and claim control of these side lane bushes that have been so important in putting down those deep lane wards. Sneaky gets his down, and they see Zephyr.
I'm really wondering if Najin Shield is going to 2v2 this Corki Janna lane. Corki Janna isn't the craziest in Fear, and Nami as a support is a strong laner, but as far as AD carries go, Twitch generally wants to lane swap. You also add to that, though, the Rumble versus Kale matchup. We've seen everyone swapping the Rumble to try and keep them out of the game. If Balls has allowed solo lane experience, maybe that quick level 6 could force some early dragon fights. Likewise, if Save doesn't get shut down, maybe a Kale could actually reach late game and become a massive force.
So a quiet start, lots of wards going down in very similar positions across the entire map, in all those areas that you'd exactly wait them to be put down into, including that bottom brush there where Lemon Nation put in that ward. Of course, we are going to be seeing Goong against High in this mid lane. Zed versus Ahri. We talked about that matchup quite a few times already, that you've got to be on form from either side to win it.
Yeah, last time we saw... bottom lane might actually meet up here. The ward expired for Cloud9 because Sneaky put it down so quickly. Gorilla's in a tentative position here, and he's already shown.
Whoa! This could be bad news for him. May have to burn something. No, plays it very calmly. Jeez. Loses almost half of his health, though, right from the very get-go.
So since they hadn't scouted, Gorilla was trying to get lane position so he could freeze the minions for a potential farm with Zephyr. It ends up actually taking a fair bit of harass because there was no swap from Cloud9, something Najin White Shield was probably predicting that.
Gorilla and Lemon Nation continue to battle it out. Sneaky positioned quite far up here. Zephyr actually going to trade with him, and to be honest, Sneaky is the one that's come out with less HP after that. Lemon Nation, of course, continues to fight against Gorilla throughout those brushes. A very, very interesting start from both sides.
I got to point out that the junglers started on opposite buffs here, opposite sides of the map. So since there's so much trading down here, Meteos would actually end up on this side of the map after his double buffs. But because Sneaky and Lemon Nation got the lane to push in their favor, that gank is not really a tenable position for them. I mean, they can't really go for that early tower dive. So it's probably going to be a rotation back up to the top side where Kale is shoving in.
And it's probably just going to be a farm jungle for Meteos. That's typically how he ends up playing Kha'Zix. In the games where he's tried too hard to set up specific ganks, I remember a couple games where he spent far too much time top lane. He's fallen really far behind. He's all about efficiency, and it would make sense if he just continues to farm for now.
Yeah, the thing about Kha'Zix versus Elise, if you go face checking with Kha'Zix, then you're going to be in trouble because Elise definitely has that advantage early. And walking into a cocoon means you are going to give up your double buffs early. So Meteos, he doesn't even take that small risk.
What an early back by Sneaky and Lemon Nation.
Yeah, leaving that lane straight away. It's going to give Sneaky that second Doran's Blade and more pots, which might become crucial. Obviously, Nami, we saw earlier on, was able to get those heals in, and Zephyr is at full HP despite those trades that they had going on. So a few pots just to help Sneaky out, and that second Doran's Blade to maybe give him a bit of an edge.
So much trading going on down there in the bottom lane, yeah. I'm wondering if Zephyr and Gorilla are going to try and shove this hard and back as well to try and answer that combat effectiveness in lane.
The double Dorans is definitely, I think, a call for a bit of extra sustain. Sneaky was taking a little bit of extra damage. Didn't want to invest all the way into Vamp Scepter, but instead will get the small amount of lifesteal from the Doran's Blade. Plus the lane was in a spot where he didn't lose too much CS. Really great native.
Yep, Gorilla gave it away there. I'm not quite sure if Lemon even saw Zephyr go into stealth, but they did stop the back, so there won't be the evening up of items here for Zephyr and Gorilla. But again, they're hard shoving, pushing this in, and they've even called Watch to protect them. Because their back got called, they made the audible to bring in the extra ward.
And Zephyr and Gorilla have been playing this lane really well. A 2v2 Twitch lane, shoving in and being ahead on CS is quite an accomplishment early here. Watch makes it into the brush, whereas Kha'Zix decides not to gank. This is pretty dangerous.
So they did place that pink ward, though.
There is a cocoon landing onto Lemon Nation. He's going to be forced to flash away. It was good from Watch. His ward that he placed just moments before up by those Wraiths actually saw Kha'Zix coming, and he snuck into the rush, ready in case there was a gank down there from Meteos. In the end, it was a face check from Lemon Nation that got him started, and there is the recall again for Lemon Nation.
And I got to commend Watch for his pathing this time around. Last time we saw him versus Shield, very predictable pathing. This time around, coming down through that side of the river, sneaking into the bush, waiting just to get the flash there, and a successful and efficient use of his time.
I will say, all the lanes for Najin White Shield are winning right now, which is really good for them against Cloud9. Cloud9's a team that typically, if we think back to when they were so dominant, Meteos would just be farming the jungle and they'd rely on their lanes to be win, but every single lane on their side is getting pushed back, which really doesn't create any playmaking potential for a team that already has very lacking initiation.
See how Meteos decides to remedy that, actually picking himself up an extra ward. Obviously switching out to that sweeper lens so he can try and get some control. Currently soaking up a bit of experience in that mid lane, since we did see High recall him for the first time to come back into lane with a Cutlass. It was actually a Seeker's Arm Guard that we see Goon going for first of all, so he's going to be going up to that Zhonya's, whether he goes directly to that or just wants the Seekers for
and
that.
Look at Meteos here, because he's so scared of getting counter ganked by an Elise, wards the very tip of that bush first, and it's only saves intuition that causes him to back off here. Balls gave that away with his... Oh, yeah. Zed also
intuition
left lane.
And the fact
Zed
was MIA, so Goong's going, hey man, there's probably some friends heading up to the top lane, and he had to back away.
Sometimes overcommitting and sending two people to gank is just too many, and you overcommit, by giving away that there's no mid laner. It kind of ruins the jungler's gank when Meteos actually had a good position there.
Well, back to this bottom lane, it is Sneaky that holds the lead. We did see Zephyr go back though, Vamp Scepter and a longsword for Zephyr in these early stages. So sustain with the heal from Gorilla as well. Certainly going to be helping out that bottom lane. And they, I won't say necessarily massively need it right now. It's not a huge margin, especially with this wave pushing into Zephyr's direction.
Yeah, it's fairly even down bottom still, and Twitch did get to go back to now have the upper hand as far as items in lane go, but I do want to talk about a little bit more about this shield composition, because during their gauntlet run, their 5 ranged comp was my favorite of their choices that they made, just because of the way that they play teamfights so well. They spread out and they kite back for just long enough until you overextend and give them an opening, and they quickly turn it around on you. They have these options with the Nami Bubble and the Elise Cocoon. If anybody gets up too close, all members on their team being ranged can immediately switch targets and focus fire anybody that gets caught out. So Cloud9, they're going to have such a hard time nailing down any one of these shield members. And as we said, it's a very delicate comp, but Watch always builds full tank on his Elise. Doesn't even go for the AP item for Elise.
And he's going to be basically a stun bot. It's going to be made even harder by the fact for Cloud9 that they don't have any real initiation. Look at that team. Not a single stun. They have a couple slows from everyone's kit, but that's about it. A few knockbacks. That's not that great for initiation from Janna. So yeah, that 5 range is going to be really hard for Cloud9 to initiate on. Basically, unless Najin White Shield gets baited into some fights around objectives, they get to control the battles.
Well, Meteos has come down to this bottom lane. Watch is actually on his Wolf camp right now. There are pings towards that tri-bush though, so I don't think that Najin White Shield's going to go too far on this. They have seemingly called down Watch for now, and they've got a lot of wards in that bottom side of the river as well.
Yep, they are calling down some extra pressure to the bottom lane. Both teams do have their junglers in the area though, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Really just fights over vision because they got the jump there. Oh, this one does want to continue the fight over vision.
Bubble comes in. Actually, the Cocoon was chained on top of it as well, but a little bit too deep there for Najin White Shield to commit to.
All right, so they don't exactly decide to go for the engage here, but once again, trying to clear out all these pink wards. I'm waiting for this action to disperse on bottom lane, because I do want to talk about what Save just did on the top side of the map. We didn't get to see what Save was doing, but this is a top laner that focuses heavily.
Oh, Zephyr actually may be caught out. He is going to get the heal from Gorilla, and the turnaround. A great bubble comes in. There's the tidal wave. Monsoon was used early. Watch tried to get in. The poison is ticking away, but the shield will make sure that he doesn't go down. Actually had just enough health anyway. Meteos is coming down to that party, but he's late to it.
Oh!
Time to turn around.
A lot burned on both sides there in the bottom lane. That may spur on a Dragon attempt for Najin Shield right there.
Plus that last charm hitting and a huge chunk out of Hive really, really frees up Shield to easily take this Dragon. They time aggression bottom lane and mid lane, and then immediately swap over to Dragon. Good objective control there. High has made his roam up top. We'll see if he can actually catch Save.
Yeah, we'll see about the instincts of Save here, because he should know that High's on the way. He burns his flash very early on. He should have known that High was there, because Meteos went immediately to the mid lane after giving up the Dragon.
Well, one thing he has opened up there is for Goon to get a lot of damage onto this middle turret. He's got another wave coming in there, and I'm not sure that Meteos alone can hold this one. One more auto attack or two will be able to finish that one off. That's the first turret of the game going to Najin White Shield directly after the Dragon, which just puts that 2,000 gold lead in their favor.
Yeah, early game here going heavily in favor of Sword. Now, I want to circle back and talk about what Save had prepared on that top lane when so much action was going on bottom. This is a guy who had the highest number of wards cleared for his team, and he just went down and brought 2 wards for himself and placed them extremely deep in the blue side jungle. You can see the spots
You're talking about Watch, right?
Or no, Save. I'm talking about Save. The top laner. He went into the blue side jungle. These 2 deep wards that he placed, the camera was not on. He placed them for the white, which Kha'Zix goes to very often trying to clear with isolation damage, and this little path here coming from the wolves too. So he can see anything that's going on his side of the map. That's how he controls his lane so well, and why he plays with so much confidence up there.
This could be dangerous down bottom for Zephyr. We saw Sneaky actually managing to stay away from the damage, but Watch is coming down. Goong is coming down as well. Cloud9 need to evacuate this bottom lane. Zephyr gonna stealth up there, but doesn't actually get it. Gets a slow onto Sneaky, but he's full HP. That's not gonna mean the world to them. And Naji White Shield not able to get in for the kill. And of course the Dragon already gone.
Yeah, it's just all about their control. Obviously, the deep wards that Save had in the blue side of the jungle gave him a lot of presence up there. The best laning performance we've seen on Kayle in the 1v1 so far here in this group stage. And honestly, every lane, except maybe Zeph and Gorilla, despite the amount of times they're able to force Sneaky Elimination back, have just been straight up winning. So mechanically, 1v1, Shield has woken up, and if they continue to play like this, Cloud9 will not be able to force any fights with their low amount of initiation.
Comes a 1v1 again. Zephyr definitely on the losing end of that.
Gotta run
now, but Watch is going to come down. Lemonation face checking towards the brush. He's going to get a decent knockback there as he uses that Monsoon, but Sneaky's the one they're going to try and push. TP coming in from balls, but that will be a little too slow to get in on the action. Tidal Wave actually thrown back their way. There's the Cocoon into the bubble. BTOS comes around. Ignite is going to go down. Will he get the kill? Goon comes around. He gets first blood. Will use the Spirit Rush to try and get away. Flashes the void spikes as well, and White Shield hit and run. Goon super low. Zephyr even lower after that.
Zephyr flashed off of the Rumble ulti with double-digit HP. Almost died there to the burn, but the split second that he got his flash off saves him, and they get away with a sneaky kill. This is what I'm talking about with the way that Shield play these 5 range comps.
Is there a danger underneath the turret? Doesn't look like it. High had come down, but nothing opens up there for Cloud9. Still leaves them behind there, and just a single kill on the board going to Gungan. I question whether it was just the Seeker's Arm Guard for the lane phase into something else, but he's gone fully into that. Zhonya's here. Gets it at 14 minutes.
It's all about being able to avoid Cloud9 focus, and specifically the death mark from High. But to just expand on Kobe's point right there, when Zephyr got away with the sliver of health, everyone on Najin Shields getting away so low, we're going to see a lot of that. A, because they're 5 range and they can keep their distance, but B, because Cloud9 has no lockdown to actually focus targets and keep them in the right place. So as soon as someone starts getting low, they're free to disengage and take and soak damage until the last second before escape.
He was just spotted there. He also saw that High was on that top side of the map, and they've seen each other. He also saw Gorilla moving top side. In the end, though, those extra men in the top lane back away, and Save is able to hold on to his tower. Just blasting through that minion wave. Slightly ahead on that front. Also now has a Nash's 2 complete. Haunting Guy Sorcerer Shoes, of course, was the start. 4 balls on Rumble. Pretty standard stuff there. We also saw that High now has been able to pick up his Brutalizer and the Cutlass. So we'll see if that helps him out in that lane against Coop.
It's just so dangerous to split push against this team. We've seen it so many times where bringing in a team with a Twitch, if you're split pushing 1 versus 1, you always have to be worried about that AD carry assassin. Right now, Zephyr is holding his own here versus the Corki. A lot of action down bottom. Every time Sneaky goes for these aggressive trades, he keeps getting baited in. And the rest of Shield, they call their team down. Once again, running through the river here, everybody's on point. They're there to back up.
Yeah. So much Roman vision control as well. Sneaky really wants to punish Zephyr here, but he ends up getting punished himself by overextending.
Yeah, they spotted that Meteos was around, so I don't think they wanted to fully commit to that one. Actually, Save started to move down as well, and partially probably to do with the fact that there's 30 seconds until this next dragon comes up.
Looks like Cloud9's not in position to contest here. Ball's all the way in the top lane, and High recalling with 20 seconds left on the clock. Plus, they don't have vision in the area. They're going to get themselves in trouble if they try and contest this, it really feels like.
Watch it come around the side there as well. That was dangerous for a Cocoon through the wall. In the end, though, it leaves White Shield in a position to do the dragon. They're on top of a ward, though, so Cloud9 have full vision of them trying to set up that trap. There's a scan coming in, and White Shield will realize what's happened. There is Zephyr. He's actually stealthed up there, so no full vision of him. The scan does come down. Dragon started by White Shield. Can they stop them this time around?
I mean, it's getting so low. They're not really in position. If they try and fight, it's after the fact, and they don't necessarily have the ability to lock anyone down if they collapse.
And Dragon without anything to be said by Cloud9. what are White Shield going to do? 5 men moving from that Dragon takedown straight into this middle lane. Actually, there's no real defense there. There were 3 men in the bottom lane. And this is White Shield now going to be putting a lot of damage onto the tower. Can they take it? Half HP gone already.
Looks like they're waiting in the wings here. Cloud9 might engage.
Oh, they're going to push it from the side. Balls, where is he going to go? Equalizer onto 3 of them. Deathmark goes to the back. Watch is definitely going down. Goom may fall as well. He's super low. Gorilla comes in from the side, tries the bubble, which she doesn't need in the end, and that will be a 2 for nothing.
They got to shove back up mid and get a turret off of this. Cloud9 needs some extra global gold to even this game right back up. They've got a minion wave. They got control of mid.
As far as the goal goes, though, Kobe, they can even it out really easily. They didn't even lose that interior turret, despite losing most of its health. And Sneaky was able to take the side turret while the fight was happening mid.
Outer turret down for Cloud9. That actually gives them the turret lead and closes up the goal to just a 200 difference. They're going to be stealing away a blue buff as well. So that won't be going over to Goom. Nice moves overall from Cloud9.
Yeah, that was a combination of Shield being a little bit greedy. They sent Zephyr up top to answer AD carry split down bottom for AD carry split up top to get that farm. And they thought they could just 4-man this mid, but it was a beautiful Rumble ulti from Balls. Watch the position. He lines it up right next to the wall. So it doesn't even have to be straight in a corridor. It's right next to the wall. Everybody's through it. And Hai got a great ulti off with Zed timing it. Both members tried to jump away as soon as the ulti went off, so he traveled with them to get that huge chunk.
That's the way Cloud9 has to fight if they want to be able to actually get kills, but it requires Najin Shield to be pushed up pretty far because the chase distance in order to actually close those kills is really great. If Najin Shield is turtling or if Cloud9 is doing an objective, it's going to be much more difficult for them to find those fights. But that is just a really great sign for Cloud9 that they could find those fights, especially now that Meteos has gotten his second evolve, more slow from his W, better chase for Cloud9.
Again, focus down bottom here though, and they've got the red side warded up, so Shield are going to see the reinforcements coming. It's up to Lemonation to shield the turret as much as he can.
Honestly, didn't really do too much damage there, White Shield on that one. Still holding vision control. That's something that we've seen quite often out of these Korean sides when they kind of have that fight and realize that Dragon's gone down and that area might not be priority anymore for the blue side. They'll go in and try and get those deep wards in position so that they can keep a hold of that. Also means that they can more safely push the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and it's so important for Shield to do that because they love running these champions that pick people off from Fog of War. They're all about getting this deep coverage and keeping it that way. Cloud9, though, have defensively warded fairly well on that side of the map now because they've seen how much Shield are focusing down there. Right now, though, Zephyr free farm at the bottom, 5 members of Cloud9 up top, so they need to make a play up top because they know the AD carry's not there. Right now, they're just getting vision.
It's a Trinity Force window for Cloud9. Whenever Corki hits his Trinity Force, what is that team able to do with said advantage? Because Zephyr, with that split push, being able to take down turrets will become more and more powerful. He can get a Ghost Blade, even now with the Blade of the Ruin King, he can start picking people off. It's all about the team fight right now with a level 12 Rumble who has his Leandries and a Trinity Force on Corki.
So they do answer up top side. I like that they answer in a trade rather than trying to run down to defend because Zephyr already had position down bottom. So Cloud9, they commit to this top side. They've warded up red side. Now it's them looking in the bush for a pick. Goom walks right by.
Deathmark down, but I don't think there's enough damage in there. Goom lost half of his health bar. Cloud9 utilizing those deeper wards that they've got in, even finishing off that red camp as well. Cloud9 really sticking together, trying to make picks of their own inside of the enemy jungle. If you look at the gold, there's basically 100 gold that separates them.
And remember how delicate this team from Shield actually is. If Cloud9 ever blow up Zephyr, then they will have a huge advantage because you can see already 2 Hex Drinkers coming out. Most of the other damage on Shield is magic damage. Well, Ari's got true damage and Kill is sort of split. So they do have other answers, but if Twitch ever goes down, that is the main point of power for this Shield team.
Absolutely. It's a good thing they have a Kayle intervention as well. I mean, we mentioned how squishy or fragile the Najin White Shield composition is. Cloud9's comp is just as fragile. They don't have a tank line either, but they don't have that invulnerability. So if the team fights get late game, Cloud9 can't actually pile through to get to Twitch because Twitch will kill him before the intervention goes off. No one's going to be able to tank up enough to actually disrupt him well. So Cloud9 really has to act fast to make this game fall in their favor.
Yeah, both teams really. It's going to be all about the positioning and those couple of seconds of damage exchange because both teams are packing a lot of damage. While they have a Kayle ultimate for Shield, Rumble ultimate can get multiple people low at the same time. So there are answers on both sides. Right now, once again, Shield are split. They're 4-1, and Cloud9 are trying to answer. So top turret goes down. They've got everybody committed to the Dragon to get vision around it. And if Shield funnel through one of these corridors, that would be the Rumble ult they're looking for.
Going for Gorilla here. He throws a tidal wave, which catches a few of them. Will it be enough to keep him alive? Actually surviving for now. Oh, they're going for Zephyr. There is the invulnerability. Balls goes low as well. This is a big, messy fight. Meteos will jump away, but Goom chases through. Not quite enough damage with the orb. On his return, he gets the kill. But Sneaky, he's still going. Where is he going to head to? He stood on a ward. Save going around the other side. I think that's the end of that fight now. Or is it? Meteos being chased down.
Good thing they got that vision first. Good thing they got that vision first. 3-for-2 trade. You can tell how close these battles are. They balance on the point of a knife's edge.
And that's the explosiveness we're going to see in all of these fights. This Dragon is not convinced yet about who is going to go to because they're so safe.
Oh, Dragon at half HP. Cloud9 starts to move away. Save is going to burst down Lemon Nation. Meteos sneaky in the back. But here comes Balls from the side. Dragon, where did he go? He goes to Najee White Shield. Save surely going to die to Balls though. But he's in trouble himself. Has to flash over the wall.
What a bad turn of events for Cloud9 and a fantastic turn of events for White Shield. Save coming in there, popping Lemon Nation, getting a double kill, and then also forcing Meteos out the back of that pit to secure the Dragon for their own team. It was anyone's Dragon once the smite was gone, but Shield comes out big after some bloody fights.
Yeah, such a risky play from Cloud9, and Shield capitalized on it perfectly coming down. All right, let's look at the beginning here. So High goes all in on the support. They draw out the exhaust as well. Good Rumble ultimate right on top of Zephyr, and the ult from Lemon makes sure that Zephyr can't even walk forward off it. There's the intervention that you talked about. It does save him for a little bit, but on that side with Meteos, he won't last long. Sneaky from the bottom side, of course, exploding watch, and then he's got Lemon to back him up with the extra attack damage for the shield.
Yeah, but looking at the items now, I see Save with the Death Cap and Zephyr with the Ghost Blade. So that combination of Twitch Kayle just spiked up huge, and I do not see the same itemization from Cloud9 as far as power spikes. Shield wants to fight now.
One thing that Cloud9 did just get, though, they've got these early Captain Boot upgraded Janna. So we talk about how close these fights are going to be and how important the positioning is. This Cloud9 team has a lot of extra speed that they can work with. Uh-oh, Sneaky though.
Oh, there comes Zephyr on towards Sneaky, who will just Valkyrie straight away from that one. Actually used in the rat-a-tat-tat, but not got the damage there. Pokes him down. Meanwhile, High is split pushing this bottom lane, and White Shield needs to make a decision here.
Well, it looks like they are going to swing back over and try and cut him off. It's up to the rest of Cloud9 to keep up the pressure or tell High to back off.
Back off. That's what they're going to do.
Right.
Those were the words.
It's actually High telling them, hey, do I need to back off now? And they say.
Well, obviously, they lost war control and they weren't able to just go back into a Twitch. Obviously, they were able to withstand that one Twitch ultimate. The speed that the Janna granted them there is actually really critical in running away from spray and pray. I wonder if we're going to see many disengage style fights like that, where they just wait for the Twitch to use spray and pray and then try and just bail as soon as possible.
Also, keep your eyes on the poke that Cloud9 deal while they're retreating. They're dealing out damage in between attack moves here. So as Sneaky's walking away, he's throwing the missiles back, so is Meteos from the side, and they chunked Zephyr just as hard as he chunked Sneaky in that exchange.
Red Bull nicely picked up for Cloud9. Have a look at the gold here. Just 3,000 separates them. I think just 3,000. It's a decent chunk at this point. 26 minutes in. Cloud9 actually looking at Baron here. There's no vision, funnily enough, on that area of the map for Najee White Shield, which means Cloud9 basically have free reign up towards that Tribush. However, they've spotted High now going to that top lane. White Shield are moving in from the bottom side. Pink Ward in the Death Crush will spot them.
They've got position on this mid lane here. Cloud9 look like they're going to commit to the split push, so they're going to leave high up there, but they can't get behind this turret in time. Well, it was way too low anyway, so that one goes down. It's going to be that inhibitor turret defense. They need to use a Rumble ult probably to get him off this.
This is really poor positioning for Cloud9. National White Shield gets almost the whole turret.
Well, no, almost about it. They're going to take it here. Zephyr will finish that one off, and that is the exchange that Cloud9 have taken, but will they keep going? High is pushing up there, and he's going to be chunking through that one. We see the recall coming in. Goon specifically will be the first one to get back, but High's already got this turret down to less than half, and you know what? I think he might have this one. Home Guard is going to come in. There is the full push. In comes the death mark up from High. He wants the tower. He gets the tower. Zhonya's to get away from the damage. High will get off with his shadows.
For now, unfortunately, the whole team's there.
That's why Goong lets him walk away. He knows he's got teammates coming in to cut off High. Mission accomplished for High, though. He at least got that turret down. So in the end, it was an exchange of inhibitor turrets, but the extra kill going over to Shield, as well as control the map so they can set up more vision for those picks. The mid-game picks are going to be crucial here.
Such an interesting game. White Shield, of course, already through to the quarterfinals. Win here means that they get that top seed, and I think from their point of view, avoid Samsung Blue in the next round is a big part of this one. Of course, if Cloud9 win, they'll have to play this game all over again later on today to decide the 1 and 2 seed. Alliance, I'm sure, waiting backstage somewhere, watching this game with bated breath and really cheering, nudging White Shield on.
Yeah, either way, Cloud9 are going to play another game today. We're going to determine, will it be for first in the group or will it be for second?
Definitely changes the mindset they would have going into that game, but all eyes are on this one for them. They're still in this. However, this team composition from White Shield is really, really dangerous. And honestly, Cloud9 doesn't seem like they have the tools to deal with this Twitch KO.
Mid-game pick, here it is. Zep on the front line.
Oh, there is a tidal wave going through Lemon Nation. Preemptive flash there, and I think that's got him away from danger. I think Goon puts down the DFG. Got one more charge. The charm goes wide, but they've got Sneaky. He will just walk out as well, and that means that they can actually turn around a little bit more damage there, Cloud9. Close, though, on a couple of fronts. The early flash from Lemon Nation saved him.
Wow, yeah, exactly. Lemon Nation. I mean, while this Janna is providing speed to the whole team, the speed boosts on individual targets for Shield are immense. So they put the Nami and the Kale onto Zeppa. He can position very, very easily, and they get enough of a health advantage out of that engage to take the objectives. Even though they didn't land the kill, because of the repeated waves of target swaps from Shield, they chunked down so many members of Cloud9. Well, they have control of the map.
It's just the fact that Cloud9 can't retaliate when Shield does that, so they get enough damage done on them. And now, how do you actually run away from this?
Well, that's the problem that they're having, isn't it? As the charm comes in as well, he lands on balls. Meteor's still running. Can they actually finish off? No, he will Valkyrie out of there. And Meteor
split pushing again.
Stars. High is split pushing. He's going for the inhib. Is there a recall? Yes, but it's Nami. That's a squishy fish. You can't kill off a Zed with that thing.
Well, he could delay a Zed, though, so it would be tricky for High to stay around. He does decide to play it safe because they lost all vision. Once again, the vision from Shield, they're so diligent about their mid-game vision, especially with these pick comps, that it just removes so many options from Cloud9.
And what it's showing us as well, teamfight after teamfight, is that Cloud9 just has to duck and run as soon as they see the Twitch. If they decide to turn, it's the Kale ult. So they really have to take a punch from Najee and White Shield and then try and land a counter, which so far they take so much heat from the first punch, they're not ready for the counter, and Shield uses it to get dragons, they use it to get turrets. High split push is kind of the only chance they have, but even at that point, Save is getting to a point where he might just be able to kill High.
Yeah, that first punch is a doozy of an uppercut.
I speak for all of Europe when I say I don't really know what that means, but
that's the only move I knew in Mortal Kombat. It's the easiest one to pull off. Just keep spamming it.
Like a punch right under the chin.
It definitely hurts, Save. I mean,
Haymaker, is that better for you?
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Now I'm on the same page.
Different punches, but all powerful.
Yeah, they all hurt. Needlessly large rod. On top of that death camp for the Nashes too. Cloud9 here actually grouping up inside of the mid lane. He's going to try and push that one back and looking for some damage over the side onto Watchu. Continued that build that he goes with the release into, you know, the tanky type of build. Also got the haunted guys in there though as well, just to make sure that he is doing a little bit more extra damage.
So we've seen Shield start almost every fight. If Cloud9 could somehow get high in a flank, ulting onto Kayle to force Kayle and ult on herself, then they could jump onto Zephy's Twitch. I feel like that's the only situation in a team fight where Cloud9 can come out ahead. They are dead set on the split push strategy, however.
Alright, still going. White Shield around the halfway point of the map. Will they pull a recall? Will Zephyr go stealth and go into the front? Gets hit with the bomb. A little bit unlucky for him there.
Sneaky's got those heat-seeking missiles, actually, courtesy of their sponsor, Air Force Reserve. All right, so they do head up. Once again, though, mid wards here from Shield. They can keep track of the 4-man group. So it's really hard here for High to work with this split push because constantly Shield are coming through their red side jungle and clearing it all out.
I mean, we're really seeing why Twitch is such a high-value pick the entire regular season in Korea. It shuts down split push well, and it also creates an amazing...
Oh, High's going for it. He's got the minion wave there.
It's just a Nami.
That would really open him up to getting cut off. Can the rest of the team get vision?
Yeah.
That's what he's working with.
High is just trying to read where the rest of Shield is, and every time Shield pushes back, they can't safely get vision, and they can't actually keep close to Shield either.
They gotta have double threats here, so they're threatening for the Baron at the same time that High is threatening that inhibitor. Teleport here, High's gonna get this inhibitor, but he might die for it.
Watch is there on the Baron as well, trying to stop them from doing that, and they've actually pulled them away from Baron, but they do get the inhibitor. There is a death mark going on to Gorilla. I can't see him escaping this one, he doesn't. The splat comes down. Where's High gonna go now? He's kind of trapped inside of the base. DFG will be put his way. Goon is surely gonna finish him off, but look at the damage back. High does a lot, but not enough.
Inhibitor, but that's their main mid laner. That's their only mid laner down, and he's the highest level on the team. That gives 50 seconds here for Shield with a little bit of a power play. Those super minions up top, though, are going to be crucial for Cloud9. They need multiple points of threat for their team to work out. That's why they threatened the inhibitor. At the same time, they timed it with the Baron threat, pulling Shield in 2 different directions.
And I think it's very unlikely that Shield tries to force a Baron during the downtime of High, only because we think about their 5 range composition and how, yes, they want to get fights with Zephyr, but the one thing they don't want is to be backed up into a corner where they can never disengage or choose their fight. Baron would do that. They would be a victim to the Rumble ult and the Quirky missiles, and it's just not a smart idea for them to force.
Those just nerves of steel from High, the main shot caller on this team, the one voice you hear if you get a listen in on their communications in game. He made that commitment to the top lane inhibitor, got it plus the kill to exchange to delay Shield's rebuttal here. Now they do have, they've got full vision control around that Baron.
Lots of walls being scanned away here by Najin White Shield. Zephyr is stealthed up. Not going to have an opportunity to get onto anyone though. And Cloud9 have done a decent job of that in recent minutes, keeping themselves grouped up.
I think that Cloud9 should invest in Sneaky switching over to a Scrying Orb because this Shield team is all about picks. They're not necessarily going to start the Baron. As you said, it's always going to be a dangerous prospect for them to start that Baron, so they'll be hesitant. But if they just get vision control over Baron, then they open up for picks.
He's got a good spot here.
Going on towards balls. There's a tidal wave. He's not by the Monsoon. Actually gets the ultimate out of Kayle. Meanwhile, they're going on towards Zephyr. Can he finish him? No! Zephyr lives and manages to get the kill on his way out. Lemon Nation at half HP. Is maybe going to try and lock down Watch here with Sneaky. Can they actually get in onto him though? Sneaky still going down. Is the jump off to the range, and Watch will be able to walk away. 3 for 2 there in favor of Najin White Shield, but look at them health
What
bars.
a close fight that was, and we see Shield getting away with low health. That's going to happen. These fights are ridiculous.
So that should give Cloud9 the Dragon because they've got that inhibitor still down during this whole fight. But man, I want to go over High's use of his shadows in that last fight. It was ridiculous. Yeah. They got the intervention on the Zephyr. Okay, so let's watch. Yeah, zoom in on High because this is insane. They get the intervention onto Twitch here after he gets picked. High uses his first shadow, ultimate over to Gorilla. He can ult back to that shadow as soon as intervention is down, and he tries to pop Zeppa with Meteos here. It was so beautiful, but they couldn't get him. The flash away plus heal, and Zeppa survived with a sliver. That was the turning point.
Even with everything High did to the shadows, the amazing thing is, White Shield won that fight. That's how hard it is for Cloud9 to team fight against this Twitch kill combo. The amount of outplay required to have a chance at killing Zeppa is extreme.
Talked about the precision needed for this team comp, for both of these teams to come. This is one of the most exciting games that we've had. One of the most well-played team fights. Meteos gets caught.
He's invisible though, and he gets away from it. The charm going in, DFG was used as well just after that. We also see now that Sonya's 4 save complete, so harder and harder each time for High to pick a target that he can get through, especially if you combine that with the intervention. What is the plan then now for Cloud9? They could start with getting some vision back over by Baron.
They have to. That is the name of the game right now. And you can see they're focusing on it heavily around this Baron. When they shove up mid and they get a little window of opportunity, try and clear that out, because that is what Shield are working with. Once again, they're looking for those picks. Every pink ward counts here for Cloud9. If they ever see Zeppa going aggressive and he walks by a pink ward in a bush and it's not known to him, that could be the turning point for Cloud9. That's why you leave extra pink wards in your flanks on the off chance that if they ever catch that guy out of position.
And at this point, look at how good Goong has been doing as far as farm as well. Like, it's been Zeppa who's been the main threat that everyone on Cloud9 is paying attention to. Goong may end up being the one winning the game for this. Then if he can land a charm onto High or Sneaky, he will blow them up before they can react.
And you got to give credit to Lemon Nation for keeping Sneaky safe this whole time. Who's the guy alive at every single end of these team fights? Sneaky's always up, due to Lemon Nation.
Intense game here. Save has just showed himself down the bottom side, but does have teleport, so can get himself involved if need be. While Cloud9 continue to try and get some vision back, this time on Najin White Shield side. Shield themselves actually repositioning a couple of men to push back on this middle wave. So for now, it's a tug of war on those minions until someone finds the right positioning. It'll have to be the perfect position. Zephyr actually going in, went towards Sneaky. In the end, was blasted back by Lemon Nation, though.
They disengaged, but the Rat-a-tat-tat was not used by Zeppa, so they still had everything available here for Shield. Cloud9 have to be very careful. High waiting in this bush, as he should be, very, very wary of the collapse from Shield.
Ward after ward put down in the back of the pit. There is Goon clearing out the wave that High had shoved forward as High actually decides to go home. Spend up before coming back in. Lemon Nation continues that war with Gorilla inside of the Baron pit. All about getting each other's vision in and out of that one. He needs to be careful how far forward he goes there, though. Save jumps on him. That's a lot of burst potential from that Kayle.
They're making a strong move on mid here. They've got position with the minions. Charm barely missing, just an inch, and Shield take over, reclaim this small area of the river.
Yeah, and Cloud9's been spending 15 minutes finding creative ways to avoid Shield. It's a wonder they've lasted this long, it feels like, because the potential of this team is just so great. High is not in a split push position here. They still can't get control of the Baron pit, and Shield is just biding their time. 41 minutes in. It's crazy how quickly this game has gotten late.
Yeah, and the only reason that Cloud9 were able to even do that is because High got that inhibitor down, because they had that pressure top, so that kept Shield from committing, and it drew their team apart.
Yeah, Alliance,
look at them watching.
Just hoping that Najin White Shield can pull off this game. Remember, if that happens, it would create a tie for second between Cloud9 and Alliance and force a tiebreaker game there. However, if Cloud9 wins, they tie for first in the group and will play another game against White Shield. So a battle for first or second going on at the same time.
I have to say, Shield have done such a good job of slowly regaining control. He gets revealed, the missiles hit, so they've slowly regained control. They fought until their inhibitor respawned, and then they warded up that top side with a crazy amount of wards to make sure that if High ever goes for that split push again, it'll be really dangerous and he won't get in for that inhibitor. Now they've regained vision control around Baron. Once again, looking for the pick. Cloud9 shoving mid, though. They know that Shield are not going to start off that Baron.
This is where games
They're going to get clapped on. This is it. This is it.
Turret is going to go low. Zephyr trying to get around the side. He gets us low to balls, but they decide to just back off into the side there on the jungle. Actually, the bottom tower went down.
It's a massive minion wave down there. There's 2 cannon minions just...
And they're running up mid here. Cloud9 are out of position.
Oh, actually, they got Meteos behind them. High is also behind them here as well. What is the plan? They need to deal with that big minion wave that's already taken a turret on the bottom of the map. The charm from Goon goes wide, and it stays tense here in the middle.
Both side lanes are pushing with massive minion waves. Shield are gaining small advantages as time goes on here, and they keep Cloud9 in the middle of the map.
This is what Shield does. They won so many late games just letting the minion waves go back and baiting the other team into jumping to them because they have no other choice. Either Cloud9 goes back for the minion waves and gives rid of Baron, or they fight now. Zephyr goes in.
Oh, he's going for sneaky as well. The Valkyrie instant elimination uses the monsoon. Instant equalizer as well. Zephyr stood on top of it. Gets the intervention. Goon at the back. He's going to get one. Sneaky will go for him. Meanwhile, over by the Baron, Meteos gets Zephyr, gets the reset. High is all over the place and will pick up the kill on to save. Ball still alive, finished up by Watch, but Watch is going down as well. So for High, it will be another one. It's Kha'Zix in the end that gets it. That's a 4 for 2. This is a chance for Cloud9 to push.
Sneaky let Goon live after that done is. He wanted to join the rest of his team, so Goon got away with his flash. Now Cloud9 make the decision to go back towards Baron after pinging the turret. This is dangerous.
Not have much time.
Goon can make this count. If he hits the charm on Sneaky and 100%s him.
Meteos low on mana. Goon does not have an ultimate yet. 30 seconds until save if this one gets delayed. I wonder if Sneaky tries to jump over one charm.
They got it low. It's going down quickly though.
No flash to get over the wall though. That's the danger here. The charm misses. Goon is going to get his W1, but it won't go that far. And there is the Baron going over to Cloud9. They're still 4,000 gold behind, but they've got the Baron and they got to make it count.
The biggest thing about that fight and how great it was for Cloud9, they had 2 GAs going into that. They did not consume either Guardian Angel. The fact that Zephyr opened up and had to use the Kayle ult, the key is without Cloud9 committing. If they commit, Cloud9 loses, but the Rumble ult just
intervention blocks nothing. That intervention was completely
that Cloud9 just goes in.
We said it was all going to be all about blocking damage with it. Meteos jumps in, gets the reset, and they again corner save. Meteos and High in these team fights have been spectacular for Cloud9. Man, you can say what you want about group stages. They have delivered every single day. We are getting these crazy, crazy games. Shield gonna get Dragon Wild. Cloud9 rush up for the inhibitor. They don't have vision of it though, so they aren't committing.
They did not
They don't have vision. They aren't committing to the inhibitor. They could rush it right now.
They could rush it, but they got to be really quick because the recalls have already come down from White Shield. They've got a lot of damage. They've got all 5 men there. Inim's down. They're backing off.
Still a topsy-turvy game. White Shield has held this gold lead pretty much the entire time, but however many times they try and open up with Twitch, Cloud9 has been able to disengage. Probably the highest pressure set of disengages I have seen in so long. Every game is absolutely delivering here. Cloud9, if they win this, once again, forces a tie for first place in the group with White Shield and also clinches their spot in the quarterfinals. If they lose this, they still don't clinch a thing.
Now they're up at the turret again. Every single player in this game is crucial to their team. Talking about the supports, the disengages, meaning the difference between life and death. One more attack on that. Oh, it does go down. The minions, the heroes. Now it's Cloud9 with the top lane pushing, swinging everybody down bottom. They have the super minion line that's going to go up there. They have the Baron buff. So much control for Cloud9, yet these team fights can be won so quickly still.
Well, Zep is off clearing a super minion wave, so they're conceding everything that's not their inhibitor turret.
So
I
much
wonder how
pressure.
quickly he can make it over here, though.
Yeah, he's got to come over quickly because Cloud9 aren't
very
messing
slow
around.
rotation.
They're going straight onto it. Are they going to get it? They will take the turret. Will they find out? Trying to stay around. Goon goes in. Balls are going to use his Azonius really quickly. High at the back. Gets the Guardian Angel down. And that could be problems for him. He's going to come back up. Can they finish off Goon? No! Shut down. Goon Kaboom goes low. It's GA's pod. Meteos has his Guardian Angel pod. Sneaky there. He's full HP. He could be a hero for Cloud9 right now. Oh, Valkyrie's done. Oh, he gets stunned up and finished off. It's Zephyr that gets that one for the Super Minions. They're in the base and they've taken a Nexus turret.
You could see how hesitant Sneaky was to fully commit to that fight, and then when he finally does, cooldown is back up for both Cocoon and Charm. Shield hit them, they stack them perfectly and take him out. What a huge fight though. The base is in rubble.
Dodged a bullet here because Super Minions were killing the Nexus during the duration of this fight. Such a crazy, messy fight. This was the most Cloud9 has committed yet, and you can see why it's so dangerous. Zephyr, as he opens, gets the kill off, so no choice of retaliation. High could not assassinate either, and remember, Goom is the sneak attack threat in this one. He dodges pretty much everything. The nerves get to Sneaky a little bit. They do not time the damage properly with the revival of the Guardian Angel. Sneaky misses a monster missile there. Meteos goes back out, and then Sneaky, when he commits,
goes back up.
Perfect stun. Watch wants to be known. Stuns like that get you known and get you first place in the group.
And you talk about that commitment. That right there, jumping in, Shield already were trying to pull back to defend their Nexus. So if you played a little bit more conservatively at that point, they may have been able to stick around and get more damage down on the inhibitor, but man, so close this team fight. Once again though, a big chunk taken out of the Shield base. You saw Alliance in the picture-in-picture cheering after they got that kill on Sneaky, but once again, that was a big chunk for Cloud9. They have no GAs though this time around.
No. And
keep track of those cooldowns.
That's soon to be a 6-item kill. When Save gets that Lich Bane, good luck, because that's 3 monster damage dealers that would be arrived for a Najin White Shield. Cloud9, they're pretty much at max items as far as Corki and High are concerned.
Yeah, we're getting to that point where everybody's maxing out here.
We are almost 50 minutes into this game. That tug of war that's gone on for, I think, what is 30 minutes by now, leaves Cloud9 still behind in gold kills, ahead in turrets, and already taken a good portion out of Najin White Shield's base. The Nexus turret, of course, being a key component of that. They're pushing up to the inhib now.
They got to keep making use of the super minions that are going on top. They need to make use of that pressure.
Cloud9 did this last time with Baron. This time they do not have Baron. A good amount of poke onto Gorilla there. They really want this inhibitor, but boy, is this a dangerous move.
It's dangerous for them to funnel in here. Because this wall is going to push them up for Zephyr to get that line damage, they have to be very careful spreading out. And once again, there's no Mikhails on Cloud9. If Sneaky gets hit with one of those skill shots, it's going to be a hard time.
QSS on Sneaky because they couldn't get the Mikhails. Everyone trying to ward up against the AoE magic damage. They do not have the super minion threat on the other side here. Shield is actually primed for a counterattack. That's the reason Cloud9 backs off.
The inhibitor respawns, so they don't have any extra super minion pressure up top now. Time to regain vision around Baron. Baron coming up in 1 minute. Cloud9 do have more vision on the map right now. They need to replenish these wards. Right now they're going Dragon.
Time is off a little bit.
Those things are coming up at the same time. If you choose between those two.
Cloud9 actually wouldn't have the Dragon timer because they took the top inhibitor.
They didn't have vision of it.
Taking the Dragon. So they're basically just going to be working around the Baron timer. They all have to recall, and this is another problem we run into in these super long games. Ward control falls because everyone else has to max out their inventories and they can't buy those extra luxury wards.
That's why we see it upgraded to Ruby Sightstone here for Meteos on the Kha'Zix. He just upgraded to Ruby Sightstone so they don't have to return to base like they just did without laying down more wards on the map.
And GAs are coming up here soon as well. Not quite in 10 seconds time though, so this Baron might be a little bit delayed from both sides until they get those Guardian Angels in position.
Ghost
Blade! The side falls, he's going to be the focus, but he flashes. The Cocoon misses. Oh, they've got the Charmer high though. He will put down his death mark. Goon uses his Gorilla lower the back. Sneaky coming around after using his QSS. It's going to be Cloud9 to win this one. They take out Watch. They go into Zephyr. It's the ace for Cloud9. They could go through and win.
51 minutes in, Cloud9 finds the amazing fight. 5-0 ace. Nothing will stop them from winning this game.
It's all about the disengage. We mentioned so many times how Cloud9 don't have the lockdown, but they're the ones kiting back, and they kite back perfectly. Even though Goon gets that
time they needed to disengage, they did. Zephyr could never find the fight he needed, and Cloud9 takes down Shield.
Next Nexus turret's going down, and Cloud9 picking up a massive victory over Najin White Shield. They're going to play them again later today to see if they can beat them again and go through as first in the group. It of course also means Alliance are out of the World Championships.
I don't think I can make it to that next game.
This was
yeah, that was.
You're on your own, Kobe.
Too absurd. Also, I think that's the first North American team to beat a Korean team at a World Championship in the history of League of Legends. So a monumental occasion for Cloud9 right now.
The first time in years that a North American team has beaten a Korean team in any competitive match, period. And man, that last team fight, every ultimate so on point. They had balls with the flash. If he didn't have flash up, that was a completely different story. After he flashed away and Lemon popped his ultimate, the Rumble ulti on back, straight across Zephyr. So many things in this game. That whole game was just a cacophony of well-played team fights.
By both teams, like that's the thing. Najin White Shield, try as they may, they were doing all they could to find the right fights. They had the range composition. They were trying to play that engage-disengage game. They had a farm Twix that entire time. And the ultimates in general were on point from save. It was just a 52-minute slugfest. And here's the thing. They have to play again. They have to play for first place in the group.
And that's a massive game as well because, let's be honest, you don't want to finish second and play Samsung Blue in the quarterfinals. That is what these two teams are going to be trying to avoid. It also means, and I'm sure you guys would rather be the ones saying this than me, that 2 out of 3 North American teams here at Worlds will be going through to the quarterfinals. Of course, our last game of the day decides if it's 3 out of 3.
Yeah, well, everybody's already looking to the sequel to this matchup. Up next, we have the OMG LMQ. And this is another decisive battle. Oh, all right. Deep breath. Need some more water.
Yeah,
no more Red Bull, only water now.
Breaths for Cloud9 and Najin White Shield will need to be had because the difference between first seed and second seed is whether they have to play Samsung Blue or the winner of the OMG LNQ game. And even though every team has showed up and everyone can beat everyone, as we saw with Kaboom beating Alliance earlier, it does matter a lot.
Yeah.
First seed.
And you know that loss to Kaboom from Alliance is basically what's put them out.
And it's also what's preventing a 3-way tie for first at the end of the day, which would have been absolutely ridiculous.
It would have been nice to have all those extra games at the end, but credit to Kaboom.
Quality,
I was saying it the entire time, Kobe. Kaboom are going to pull off an upset at some point.
I can do it every single day.
We got that one down. And Kaboom do it on the last day, in the last game against the team that had to beat them to actually go through or to stay in with a chance. That was an absolutely crazy game. So we're going to give it straight over to the guys at the analyst desk to take on Cloud9's win.
Thank you very much, Joe. Cloud9's indeed. First and foremost, all hail the prophet.
Never doubt my children.
All hail the prophet. I want to kick things off and make it very clear. NA is indeed greater than EU. Let's kick this off. Picks and bans. I want to go straight to picks and bans.
And Korea, apparently.
I want to talk about these picks and bans because I looked at the statistics behind both these teams, and it seemed like the blue side was really going to affect Cloud9 for the best. And you said it would not. And in the end, Hai got a champion that he was actually able to perform. They got really comfortable champions for every role. And it showed it was a really back and forth game. But in the end, it was a rumble from balls that paid off. We've seen him time and time again for years now.
Every single one of these champions at some point or another is one of the preferred champs for these players. One of the big stories that the casters were talking about was how the top laners got their respective, preferred champs statistically and favorable. Save's best stats are on Kayle. And we were discussing, how do you deal with Kayle when you've got Hourglass? How is Zed going to deal with Kayle when there's Hourglasses, and et cetera, et cetera? Monty, team comps, what did you like or dislike?
I mean, I think that this game was not so much determined by team comps as it was just by smart rotations overall. And that's where Cloud9 really excelled. And I think when we think about Najin White Shield, we think about them as this very late game team. But, I mean, Cloud9 beating them there is just a testament, I think, to how good Cloud9's strategy is. And they used their Zed pick extremely effectively, getting down that inhibitor on the Baron bait. It was a very crucial pick for them, and they played it up really, really well.
Just before we get to you, pull that replay up.
Right, I was going to say, we have a replay, actually. I can do it too. Don't worry. I've hosted the Analyst Desk before. Yeah, so this is the very marvelous sort of Baron bait inhibitor take by Cloud9. Before we start it, I want to talk about a couple of things. Specifically, when you do this kind of a thing, if you're ever playing this game yourself, number one, vision control. Using both wards and minions. Hai never shows until he knows where Najin White Shield is. He will never walk in to a knowing 1v2. And so it's up to his team to pull everyone else into vision by going to Baron disengage. Let's roll the clip out, and you're going to see what Cloud9 does here. So they start up on Baron. It's pink warded, so they know they require some kind of face check, or they just get Baron. Like, no matter what, something good happens. So Najin White Shield comes over. They force the TP. They say, guys, they are here. Hai, go for it. And now Hai is on the inhibitor. And now they say, oh, Hai is going to pull attention. Guys, get ready to put some pressure back on the map. Cloud9's been actually persistently hitting the minion wave down in mid lane as well, and this is just a nice all-in here. He potentially could have shadowed to dodge the bubble if he wanted to, but he gets the kill regardless. And then the escape's actually interesting because he tries to outplay the charm, but it's actually very well played by Goong. He saves it for a very long time, makes Hai juke like 3 times, and then lands a point blank charm to get the kill.
Crepo, talk me through what Cloud9 was doing in terms of their map play and controlling it, because even though it was very close for a long time, you felt like Cloud9 were in control for a large portion. Not convincingly, but they were dictating the tempo.
I just think they played really smart, and just that rotation alone highlights how well they understand the game, because they needed that at that point to get back into the game. I think at that point they were like 6,000 gold down perhaps, but the real beauty of Cloud9 came on how well they respected the invisible Twitch, because they kept fishing with skill shots to find him whenever he was likely to come. Whenever they saw Nami walk up in lane, they're like, yeah, she's never going to be here alone. Don't engage on that. There's definitely a Twitch near. Let's spam some rockets in the general direction, see if we find him. And then the unsung, or just the sung hero of this match is basically Balls. Those Rumble ultis were just insane.
Yeah, now, I think that one of the key things that allow Cloud9 to make these really good rotations is the fact that we rarely see a Kha'Zix come out with a Sightstone. And they're doing double Sightstone on a very unconventional jungler that may throw off Najin off shield, because Najin off guard, just because when you play against Kha'Zix, you're thinking, oh, he's gonna be this tanky guy that's just, this really high damage guy, and not tanky support. He went with a really heavy tank and utility oriented build until the very end, where he got a Last Whisper, and he had a GA, Hex Drinker, the Merc Boot, so he was just a really utility oriented playstyle of Kha'Zix that allowed Zed to make plays.
I want to talk about some of those team fights. Let's pull the second replay up onto your screen. It was one of the more chaotic ones, and I think, Crepo, you were quite excited about this, if recalls.
Yeah, so before we roll this clip, I just want everybody to look at the minimap. Just take a nice look there and see those red giant balls of doom approaching both side lanes for Cloud9. So all Shield have to do is nothing. If you wait right here, you win the game just by doing absolutely nothing. The only way you can lose is if you go for a fight right now and you die, and that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna go out, not wait for the side lanes to push in and draw Cloud9 members back. So if we can roll the clip right now, we're gonna see Zephyr. Yes, he wants to go for a pick. Yes, that's good, but he overextends way too far. And just look at what Balls does right now. That equalizer that's gonna come out is just gonna be insane. They also disengage with Lemon, and look, like the entire team is split up right now, so they don't know what they're doing. And Goon goes in from the side, and he wants to go aggressive. Zony has bait, and his entire team is backing off in the back. KLT gets used as well. I don't know what Weisil was thinking here. Just look at the side lanes.
Yeah, exactly. Not only the side lanes, but honestly, at that point, even the Zephyr's engage wasn't the worst thing in the world as long as they went back afterwards. But they walked forward, Goong split off to try and kill a Rumble that had Azonia's and had already used his equalizer, so he's not a priority target, especially when he's at that distance. All you have to do at that point is walk back, because instead they stood in the equalizer for longer than normal. You just walk back in that situation, you take that win, you say, okay, no more equalizer. We have 2 heals on this team with Nami and Kale. We'll just continue to stand at Baron, and you can't stop us anymore now because no ult, and you have to deal with these minion waves.
I agree.
Just a really mixed call there from Shield, and I think you're absolutely right. That's what cost them the game.
Very good strategic calls from Cloud9. Just to remind everybody, with that victory, it does mean that they advance to the quarterfinals and will be doing a rematch against Shield later. Let's take a look at where the teams stand, as there's only one regular game left in this group stage. We've just wrapped up that matchup over in Group D with both Cloud9 and Najin White Shield on 4-2. It's simple for Group C, however. Win one game and go to quarterfinals, lose a game and go home in our final showdown between OMG and LMQ. Then, as I've already reiterated, that tiebreaker position for Cloud9 and Najin White Shield. I want to look at the playoff bracket really quickly and just talk about some of the theoretical possibilities. First and foremost, we know Samsung Blue is locked into the top half of the bracket. They will be playing the loser of Najin White Shield or Cloud9. Over in Group D, the winner of Cloud9 versus Najin White Shield will then do battle with either LMQ or OMG. So we're about to find out who the final quarterfinal matchups will be. We're going to step away for just a moment, but when we come back, China's OMG goes head-to-head with North American LMQ in a winner-take-all match. You guys do not want to miss it.
Let's do it. Let's play it good. Let's play the best we ever will, and I'll be happy.
Where is he going to go? Equalizer onto three of them. Deathmark goes to the back. Watch is definitely going down. Actually surviving for now. Oh, they're going for Zephyr. There is the vulnerability. Balls goes low as well. This is a big, messy fight. Meanwhile, over by the Baron, Meteos gets Zephyr, gets the reset. He's all over the place and will pick up the kill onto save. Balls still alive. Finished up by Watch. But Watch is going down as well. Sneaky there. He's full HP. He could be a hero for Cloud9 right now. Oh, Valkyrie's dead. Oh, he gets stunned up and finished off. Goon uses his Gorilla low in the back. Sneaky coming around after using his QSS. It's going to be Cloud9 to win this one. They take out Watch. They lose to Zephyr. It's the 8 for Cloud9. This is for Kaboom.
welcome back to the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. It is time for OMG to do battle with LMQ. This is a winner-takes-all match, and they will take second seed from Group C, and will be playing either Najin White Shield or Cloud9. That'll be determined later. Let's start by talking about LMQ. I think they pushed Samsung Blue fairly hard earlier today. A few misplays here and there.
Yeah, LMQ definitely did play pretty well. They've always been good for their team fighting. And I just really like that this is the last regularly scheduled match of the group stage, because this was the game or the matchup I was looking most forward to in Group C. It was number 3 seed NA versus China. I like the regional battles, but also the fact that LMQ came out of China, players that went to leave the LPL but play in the NA LCS instead. And I like seeing these teams match up, and it's even more fitting that it's a batter for the final quarterfinal spot.
Let's talk a little bit about Ackerman in particular. Earlier today, I feel his Rumble could have been better. There was room for improvement. The rest of the team did step up. Was it Samsung Blue underperforming the decisions, or do you think LMQ was making the right decisions as well?
I just wanted to touch on Ackerman a little bit again. He used to be so good on the likes of Shyvana and just really carry games at the start of the split. I still remember him. He would literally just walk up in his lane so hard that people would auto-assume that his jungler was nearby. And I don't get that feeling of just utter dominance anymore when he plays that Rumble. He had this really unlucky misclick as well, I think, where the Rumble ulti basically went the wrong way. So I really hope it's not messing with his head right now and he can just perform at the level he can actually play at.
Crumbs, yesterday OMG lost to Samsung Blue significantly more convincingly than LMQ did today. So by effective power, does that mean LMQ are an advantage? I mean, LMQ beat OMG also convincingly on day one.
I disagree with both those statements, because today LMQ should have lost to Samsung instantly. After like 10 minutes, that game should have been over. And the first game between LMQ and OMG was pretty much everybody just making mistakes. It wasn't LMQ going out of their way to create a victory for themselves. And for this matchup, I feel like both these teams are not flexible at all in terms of their play style. They've really failed to adapt to the situation. OMG fails to split push. The picks from LMQ don't really fit their play style. I like the Orianna from Zhao Zhao, but to be honest, Blue outclassed them, and this one's going to be a really close one.
Monte Cristo, okay, to chime in on the matchup. This is from the number 2 seed in the quarterfinals.
I mean, I have to agree with everything Crum said right there. I don't really have too much more to add. I do think that LMQ has looked very shaky since day one, and in my mind, OMG's just been improving. So I think that we're seeing one team kind of at a decline in power and the other team still on the rise.
Crepo, anything to add there?
No.
Well, I think let's roll on to the predictions and start talking about who you guys think will be walking away with a win and who will be taking that second seed and the right to do battle with either Najin White Shield or Cloud9. Crumbs, you've spoken quite in depth about the matchup. Who is walking away with the victory and why?
I think it's going to be OMG. I think that LMQ is not doing too hot, and I'm not liking Ackerman and Rumble anymore. After people figured it out, how to beat it, he's just not been successful at it. He's not as good as a Rumble as Balls is. And OMG's Going has really had a dominating show this entire tournament, and I think that he's going to be the one to carry.
Profit or false profit? You guys be the judge. He's 2 for 2 so far. Crepo, who are you voting for and why?
I'm going to follow our glorious leader, Alberto Rengifo, and I will go with OMG as well.
All right, next is going to be Freak.
My predictions to come out of the group back in the preview show were Samsung Blue, and they did, and it was also OMG. As you guys said, after the first day, LMQ have not looked very strong. OMG have continued to look better, and they're my vote.
All right, so let's see who is next on the list.
Me.
Wait.
Monte Cristo. Initially, you voted LMQ.
I don't remember voting LMQ.
Initially, you voted LMQ.
Apparently, I just keep flip-flopping.
Apparently so. So
Okay.
sorry, production from
My fault. I actually think it's OMG.
It's a weird way to spell OMG.
Yeah.
I agree with all of you. I think this is the time that Going and Cool get their revenge on Ackerman for beating them and for Royals win in the quarterfinals for last year. And OMG will take it, and they'll go on to the quarterfinals.
All right, so it is a clean sweep despite Freak lying to production earlier today.
Sorry.
I'm going to quickly take a look what the international fan base on LOLesports.com is giving the vote to, and they've given it a very slight edge to OMG with 51% of the votes. The players are getting themselves ready on stage. We're not quite ready to jump into picks and bans, but I want to know how much weight is now on these guys' shoulders knowing they have to face either a Najin White Shield or Cloud9, and even more so, knowing that quarterfinal matchup, I think both of these squads are at a disadvantage to both of the potential opposites. Cloud9 and Shield, more strategic, probably able to deal with that. sticking your nose up a little bit, Monty?
I don't know. I think that Cloud9, like Alberto Crumbs was saying here, is very strong as a blue side team. I'm unconvinced that that's going to be able to carry them through a best of 5. I think of these best of 1s, it's pretty good for them. And I think that OMG, if they win, has a little more more depth to their champion pools. Now, if LMQ wins, then I think Cloud9 would be the favorite there.
Well, we'll have to see who is victorious. We have to send it over to the caster desk for Game 6 of the day.
Thank you very much, guys. And what an amazing day it's been up until now. And we still have 2 games left.
Yeah. I mean, a fan got so excited during the last game, they threw this giant poro up here. And I can understand you get excited sometimes, but you have to promise never throw anything up here again. I'm a benevolent caster. I will give it back. But promise, no more.
To someone.
Please no.
It's right over there.
That's for sure. Well, guys, we are going to be getting into the next game here very shortly, so let's get straight into the lineups. In the blue corner, it's OMG from China's League of Legends Pro League, with Going in the top lane, Loveling in the jungle, Cool in the mid lane, San on AD carry, and Dada777 on support.
And in the red corner is LMQ from the North American LCS. Up top is Ackerman in the jungle, no name. Mid, Xiao, AD carry Vasily, and support more.
And like those guys were saying on the analyst desk, it's teams going in different directions. LMQ started the group 2-0. OMG started the group 0-2. However, you have to really just think clean slate. LMQ had a really close game against Blue earlier, so they can still kind of come back from confidence. And if we remember the regular season, every time LMQ lost a few games, people were like, these guys are done for. There's no way they bounce back from this one. And then they
all that hype.
It. Yeah.
But yeah, they definitely delivered in the end.
Well, I think, today's already shown us that you can't necessarily kind of predict games from the form that we've already seen so far, as, Alliance manage a perfect game over Najim White Shield and then lose out to Kaboom, who, fair enough, they were actually getting better as things went along and really capped off a great event from them by beating Alliance.
Isn't it so interesting that 2 of the 3 teams that were able to beat a Korean team didn't even make it out of groups, right? That's how competitive these groups were.
And we also have to say that the brackets right now look so very interesting, with the Koreans on one side, the Chinese teams on the other side of things. We could even have, if the stars align, a definite North American semi-final. That obviously depends if LMQ can actually win here and whether Cloud9 can win in their game later on in their tiebreaker game against Najim White Shield. But for now, we're into OMG versus LMQ, and it is a Twitch Jarvan ban for OMG.
So, yeah, LMQ did use Jarvan in their area of effect combo, but that was not really the crux of their combo. Interesting choice of bans here from OMG. Yeah. They take out all 3 parts of it. They just want to get that all off the table and see if LMQ have any other strategies.
The only 2 picks that LMQ could use again against OMG from their previous victory at this point is Thresh and Syndra. It was really all about the Twitch Jarvan Rumble. Every single component of that composition taken away, forcing LMQ to use a different strategy. Speaking of which, with different strategies, LMQ has lost 3 games.
That is very true, and OMG were also going to get their Maokai pick once again. They had it in game 1 against LMQ. Of course, that game went to LMQ. We'll see if they can do that here again and secure that spot in the quarterfinals. For LMQ, will they take at least some parts of that composition that you were talking about with Thresh? More started on day 1, being an absolute beast on Thresh. I think it's safe to say that there's been a little bit more to be desired, but that Thresh may well get locked in.
Yeah, I definitely think it will get locked in. The reason that LMQ first picked it last time is because they want to take it away from Dada, because Dada has had a lackluster performance on other supports, like Nami or something like that. He's kind of a liability for OMG. So LMQ, this is a really big takeaway from OMG, locking in the first round Thresh this time. Plus, they get to get that comfort for no name, Lee Sin.
Also, stop that going to Loveling, although his most played champion, albeit just with 2 games, he's played 4 up until now, is of course Kha'Zix. Looking like he will be able to get his hands on that one straight away. They're also going to take the AD carry, picking up this time Lucian for San. He's also played that once already.
Yeah, so that is definitely not a late game OMG comp. They're looking to brawl with those champions.
I'm very interested to see what they use for Cool as well, because there's been very little attention paid to the mid lane and bans this time around, and LMQ have the guaranteed counter pick for the lane. So Cool have to show his cards early and pick something that doesn't have hard counters. Like Zed and Yasuo still on the table, Ryze is already banned out, but Orianna Syndra was what actually Xiao used last time to get his solo kill. So Syndra is going to be available. That means no melee assassin for Cool, and he's going to play much safer.
It's a lot of shields and heals that they'll be able to throw out with the Janna ultimate on top of the Maokai. I think that's a really solid team composition from OMG, nothing miraculous. I wonder if LMQ can try to pick it apart.
Interesting sniper composition from LMQ though. Last couple lock-ins here, they do get a lot of long-range artillery, and they've got double shields for themselves. So once again, Vasily, a lot of weight will be placed on his shoulders again. He performed so well on the Kog'Maw last time around.
Unfortunately, his score didn't necessarily reflect that, though, in that game. They were getting
trying
jumped
to
on pretty
carry.
well. He did a lot of good damage in team fights, and with the Lulu, that will be incredibly amped up. These are pretty exciting team comps. LMQ was pushed away onto something completely new, though.
Yeah, and you have to say, Lulu in the top lane has, been sort of lackluster in the group stages. She does have a good matchup against Maokai, and we'll see what Ackerman can do this time around, because he definitely wants to redeem himself for that Rumble ultimate that cost him the game. Well, that was definitely didn't help him with that game.
Definitely part of costing them the game. And I think you're right with that Ackerman, since they went 2-0, where he definitely looks solid, but you can't also sometimes judge those performances when you do pick up the wins. But since then, been missing something in that top lane. Confidence would be a big thing to have coming into this final game. Of course, this is another game that really, really matters. The winner of this one will slot into second position in Group C, in the Group of Death. Could mean that we see all three Chinese teams going through into the quarterfinals, or all three North Americans. We'll find out here soon. But with both of those compositions locked in, have you guys seen anything that made you want to switch your vote? You can tweet to @LOL Esports using the hashtag OMGWin or LMQWin, and we'll check in throughout the game to see exactly who you guys are standing behind. But for now, we are going to jump into the match. It's OMG versus LMQ for a place in the final 8.
Let's see here. Some early wards started by both supports. Now, this duo lane matchup, if they do go head-to-head here, there's a lot of harass that a Lucian Janna lane can pull off early, as we've seen. And
Welcome to I feel like Janna is one of the most potent combinations you can go with, specifically for turret pushing. OMG does have just an incredibly solid, almost circular teamfight team. Thinking about the Maokai ultimate, the Janna ultimate, if they do get engaged underneath a clutch heal, the amount of just damage they can put out if you try and engage on them, Lucian taking advantage of the short range and walking into shockwaves. It's a really well-constructed teamfight team. LMQ will have to pull ahead in this one, I feel like.
defensive wards do go up for both sides. And the constant ring of pings. Music to my ears. No invades though. Let's see here. Top lane is the only thing curious. They might go for a deep ward in this top lane. Ackerman just sitting in his bush that he loves so much. Sometimes he gets some extra experience sitting there during lane swaps.
Sometimes he gets spotted right away. But for now, it looks like LMQ are going to be sending Mort and Vasily up there, and it's not just Ackerman that sat inside that brush. They're not spotted here. Move into that top lane either.
There's that tricky delayed invade where they circumvent this Tribush ward. Haven't been seen yet, but they did get intelligence on LMQ because of their defensive ward. Or, I mean, on OMG. So LMQ have the full advantage here in this early game. See what they can do with it. Are they going to try and trap them? It looks like an even exchange here. One buff for each on top. Yeah. And they're going to catch the duo coming back. Oh, they're setting a trap. Did they get there in time? They got there in time.
They did. They're in.
Vasily
not seen them.
It's all about Vasily's bait here.
Oh.
The investment for this,
they're all coming up around
pretty high as well.
3 of them. Vasily can simply walk down to that side.
He's got to hit the sapling.
There he is. The sapling is going to hit. Here comes the fake. We're going for Sand. Exhaust is down. Last blood for Vasily. Can they get more? Dada will flash off. Ackerman still chasing. They get the 1 for 0 and it goes to Vasily.
What an early game play for LMQ. Defensive ward, the ramp. that OMG go for the delayed invade on, and they work around the one defensive ward.
If we think back to all their games this group, LMQ has been playing a really aggressive early game. They seemingly always take that one big risk. This time, it pays off in spades.
And they did their research as well, working around the most common wards there. No Name wants to chase off here for a triple.
Oh, Lovely actually getting spotted here. Pretty obvious, I mean, considering the start that happened. There is the slow coming down, and Lovely going to be forced back and possibly even to recall at that stage. Maybe we'll get the golems on the way out, but that means that No Name is going to double up on the blue buff.
Alright. So there was 2 reds who went to OMG, but Kha'Zix does really need a blue in the early part of the game to start clearing. It's going to slow down his early game here significantly. See how Lovely can recover. He did at least get to level 2 off of the first buff, even though they did give it away to San.
Yeah, I think it's really just about how the top laners can deal with experience and how farmed the AD carries get in these lanes. I still remember, I'm sure LMQ does as well, the reckless 18-0 Lucian game. He had a Jan on his team. It happened against Ackerman. If San gets too much experience and level, he can really just blow this lane and get incredibly farmed.
Well, so far, LMQ are receiving 3 lanes worth of experience. Ackerman here, he's having a hard time CSing under turret because there's 2 members, but 3 lanes of experience going to LMQ. Vasily's got that freeze up top, still going strong. So it's been forced into a double jungle here for going, and they're stunting the growth of this Maokai.
See how that one all goes. That was a nice little treat. I mean,
let it go! Just let it go!
I don't think I would have got it if you didn't do a little dance after you delivered it.
But I wasn't going to say anything. I know Freak was smiling. That's all that matters to me. A smile on Freak's face.
This could be dangerous, though, actually, if OMG decides to try a 4v2 dive.
Let's see about that. It's going to put Loveland and Go in at level 3. Ward comes over. That ward not spotted. They're going to wait for those waves to close in. There's no ward in the tri-bush. Ackerman and Moore see that one's coming. Who's going to take the damage? The knock-up will hit both of them.
Great turret.
That's tanking the turret there at the back. Ackerman, oh what? He actually died to the turret there. Moore is trying to escape. Lovely gets him, but will go down to the flay in the end of the tower.
It was an execute, so they still got the first blood. Or no, they didn't have the first blood from the early action, but they still got the double kill there. And it was just an execute, so the money doesn't go back over to LMQ.
So Dada managed the turret aggro perfectly because he was the one who got it on him until he died, in which case it was a little bit lackluster. That dive actually worked out pretty well for LMQ considering the circumstances. So right here, the thing you want is the Janna, since she does the least damage tanking the turret. The last hit was the mistake.
So yeah, remember the damage of these turrets ramping up over time, each consecutive shot, especially on the same target there. So it ends up being the 2 for 1. They get a little bit of gold back, but as you said, wave at the turret, so that little bit of advantage.
Ackerman got a lot of experience during that dive, which is really critical for an underfarmed Lulu in a lane, because now San, who is supposed to have a big edge, is actually being out-leveled by the top laner Ackerman.
Interesting maneuver here. Vasily, they've called Vasily all the way down. They want to go for this dragon now.
It's because the teleport's down from going. It's pretty much an uncounterable dragon.
Yeah, and he's in base, so there's nothing that he can do about that. There are pings towards Xiao in the mid lane, but not sure that they'll be able to kill him off. And that will be here, the dragon falling towards LMQ. Nice bit of gold injection. 1,000 gold lead that they have from that. So, nice little start here for the North American 3rd seed.
Loveling, though, doing his best to work with the situation. So they know that they can't go for that dragon because of the teleports being down. He takes that opportunity to get vision down on the top side. And this pink ward is one of my favorite pink wards that he's placed in deep inside the red jungle. Whoa. Okay, he goes back for that one. But this one, very rarely do teams check that bush on their own side of the jungle early on. So they tend to last very long. We'll see how long that one lasts. Support fight here. Nobody should be walking away with too much of a bruise.
That pink ward you mentioned, Kobe, will give so much intel for Loveling and even the rest of OMG being able to have eyes on Lee Sin when he least expects it will allow the lanes to play with a lot more impunity.
Seeing the recall there, which means mid lane and top know that they're safe from that. San gonna put down some decent damage. Actually, will hit level 6, throwing the culling out, and a lot of it connecting there onto Vasily, but it is Vasily that still holds a slight CS lead. It was a pickaxe first pickup for San. Phage for Vasily, who's also level 6, so bit more power in that lane with his ultimate available.
Yeah, and San has expended all of his mana pushing this, so he's going to go back after this wave, and Vasily can decide to either keep this wave here, or they can shove it back in very quickly. They already have ward on the lane bush. Will they try and stop these backs? No, Moore does not go for it.
No, not
too far out of vision.
Not going to see that happening, and that will be them going back into base. You see, double longsword actually was the choice here for San, and a few wards, potions, and what have you will be brought back into that bottom lane as they come through. There's a blue buff being given over on its second spawn to Xiao Wei Xiao, and Loveling also hitting level 6.
Pretty much all the advantage from LMQ is based off of that first blood trick they played, and the fact that the turret dive went a little bit wrong for OMG down in the bottom lane. The lanes are kind of evening out here. They've reverted into the standard lanes without very large experience advantages on either side.
Yeah, I'd say, you know, even though LMQ do have this gold advantage though, OMG still have that slight vision advantage, and it really matters what they can actually do with that. If they actually make a move when they see No Name on top side like this, so they know where he is, and this is all about what Loveling can do with the information he's been given. So right now, he thinks that it's going to be a gank top, and Kha'Zix is extremely strong at counter ganking. He's already level 6, and he leveled the spike rack, but No Name not going up there. So at least that ward coverage will tell Loveling that they know there's no Lee Sin up top.
So much value from that pink ward. It basically enables the dive, and it enables this aggressive culling from Sen.
Oh, and there we go. Ackerman going in there and going on top of him. Can they finish? Flash in, and Loveling will pick up the kill. The patience and the deep ward really paying off for OMG.
100% no counter gank. Let's see here though. No Name on the bottom side of the map as Xiao Wei Xiao rotates over for a possible dive. This is dangerous though if he goes all the way in. Dada!
Oh, they've got no ID. Dada is completely on his own. The hook. There comes the Xerath ultimate as well. Dada will flash, but where's he going? Into the stun, into the slow, and a burst down from Xiao Wei Xiao.
So I don't know, maybe OMG or maybe Cool called that dive because Cool came down first and Dada runs straight up into there. Big kill here for
Dada
LMQ.
led the way a little bit too preemptively right there.
He has a habit of going deep into enemy territory.
Yeah, he goes a little bit before the play when he's not playing at his best as well. That's one of the reasons he gets caught out so much, is he's always trying to make the play, but the team doesn't always seem like they're on the same timer.
It goes back to that first big Thresh. I mean, LMQ used it against them last time.
Thresh always gets to bring a friend if he goes in early.
Exactly.
Throws a lantern back, guy comes in.
It's such a big takeaway from this team, I think. LMQ doing some good research on OMG. Uh-oh, Ackerman though.
Oh, gonna walk out. There is Loveling. Slow comes down, jumps over to the side. There's a shockwave. Ackerman is dead again. 3 deaths. And we were questioning how he was going to perform in this all-important final game, and so far it's not been good.
That was perfectly played by Loveling and Cool. Hops over the Glitter Lance, returns to the top laner who does not have his flash anymore, doesn't have his ultimate anymore from the previous gank. Great repeat gank there by Loveling.
It's really going to be on Loveling to carry this one through. Remember, he got the double kill on the dive in the bottom lane, and he's really making Ackerman pay. The deep ward has been doing so much to keep him ahead of No Name. Just now has No Name matched him with the jungle item of his own, and it's Ackerman who's paying the price for those deep wards.
Down bottom though, everybody knows the pain of that post-6 Kog'Maw. Vasily starting to exert his will over San, though he did get a nice piercing light through the minions.
See how that one all continues to add up. Fairly even at this stage. Obviously the kill and assist over with Vasily. That leaves him with 2 out of 3 components of that Trinity Force. Is Lovely again gonna head into the jungle, and look at this.
Oh man, the camp.
Walk straight over the top, and the ward actually surviving there, couldn't quite take it down. And Ackerman at least knowing this time around the Loveling was still there.
Yeah, that was fortunate for Ackerman. That Loveling thought there was a ward in there already, had previously used his sweeper before the ward was placed. Just a trinket ward though. It does expire in only 1 minute.
You can see some really tense moments, obviously. The top laners do have teleports up. However, OMG, because they just have had better ward control pretty much this whole game, will have priority queue for this dragon, it really seems like.
It's all about the poke here. They need to land some Xerath poke before going with this team fight, because that AoE combo from OMG of the Maokai rooting somebody and then you get a shockwave right there too could be devastating heading up in these pathways to the dragon. LMQ have to be careful not to funnel.
Which is hard, because all the paths to dragon are funnels.
Maybe have to start from behind OMG. Trying to get in from there. San's going to just use his Culling to get rid of that minion wave in the bottom and should join the rest of his team for the dragon attempt. And this is where we see what the plan is from LNQ. Do they let this dragon go? Do they try to fight it? They miss the hook, and then they're going to start off the fight. Xiao Weishao actually going to get pulled in there by the shockwave. The shield's doing a lot of work there, though, for LMQ, and OMG realize they have to back away. This might actually be a turret.
Yep, a little bit out of range for that ultimate. However, they've got control of mid because there was so much damage sustained taking that dragon. They can shove down mid. They make the call though. OMG here might answer.
Great move by Zen. He knew that the rest of the team was going to have to give up that turret, so he just goes bottom lane to keep the gold in OMG's favor for that trade. They had the vision control, and that's their reward.
So, turret apiece then. That leaves us with 1,000 gold lead on OMG's side of the board.
Second one,
3.
And getting a little risky.
Yeah. Needs to be a bit careful here, but he's gonna try.
What a
move!
Whoa!
Wow.
There was no smite for No Name, and they didn't decide to push him off. San just being really, really brave.
He just beat that one. That was ridiculous.
That's huge. Xiao Xiao's a little bit low on mana, and that's going to diminish that wave clear substantially.
Yeah. Shockwave's coming up here soon as well. LMQ needs to be real careful how close they stick to this one. Going's ultimate running, but they're going to get the tower. Nothing that LMQ can do to stop that one happening. They're trying to reply with Ackerman up top, though.
What a ridiculous play there from San, and they get the mid turret on it. No defense there left from LMQ to spread out. Ackerman does not stick around for the top lane either, so OMG do get a nice influx of gold here for the mid game.
Just want to point out that OMG's favorite pink ward is still alive.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it was a little bit of a gold lead there for LMQ, but you get so much
get it
value
right
out
now,
of that
actually.
invade.
Vasily should be walking through it.
Oh, he's got it.
And suddenly, No Name realizes why all of his ganks haven't been working.
Yeah.
Look at this move up top, though. OMG commit everybody up there. They've gone through the lane into the side bushes, wrapping around. This could be a collapse of both teams.
Oh, gonna show themselves. Going says, I'm gonna keep pushing. Oh look, I'll pretend that I don't know about this one happening. But surprise, here is Lovely. Here's the rest of the team collapsing in. More goes down. Ackerman has to flash away. Dada under the turret here. He's actually gonna fall as No Name comes around. The focus should be No Name now. There is the Xerath ultimate coming in. Can they get away from it? Onto the tower, and there is Ackerman actually burning down in the last second, and it ends in a 3-for-2.
Despite the jump that OMG got on LMQ, a little bit of an overdive, and it ends up trading 3-for-2. But if they can get the turret reward, they can keep the pressure on.
Here comes more, though. Their reinforcements are on the way for LMQ. Vasily's so low, he's going to back out. Everybody going to walk away from that team fight. A little bit dirty, that one.
I mean, we can really see here OMG's ability to find the right fights. Maokai Kha'Zix is a great combo for a reason. LMQ used that combination of top laner and jungle in their run against Curse in the North American playoffs. They know the power of it. It's really hard for a team like LMQ to work around it too, because LMQ is a kind of a one-directional team. They do something until it works or they lose.
And you got to give Loveling credit here. He's the one who had to make the plan for OMG because he got the money early, and his plan has worked out so far. Every move that he has made up top has paid off.
That was a good stun from Xiao Xiao. They'll probably possibly saved his life. Dana came through with the Zephyr, and he stunned up the damage threat that was chasing in the form of Orianna. So, things now possibly at least quieten down somewhat. Let's take a look at where we are. 3,000 gold almost is the lead for OMG. 5 kills out of the 7 on Loveling, and he's got 2 assists, so being a part of everything so far. And I think it's fair to say that Loveling was a question mark for some people coming into this event, and honestly, these last 3 games at least, he has shown up big time.
And the entire OMG team has been in this constant state of underperforming, actually, even throughout the Chinese.
Whoa!
Because we look at all their individual players, Cool, Loveling, and Going, by many, are kind of best in position for their region, yet they were the 3rd place team at regionals, and they're 1 game from not even making it out of groups. They really just need to come together as a team, and this team comp has some pretty good teamwork elements in it.
Xiao Xiao is not with LMQ here. This is a 4 versus 5 collapse from OMG. LMQ have to be very careful under this turret. They need Xerath with them to clear out the minions and help play that poke down. This is a long-range duo from LMQ. They want to get some damage before the fight even breaks out.
Well, switch to mid lane for OMG. Still around about a minute until the next dragon actually comes up, but that still may be a sign for OMG to start getting some vision down. They've gone over the top of that ward in the Death Brush though, so their position actually revealed already.
OMG is trying to lay the trap to land the right shockwave to destroy this game. They already have Ackerman really far behind, so they've kind of removed him as a threat. And the vision control and just general map control has been lost. It's all a matter of how well OMG uses that advantage to try and close in on a victory.
Yeah, they've pretty much already earned themselves this dragon with that vision control. Uh-oh, here goes LMQ for the face check.
Again!
And it's just a whitewash. I mean, Ackerman's going to go down. More might fall as well. He actually got away with the help of the shield. And Going. And the rest of OMG just turn around. They spot that actually there's a blue buff available for the taking, which of course San stole away amazingly last time around. They're going to get that one again. Just refresh the buff on Cool. And they're in prime position for this next dragon.
A bit too predictable here for LMQ. Oh no!
Going actually diving straight into the middle. Cully comes through. It will be the lantern that brings him to safety, and a kick onto Loveling will also make sure that they can't chase No Name down.
LMQ keep going back to this area to try and fight 4 versus 5 even after getting chunked.
So Ackerman does have his teleport, which is why OMG actually doesn't feel safe doing this dragon. But they do feel safe going for more kills.
Wow, there's not much mana left there for Loveling, but he goes in and he's actually Cool that's able to finish off Xiao Xiao. They saw the Howling Gale come from the Death Brush, but they wanted to get the ward down, and that's another death for LMQ, and it's another dragon for OMG.
Plus there's a huge wave top, so that is the only thing that pulls the trigger here for LMQ to stop running towards this death dragon pit. Vasily does go up top to clean that, but so much momentum here in the favor of OMG.
Oh yeah. They're sitting on some pots of gold too, if we check it out. 3,500 gold actually on Cool, 2,000 on Sand. They're going to be building some monstrous items the next time they go down to base. That's how much map pressure they had actually. They didn't want to recall because they knew they could keep milking the advantage for what it was. Because as soon as they go back, they might lose their vision control. And they got so many advantages out of it. Blue buff dragons, a straight up death cap was built on Cool.
Yeah, that's going to sting the next time that shockwave is going to land.
It's funny, you know, LMQ started this game out really well with a bait in the bush, but since then, it's been all about OMG's baits in the different rushes and in the different patches of Fog of War. They've made magnificent use of that vision control.
And OMG just appears to be the stronger mental team in a lot of ways. They started this group 0-2 despite getting caught out by 4 in that brush. They've kept it together, continued to ward properly, continued to play as a team, and not many teams can say they started the group 0-2 and managed to make it out of there.
No, but one team might say we started 2-0 and ended up losing all the games after that.
They're still holding on here, trying to defend on secondary turrets for LMQ. Good news for LMQ is that they do have pretty good wave clear. Lulu and Xerath, good combo for that. Vasily will also be a substantial source. So they're going to try and hug their defensive structures.
Trying so hard to get in there and get that Baron ward. Finally do manage to get that in place, but it's just going to be cleared out instantly. OMG once again reign supreme on that area of the map. Are a couple of recalls coming in there, which cancelled, and OMG are stacking up.
Again, the dangerous game. OMG, they set up the vision, and they're trying to bait. Oh,
they're going towards No Name. He's going to go, surely falling near. He actually flashes away, so flash burn is Lee Sin, so it doesn't completely rule out anything around that Baron, but flash down means that he's vulnerable next time a fight happens.
It's
Baron's
just a rinse and repeat for OMG. They feel like if they kill LMQ enough times, they're going to stop checking, and then they can go for the Baron. They thought that that catch on a No Name would be enough to deter LMQ from coming through. It was not. However, it just starves LMQ so heavily from farm. They can't really go to their lanes because there is this constant magnetic force towards objectives that LMQ cannot give up and cannot get vision of.
Wards were put down at the back of Baron Pit. None of them actually going over the wall, which is a slight concern. However, they do come back in because they do have 2 side stones. They're actually going to go into the Baron Pit and try and do a quick kill on that pink ward, and then he sees the rest of the team and he's gone again.
He almost didn't click that lantern. That would have been really bad. But
well, he could safeguard as well. I think that would back up.
OMG then, they're going back to buy up again. Are back in position.
They're never going to get those 3 on the backside of the pit, though.
Well, that is definitely true. However, they're not going to see along.
They don't really need to.
Well, it's actually not the worst place for wards, considering OMG is generally trying to bait on the other side of the Baron Pit instead of doing
They
Baron.
stop baiting, though, and they go straight for this turret here. Son getting some good damage on it.
And
fancy feet.
Juking away from every single charge of that Xerath ulti. Turret has taken a bit of a beating as well. They need to be careful of Kha'Zix from the side. Jumps in after the slow with a ball on top of him. Shockwave could be absolutely devastating. And you can see already OMG, and I say that almost like it's a new thing, which it really isn't. They're pulling LMQ all over the place.
Yep, slow control here from OMG. They want to get through to the next round. We've seen this a lot in these very high pressure games where teams are going to take them very, very cautiously, and they focus heavily on controlling that vision and strangling the supply lines of their enemies here. OMG are doing just that, slowly growing their lead.
They really need to make it out of group stages to try and make up for last year. Last year, they destroyed many of the teams in their group and then were really upset in the quarterfinals by Royal Club at the time. It's a redemption opportunity for them here, especially after starting the groups 0-2. It's really kind of OMG coming together and trying to make that run. That's the whole reason these guys have been motivating themselves throughout this entire 2014 season, is to try and make it again past this moment.
Well, LMQ story is also a pretty impressive one when you think of it that way. Yeah. It's coming from China to North America through the challenger scene and managing that 3rd seed to come into Worlds. Big pressure on their side as well. So far this game, this final match of the group to decide which of these teams will join Samsung Blue in the quarterfinals is looking better for OMG. 6,000 gold lead, and now they're pushing onto this middle inner turret. There's no real reaction here from LMQ. I think they might end up losing it.
Yeah, too dangerous for Xiao to get close to clear any more than the front line of minions there. They really need Ackerman there as well to combo Glitter Lances.
I will say, though, that despite the huge vision advantage OMG has pretty much since the last Dragon, they haven't done much. LMQ did not suffer casualty, and until that turret almost went down, hadn't even suffered turret damage. OMG has to take the small prize instead of the big one, just going for a Dragon. But the stall has been pretty good here by LMQ. Death cap completed on Xiao, and Vasily well on his way to Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, LMQ, they committed a full year of their lives traveling overseas to North America and train up and work their way all the way through the Challenger League for this game. The game to get them out of group stages and the next round of Worlds. So they're hanging on with everything that they have.
That pink ward is just a little bit too far into the Baron pit. Won't want the ward outside, so in a similar fashion to those three on the back side of the pit, it will be in a somewhat position there. It's no name going through. More will give him a lantern as well.
That's the trick about pink warding around Baron. Wards we'll see in straight lines, so since the cove of the Baron wall cuts off the vision on those wards outside, so unless OMG wards really far on the outside, kind of where that sapling is, they won't see the outside wards. However, if they place a pink ward that far back, then the wards over the wall won't be spotted because the range of the pink ward couldn't see the ward on the inside. So LMQ was using all of their game knowledge to keep this Baron visible.
In the end, OMG might put down a second pink ward, one on either side. That's
what they have to
what
do.
You've got to do.
They've got two, and they've got plenty of sweepers ready.
So, setting up now a bit of a trap. Xiao Xiao says, seen you already. Make a blast through into that rush, so that you know that I know that you're there. Xiao Xiao, with that death cap with the Athene, Sorcerer Shoes, and Amto, he's ripping through those minion waves and being able to keep them back from these towers for quite a while. Lulu, of course, will have good clear on that front, and Connor can keep the range, stay safe behind these turrets. And then at OMG, yes, as you mentioned, Jack, they've had big control on this top side of the map. They've done a lot of damage to that inner turret in the mid lane and in the top lane, but actually not taking anything apart from the Dragon.
It hasn't been the most successful siege. They are powering up a little bit though. Obviously going and just getting more and more armor will make a turret dive less threatening. But if they wait too long, Ackerman with a death cap would make up for a lot of his early game deficits. Despite him being so far behind, he'd still provide some massive shields. And you don't want Facility to get to late game Kog'Maw here without scale, but that's the guy they want to catch.
Going right in there. The Wild Growth was using a lantern as well. Will bring Vasily back from the danger zone. Going actually losing more health there than that of LMQ. They did, of course, take that top tower. The mid one is just a couple of auto attacks for San. And once again, they're going to pull off to Baron.
That's a lot of damage sustained by Going here. And LMQ, all they have to do is land more poke onto OMG. All those nooks and crannies we talked about paying off for LMQ so they don't have to face check. No name here.
He doesn't have to do that!
Wow, I'm really surprised that he's done this. I mean, he's cleared out the ward. He knew he'd been spotted moving over there.
He didn't know if it was a two-man Baron or not.
Yeah,
he did actually have to do that. That was my mistake.
He saw them going into the pit, so they didn't actually have vision inside of the pit.
True.
That's what he thought it was.
He knew they were setting up a bait, but he also knew that two people could kill the Baron. And OMG is just using that to pick up that kill on No Name, making this hold even more difficult for LMQ.
And Loveling, every time they come near, especially if it's a single target, no, not scared at all. I'm just jumping over the back and of course can poke away more than one with those void spikes. So OMG then, Culling again going to come out from San, to be honest. Could maybe afford to just tank up that tower. Just to those final couple of hits which he'll get from receiving one go. However, again, it's a trip to the bottom side of LMQ's jungle. Clear it out completely. You see that one again from No Name, from his vision this time.
Did not see a single thing in Baron. The ward outside, obviously because ward see in straight lines, doesn't see into the pit. Kha'Zix Lucian at this point in the game can very easily two-man the Baron. So he tried to make an escape, but his ultimate was down for a disengage, and he ended up dying.
Oh, they're making a run on mid here. Only Xiao is there for wave clear. That turret's going down. That thing's dead.
Yeah.
Got it.
What a call there. It's only got...
You are a bit of a prophet, though. Minions, I think, would have done that all on their own. Seems to be pushed down towards this bottom lane where the minion wave is finally coming up. And apparently they don't even need the minion wave there either. And they're just going to take down that final inner turret of the game. Just a couple of moments when those minions do start to come on through. In fact, no, they're just going to take that later. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, again, this is the cautious play that we see under these very tense games where this is literally the game that decides if you continue at Worlds. So playing it nice and slow. OMG taking everything on the map. LMQ trying to scale up, trying to farm as much as they can. Vasily at least got his 2-item combo. We've got 2-item combos for Xiao Xiao as well. Ackerman has yet to go back though and complete that death cap he spoke of.
Yeah, he actually ended up spending something on wards and probably home guard boots because he's not even close actually to death cap. He's sitting on 195 gold. So he's going to have to do with that amount of underfarm. They're channeling their farm into people that are already farmed as well, just to try and get them into those item breakpoints. Xiao Xiao really trying to power farm for that Void Staff. And Vasily probably working towards either a Last Whisper or an Infinity Edge, depending on if he's planning on targeting Maokai much or not.
Once again, round 2 of ward clearing. I'd say round 2, it's more like round 22.
Yeah,
on that front.
And it looks like the Dragon's going to cycle again. OMG's taking this really, really, really slow. They don't want to get trapped in the Baron Pit against Azereth, and even though they aren't crushing LMQ, I feel like OMG has enough confidence in their late game team fight, even if there is a Kog'Maw and Azereth on the other side, that the fact that they are taking these small gold leads, it's grown from 7,000 to about 12,000, despite big plays not happening. So OMG is just going to continue to do this until they feel comfortable.
And they are making headway, too, as far as map control is concerned. They've got this entire outer ring of secondary turrets down now. So it is slow but steady, but they are going with that strangulation method. Now, that being said, the hardest line to crack are always those inhibitor turrets because they funnel you into that small area. This is the point where we may see them finally pull the trigger on that 2-man Baron, on that committing to actually killing the Baron. Looks like they will try and bait once again, though. Try and get another pick here. They've got plenty of ward coverage. And they do.
Kind of a few of them coming in there, and we see Dada getting a big blast from Xiao Xiao. A pink ward was put down on, be swiftly cleared out again. Dada, I think, taking the right decision here, will recall back home. And then speeds back out. Mikhail's is done.
That's a big buy
as well, so that's going to prevent basically more that's done from Xiao Xiao coming out. Should give them an advantage again. No wards down. No Name a little bit scared now of actually stepping forward just to put that ward in.
He dies so fast, and when they're getting frozen, it's really only Xiao Xiao and Vasily who've been able to pick up farms. So No Name is just trying to do just as much, if not more, with less as far as his comparison to OMG's farm levels.
And Loveling is about 3 times as important as No Name is right now. Loveling's got not only a tremendous advantage as far as damage and teamfight impact, but he also has a Guardian Angel on top of that. He is a huge threat just hitting level 16 for the evolved claws as well. Improved isolation damage.
That's just going to make it even harder for No Name to try and check things on his own. 4,000 individual roll gold advantage will do that for you. The scouting methods of LMQ are getting more and more dire. They had to use Zerathal just for vision there because they're not able to get enough wards over the wall this time. It seems like this strangulation strategy is about to choke LMQ out.
Whoa! Oh, they're going to make the move themselves. Quick dash out, though, from No Name. Oh, but look at the tree. It's a fast tree.
I am brute.
Well, that's going to push LMQ out a fair ways. OMG finally committing to the Dragon. Really safely trying to get the wards in, but they know that Baron is low. They have to commit.
Baron goes low. Dada actually taking a big blast.
Deal?
Where is the Baron going?
No
he
deal.
goes over to OMG. No Name tried to get in. He got out, but Loveling chases him. Vasily is there. The Cullen shredding him down. That gives the reset, and No Name will fall. It's a double for Loveling with the Baron. This is OMG's chance to take in hits.
Loveling is a monster this game. Fully evolved, everyone on OMG doing work. There's not much damage to take out Zen.
When there is a flashing go going for Xiao Xiao. There's a shockwave to finish him off. Wild does nothing. More will fall. They go into Ackerman. He's going to be knocked out of the game as well. And that is an ace for nothing. The Baron to OMG. They possibly could try and win here.
That's going to be the game. And what a well-played game here.
They just strangled LMQ out. They never took too big of a risk. The Baron was a bit of a risk, but they had enough strength, and once LMQ committed, they would have won the teamfight anyway.
Nexus turret do fall. The spawn from No Name won't be enough to keep LMQ in this game. It's OMG that pick up the victory and claim the second spot from Group C to go to the quarterfinals.
And they also ensure that every LPL team in this World Championship makes it through to the quarterfinals. They started the Group 4 0-2, but then they won 3 of their next 4, including this all-pivotal win against LMQ to make it through.
And really push Samsung Blue as well in a game where you thought that Samsung Blue were gonna steamroll them as well. So OMG definitely on the up and up. Obviously it was a ropey start for them. It's almost the exact opposite story of LMQ's run here at Worlds. They just started with a 2-0. That fell by the wayside. That means that OMG will be moving through to the quarterfinals. We don't know just yet who they're playing though, because we have one more game here today in Singapore, and that will decide who gets first and second place. Najin White Shield versus Cloud9.
Round 2 coming up.
Winner of that game.
3.
Winner of that game plays OMG in the quarterfinals. That's going to be all important. We're not done yet. And every game matters so much.
And that's the beauty, you know. Last day, all these games have been super important. Kaboom, who had not won a single game until they played their last final matchup against Alliance, managed to beat them, put all the stress then, I guess took the stress away from Alliance as well because it was out of their hands.
I'm sure they were still stressed.
It was a crazy day. I'm sure they were very much still stressed. I mean, we actually saw them watching that game as well, and they didn't look happy bunnies. Of course, it was Cloud9 that, in theory, then put them out of the tournament by beating Najin White Shield. That means we get a regame of that one in the tiebreaker system, and the winner will then go on to play against OMG, second place in Group C, and obviously the loser will play Samsung Blue in the quarterfinals.
And we're in overtime.
Yeah, the winner of our overtime match, our tiebreaker, is going to have to look back at this game because there's a lot that you need to pay attention to when you're watching Loveling, who's a guy who last year at Worlds impressed everybody and got a lot of fans, not only because he's a world-class jungler, but also he was a world-class support before that. And he impressed so many people with his innovative jungling routes and the changes that he made. Just using this game as an example, that one move when they had to give up Dragon, they were at a disadvantage. He never wasted any time, and he got so much done on the top side.
And that's the thing about Loveling and the entire OMG team, whether or not they can return to form, because they haven't looked to be playing up to their potential. So much talent on this team. Loveling from last year, cool. One of the best players in the world when he's on his game. Especially we saw even when he was at All-Stars playing with everyone. And going, long respect is the best top laner in China. If they can bring their team together, they're a huge threat in this World Championship.
Well, they of course do finish second and will be going through to the quarterfinals. So we're going to head over to Shox, who is standing by with one of those 2014 World Championship quarterfinalists.
Thank you very much, guys. And he joined by Cool, the mid laner for OMG, after making it to the quarterfinals. Talk me through what was a key element to taking down LMQ for you in this match.
你觉得你们战胜 LMQ 最主要的因素是什么？
应该就是我没有选亚索了。
It's because I didn't choose Yasuo.
Well, you guys absolutely did it here, and you're going to the quarterfinals. You're going to be playing or C9 or Najin White Shield. Which team has your preference and why?
你们现在已经进入了8进4，后面你们会要么是打 C9，要么是打 Najin 白盾。你觉得你们更希望打哪一支队伍？
我觉得我们应该更希望打的是 Najin 吧，因为我们在看他们的比赛的时候，觉得可能 Najin 更适合跟我们觉得更有胜算一点，可能打起来的话，看起来。
We prefer to play with Najin White Shield because based on the video, based on the match in the World Finals, we believe we've got a better chance to win them.
All right. That means some love for C9 here as well. Finally, you guys came into this tournament as a 3rd seed from China. It was a roller coaster. How much bigger can you guys get? How much bigger can you guys grow going further in this tournament?
你们是以中国第3名的这个种子队身份来进入总决赛的，这样一路走过来，你觉得你们以后还有多大的进一步的空间？你们还可以进一步提高多少？能够走多远？
希望能进决赛和韩国队伍好好打一场比赛吧。这是我们队伍来 S4的目标。
we hope we can step into the finals and have a good game against Korean team. That's why we are coming here.
All right, big words. Finally, is there anything you want to say to the fans here and who are watching you from home?
你现在有什么想对你的现场的粉丝以及在电视机还有电脑前面观看你的粉丝们所说的吗？
等我的亚索练好了，下次再给你们打给你们看。
Let me get a better practice of my Yasuo, and I'll show you next time.
Well, I'm looking forward to that. Congratulations and thank you very much. We'll be seeing OMG in the quarterfinals, but for now, we're going to break down this game at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And with that win, of course, OMG will be advancing to the quarterfinals. And it does mean that LMQ is out. So the top 8 teams rounded out. 3 Chinese, 3 Korean, 2 North American. Let's talk about this victory. First thing that I think I have to highlight, picks and bans, top lane Lulu once again. Ackerman went on tilt. I know you dislike the Lulu as well, but let's talk about the picks and how the game played out, Crumbs.
They went for a team comp that was more of a kind of death ball team comp for LMQ. They had the Lulu top, Lee Sin to get through the early game, and then the Xerath Kog'Maw, real late game champions that don't really set up Lee Sin that well early game. And the Lulu fell for a gank in top lane that with the Kazakhs and the Maokai, which just led to a continual snowball of just death after death. And that's why I'm not soloing the champion. It's just too squishy, and when it gets that late, even if you're a death ball, Maokai is going to outshine you every time.
I think they were really trying to go for more of a siege composition there with Xerath Lulu. I mean, they had a lot of good poke had they been able to group, but they missed kind of that timing because of Ackerman dying so many times. But, you know, it's not only on Ackerman dying. You have to talk about Loveling, who was just outstanding in the jungle that game, constantly being in the right place, delaying that power spike, getting huge on his own, and contributing massively to that victory.
Yeah, I would have definitely loved to see more just tanky top laners coming out of Ackerman, staying closer to his style of yore. We've actually jokingly started calling him Snackerman because he keeps feeding these games. But, he is a really good top laner, but just didn't show up this tournament. It's really sad.
Yeah, I've really just not been a fan of seeing the mage tops come out. All these Lulu players have been disappointing. Quas disappointed back in the North American playoffs. They nearly 3-0'd LMQ and would have had this spot if he just had the idea to, spread apart his champion pool more. We've seen the Rumbles do fairly well, the high damage top laners. We saw the Mundo come out from Freddy, do great there. The mage tops clearly aren't working right now.
On that topic, very minimal Nidalees this group stage as well. Not really picked or banned, more so from the previous group stage. Let's talk about the mid game. It felt like OMG had a massive lead and really didn't know how to pressure it. We spent, 13 minutes looking at warding back and forth around the Baron pit. What was that about?
That part really worries me for their upcoming matches in the quarterfinals because they really struggled to close out that game with a 13k gold lead, and eventually the way they closed it was doing a 50-50 Baron smite, just how they're used to doing it in the LPL. That is not going to fly to advance to the semis.
Well, I don't think that was the worst thing ever to 50-50 Baron. They were like 15k gold ahead at the time, and it was a way to force a fight. So even if they had given up the Baron, I'm not saying it's the best idea. I'm not. But it wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
And I mean, Crepo was yelling during the desk about their side wave control.
They literally made the game in really easy for entry-level people that are new to League of Legends because the game was only played on 2 lanes anymore. They just completely ignored that side lane on the 3rd lane, and they just kept going back and forth, and then they ignored top lane stacking. So they build up vision control, and then like, oh, look, that wave's really big. Let's deal with that. And they lost vision control again, back and forth, and then it's like, okay, well, screw this. We'll just try Baron, see who gets it, and we'll play on from there.
And why this is so worrisome is let's just compare this to the last game that we saw with Shield and Cloud9, who are both very good at manipulating sideways.
Higher RPM.
And higher rotations per minute, RPM, the best statistic in League of Legends. But, I mean, look at how Cloud9 won that game. Just fantastic pressure on that inhibitor, and it was just vacant in this game.
Yep. The only stat that is eclipsing those rotations per minute is the number of selfies per minute that Crepo takes. Let's pull up the Baron fight replay, the 50-50 that you guys were talking about. Freak, maybe you can give us some insight about the calls. And, this is OMG really, pushing buttons.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, OMG has been building a lead this whole time. And one thing with sort of people talking about Baron throws is Baron only does so much damage. I think you can actually quantify sort of any ability or something like Baron as a value of gold. At a certain point, the items you have beat what the damage output's going to be here. So as you talk about Monte Cristo, just baiting a fight at all is going to work out here. And OMG's been consistently building a gold lead throughout this, so they're just very, very far ahead. And even with Baron, they're going to fight pretty well. So let's run the clip out. And basically, yes, it's a 50-50 smite, but because a battle's going to be started, because OMG has so much lockdown, it works out. Yeah, Lee Sin's going to come across. Yeah, Jana took some damage, but now he's stuck inside the pit with the rest of the team. You know, we're not in here with Lee Sin. Lee Sin's in here with us. So let's go ahead and start killing people.
Yeah, but imagine if they comboed Xerath damage with Lee Sin. They could have easily stolen that Baron. Kog'Maw Living Artillery, Xerath ulti, and a Lee Sin smite. Time right, they can just get him, sacrifice Lee, trade Baron for 1.
And if Lee queued Baron instead of Maokai.
Yeah, he would try it, I imagine.
Here's the thing, so Baron buff is nice, but a 5v4 is better. I would take a 5v4, just push down the game, get rid of one of disengage. Exactly, yeah, go in 5v4, drop it in hit, do a bunch of cool things.
It's good. I think it's good for LMQ. This is the best outcome for them, is getting Baron and losing an inhib and holding the rest.
I disagree entirely. As soon as you lose a member of your team, you can't hold your base.
No, that's not true, because the entire game, OMG had no idea how to siege. They never grouped up and even tried to siege at all. I don't think that a 4v5 advantage would have made them click inside and be like, oh, let's just go try to siege.
I think they would have just dove the turret. I mean, you were talking about Maokai was so
Chinese League of Legends.
They could have done it in the
yeah, but then why don't just dive anyways if they can do it? And like, what is LMQ realistically going to do at that point? Except that was the best outcome for them, and it could have worked, but just OMG's like...
No, I think you turtled to 6 items, because it's a Chinese LoL team, so you know OMG are bred in the scene where you dive turrets for a living, like literally. And 2, once you have the disengage tools down, the reason they weren't diving before is because Xerath is wave clearing, Lee Sin kicks them back, Lulu Whimsy's the diver, and Wildgrow, so you push on, and then the box comes out, but you get rid of the safeguard and the kickback, and now you've got a way in. And the Xerath ult's down, so you have another way in.
Well, either way, LMQ did not do any of those things, and they lost. Right, the North American versus Korea rivalry in Group D isn't over yet. We do have that additional tiebreaker game coming up to decide who takes the first place spot in the quarterfinals. A few moments ago, we did actually have the coin toss to determine side selection for our tiebreaker game, and after actually winning, Najin White Shield will be getting to choose the side. I'm glad you know that. It's impressive. They did actually opt to go blue side in that matchup. The 2014 World Championship continues in just a moment. Guys, stay with us.
Here's the rest of the team collapsing in. More goes down. Ackerman has to flash away. Dada under the turret here. He's actually going to fall as No Name comes around. Dada actually taking a big blast. Where is the Baron going? He goes over to OMG. No Name tried to get in. He got out, but Lovely chases him. Vasily is there. The Cullen shredding him down. That gives a reset. Flashing, no going. Going for Xiao Wei Xiao. There's a shot flame to finish him off. Wild Growth does nothing. More will fall. They go into Ackerman. He's going to be knocked out of the game.
ladies and gentlemen, we do have a tie-breaking match between Najin White Shield and Cloud9 to decide who will be the first seed going into next week's quarterfinals. Here's what's at stake in this match. The winner of this game will avoid Samsung Blue and the top half of the bracket and will be seeded against OMG and the rest of the Chinese squads in the bottom half of the bracket. The loser, of course, will go against Samsung Blue and will be seeded with the Korean squads and Team Solo Mid. So there is a lot to play for. Cloud9 brought us to the tiebreaker by taking down Najin White Shield earlier in the day. And I want to start talking to you guys about what we can expect from this particular match. We do know White Shield are blue side. Crumbs, I know you felt very strongly about picks and bans in terms of which side Cloud9 is stronger on. Why don't you kick it off?
I think that Cloud9 is a very strong blue side team, as Monty pointed out earlier, and unfortunately for them, they lost a coin toss, so they will be having to play on purple side, which is not a strong side for them because that means that High's champion pool can be dwindled severely, unlike on the blue side. And that's the way that Najin White Shield beat them the first time around, and I think that is going to have a big part into this next game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Cloud9's strategy is, because in order to defeat that, maybe they change up their bans, some of the Alistar bans that we've seen on red side, bans like that. Do they leave those up and try and perhaps bait them out? Are they that confident? I mean, we've also been talking a lot about Balls' Rumble on the desk, and all-time professionally, Balls is now 16-0 on that champion. So that is ridiculous. I mean, Dade Zed is up there in terms of win rate as well, but this is one of the most dangerous champion player combinations of all time.
I still disagree with the fact that High's champion pool in that particular game was the reason they lost. I think the Talon Zed matchup did well, and we saw earlier as well that the Talon can actually just go head-to-head with Zed to a point where it depends on the rest of the team how they play the game. And Cloud9 fell behind early on all the other lanes except mid, in my opinion, and they should have lane swapped that game. And I feel if they would have done that, they could have actually won that game relatively easy. So, yeah, while Hai didn't have the winning lane and couldn't enforce his will upon the map, he could still keep that mid lane even and then just have the rest of his teammates play 4 against 4.
See, I kind of agree with you in a way, but the game that we saw Talon do well against Zed, he was 2-0, 2 kills up before beginning to 1v1 Zed, and that allowed him to really get going. And they were winning the objective game as well, which allowed him to have a lot more global gold. But I just think that Hai, as a player, it's not the champion necessarily being bad, but as a player, you saw in the previous game when he played Najin White, he was making a lot of smart decisions by moving around the map and generating plays for his team to follow up on. I don't think Talon is a champion that he's so comfortable on to know the limits of how far can he go and how far can he push the opponent to react to him and be able to capitalize on it with his team.
Well, Freak, we haven't heard from you yet, and I do want to move on to the predictions for this one. Who are you picking to win the game and why after everything that we've just heard?
So, Crumbs, first of all, can I take some of your power real quick?
No way, man.
Denied. Denied.
I'm going out on a limb, and I'm hoping I get to be the real prophet. I'm going to say Cloud9. I'm going to say Cloud9 takes first place in the group. I think they are in high spirits. Teams that are in high spirits tend to win games really well. And also, I actually think because of all this extra emphasis on Rumble, red side helps them a bit because there's not enough bans for the blue side team to lock things up. The 2 picks first round for red side will actually be a big thing for Cloud9 here.
So Freak attempted to take the Prophet's powers. The Prophet is next on the prediction list. You denied him. Who is actually going to win this game?
Now, one thing I've learned from all these games is that the most important thing is to not take into account the emotional state of these teams. Just ignore all of that and just think about it so only on strategy and picks and bans. And that's what happened the previous game. And I'm going to go with Najin White Shield for this time around because I think the purple side and hopefully a Rumble ban if they want to win is going to benefit them.
Monte Cristo.
Yeah, I'm going to take Najin White Shield as well for the reasons Crum stated. And I think they'll come up here and it'll be a clutch game. And I'm hoping they win as well because what I really want to see, really want to see is Save versus Going in the quarterfinals.
Well, we'll see if that's a reality. Final prediction, Crepo.
Part of me agrees with Freak. I don't think no one man should have all those powers. So I will go with Shield here, and I'll follow the Prophet into a glorious victory.
Well, we'll find out. To get us into the game, we're going to send it back over to the guys at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And it is time for our final game here in Singapore. And if the last encounter is anything to go by, this should be an amazing game.
Absolutely. The last game was so ridiculously close and tense for the first 51 minutes, but a lot of that gets set up in the picks and bans.
And as they said, the important part of that, it was determined by a coin flip. Cloud9 do not get the blue side this time around. We'll see if they can actually do it from the opposite side of the map.
Well, before we actually get to the champion select, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, as Kobe mentioned, it's Najin White Shield with Save in the top lane, Watch in the jungle, Goong in mid lane, Zephyr on AD carry, and Gorilla on support.
And on the red side, it's North America's Cloud9. Up top is Balls in the jungle, Meteos, mid-high, AD carry Sneaky, and support Lemon Nation.
So I'm going to go back to the question that I had just a couple of games ago when it comes to Champion Select. We heard the thoughts of the analyst desk on that front. What are your thoughts, Jack?
I mean, High's played 6 different champions in 6 games. His success on those champions has been incredibly varied. I think the first pick Zed that has happened in both of these games is actually really critical. I make sure I didn't misspeak there. I'm pretty sure Najin White Shield first picked the Zed when they played him.
Yeah, they banned Syndra, then picked Zed away.
Yeah, getting High off of his comfortable champions, he hasn't shown much comfort on things outside of Zed and Syndra, I think is critical. As nice as it is to have balls on Rumble and the stats to back it up that he always wins on it, I do think that High is the factor here.
I also do like the fact that Balls didn't play Rumble in so long. It's like this kind of sleeper pick for him. Yes, when they were on their crazy run and they were at the top of North America, everyone was like, oh my God, we got to ban it against Balls. But it hasn't been done in so long. And then he resurfaces here at Worlds. That is a mandatory ban now.
Yeah, gone this time around. Syndra will also be taken away. Other side, Thresh away from Gorilla, Rise away from Save from Cloud9. The final banning of Shield, Alistar.
That's really interesting. It basically tells me that Save was not prepared to play Alistar in a high-pressure match. However, the 2 bans they threw onto Rumble and Syndra were super high value, and unless Cloud9 wants to give up a Zed, I think they have to give up Zilean. They try to give up both so that they get one of them.
Well, it was Malkite. Zilean is through. Will Shield take that first?
Picking Zed into Zilean if they do take that first is really difficult. I've almost never seen a Zed work against a Zilean mid.
Yeah, that's a really tough position Cloud9 have put themselves in. Maybe they take a different tact here and focus on the bottom lane, because we talk about so much the impact of the bottom lane from Shield in that first matchup. When they have Sneaky performing well early on, it's such a huge boost for Cloud9.
I also think what White Shield did here was brilliant, because they either force High into a really disadvantageous matchup, Zed versus Zilean mid, or they get Zed for themselves and they put Zilean on the board.
All right,
that's
split push. We talked about split push last time from High with Zed. This time around, Balls. He's had a lot of success with Nidalee split pushing before, and this isn't a champion that has been popular so far here among the Chinese teams.
The teams that have not been able to play it have banned it away. It's very much an NAEU thing. That
well, the thing is,
and it's a save thing too.
Exactly. The team they're playing right now is the team that actually did use it in Korea as the AP Nidalee up top. But Zed will be answering that split push from Nidalee.
And Lee Sin goes over here, possibly at least.
All right,
to
man.
Watch.
Yeah, so many things here for Shield. They get the #1 pick here for Goom, the #1 pick here for Watch, and that Zilean. So Cloud9 had to give up a whole lot to switch over to this Nidalee split strat.
I mean, that's just the way the picks and bans fell. I feel like Shield played their ban cards really, really well. And then when they first picked that Zilean, they basically made it so High couldn't play Zed. And it guaranteed a late Zed pick for White Shield, even though it had been the first pick in the previous 2 matchups.
They did secure something for the bottom lane, though. Talked about that. They took the Corki away from Zeph and got it on Sneaky again.
Yeah,
he had a
it's
strong...
come to this. Corki, first AD carry picked.
Yeah. It's Worlds, chat. Where everything comes full circle.
So for Cloud9, what do they go into? Of course, the game #1 between these 2 teams, it was, in fact, a Talon pick for High against the Zed of Goom. Didn't work fantastically for them. 274 was what High played on that, but they're not going to go that way just yet. In fact, they're locking Elise in the jungle there for Meteos, taking away Janna as well for Lemon Nation, which you have to feel then maybe just leaves the Nami pick for Gorilla.
So they take Elise over Kha'Zix because they don't want to have to go with that late game reset mode. They want to make that push with the mid game of Corki here and rely on those picks.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
with Elise,
at this point, the Elise is just to stop straight up dives from Najin Shield. If someone gets in a little too deep, they try and stun and just run away at this point. They are really focusing on disengage here because they're going to be trying to split push.
And of course, as I mentioned, Nami for Gorilla, I just totally overlooked the fact that, you know, Zilean was already locked in there. We will be seeing Lucian for Zephyr and a
classic save.
Top lane.
They've done it before.
Save, yeah.
Classic save. It's something that they did a lot of over in Korea, and it's a pretty darn good answer to a split pusher because Kassadin can keep up with people until the rest of the team arrives to finish them off.
So for Cloud9 and for High, the man on your screen in particular, what will he go with against Goong? As I said before, game one, Najin Shield versus Cloud9. Goong took away that Zed early.
Again.
Was the talent pick, and it's going to be the same matchup.
Now, he actually played the matchup fairly well last time as far as the laning phase goes. The mid game,
it doesn't fit with the team, though.
The mid game gave them problems. Well, if you think about them having another split pusher and him trying to go lock down Kassadin and silence and try and burst him, then maybe.
There's also the chance here. So much of Najin Shield's composition is built around preventing split push that Cloud9 may sneakily have a better team fight now. One of the big things you want to get against Zilean as well is AoE damage to make his ultimate targets difficult to choose. And when you throw in Corki and Talon, that's actually a substantial amount of burst. It's almost like Cloud9 switched tactics a little bit at the last second and said, actually, we have to be able to team fight.
I mean, Talon is good at killing support Zileans before they can actually get their ultimate
During
off.
silence.
It does rely on Meteos, you know, getting High a good start to this game though. And Talon versus Zed is by no means easy in the beginning.
And we saw in the lane as well, ultimate came up for High, used it instantly, pretty much every single time to actually just clear out those waves and have that lane dominance. We'll see exactly how High plays this matchup here. And of course, the teams are in a tiebreaker for a reason, so this match could really go other way. But you guys can always tell us who you think has what it takes to grab the #1 seed by tweeting at LOL Esports and using the hashtag NWSWin or C9win. Definitely going to be an interesting one. It was an epic matchup when we saw this one just a couple of games ago to set up this tiebreaker match. We're going to do it all over again. Najin White Shield versus Cloud9 for the top seed in Group D.
It's going to be such a crazy battle. Even if it goes one-sided, because it has so many implications, as we saw, the bracket implications. Winner faces OMG, loser faces Samsung Blue. 4-2 tied, first place in the group. What a better way. There may be a few better ways if we had some crazy three-way ties, but one of the best ways you could close out this amazing group stage we've had in Singapore.
So early game then. Before we even get to that one, I mean, if you think back to LMQ versus OMG, there was some craziness at level 1. For now, though, it looks like just a little bit of damage being exchanged. Watch actually waiting in the death bush. Lemon Nation on the bottom side will put his ward in, and they basically all ward right in front of each other. Balls actually getting the most damage down here at the start, trying to force save off, but he got his early ward too.
Yeah, when that 1 minute mark comes down, all the trinket wards drop. So make sure you can see the late invades. Top side lane swap here for Shield because they saw balls on this side and Sneaky down bottom. So they don't want to have to do Zilean in the lane phase versus Janna.
It might also be the fact that they don't want to do Kassadin against Nidalee in the lane phase. Kassadin sometimes used to get 80 carries laning against him, or even Talon, stuff like that. 80 champions in lane, especially with balls starting the game with 79 AD, would destroy the Kassadin. So the swap is definitely for sure.
That is the difference here. We mentioned Save using that Nidalee, but he actually used it AP, North American Nidalee, traditionally Bruiser.
Triforce. There's 2 people balls.
Yeah, that was
not the best of trades.
An interesting one. I guess it didn't spot Zephyr actually going through there with him. Either way, see early damage coming out for Cloud9's, for Najin's duo lane. Down bottom, Sneaky is all on his own. Got a free time there at least for now.
And it's the double jungle start for Shield, of course, because they were the ones initiating the lane swap. They had their top laner with their jungler from the very beginning.
Yeah,
very
that's a cleaner
good
start.
Very good early start for them. Ball's going to have to start his jungle half-life here.
Actually, when they went to do the red buff, while Balls helped with the damage for Meteos, he didn't take any of the experience. So they're trying to get Meteos ahead of Watch here rather than get Balls ahead of Save. Which is kind of crazy in my mind because Nidalee needs to pull an advantage for split push.
Well, at least the good thing for Balls is that he is a range champion, so him plus Lemon isn't going to be the most disastrous of lanes, and Cloud9 have actually laned Lemon and Balls together quite often, especially since the North American regionals. Now they have 2 range champions, and they should be able to scrounge up some CS up here.
Pretty big level discrepancy they're going to be walking into, but Zilean isn't tremendous until he gets a few points into his bombs.
So that gives Balls his first CS as he gets into lane. Actually on the other side for Save, he will be going towards that bottom lane. Flash to start, got a couple of wards as well just to make sure that he doesn't get caught out in that what will be probably a 1 versus 1 scenario against Corki.
We only saw 1 trade in the mid lane, but already Goong has got a large CS lead here over High in the mid lane.
Sent him back, actually.
Sent him all the way back to base. Got that giant 10 CS lead really early on. It's going to be difficult for the mid game then for Cloud9.
So Watch going to try and stamp his authority on this top lane. It's going to be hard to lock down the Nidalee especially. That shield of Janna, and I think Watch seeing that no real opportunity available to him there. He has decided to back away. Zephyr actually going to go aggressive here onto Balls. That's a lot of damage back though. That is a lot of damage back. Zephyr forced to now get on the run. 1 more auto attack comes out and he's going to be burning the pots.
Balls does not have Q yet, that's why. If he could get a mark and a Q, they would have gone aggressive there.
A lot of people say
no takedown yet.
Nidalee is like an 80 carry in lane, and you can kind of see that there. Zephyr not respecting the damage from Janna plus Nidalee, and it definitely cost them no sustain with the Zilean there, and kind of giving the lane back to Cloud9 a little bit.
Meanwhile, down bottom, of course, Kassadin having a hard time against Corki. Melee trying to CS with his Q, staying back and using his flash for regeneration. He's still controlling the wave very well on his side of the map.
These lanes right now, even though Naj and White Shield had the initial good move on it, are quite favorable for Cloud9. The top lane and the bottom lane seem to kind of be going their way. Corki against Kassadin is a completely lopsided matchup, and Balls and Lemon are definitely holding their own here against Zephyr Gorilla.
See how that experience disadvantage for Balls does turn out, though.
Yeah.
Especially if we have jungler intervention. Right now, though, Meteos heads mid, gets seen by a pink ward. So Goong knows he's under attack.
Oh, Meteos will dive in there. Actually, the flash away from the cocoon. I think it was a wise choice in the end. And Goong will stay alive in there, but he's now vulnerable once again.
So, Watch pinging
level 6.
on the
High's
top
pretty low.
side. Watch comes in for the gank on the other side, and once Zed gets level 6, High has to move back off the wave and respect it. He needs his level 6. Oh, Meteos getting collapsed on.
Oh, this could be bad news for him.
That pink ward saw him.
Save's come up from the bottom as well. He's going to flash the Dragon Pit. Oh, but the death mark takes him over, and that will pop and be the first blood going over for Goong.
Meteos didn't check that bush for the pink ward, the super common pink ward at the back of your red. A little bit careless there from Meteos. Didn't check around, got seen going to the raids. Naz and White Shield, they waited. They waited for him to commit inside there, and they laid their trap, called Watch down from the top side. Great communication and great bait there from Shield.
Plus the timing on the ultimate from Goong right as
to
be
jump over with them.
Super easy conversion for their kill there, and that's just going to make life harder for High in that mid lane. Goong looking strong on that set. It's been such an important pick between Goong and High.
Let's have a look at some CS numbers here now as we approach 10 minutes. Obviously Nidalee having a much better time than Save on Kassadin, but the mid lane, High has managed to claw his way back in the CS. Between the AD carries, it's Sneaky that has the advantage at 66 to 57. We'll see if he can keep that up. He's got 2 levels over Save as well, which makes it a lot harder for Save to get in there and farm.
Let's see here. I mean, so the reason why Meteos invaded that side of the jungle...
Didn't get that much damage down. Zillion is also helping experience in the lanes for Najin White Shield, which is something that cannot be understated enough. It's one of the reasons it's such a powerful pick as the support. Was the big reason Goon got level 6 before High, and also Save hitting level 6 on Caston. This is going to be a very strange looking game, just because Goon is not, Zed himself is not that great of a team fighter. Caston needs a very long time to turn on. There's some very low damage from Najin White Shield across the board, and Cloud9 is also going to be with a bit of a split push strategy again with Nidalee. These teams don't necessarily pick very tanky champs when they've played each other, even though all these top lane tanks we've been seeing, not in Cloud9 versus Najin Shield games.
Certainly not. Kassadin versus Nidalee this time around. See how that all factors into this one. Sneaky gets another big wave onto his turret. And actually, Save is going to be changing lanes now. He's headed up to the top lane.
Well, if he's level 6, he feels like maybe he can stay with the Nidalee. But that's a pretty scary matchup for Caston, in all honesty. He has a Catalyst and a Crystalline Flask. I think he's just going to be trying to survive that. And they wanted to be able to match up a BF Sword Lucian with Corki.
Also, it does give them more security as far as the mid-game Dragon. Matching teleport for teleport up there. Save did not have to burn his.
Oh, there's the death mark going down. High is maybe in trouble here once again. Not enough damage put down by Goon. Watch was also a little late to that party. Might just force High to back out of lane. Of course, the Flask will help with that, so seems like he will actually just stick around for now. But if we look at the wards, we were just talking about Dragon and the control of it. That's all blue wards down there.
And that's all 4 pink wards here on the bottom side for Najin as well. They do not hesitate to lay those down very early in the game. High going in for a little bit.
There's a lot of damage for that trade. High definitely not getting the upper hand in this matchup.
Yeah, Shielder already making the call towards Dragon.
Cloud9 needs to run away right now.
Oh, Watch coming in. Can he land the Q? High almost stepping into it, but he's going to be in trouble either way, and it's Goong that gets another one. A 2-0 Z. Are they going to dive to Meteos? They probably are. Zillion Ultimate is on Save. He will need that as well as the turret takes him down. They won't quite be able to finish off Meteos, but Save gets his Rift Walk back up in time. Lemon Nation coming around to get the slow, but it's on to Lee Sin. Najin White Shield backing off.
Yeah, just a great move by Shield right there, using their superior ward control to catch High out of position. Talon will not have a very good time in this game if they can continually collapse on him. Additionally, they got the teleport away from Balls and still have decent control over the Dragon area.
And again, it's the entire team of Shield lending a hand in those vision wards very early on. They all are paying their dues. Now they've got very deep coverage as well inside Cloud9's blue jungle. So this control over the river, 11-minute Dragon here on the table. Both teleports were used, so if anybody goes top to match Save, it evens up the pressure.
Cloud9 also must be a little worried about this Zed. Ahead in farm by considerable margin, 2-0 with those kills as well. Could be a problem for them as we move on. Just to keep tabs on Balls versus Save there. 82, let's call it 60 CS at this stage. So Balls still holding on to a considerable lead.
Yeah, and it's the control here by Shield, though, that's mainly keeping them ahead. Barely getting the repel out. That probably would have been his life.
Oh, we're seeing a big reason why Cloud9, before this stage, had prioritized banning that Lee Sin against Watch. Watch having a significantly better performance here on Lee once again. That is going to be the early Dragon for them. Chasing off Meteos, just chunking him that much is enough to get them Dragon.
One step ahead of the game in a lot of ways. However, that's a bunch of damage bottom lane.
Oh, forcing out the ultimate from Gorilla as well. He actually went back in there, realizing he could just ult himself in case those big missiles hit, but actually will be used with nothing pushed back. So, looking at the gold, 1,500 in favor of Najin White Shield.
So Cloud9 here, they really do got to make use of what's strong for them. And Balls with that extra CS and gold lead, still at an experience disadvantage going up against Save, because Save keeps moving around the map so much better. So really, maybe a play down bottom here with the Corki Janna could be their strongest point.
Yeah, it seems like
level 9.
If Shield just has such a huge level of control, it's kind of like watching the advantage OMG had over LMQ last game, where they just get a slight edge and are conservatively and smartly using that advantage. You can see more pink wards out of the map, some nice invades, and they're always chunking Cloud9 down before they try and make a big move.
A full blade completed on Goong right now means he can take somebody out of a fight instantly. He doesn't even have to kill a person. If he just ults and does one combo on a person, even if he's not able to secure that kill, they will get an objective off of it.
Yeah, starts the strangulation as well. The blue buff will be taken away by Watch. Had to smite that one down with the presence of Meteos as well. It's a blue buff steal, and any blue buff steal is a good one from Najim White's side of things.
They can also easily just feed their own over to either Save or to Goong in the mid lane. They would have rather had that blue buff on Goong so that they could give the other one to Save, but they'll take what they can get, denying more experience from Meteos. Just completing the Ancient Golem, he's still extremely squishy because the base HP from it was taken down quite a lot, and it scales only
good roam.
Additional
really good roam.
items.
Oh, this could be dangerous. Paul's going to have the death mark onto him. Is the damage enough? It is. Goong's on a killing spree. All 3 kills for Shield are sat with the mid laner.
It's going to be the dynamic duo there with Kassadin and Zed. 2 well-known assassins that are usually seen in the mid lane get to team up. And if they go on the same target, there's really no escape because of their closing capabilities and their burst.
That early blade already completed. That's the ult from Goong. Didn't even have to burn Ignite. Pretty easy kill. Bottom side of the map, though, is Cloud9. They try and make a push down there since everything from Shield was committed top.
Yeah, at this point, Cloud9 almost has to accept that the Zed and Kassadin are going to be able to roam and kill someone and have to be able to take advantages and ward control when those things happen. So a large roam up towards the top lane from Goong, but Cloud9 does respond in a very good way by getting deep vision in the red side jungle of Najin Shield and also by taking the bottom turret.
There's that blue buff that we were talking about on Shield's side of the map. Goes to Goong rather than on to Save. So, how does that set us up? So we did see a long sword sold out by Goong, and he's going to go straight towards High again. Constant harassment. Goong's roam has allowed High a little bit of free time, though, to get some farm back on his opponent.
Man, it really does set up Goong for domination right now, though. Uh-oh!
Where Watch coming in, and there is the kickback, and High trying to get the kill, but not got enough damage at this stage to go through Goong. And yeah, Gorilla was there anyway, had the ultimate available to him, should he need it.
The way the cookie crumbles right there. Goong level 11 in large part because of the Zilean experience. Just a more powerful ultimate than High. Despite getting kicked back there, if High was level 11, he probably gets a kill back.
Plus he's got 3 kills on Goong right now. Plus
they're trying to bait a Rift Walk here. Not to be.
Oh, Save heading further and further up this lane.
There it is!
There it is, Riftwalk coming in. Save though will head off to the other side. Flash already used. Where's the next one? He's going further into enemy territory though, and this is going to be hard for him to get away. There is the spear landing. Another Riftwalk. Lemon Nation will get the Zephyr and the knockup of the Howling Gale. His balls against Cloud9's first kill, but Shield are pushing the bottom lane.
Yep, they committed everybody for it. 3 members top, so Shield shove a turret, and here goes Goong mid.
He's coming straight back down on top of him. Managed to get away from a little bit of that damage, and a good cocoon will actually stop Goong from chasing through.
Still burns a flash though. Goong is creating so much pressure on the map. However, that kill top lane, while it was attempted to be responded to by Shield, they could not get the turret, and it looks like Cloud9 takes another turret to keep this game pretty close.
Dragon coming up in just over a minute though.
High's still not level 11. He should get it on this wave.
Yep, there it is. Himself, pickaxe, brutalizer, a couple of long swords extra in there as well. A brutalizer was just done for Goong, and look at the preparation here for Shield. If you look at their inventory, full of wards in preparation for this next dragon.
Yeah, and they already had vision control. What I was about to talk about, they've got the deep wards in the blue side jungle already. Plus they have all these true sight pink wards and sweepers ready to pull it out. Every single person going to come. There's no way Cloud9 will have vision, and the double assassins are way too threatening. This is basically Shield Dragon right now, even though Cloud9 are working with their double Trinity Force spike right now. Corky's got his, Nidalee has hers, but she probably needs to... Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Back off.
At this point, Cloud9's playing with the lights out. Even if they have 2 Trinity Forces, they just can't find targets. Najin Shield will get the jump on almost any conceivable fight. Cloud9 might have the strength to get a fight, champion-wise. The vision is not cooperating.
Lacking completely. He's going to try and flank around. One ward that they do have, funnily enough, will spot Goong, but they made it a little bit obvious to him. Did get a good blast onto him, but that Dragon available for the taking. Cloud9 gonna try to get back into that area with some wards. They even trying something on the towers there. They are gonna go in high, gonna be knocked back. He's finished off, another kill for Goong. The ultimate is on to watch as well from Zilean. This could be a complete whitewash. Balls is gonna fall. It's a double, it might be a triple. There it is for Goong. He's now 6-0-1 on Zed.
Goong is going off, but it's all because the ability of Shield to collapse so quickly. Watch, save, Zilean, everyone piles through, and Cloud9 just cannot get the upper hand at the start of a fight.
We're seeing how important blue side first pick is in this matchup of these two teams. When it sneaking on for the duel!
Oh,
he got him!
He's going to get the blue buff there as well. I thought Zephyr was going to dash away, stay safe with that.
Teleport coming in as well from Nidalee, actually.
Oh. Does that play from Sneaky going to be enough? Goong looking to kill him!
Oh, he actually missed.
Heal from Balls.
Ignite coming in though, and Balls is now going to be chasing through. Can he actually finish off Goong though?
Gotta land a spear.
Oh, there is a spear dodged away from, but here comes Meteos, and there's the shutdown.
Wow.
Finally, they saw Goong.
That solo play from Sneaky, dueling Zephyr, gonna earn them actually this Dragon. They've got plenty of wards
What a miraculous turnaround.
They're gonna get
this Dragon. They were completely starved in vision control. They got triple killed in mid lane by Goong, but they get a shutdown worth a whole bunch of gold, plus the Dragon. Cloud9 keeping it close.
A little bit greedy, I have to feel there from Shield. Zephyr probably could have just got away from the danger of Sneaky. Let's watch though that fight once again, starting with that triple.
This is the importance of that Lee Sin for a watch. Every time he's controlling high so easily, getting that vision on him. Goong, it takes away all of the counterplay that Talon has in this matchup, and Goong just goes crazy all over the team, flashing in for the extra kills.
The fact that he could get the initial kill onto high without using his death mark just made the chase potential of that fight even greater. And you can see Lemon Nation, Janna's probably the best peeling support in the game. You can't peel what Sword is bringing to this game with casting his edge.
Gold remains close though. Just a couple of thousand between them. We'll see now that a Ghost Blade is done for Goong on top of his Blade of the Ruined Kings. Infinity Edge for Zephyr. Rod of Ages. Needlessly large rod in the top lane for save as well. And White Shield moving back in, trying to set up what they had before here, which is complete vision domination of that bottom side of the Cloud9 jungle.
Goong is such a monster on Assassin. This Zed has been so great. With the Ghost Blade now, what is Cloud9 going to do to peel him? Basically, they have to be able to either get the initiation on him, which they can't do until they can clear vision, or they need to find a stun onto him the instant he goes in for a death mark, which puts so much pressure on Meteos.
What's the plan here for Cloud9? Actually grouping with 4 on the top side of their own jungle. There's Watch actually spotting Balls, trying to get the slowdown. He already pounced away from that. Zephyr is pushing that bottom lane out as well. They could move through the jungle with all that vision they've got. They know how safe or dangerous it could be.
Yep, they're flanking around on the 4-man squad here of Cloud9. Sneaky's in the middle though. He's the one with the longest dash with Corky's Valkyrie. Trying to get this turret and sneak out.
Oh, save gonna go for him. There is the Valkyrie though, over the top of the wall. Turret actually survived that onslaught. So that's still for the taking there for Cloud9. Wood level is up on towers and bring us to just 1,000 gold difference if they can pull that off. But White Shield once again just starving the jungle.
And funnily enough, Balls is building for his split push versus the Zed and versus the Lucian here. He hasn't built magic resist for his matchup with Save. He's looking to actually try and deal with Goong.
There is the potential that Cloud9 can be stronger in team fights at a certain point of the game. It is before Save hits his really crucial item thresholds. If Balls and Meteos can stack enough armor, since it's just Lucian, Zed, Lee Sin, they may become somewhat unkillable. It would be the point when Sneaky has a QSS and Meteos and Balls have some completed armor itemization. Would be a very strong point in the game for Cloud9. However, if it waits too long and Save hits like a 500 AP point, all that armor stacking would get shredded through by Kasten. But as far as AP mages go, Kasten has very low sustained damage.
Right now, Save just completed his Zanya's Hourglass as well, so he can actually have the confidence to jump in and proc that, then wait for his Riftwalk to come back up, allowing for much more aggressive plays with this Kasten to catch out members of Cloud9. Use that slow as an initiation.
That was nicely done from Goong, slowing them down, actually doing quite the chunk of damage to Lemon Nation as well as he was chasing through. Cloud9 trying to flank around and get some work done. As a good scan will reveal 2 wards actually that were placed previously by Shield. We will see Goong headed back off onto the side lanes to start pushing this one back out.
Yeah, you can just see the tension growing in this game because Shield, once again, had a pretty big edge. But Cloud9 is finding ways to delay the game. The question will be if they can somehow get a split push going. They're really blocked on that by how farm Goong is on Zed right now. And they're just kind of trying to play this dance back and forth. If somehow Cloud9 could get vision control around the Dragon area for the next contest, they might have a chance of getting a team fight. At the moment, though, they have no answer for Zed, and they're really just trying to force aggressively. Zed may try and collapse. The split push would actually be a better option for Shield right now.
Save is flanking around back. Here comes Goong. They're looking to close the trap. They have him surrounded.
Early Valkyrie from Sneaky. Here comes Zed from the side, but can't really 1 versus 5 at this stage. The team a little bit far away to help if he'd have jumped right into them. There is a big bomb actually coming through onto Gorilla, forces Zilean low. There's Save actually diving in. This could be what they're looking for. Zonia's will be used a little bit earlier. The colleague comes out. Death mark from Goong as well. Sneaky does go down, and Goong at the back is still alive. They keep going. Cassidy chasing through. The burst is massive. The kick comes in. Balls, what is he doing? Stepping forward there. Will be able to pounce back behind the turret, but this is going to be an inner for Shield.
If High is forced to use his ultimate defensively, Cloud9 has no chance in team fights. Cassidy will just chase through. There will be no retaliation potential. Zed will be free to kill Sneaky, and it'll be curtains for Cloud9.
Yeah, Shield have so much control of this game. Their assassins can play so aggressively. They have this Zilean backing them up. All that damage onto Hyde. There goes his ultimate. Goong dives in onto Sneaky and even flashes over to proc enough damage so his death mark will get the kill before backing out. They don't even need to use a Zilean ult this whole time. There's that re-initiation from Save going in for the slow that we talked about, getting them another kill. The chase potential is ridiculous on this Shield team.
Here's the question though. They actually have Deathmark down temporarily. Cloud9 coming straight back to the Dragon fight. They may be able to try and jump the gold back. If they lose yet another fight and a Dragon though, it's probably game.
Cloud9 really need to be the ones getting the jump here. They have to get some burst in with that silence of High. High actually has three main items, the armor penetration with his Tiamat extra proc. But they're shoving down 2 lanes and they're trying to make use of the ball split push up top.
This is, I think, really good for White Shield actually. They get the Dragon plus the ability of collapsing. If Cloud9 gets caught here, High's already canceled his recall. They
what a fake!
Faked it out actually. They're going for a turret.
They're going to be caught here though.
Yeah, Shield have just seen that happening, so it's going to be a turret for Cloud9.
Cloud9 pretty much has to fight in this situation. We know they're not very good at running away. Where's the ball, CP? Where's the catch from the rest of White Shield?
There they are spotted. The initial damage comes in. Save will dive towards Lemon Nation. It's High that will be the big target though. It's Zephyr that gets that one. Save will continue following. Gets Lemon Nation. Looks like Corki is home free though. And Meteos, I believe, is also going to be safe from this one. Maybe Save as well. Watch actually gets in off the wall. Lands the Q. The kickback from
Balls
Meteos.
going for an inhibitor turret.
The jump off. Meteos will go down, but Balls is down there. TP will come in from Save though to stop that.
You can tell Cloud9 are desperate right now. They're trying to sneak out any sort of trade that they can get, but they're just so far behind that Shield can collapse on them. Shield doing a very good job.
Gold gold at this stage, though. It's just increasing. 6,000 in favor of Najim White Shield. There's balls getting back towards that bottom lane. Actually, no wards directly on that bottom side of the map. There's a big line from the blue buff of Cloud9 all the way down to the red buff of Najim White Shield, but currently balls not spotted, so got a bit of time on that front, but can't really afford to go all the way to that inhib turret. High joining him, though. That might actually be a decent little team to pick off the likes of Lucian.
Definitely seems like they would have a chance. They're putting almost no emphasis on Baron here for good reason, because every time Cloud9 has tried to posture around an objective, Shield has come out very victorious. So they're just hoping, actually, that Shield would go for a Baron, or even try and push that bottom wave so they can get a kill.
The thing is, Cloud9 have to get several of these sneaky sort of cheating trades in a row to catch back up. They're in such a deep hole right now that they have to pull off something crazy by pulling Shield across the map. However, Shield are the ones with the extra mobility on these assassins, and it's very, very difficult for Cloud9 to make that maneuver repeatedly. There's just so much ward coverage of Shield, they can see almost every move that Cloud9 are trying to pull.
Still for now keeping both Balls and High down on the bottom side of the map, though. They've just spotted High. They've seen Balls' position as well. It looks like they're trying to close in. Credit to Cloud9, though. They've got wards down to spot that counter-attack coming. Allows them to actually get away. Goom going towards Lemon Nation. Couldn't quite get on him, though, with a Ghost Blade.
Luckily, Ghost Blade cooldown is only 45 seconds, so he can try again with that one. They're really trying to force around Baron here. If White Shield gets any type of pick, another great escape by Cloud9, they'd be able to get Baron, but the split push down bottom will kind of put Shield on a timer here.
Interesting, they're sending Corki down here as well, and Shield can see that, so they're forcing this Baron because they see two members committed down bottom for Cloud9, and they do it really, really fast. Can Cloud9 shove in on that inhibitor turret in time?
Gorilla trying to keep Balls away, but Balls doing a lot of damage. There is a Baron picked up. Meanwhile, down in the bottom, Save struggling to actually hold on. They're going to go for Save as well. Sneaky will Valkyrie in. They've got rid of the turret. Can they finish the inhib as well? Meanwhile, going ham there onto Balls. Not quite enough to get the kill. Watch comes in. Great monsoon from Lemon Nation. Meanwhile, they do get the inhibitor. I went back though to Save. Ultimate came out of Gorilla, so he focuses on Gorilla. Gets the kill. Sneaky gets Zephyr. Save did finish off High though.
Sneaky's getting collapsed on though. Here comes Watch, and he's followed up by Goom.
Oh boy, but you can see the
Balls and Meteor on the tail.
Goom, where's he gonna go from this one? Watch coming around, and he's managed to stay alive. Lemon Nation and the rest of the team backing out.
So again, Cloud9 trades an inhibitor with White Shield. It's kind of the same thing that they were able to do last game. A 6,000 gold disadvantage and a traded inhibitor. They clearly can't win team fights, but can they pull off the same magic again?
This is one step on the road back to even footing for Cloud9. This is one of those tricky trades that they were able to make. And they called down Corki, they brute force shoved in on the turret, and then committed to Save. So once Zillion gets here, High decides to go back in on Save to pop the ultimate, but he gets so much area of effect damage here because they're standing right next to each other with his ultimate that he's able to turn around and get the kill on Save only because of this exhaust.
The duel between Sneaky and Zephyr on the other side was ridiculous. He got an Infinity Edge crit right in his face on top of the Triforce and just destroyed him. That's the mid-game.
Second time that Sneaky's been able to out-duel Zephyr in this game alone.
Shield have got two men pretty deep in Cloud9's jungle there. Meteos was just recalling right in front of them. Ward goes down. There's a Dragon in 40 seconds coming into play as well. Shield gonna push this mid lane up first of all. Save pushing top as well, or will be, once he actually reaches that wave.
Ball's going for the split push down bottom at the exposed inhibitor. Gonna try and put some pressure on those Nexus turrets. Now, a side lane of super minions will eventually take down a Nexus turret if left unattended. Balls does have
time when Balls played this split push game.
Emanation takes a blast. I mean, Shield here.
Balls is in on the turret.
They're not recalling. There we are. Save's recalling. Can they stop Save come from
He got
coming
the
back?
silence.
He
Oh,
got
didn't get it.
No, he didn't get it. They came through, but Balls is going to surely take the turret down. He does. He might pay for it with his life here. Bomb on top of him. Save gets the kill, but it's a Nexus turret down. Looks like it'll be an inner turret down for High as well.
Guerrilla warfare tactics for Cloud9. They're striking from the shadow, all places at
Now
once.
Shield needs to make a decisive move. They're afraid of getting backdoored, so they're trying to take an inhibitor of their own, but they give up the Dragon. Cloud9 needs to defend their base now.
Cloud9 attacking from every side, multiple points of threat here, but now Shield make the call to go straight up mid, and they are going for inhibitor.
The thing is, Shield must know that Balls' teleport is up. They can't operate in a base race at this stage, surely.
There's nobody to stop their backs, so it's not that scary for them to do that. They can all just blue pill back.
High did a very clever thing there. He worked like he was going for a Nexus turret. He actually took turret damage, and that immediately stopped Shield's ability to push the mid lane turret because they had to defend.
Didn't even get the inhibitor turret because he made that threat. Interesting little feint there from High. He's commanding this squad of Cloud9 so well. Even when down, outmatched with so much more gold on the other side. These guerrilla warfare tactics striking over and over Cloud9. Such a good tactical game here when working with less.
And we're saying a load of gold behind, but that has shrunk. I mean, 4,400. Yes, it's a lot of gold, but it's definitely not an amount that they can't come back from here. And all this time that they're saving, of course, slows down Shield with that Baron buff on.
And if there's one thing that has stood out about Cloud9, it's been their teamwork and team play. Ever since they joined the North American LCS, that is generally what has historically separated the Korean teams from the North American teams, is their ability to play the mid and the late game and the map. But Cloud9, they came back from behind in the first game against Shield today, and they are actually on their way to do it again.
And it does take its toll on High. He's usually the guy to start off the fights and start off the initiation. You can see it in the scoreline. He's got 6 of the team's deaths, but he is controlling all of the members, making those calls. And again, they're stubbing bottom.
There's 2 people bottom. If Cloud9 gets caught by Goong at this juncture, they would lose their inhibitor, but you can see the respect that Shield is actually paying this Cloud9 split push.
Yeah, recalls are coming in here from Shield, deciding not to stick around there, and they'll try and force this bottom wave back towards Cloud9, who, you know, Shield, if we think back just 5 minutes ago, they controlled the jungle. Warding was all there. Since then, those wards started to time out, and they've not really been able to get any of them back, which means that Cloud9 have walked in and out of this bottom side of the map time and time again.
Something we have to note is Save is rapidly approaching his death cap. When he does that, he will pop a bunch of damage onto balls in split push scenarios and also rapidly increase Shield's ability to collapse on team fights. So as much as Cloud9 has done in this split push, it's just going to become a higher and higher risk with higher and higher rewards.
So, what is next for Shield? They're actually going for High. The Q of Watch, though, goes past, and High just kind of dodging out of the side of that one. 1 minute and 20 until the next Baron comes up. I'm interested to see what Shield do about that. What decision they make there.
Flanked a little bit by Goong, but I don't think Goong realized where he was. Yeah, there's a really heavy split by Cloud9 here. They could be completely outnumbered. Remember, Safe does have teleport, so in an instant there could be 5 members of Shield in Cloud9's base.
And there we go, it's Goong to go onto Sneaky, Deathmark down, but it's not enough damage. He has to go back off to the shadows.
The
but
race
it might
is on.
be enough here to get the actual base. Talon still pushing bottom, they kick Lemon Nation. Oh, what a howling gale! Knocks them both up, but the inhib turret is down. Shield are backing out.
Can they stop these backs safely? It's up to the missile accuracy of Sneaky.
That's a lot of prevented back. Talon is free on the inhibitor.
They have them all on their sights.
That's a massive damage as well. One more will take down Gorilla. Flash away. Surely will die though. That's Save now unstoppable.
I didn't get the inhibitor down there. He went up towards mid. He was going to cut them off for
was
kills.
High not killing the
he was
inhibitor?
going to cut them off for kills, but he actually didn't get anybody.
Oh, Goong coming around. Watch is there. He goes for Goong.
No, he didn't get anyone.
He doesn't get the kill.
High gets completely destroyed when the pressure is at its highest point. Save kills balls. High makes a poor decision trying to switch away from the inhibitor, and the miraculous turnaround does not happen at this point. Shield gets the Nexus, the inhibitor turret of Cloud9, and does not suffer many repercussions.
Higher risk, higher rewards. Very, very high risk that time around.
so close to pulling that one off. But Cloud9 do not get either thing. There were too many things they wanted. They wanted to cut off for the kills. The four-man squad or three-man squad in mid lost sight though, and they ended up not getting the kills or the inhibitor. Now they can get pretty easy. Baron committing 2 down bottom. They really want to commit.
Just for an inhibitor, they'd have to fully commit here.
Meteos is there though.
Save is already down bottom with
It's super
Zillion.
dangerous.
They can defend it.
He may try for a steal, but it would mean his life.
He's got no flash. It is going to have to cost him his life if he goes in. He goes over towards Shield. Sneaky. Actually stays alive there. He's going to have the bomb, which will finish him off. Balls will force Gorilla away from that. Are they going to try and stop them? We've got Zed recalling. Balls is going for the inhib. There's the Monsoon to stop Zephyr going back. But they get 2 back into the base. Gorilla has the ultimate on himself.
Can he even get it?
Can he get the inhib? He can.
Cloud9 still suffers massive casualties, and the death timers are no longer trivial. That's 50 seconds onto Balls, 30 onto Sneaky, and 30 onto Meteos. How quickly can White Shield trade inhibitors but still maintain the Baron buff?
Well, Goong is kind of fast when Zillion's there, speeding him up this entire way. And who's going to be able to defend? High's on the top side.
Remember,
recall.
There is no Nexus turret down on the bottom side, so these minions are going to funnel in towards the last remaining Nexus turret. Shield need to do this very quickly. High is split pushing up top, so Shield cannot go for the end of the game here. Just the inhibitor, and then they have to defend.
Saves Caston is the great answer, though, this time. With his teleport still up and that Death Cap working on his Void Staff, we've seen his ability to just decimate these split pushes of Cloud9, and he's really been the one to turn on once he got that Death Cap and start shutting this down.
Well, they're going to go back, pick up the extra gold here to fuel that war chest. Again, another big pickup for Shield. All the global gold has been going towards them. They got the Baron, they got the Dragon, and they've traded inhibitors now, so even the pressure has equalized.
Cloud9 is going to have nightmares with that High trying to collapse for a team fight when he could have killed the inhibitor clean out.
Crazy, crazy stuff. Cloud9 holding on just about in this game. See more items coming in across the board. That Bloodthirst is done for Sneaky. Getting out Negatron cloaks. On the player cam, having a bit of a stretch there as well. This is, I think, a pretty stressful game for, you know, an assassin shot caller. Like, he's got a lot to think about this game.
And you can tell they're committed to this bush gank right here. That's why he's stretching out. They're just going to wait for this. This is one of the only ways they can get back in the game.
Oh, Gloom going low. He's going to put the death mark onto High. High's going to fall from this. The death mark is enough, and Gloom survives it. Balls will go down. That's 2 men dead. Gloom pinging the base
played
though.
that amazingly. I can't believe he escaped that and then turned it around. The base isn't shambles, however.
Yeah, Corky Elise going down. Goong now has recalled. Look at that Nexus turret. So very low. They've gone over a ward.
Whoa, Sneaky. What does this guy have planned here?
Goong, he used both of his blades already.
Yeah, there's no death mark for Goong. Sneaky can actually kill it off here. He's going to go in. Kassadin is coming back. There is Goong. Meteos needs a couple of hits onto that Nexus turret to finish it off. He's going to jump up in the air, but he's not going to escape. And the rest of Shield are still pushing.
Goong is just a magician. Najin White Shield Houdini, able to get out of that and get back to finish and save the base. Too much. Shield are going to take this one in.
The solo lane performance from Save and Goong, dealing with this ridiculously skirmishy and annoying Cloud9 team who just keeps trying to get those pesky Nexus turrets. They could not. That is the second inhibitor from Najin Shield. They have surmised control of this game, and they may even try and end.
3 of them there. They're going for High. He has to pop the ultimate here underneath the turret though, so feeling a little bit safer. Shields are going to go for the victory. There are 2 super minions in. There is Balls going to half HP. He gets kicked away. Is he going to escape? No, he won't. They'll be finishing that one off. They kill off the 2 Nexus turrets, and Najin White Shield are going to win the tiebreaker map, finish first in Group D. Cloud9 get the second spot and will face off against Samsung Blue in the quarterfinals.
Such a ridiculously close game. Cloud9 nearly pulling off the miracle comeback, but it's actually Goom who is the magician today. So many clutch plays down the stretch, Save with tremendous map control on his Kassadin, and Shield get first in the group.
So this means it's going to be them or Cloud9 versus Blue, and it's going to be TSM versus White in the next stages.
The top of the bracket
going to be
will be Samsung, White, and Blue versus North American teams. The bottom side of the bracket will be 3 LPL teams and Najin, White, Shield.
Absolutely insane stuff. And you can see from Cloud9 there, you know, that kind of game, you hold on for so long, you make these big clutch decisions that sometimes work out for you, sometimes they don't quite. But they've done, I guess, what they really came here today to do, which is get through the group stage and get into the bracket.
Yeah, there was a big emotional roller coaster after beating them the first time, so they didn't have to play the tiebreaker for the group. This time they were kind of playing with house money a little bit, trying to get first place.
Well, it looks like Cool will get its wish. He wanted to play Shield. He wanted to start facing Koreans as early as possible.
That's an interesting way to do it. Some teams would argue that avoiding the Korean teams is exactly how you want to play it, but I guess if you're going to win a world championship, you've got to beat the best of the best anyway.
Yeah, that's the way it's going to be. I can't wait for the quarterfinal stage. Only less than a week away before it gets underway. The 2 teams from the group stage here in Singapore will be the last 2 quarterfinals play to maximize their ability to prepare. That's kind of a happy yet somewhat disappointing Cloud9 team. You can see they're still relieved to make it through the group stage, but they were oh so close to taking first place in the group.
And you can't imagine the pressure as well, I think, on these guys. You know, sitting up there, sit down and say, okay, we have to beat Najin White Shield to secure our spot. And then, you know, we got to play him again at the end of the day to see if we can take the first spot and try and avoid Samsung Blue at the end of it. For Alliance, you know, that they didn't really have that luxury. That was kind of taken away from them by the group.
Playoff. We were so close to a three-way playoff right there. We could still be going for hours on after this if things just went a little bit differently. Honestly, these group stages were way more than I expected coming in.
And both of them as well. I mean, let's not forget, last week in Taipei, we saw tiebreaker as well. EDG losing out to AHQ, had to play them again at the end of that day as well. So I think we can safely say the group stages have been very, very exciting. I have to be honest, they were better than I ever imagined.
Had a great time in Taipei. We've had a great time here in Singapore. It's only going to get more exciting, too, because next we move to Korea.
And we're going to have a little bit of a rest in between there. I think we're all a little bit fried after some amazing, amazing games. Now, though, we do have shocks with one of the members of the first place team from Group D.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm standing by here with Gung after that victory and taking first place in the group. First question, just a little before this, C9 managed to beat you guys out. This time, the annoying split push was back. How did you guys deal with it this time around?
오늘 C9과의 경기 첫 번째 경기도 그렇고 지금 두 번째 경기에서도 스플릿 푸시에 많이 당하셨었는데 두 번째 경기 때는 어떻게 대응하셔서 이겼었는지 설명해 주세요.
네, 일단 C9 선수분들이 좀 이리저리 다들 나눠서 게릴라 전술을 많이 펼치더라고요. 그래서 저희가 제드를 갖고 있으니까 제드는 1대1에서 가장 강하기 때문에 제가 이제 한 명씩 계속 끊어내면서 이제 저희가 기회를 잡자고 했어요.
Like C9, they were all over the map and they were playing this guerrilla tactics. So, but I was playing Zed, and which is very strong 1v1 champion. So I was just hunting each of them down, and that's how we won the game.
You had a fantastic game on Zed. What were your thoughts when Hai picked the Talon again, a matchup you'd seen in the first game versus C9 already?
이번에 하이 선수가 탈론 뽑았을 때 다시 한번 제드 탈론 리매치였는데 탈론 픽을 봤을 때 어떤 생각이 드셨나요?
네, 저 같은 경우는 제드 대 탈론이 엄청 자신 있는 편이라서 상대가 탈론을 해도 저는 오히려 고맙다고 생각하면서 했어요.
I'm very confident when I'm playing Zed against Talon, so when I saw his pick, I was very thankful.
Now you get to go to Korea and play the quarterfinal versus OMG. Cool said before, I'd actually like to play Najin Shield because we think we can beat them. What are your thoughts on the matchup?
OMG의 쿨 선수가 나진 실드와 붙는다면 이길 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기했었는데 그에 대해 어떻게 생각하시나요?
네, 저희 같은 경우는 이제 8강에 올라오면은 어느 팀을 만나도 솔직히 다 자신 있다고 생각했는데 이제 이렇게 그룹 스테이지에서 약간 고전했지만 저희가 좀 긴장을 많이 해서 고전을 했고 이제 8강에서부터는 좀 더 멋있는 모습과 이제 좀 더 다듬어진 모습으로 상대할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Even though we struggled a bit during group stage, I think we were a bit nervous and we didn't play our best. So we're going to practice prepare much more for the quarterfinals, and I think whoever we play against, we're very confident that can beat anyone. So yeah.
All right, well, looking forward to that matchup. Congratulations and thank you very much. And as for us, we're going to go over to the desk to wrap things up.
Thank you very much, Sharks. And congratulations to Najin White Shield taking the top seed in the bracket. Let's talk about the game before we move on to the quarterfinals. I want to start with picks and bans. I think it was an interesting composition that Najin White Shield put together. Not totally unexpected. And top lane Nidalee. We finally seen it. Definitely didn't show up as often as we were expecting.
Yeah, so this was kind of interesting here. Cloud9 definitely, I thought, had really good map play eventually with this team composition. It's a lot of heavy split pushes, a lot of duelists, and then a pretty good defensive team with Corki and Janna sitting back. What I didn't like, though, from their picks and bans, though, was I feel like Cloud9 pinched champions really weirdly. On red side, your main goal is to basically pinch 3 champions, where blue side gets 1, you get 2 high priorities yourself. Nidalee and Corki both didn't feel like pinchable champions, whereas like banning Lee Sin, taking Kha'Zix, to me would have been the more obvious choice for setting yourself up for a powerful composition.
Monty?
Yeah, I can see that. The thing is, though, is the early takeaway of Nidalee really... Najin White Shield is a team that likes to play Nidalee in the top lane. And just to go over to picks and bans here a little bit, what people may not know is that Save will play Teleport Zed in the top lane. And so what was so intelligent about Shield's pick and ban process here is that since Save and Goong both play Kassadin and they both play Zed, they didn't actually have to make a decision about where their lanes were going until they actually saw that final pick, which gave them a lot of versatility. Now, what I didn't like about what Cloud9 was doing is we've seen very similar compositions with an AD Assassin mid and Nidalee top from Najin White Shield in the past. But what Shield will do in this circumstance is instead of building a Trinity Force Nidalee, they will build Sheen, and then they have the option, the Nidalee has the option of then building into Lichbane and Chalice and having an AP Nidalee. Because their problem was that they focused a lot on one type of damage with that composition, just overwhelming amounts of AD, which made it easier in turn in the long run for Shield to itemize again.
Talk to me about the Nidalee top. I know you quite like the pick in that setup as well, Crepo.
Yeah, I'm a big Nidalee fan just because I feel she 1v1s almost any lane, and she's incredibly good in 2v2s. Put a range support next to Nidalee, and she will come out of the lane swap less behind than the enemy top laner in nearly all the cases. The only thing that can really rival it in my opinion, is a Rise and a range support. They did really well. You saw that early as well. They couldn't deny them anymore. They were struggling. At one point, Nidalee even came close to a kill. The only reason I feel like you could swap into a Nidalee is if you just want to keep her down. You don't want her to become a split pushing monster if you have no way for doing that in lane.
Now, something I point out with the Nidalee is that I'm almost certain that Boss has never played against a Kassadin top as Nidalee. That is not a champion you see in North America ever. And it's only almost exclusive to Korea, and I don't think they expected that, because when you think about that matchup, you're like, oh, I wouldn't want to take that matchup, and they lane swapped, and they were doing pretty well in the lane swap, but the Zillion passive allowed Kassadin to get the levels he needed to make sure that when he swapped back into Nidalee, he was able to actually lane from a little bit of a CS deficit.
Yeah, I really like the Nidalee, the Zillion pick router as well, because I really like Zillion with 2 high damage, high mobile assassins that can just go in, and when the enemy team tries to kill you, you just cock block the with the ultimate.
Wow. Right, let's get to the replay really quickly. Pull this one up onto your screen. The mid game played out in favor of Najin Shield for the most part, but Cloud9 really made Shield work. They put a lot of pressure on this bottom lane. They, got the inhib down, I think, twice. Let's roll the clip out, and Crepo, maybe talk to me about the way Cloud9 was trying to play this. This is the play that eventually led to the Baron for Shield.
When you're this far behind, all you can do is open up the map and try and bait people into overkilling your split push. Right here, he barely gets out and just gets enough damage, and this is a mistake. There's a Zhonya's and there's a Zillion ulti. Neither get used. Balls recognize he doesn't have to chase that anymore, and he goes for the inhib. He will get that inhib at the end, paying his life for it. But that's the way. If you can't deal with them 5v5, you need to open up the map, and Cloud9 did that brilliantly. They pushed bottom, then they backed off. They pushed top, then they backed off. When White saw an opening in mid, they went all the way down to mid. Cloud9 said, okay, well fine, you get mid, we'll trade both sides of the map for you, and Wild should realize that, and they had to base. So Cloud9 was dictating the tempo with a significant, as best as they could from a position behind.
Yeah.
And that was really beautiful to see.
They did play really well from behind, it has to be said, but Shield is used to these kind of circumstances as well, so...
There was a lot of respect from Shield as well.
Yeah, there was, definitely. I think that was just a fun game to watch. I really enjoyed it. It was pretty darn even.
It was the opposite of what we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Well, final thoughts from Freak.
Yeah, I think it's just unfortunate. Cloud9 gave away so many early leads. Meteos walking into a pink ward, getting first blooded there. I mean, Goong hard carried this game, and you saw how damn smart Cloud9 was. If Goong wasn't 9-1-10 this game and Watch didn't get probably Lee Sin, it's probably a Cloud9 win.
Well, we'll have to see. They're going to have some chances to prove themselves against some other Korean squads. Now that our quarterfinalists are set, let's actually look ahead at the 2014 League of Legends World Championship shifts to Busan, Korea for 4 best-of-5 elimination matches.
Victory for Samsung Blue. Pentakill! A complete shutout coming in for Samsung White.
This was a quick one, that's for sure. Team Solo Midfans, you have yourself a North American team into the quarterfinals.
Najin White Shield, despite being heavily behind in this game, turned it around.
What a game for World Club, though.
And a convincing win once again for Cloud9.
Absolutely incredible. The Singapore group stage was phenomenal. The Taipei group stage was phenomenal. Thank you for everyone who watched, and thank you for the teams playing. The action gets underway on Friday, October 3rd with those quarterfinals at the Bexco Auditorium with Samsung White taking on Team Solo Mid. Then on Saturday, Samsung Blue will clash with Cloud9, followed by Starhorn Royal Club going up against Edward Gaming. Finally, OMG will face off against Najin White Shield. The bracket is locked in very heavily. North America versus Korea in the top half of the bracket, and China versus Korea in the bottom half of the bracket. Let's talk about some of these matchups and what we can expect. Monty, you're itching to get in there.
Yeah, one thing that has been kind of reiterated by fans and some of the casters throughout this tournament is the following statement. You ready? Got my rose-colored glasses? Hey, wow, Korea doesn't look as strong this year. They're actually beatable. But when we take off the rose-colored glasses, and compare this to last year, okay, last year a Korean team failed to make it out of the group stage. Fnatic and Gambit made it out of the group. Gambit narrowly lost to Najin Blacksword, and then we had SK Telecom win, right? This is actually the first World Championship where we have 3 Korean teams in the quarterfinals, and Korea went 16-3 in the group stage. If anything, to me, this says that the Korean teams are more dominant this year than they ever have been before.
The Prophet, I hear you sighing. What are you adding to this,
I can't
Crumbs?
argue with that.
Stats don't lie.
Exactly.
What matchup are you most looking forward to, Crumbs?
I am looking forward to the most Samsung White versus Team Solo Mid, because I have been deemed to be eating shoe soup, and I don't think that will happen.
We'll see how that works out. Freak, talk to me about some of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, first of all, I don't know for sure. I feel like this is the worst win rate that Korean teams have yet had at Worlds, though. They've dropped a fair number of maps, a lot of 4-2 teams. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
16-3. Ozone didn't even make it out of groups. I think Ozone alone lost more matches last year than the Korean teams as a whole have lost so far.
All right, fair. But as far as matches I'm actually looking forward to, honestly, I am looking forward to EDG Starhorn Royal Club. I think that's going to be a very fun match of different styles. We'll see who ends up being top dog in China. I also really want to see Cloud9 versus Samsung Blue. I think C9 are going to continue to improve. We can see how smart they are. I want to see how they rival the best strategic team in Korea as the best strategic team in the West.
Well, Crepa, before I get your opinion on this, we did ask you guys earlier in the day our Twitter question of which hype train have you boarded for the quarterfinals and why. You've heard some of the guys talking. We do have a tweet that I just want to talk about very quickly from the Sleepy Player. All aboard the Gorilla hype train. He makes so many plays for his team. If you let him have Thresh, nowhere on the Rift is safe. After that terrible pun that you had before the video, what are you looking forward to for the quarterfinals, and is Gorilla on that list as well?
Yeah, he is. I think all the Korean supports are on my list. I'm taking notes every game. I'm just looking mostly for the top side of the bracket, because either NA is getting an epic upset, and I'll be happy, or we'll get the team kill in the semifinals, which will be really interesting, because those are sister teams. They've scrimmed a lot against each other. They know each other in and out, and in a best of 5, that can lead to some beautiful League of Legends.
And we've already had 2 best of 5s between Blue and White this year, and Blue won both of them 3-1. So it's been a really, really good match. The games are always awesome in that, so it'd be fun to see it.
All right, well, there is one more that's come in that I do want to read as well from @LolShades. I'm still on the TSM hype train, although they have a very slim chance of making past quarters. I'm still a believer, as am I, because I want to see him eat shoe soup. Guys, thank you so much. Those were some great answers. We'd love to hear more. Keep tweeting to us at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag Worlds. I want to thank all of you once again for joining us, both in Taipei and Singapore. We'll be seeing you all in Busan. In the meantime, I'd like to thank our special guest analysts, Crepo, Prolly, Crumbs, Doublelift, Monte Cristo, as well as Freak, D-Man, Joe, Riv, Jet, Deficio, Shocks,
and Quickshot.
And from myself and the rest of the World's broadcast team, guys, thank you for watching. We'll see you all next week.
All right.
In the heart of Singapore, the second group stage of the 2014 World Championship will be taking place.
The Super Minions would end the game as long as they keep Alliance occupied. Gets bubbled in. Will they be able to get a good fight out of this? Zanya's thrown down in from balls, and it looks like they're actually pushing Alliance away from their base. Descent to left, pulls him in. Dane taking out, slides on the way. Go.
Again, Fnatic decides, screw it, let's back range onto Acorn. We'll get the one. Heart will be the next one.
We have had some insane games today.
But they're going for Yellow Star. Second man down, make that third and fourth. Peke will fall. It's an 8 for OMG, and that's going to be the game.
Group stages at this World have been so exciting.
Cyanide and Peke both closing in. There's the slow. Xiao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in and gets the pentakill.
The pentakills, man. There goes the equalizer, trying to spread the fight. You're going to see Deft on the backside. He's getting hit up, but he's able to take down more, even with no name on him. They're going to win! They're going to win! It's almost about to go down. My God! The Lions down! Kaboom! They flip the fuse, and kaboom goes the dynamite.
Play the best we ever will, and I'll be happy.
Sneaky coming around after using his QSS. It's going to be Cloud9 to win this one. They take out one. They're going to Zephyr. It's the ace for Cloud9.
The group stages have been very, very exciting. Had a great time here in Singapore.